Okay, Unit 207, once again, for the, how many live streams was that? 3 preceding live streams. Unit 207, i.e., all of the child abusing stalkers of DCYF, all of the former officers of the North Everett Police Precinct there. And any of their co-conspirators will be charged for that. That was the 3rd one in a row. If you missed it, the FBI has stated real directly, and I have reiterated per their instructions in these live streams since October, that their final illegal entry attempt, something they have attempted at this point in time over 38 plus times, using over 45 individuals criminally and illegally sent to my door, starting the first week of August 2024, after, keyword here, after 11 months of me sending cease and desist letters telling them to stop stalking me, including using 3rd and 4th parties, including those they had premeditated to kidnap my children, and those social workers who are actually child abusers and stalkers who my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser was sending texts about over a year ago, and how they were his friends, and they in the North Everett Precinct and my neighbors were going to criminally and illegally pretend I'm mentally ill to steal my children they abused. All of which was reported in real time. All of which they will indeed be convicted for. Anyway, the FBI has stated that final illegal entry attempt is going to be concurrent with them criminally and illegally shutting off the live stream. So the fact that they've done it with the 3 preceding live streams, paired with the last 19 days of daily threats, plans, and desperation from all of them upstairs, is quite alarming. Primarily because I'm going to be YouTube live streaming when handcuffs are put on all of them. No, don't make me miss that opportunity, you guys. Now, the title of this video is listed as 1:29:804 a.m. More obstruction and tampering. But Unit 207 keeps doing this over and over and over again. So I'm going to change the title to the title of the preceding. Actually, I might leave 3rd time obstructing justice and tampering this morning. Well, not really this morning because they did it last night as well. Anyway, I will do that, and I will upload yet another selfie that I've taken of myself in the last couple of weeks to this video. And currently, though, I'm going to the preceding live stream because I don't want to have to read for another 30 minutes everything that the FBI wants me to address at the beginning of each of these live streams. So be advised, it is 8:08 AM PST. I did not end any of the last 3 preceding live streams. Not one of them. The last one is reflecting as having run for an hour and 36 minutes on the interface presently at 8:08. So I am clicking on that, and then I am going to need to skip ahead and just remember the timestamp that I provide in this will be inaccurate. I'll pause it and correct it.
I promise.
My court orders against me will result in substantial Unit 207 messed with the interface and brought me to a different video. Getting to the speech. Since 2025, both of which have now been rejected by the North Everett. Okay, rewind this a little bit. 2120 officers of the North Everett. It's to North Everett Precinct and forwarded to the FBI. Subject ongoing. This is the police report from today at 3 a.m. Tampering, cybercrime, cyberstalking, and which will be in the description like it has been in the last couple of live streams they keep illegally shutting off. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Avenue, Everett, Washington, 98201, and their co-conspirators.
This supplements my previous reports filed on January 24th and January 27th, 2025, both of which have now been rejected by the North Everett Precinct in a blatant act of obstruction of justice yesterday morning. Events, January 27th, 2025, between noon and 9:45 p.m. PST, individuals in Unit 207, including multiple females, were overheard boasting about the acquisition of further fraudulent court orders. They expressed confidence that these court orders would allow them to continue their criminal activities with impunity, including their plans to illegally enter my residence, kidnap me, and/or unlawfully detain me. January 28, 2025, at approximately 8:20 a.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct rejected my prior police reports filed on January 24th and 27th, continuing their pattern of obstructing justice and shielding their officers and co-conspirators from accountability. January 28, 2025, a YouTube live stream set up to run from 9:45 p.m. PST on January 28th to 9 a.m. PST today, January 29th, was interfered with. At roughly 11 p.m. on January 28th, while I was asleep, a female in Unit 207 expressed glee and said "see" to a male concurrent with the Pirate History podcast I was listening to, muting for roughly 5 minutes. I stayed in bed, thinking they wouldn't dare continue to obstruct and tamper since they're going to jail so very shortly. Also, because it was cozy, and most notably, I assumed since the podcast came back on in under 10 minutes, that they did not end the live stream, but rather throttled the internet. I was wrong. At approximately 2:30 a.m. PST on January 29th, I woke up to urinate to check the live stream, and I discovered that the live stream had been unlawfully terminated. The stream was only viewable as having run for 2 hours. Simultaneously, a fraudulent copyright claim was made against a podcast segment within a different live stream that ran for nearly 12 hours yesterday, January 28th, from 9:45 a.m. to 9:35 p.m. The claimed audio was a reading of a public domain work, rendering the copyright claim frivolous. The normal process on YouTube to remove the offending audio was unavailable, very likely due to hacking, leaving the entire live stream unviewable and thus obstructing justice and tampering with evidence. Little side note here that isn't in the police report. By the way, you can read the police report in full on facebook.com/mysticgwen loves only you. Little side note that YouTube live stream, although it's not publicly visible, I personally can play it on my own account. So in the preceding live stream, I played the introduction of that video where I stated the time and went through the speech as of that point in time. Next, back to the police report. Crimes committed. Obstruction of justice, the North Everett Precinct's rejection of police reports and the ongoing interference with the live stream constitute clear obstruction of justice. Evidence tampering, the termination of the live stream and the fraudulent copyright claim are attempts to tamper with and destroy evidence. Cybercrime, the hacking of my YouTube account and the filing of a false copyright claim are cybercrimes. Conspiracy, the actions of the North Everett Precinct, individuals in Unit 207 and their associates demonstrate a continued and coordinated criminal conspiracy. Stalking and harassment, the actions of Unit 207 and their associates constitute ongoing stalking and harassment. Perjury and fraud, the acquisition and use of fraudulent court orders as boasted about by Unit 207 involve acts of perjury and fraud. Demand. Furthermore, I reiterate that any attempt to illegally enter my residence, detain me, or enforce fraudulent court orders against me will result in substantial financial penalties, as outlined in my previous reports of Monday and Friday, January 24th, 2025, and January 27th, 2025, not to be confused with the cease and desist letters from January of last year to you all. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, legally ordained minister / freelance author, as has been adjudicated in the highest court in Washington, and others since 2013. Date January 29th, 2025. Time 3:40 a.m. Pacific Standard Standard Time. Now, keep in mind, it is now 6:38 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It is still Wednesday, January.
Keep in mind, it is now 8:15 a.m. PST because Unit 207 has fucked with the last 4 preceding live streams. This also puts me under further duress and injures me more. This is why my sleep has been so scattered. On top of their ongoing threats and the blatant felonies and crimes and continuing and ongoing every day that you're walking around having people who will be joining you in prison, enforcing fraudulent court orders. Anyway, just know you'll be paying for this in every single way that your little minds can comprehend. Fiscally, emotionally, mentally, your career. Bye-bye careers, by the way. Remember, the FBI has stated since August, quote, there will be an exodus at the North Everett Precinct. And also remember that they have an entire platoon of volunteers from Pierce County that are going to come up here and fill the vacancies of the child abusing stalkers who will no longer be allowed to be around children. It is now 8:16 a.m. Back to the recording from the preceding live stream 104 that Unit 207 has decided to obstruct and tamper with.
January 29th, 2025. And on that note, we're going to continue with the script. But first, we're going to begin with the 2 police reports that were rejected. Here's the police report from Monday, January 27th, posted on Facebook and published at 7:20 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Update to be inserted into YouTube live script, timestamp 7:10 a.m. PST, January 27th, 2025. Again, you can read this for yourself and see the timestamp on facebook.com/mystic when loves only you. Update, despite the overwhelming evidence in the ongoing federal investigation, the criminal enterprise operating out of Unit 207 persists in its delusional and unlawful conduct. This weekend has been marked by further confirmation of their intent to proceed with their threatened felonies against me, illegal entry, kidnapping, and unlawful detention or committal. On Friday evening, these individuals, including both male and female officers, were overheard openly discussing directives from the various Snohomish County prosecutors facing federal disbarment. Directives to proceed with their crimes and to ignore the threat of arrest. Then on Sunday, between 1 p.m. and 2:15 p.m., and again between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m., further discussions were held, including with exterior visitors solidifying their plans. These are not idle threats. They are a clear and present danger. Let me reiterate for any who are still laboring under the delusion that they can act with impunity, the new fee structure as outlined in my police report filed on January 24th, 2025 is in effect. Any attempt to break and enter my residence, to kidnap me, or to unlawfully detain me will result in a $10 million penalty, increased to $25 million if my sleep is disturbed. This applies weekdays, weekends, and any time in between. Furthermore, any and all attempts to enforce fraudulent court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 or 2025, are part of this ongoing criminal conspiracy and will be met with the same financial penalties, in addition to criminal charges. To the officers of the North Everett Precinct, to Erica Owens, and to any other individual contemplating participation in these criminal acts, you are individually liable for your actions. There is no immunity, past, present, or future for your conspiracy, your obstruction of justice, your stalking, your harassment, your participation in the kidnapping of my sons, or any other crime you have committed or intend to commit. Your willingness to follow unlawful directives does not absolve you. It implicates you further. You will be held accountable. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. Your pathetic attempts to evade justice are failing. The charade is over. Now, the police report from Friday, it's even shorter. This also is available on facebook.com/Mystic When Loves Only You. You'll see the date and timestamp, January 24th at 7:08 a.m. To North Everett Precinct, subject, criminal activity report, imminent threat of breaking and entering and kidnapping and illegal enforcement of fraudulent orders. This report serves as formal notification letting you illegally enter my residence at 2120 Highland Ave, number 105, Everett, Washington, 98201. Kidnap or otherwise unlawfully detain me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, particularly if executed on a Friday or during the weekend, will incur a non-negotiable penalty of $10 million. This amount increases to $25 million if these actions disturb my sleep. This includes actions taken directly or through any co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica and John Owens. Furthermore, any attempt to illegally enforce fraudulent court orders against me will also incur the same penalties. Be advised that I am a designated FBI informant under federal investigation, and any such actions constitute multiple felonies, including potential acts of domestic terrorism. Your pattern of rejecting reports to shield your own criminal conduct is duly noted by the FBI and will be addressed accordingly. Consider yourselves on notice. This is non-negotiable, and the FBI has my full authorization to act accordingly. Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, January 24th, 2025. Time 6:55 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Then I am now going to read the YouTube live script, which has other updates. Updates I'm redacting only for reading purposes. They still occurred, but according to the FBI, they pertain more specifically to individual indictments that are soon to be unsealed. So you can read those in full. Again, on facebook.com/Mystic When Loves Only You. Note the date and timestamp. So redacting the update that says timestamp 10:43 PM PST, January 23rd, 2025. Going to the introduction of the script. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whenever you're hearing this or reading a transcription. I am Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen. This broadcast airing on January 29th, 2025, Wednesday at 6:44 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, continues the ongoing public record.
Pausing it just to say it's 8:23 a.m. And if you're wondering why is the audio so fucked up, it's because of Unit 207. Such busy little bees. So busy for being stalkers, hackers, fraudsters, thieves, child abusers, kidnappers, and absolute disgraces to every man and woman with a badge and every real social worker. You're going to prison, you sacks of shit. Back to the recording.
Record of a federal investigation into a sprawling criminal conspiracy, a conspiracy that reaches into the North Everett Precinct of the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, and beyond. Let me be unequivocally clear, I am a designated FBI informant operating under their direct guidance. This live stream is not a personal platform. It is a strategic tool in this federal investigation. The delusion of impunity addressing Unit 207 and their cohorts. Recent intelligence, gathered as recently as the evening of January 21st, indicates that certain individuals, particularly those associated with Unit 207, located directly above my residence, are laboring under a dangerous and frankly absurd delusion. They believe they can avoid accountability for their extensive list of crimes. They believe they can keep their jobs, destroy my life, and escape the consequences of their actions. They believe that their lies, perjury, fraud, and co-conspirators have somehow shielded them from justice. They are wrong. I repeat, they are wrong. I repeat, they are
so
wrong.
very wrong.
To the woman in Unit 207 who has been stalking and hacking me since April 2023, and to any others involved, your confidence is misplaced. Your plans are known, your actions are documented, and your time is running out. The success you believe you've achieved through your deceit
Is an illusion.
Justice is coming, and it will be swift, indecisive, and per the FBI, extraordinarily lucrative for me. During the live stream conducted in the evening of January 21st, 2025 at 9:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, while playing the greetings recording, I paused the playback to orally reiterate a critical point of fact. I stated for the record that as of close of business day, January 21st, the FBI has confirmed that there are still no lawful or non-fraudulent court orders in existence bearing my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from the year 2024 to the present date. This statement elicited a distinct and audible reaction from an individual in Unit 207, a woman who expressed audible shock and disbelief at this confirmation. This reaction, captured on the live stream, serves as further evidence of the fraudulent nature of the purported court orders and the individual's reliance on their illegitimate authority. The FBI maintains its position, clearly articulated since the end of August 2024, that in me and all court orders obtained through this conspiracy are fraudulent, and that those in possession of or attempting to enforce such orders are implicated in the underlying series of felonies, including but not limited to conspiracy, fraud, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. This incident underscores the gravity of the situation and the desperate attempts by the conspirators to cling to a fabricated legal basis for their criminal actions. It also serves to highlight that those in Unit 207 are fully aware of their guilt, and that any and all of their attempts to enforce the fraudulent court orders are doing nothing but indicating them further. A pattern of criminality, the North Everett Precinct and the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. This conspiracy is not a series of isolated incidences. It is a pattern of systemic abuse of power orchestrated by individuals within the North Everett Precinct and facilitated by corrupt officials within the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. Their crimes include, but are not limited to, fraud, the calculated manipulation of official processes, including the fabrication of a DCYF referral by Officer Brandon Gill on July 3rd, 2024, a fabrication made over a month after the fact in August to further the conspiracy to kidnap my sons and retaliate against my demands for accountability. Obstruction of justice, the repeated rejection of legitimate police reports, a blatant attempt to shield themselves and their accomplices. This includes their refusal to acknowledge officers holding me hostage before the premeditated kidnappings of my sons, and their refusal to accept reports about these kidnappings even after the fact. As of January 28th, 2025, they continue to obstruct justice and reject reports of crimes perpetrated by their officers and their co-conspirators. Deprivation of civil rights, the systematic denial of due process and equal protection under the law guaranteed by the United States Constitution to myself and others. Intimidation and silencing of victims, a concerted effort to instill fear and discourage victims from coming forward. Facilitating stalking, kidnapping, and further crimes. Actively enabling and participating in the stalking of me, in the kidnapping of my children, along with a multitude of other criminal acts. Abuse of a disabled minor. The intentional disruption of my son's routines, causing emotional distress, particularly to my son with autism, and hindering their development through their campaign of harassment and illegal actions. This abuse occurred over 12 times, despite their being informed of the potential consequences prior to their escalation of harassment, their decision to kidnap my sons, and their attempts to change custody in a deluded attempt to shield themselves from their ever-looming convictions. Custodial interference / kidnapping. Conspiring with my children's father, a multiple times convicted stalker and abuser. And my extortionist mother to threaten and kidnap my children. This also includes the neighbors who, according to the FBI, are guilty of stalking me, i.e. North Everett Precinct, DCYF, every individual actively stalking me in Unit 207 right this very moment at 6:52 a.m. today on January 29th.
And now at 8:31 a.m.
Snohomish County prosecutors, per the FBI, you are all going to be charged accordingly. Aiding and abetting the actions of various employees of DCYF and other agencies and institutions have aided and abetted this criminal enterprise. They have been instrumental in furthering the conspiracy through their actions, their silence, and their willingness to follow unlawful directives. And their willingness to follow unlawful directives. One more time for emphasis, because this is why so many of you are going to prison. And their willingness to follow unlawful directives. The Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office in particular has played a central and key role in this conspiracy. At least 2 prosecutors within this office are facing federal disbarment, a testament to the depth of their corruption. The events of August 23rd and September 26th, let me be clear about some specific instances involving law enforcement misconduct. August 23rd, 2024, 2 officers from the North Everett Precinct, along with 2 DCYF employees and Erica Owens, were dispatched to my residence. Their purpose was to facilitate the illegal, premeditated kidnappings of my sons. They refused to take reports regarding the hostage situation or the threats, and they aided and abetted the kidnapping. September 26, 2024, another officer from the North Everett Precinct arrived with individuals identified by the FBI as federal felons facing imprisonment.
Just a little note, at 8:33 a.m. PST, Unit 207 had a visit from someone on the exterior who's entered the condo. They're now briefing. Seems like all signs are to go ahead and to begin their incarcerations. Back to the recording. 8:33 a.m. PST, 1:29:25.
This officer moved private property to stalk me, peered into my living room, and attempted to illegally enter my home. The inevitable consequences: no immunity, no escape. To those who have participated in this conspiracy, from the officers of the North Everett Precinct to the corrupt prosecutors in the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office to the individuals in Unit 207 and their network of accomplices, there is no immunity for your crimes. You will be held accountable individually and collectively for every illegal act, every violation of trust, and every moment of suffering you have inflicted. To the woman in Unit 207 who believes still at this present day that she can escape justice by recruiting someone to take the fall for her and break and enter and kidnap or unlawfully detain me, The FBI's forensic psychologists have already analyzed you and the woman I refer to as Mini-Me upstairs that I renamed Tom Dooley, who is the lady that's been hacking and stalking me since April 2023 and who cut off the live stream last night and may or may not have cut off the live stream this morning. The forensic psychologists are perplexed by both of your delusions regarding getting someone to take the fall for you and break and enter and kidnap me. Back to the script. To you, who believes you can escape justice by recruiting someone, your delusion is staggering. Staggering. Forensic psychologists that work for the FBI are staggered by your dual delusion. There is no escape from the consequences of your actions. You face over 80 years in prison. And your desperate attempts to manipulate others is only going to add to the criminal counts you will be convicted for. To any potential recruits, a stark warning. To anyone considering joining this conspiracy or aiding these individuals in any way, do not be fooled. Do not be fooled. Do not be fooled. You will not be shielded from prosecution. You will not be rewarded for your loyalty to criminals. You will face the full force of federal law and you will share in those consequences. The individuals in Unit 207 are not offering you an opportunity. They are offering you a prison sentence. Something they've already offered to over 45 individuals they've sent illegally to my front door since the first week of August after 11 months of being told to stop stalking me, including with third and fourth parties. So again, they are not offering you an opportunity. They are offering you a prison sentence. Do not be fooled.
Do not be fooled.
Do not be fooled.
Do not be fooled.
Do not be fooled. They are not your friends. They are manipulators who have already readily sacrificed over 45 individuals since the first week of August by sending them illegally to my door. And they did so in a staggering attempt to save themselves. The FBI is watching. The evidence is overwhelming. The only path to potential leniency is to disassociate yourself from these criminals immediately and cooperate fully with the federal investigation. Go to the Seattle FBI field office, call them, send an email, surrender, cooperate fully. Time is of the essence. The FBI stating they're nearing their final stage is actually a fact, fools. Reiteration, key legal points. I reiterate for the record, no lawful court orders. There are no lawful court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Gwen, in existence from 2024 to present date. Any claims to the contrary are fraudulent, and any attempt to enforce such orders are illegal. Lack of personal service. I have not been personally served with any legal documents since February 2023, nor have I filed a notice of pro se appearance in any case. Illegal detention. I remain illegally detained within my own home as I have since August 6th, 2024. Financial damages. The conspirators are liable for substantial final damages exceeding $14 million. As outlined in my tort claim filed on August 14th, in case number 10-500-5934. They are also liable for $100,000 for each day they have illegally detained me since August 6th. and 10 million or 25 million, depending on whether or not they disturb my sleep, for each instance of stalking, attempted illegal entry, and attempted enforcement of fraudulent court orders. Instructions end recording a legal fortress. As instructed by the FBI, my front door has remained closed since January 2nd and or 3rd and will remain closed indefinitely. If any individual attempts to illegally enter my residence, I am instructed to remain seated. If you missed it, everyone who's going to prison will add domestic terrorism charges to all of their indictments if I am physically moved in any way, shape, or form, even an inch. So I've been instructed to remain seated, aim my cameras and YouTube live stream at the door and windows, say nothing other than to demand the 10 million or 25 million that they owe for their attempt to enforce a fraudulent court order and or illegal entry. Then I'm going to play the following recording, which I'll play at the end of this speech. It is the greetings recording from January 2nd, titled January 2nd, 11:57 p.m. Greetings to the 36 plus non-immune people currently illegally on my private property. This recording serves as a formal legal notification and an irrefutable piece of evidence, and per the FBI, just showing up to hear the recording means you've pled guilty to every crime there in the recording. A lot of felonies and civil rights violations, i.e. no immunity. Live stream protocol section. I previously redacted this, but these imbeciles upstairs have done this repeatedly over the last 24 hours. So obviously I got to read the whole fucking thing. Remember, each time you do that, according to the FBI, it's a minimum mandatory sentence of 3 to 7 years. Some of you have dozens of those criminal counts on your indictments. What the fuck are you doing? Live stream protocol section. Furthermore, let the record reflect that any interruption of this live stream, absent my explicit oral statement indicating the precise end time and confirming the commencement of a new live stream within 90 seconds or less, constitutes unlawful obstruction of justice and evidence tampering. This is not a mere technicality. It is a deliberate attempt to suppress the documentation of this ongoing investigation and to interfere with the collection of evidence. The FBI is fully aware of the repeated instances where this live stream has been illegally terminated by individuals associated with Unit 207 and their co-conspirators. Any such actions, past, present, or future, will be met with the full force of federal law. Each instance of unlawful termination of this live stream is a separate and distinct criminal act, and those responsible will be held accountable. These interruptions are not only an attack on my rights, but also a direct challenge to the integrity of the federal investigation. And all individuals who have taken part in this criminal act will also be facing federal charges for their crimes. There will be no leniency for those who attempt to tamper with evidence and obstruct justice. For those whose pattern of behavior I have been documenting for over 16 months, as this is a premeditated, coordinated effort to do so. No consent to strip searches. In the event that the FBI allows my kidnapping, unlawful arrest, or unlawful committal to secure those domestic terrorism charges for each individual going to prison, I will not consent to any strip searches under any circumstances. I will remain in my current attire until my release. Then there is an update to be inserted into the script from 10:43 p.m. January 23rd, 2025. I'm redacting that only for reading purposes. Again, you can read it yourself on facebook.com/mysticwin, loves only you. Then there's another update from 11:03 p.m. PST on January 21st. I'm redacting that, again, just for reading purposes. Conclusion. The end is near. The conspiracy is unraveling. The perpetrators are facing the consequences of their actions, and the FBI's investigation is nearing its final stage. To those who have abused their power, obstructed justice, and terrorized me and my family, your time is up. You will very shortly be held accountable. It's my understanding in less than a month and a half. To those who have been used and manipulated, you still have a chance to do the right thing. Drive down to the Seattle FBI field office, send some emails, make some calls. Be advised that you are absolutely at risk of retaliation, so be discreet. Cooperate fully. If asked to wear a wire, you fucking do that. You want to go to prison for your brothers in blue that are stalkers, child abusers, hostage holders? You want to go to prison for people who are moonlighting as child advocates who abuse disabled children intentionally to make them not like their mommy, and then work with a guy that's been arrested over 100 times in 8 states who tried to kill them to try and cover their financial liability and not get in trouble at work? You want to go to prison for that and have that be your legacy?
Do ya?
If the answer is no, what the fuck are you doing? Contact the FBI, you imbeciles, and cooperate. To the public, this case is a testament to the importance of vigilance, the power of documentation, and the unwavering pursuit of justice. The FBI has stated that they intend to use my case to set a precedent, and that everyone involved is going to reap exactly what they have sown. Thank you. Now we're going to play the greetings recording. Again, it is time-stamped for January 2nd. I don't know why that is. The FBI wanted it to be that way. It's some sort of legal or prosecutorial thing. Little nuances like that I can't tell you about because I'm not a member of the bar. Now, that being said, it is actually Wednesday, January 29th, 2025. It is 7:07 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Before I play that greeting recording, I'm going to make sure that this live stream is visible.
It is actually 8:47 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Remember, the criminals upstairs have tampered with and or obstructed the last 4 preceding live streams. Now, I am going to play the greetings recording as instructed. The FBI has said since the day that they had me record that greetings recording, that the recording, quote, says it all. And it says a lot of things. But to paraphrase, it says you have no immunity and you're guilty of all of the crimes listed, and you're going to get fired, and you're going to go to jail, and you're going to be ordered to pay me from your severance and 401k. Now, currently Nerd Squad, a selfie I took of myself a couple weeks ago, is visible on this. Before I play the greetings recording, I'm going to just click on this live stream that you're watching right now and make sure there's audio in the beginning, middle, and end, even though it's likely fucked up.
The beginning, middle, and end.
Even though it's likely fucked up.
The beginning, middle, and end.
Directly, and I have reiterated per their instructions in these live streams since October that their final illegal entry attempt, something they have attempted at this point in time over 38 plus times, using over 45 individuals criminally and illegally sent to my door starting the first week of August 2024, after, keyword here, after 11 months of me sending cease and desist letters telling them to stop stalking me, including using third and fourth parties, including those they had premeditated to kidnap my children, and those Unit 207 messed with the interface and brought me to a different video. February 27th, 2025. Not to be confused with the FBI informant operating under their direct guidance.
We have audio. 8:49 a.m. PST. Okay, let's play the greetings recording. Again, it's 8:49 a.m. PST, Wednesday, January 29th, 2025. My front door has remained closed since January 2nd or 3rd, and I'm still under orders to keep it closed indefinitely. Since I'm not an employee of the FBI, I'm only an informant. I can only speculate as to why that may be. I don't remember if I said this or not at the beginning of the live stream, and it'll be fine if I didn't, but I am obligated to say it. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm an informant since the last week of June 2024. It is 8:50 AM PST. Here's the greetings recording. Remember, the FBI says that this recording, quote, says it all.
It is 11:58 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. This is a live stream per the FBI's instructions of my new door greeting that I'm to save and to play for those people who are going to prison that have plans involving, once again, actively stalking me outside of my building. I don't know if this is tomorrow or multiple times over from tomorrow to Wednesday, just that the FBI has informed me to do so. So, in the event that you're hearing this, you're in front of my private property. Stop where you are. You are being recorded. By agreeing to come here, you are agreeing to be charged with obstruction of justice. You are agreeing to be charged with witness tampering. You are agreeing to be charged with stalking. You are agreeing to be charged with criminal trespass. You are agreeing to be charged with ADA violations. You are agreeing to be charged with civil rights violations. You are agreeing to be charged with conspiring with others to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, Section 1985, and any other crimes listed on the signs posted on my property. Let me be clear, you have no immunity for your actions. Any claims of immunity are fraudulent, just like every court order with my names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. The FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders with either of my names from that time period. If you choose to knock on my door or to continue standing on my private property, you are choosing to harass me and stalk me. And if you are attempting to goad me into opening my door to pull off another crime, be aware that you are making yourself personally liable. You will be forced to pay me directly from your severance, your 401k, and any other assets you have that will need to be liquidated. No position, excluding the FBI, has any immunity in this situation. I strongly advise you to verify this information with the FBI unless you and or your associates are some of the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives due to the crime spree of the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, dwindling Department of Child Abusers moonlighting as child protectors, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, the extortionist, Anne Marie et al. If you are unable to get verification on anything you have being fraudulent, it is because of your and their looming incarceration and soon to be unsealed indictments. Now get off my fucking private property and refrain from further crimes, as the signs on my exterior have stipulated for over a year. It is now 8:54 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, January 29th, 2025.
Originally, as I stated in that live stream, the live stream that initiated at 9 p.m. last night was intended to run till 9 a.m. The FBI has cleared me to just use this one since the North Everett Precinct of stalkers and fraudsters upstairs have obstructed and tampered with the last 4 preceding live streams. Some of you may be wondering, aren't you tired since they woke you up? You only got to sleep for such a little period of time. I have been acclimating to my sleep being fucked up by the imbeciles upstairs for the entire period of time they've illegally detained me. During the first 55 plus days, every time I went to sleep, I would have a recurring nightmare that they were once again criminally and illegally banging on my door to kidnap my sons after I once again had reported them and asked them directly not to proceed for the months leading up to them doing it. And now we are where we are. And some of them are pretending they have a legal basis for their actions. Some of them are still pretending they're going to put Erica Owens and somebody else maybe in jail like myself to save their careers. And they are all going to prison for the rest of their lives. I'm hungry. I'm kind of excited for when they do break in, because it means I'll be paid and get some fucking produce. And if you're wondering, well, are you wrong about anything? As everybody knows that's going to prison, I'm not wrong about a damn thing. Back to the stupid podcast I'm listening to.
Who spent the next year and a half showing up to class, not doing any of the work, daydreaming, thinking about, honestly, like building like a business, theme parks, wanting to be like in movies. I would literally just daydream about that, but no action, just daydreaming, and just not show up to finals, play video games, daydream. That was for about a year and a half. Or after the first 2 semesters, or every semester when we got our grades, my mom would be like, hey, what's up? And I felt bad, when I think about it now, because I didn't get in-state tuition. I had to go out of state. So my mom.
That's a lot of money.
My mom did not plan for a lot of this for whatever reason. So
Your parents weren't swimming in money either.
They were not. Like my mom, when we first moved there, my dad worked at a chemical plant. My mom worked at McDonald's and a consulting company. So it's like that's kind of their start, and they're successful now. But that was a lot of work. But I remember, I remember just like messing around, and then when grades would come, I was good at Photoshop. I would take all my D's and F's and C's, and I would put A's and B's. And occasionally throw in a C there so I can get yelled at and be like, I know I'm trying, I fucked up. But I was flunking. And then my mom was putting a lot on a credit card. When I say a lot, to do out-of-state tuition and not that good of a school.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I didn't see it that way when you're in it, right?
You're right.
We're like a privileged sense, kind of in a bubble. Like I had a job when I was in high school, but like I didn't understand how like there's kids fighting for grants for shit. They're like trying to get money somewhere else. They're getting loans, and I'm just like not thinking. My mom put her money on a credit card for me to go to school.
Yeah, you don't really have the true context of that at that age, and like you really are just in like this. You're selfish. Like your needs are first, and who cares about mom and dad's struggles? Like, yeah, that age is super
really
asshole.
Selfish, really,
it's asshole years.
Hardcore asshole. And then it got to the point where my mom was like, "Hey, it's getting really expensive. I might have to go in back to school, like maybe community college in Georgia." And I was like, and I think I had to like show the transfer grades to get over to perimeter or to the community college back in Georgia. And I don't know, I just felt this sense of like I needed to stop living this lie. And I think that was also probably a big step in the sense that maybe weight of carrying that, I've told this to you before, but a lot of my life I've always been a performer in the sense of like, you suppressing your emotions, put on a smiley face. What do people need Gilbert to be? I will be that. I was a chameleon. So I had a very big identity problem.
I can relate to that as a like people pleaser.
Big people pleaser.
Like shapeshifter, whatever.
Oh, yeah. Whatever you need, I got you.
Yeah.
Then you're asking yourself, wait, what do I even stand for? What are my values? What do I believe in? What do I love? What do I hate? I don't know. I'm just trying to like be accepted by everyone.
Just mold into whatever.
Oh yeah. Big time.
Yeah.
And I remember finally telling my mom. And I was like, oh, fuck. I had basically flunked out of college. It's like a huge no-no. And for context for people, I know like flunking out of college is crazy, but like Asian family, immigrant family, there's a lot of weight there too. A lot of money was spent. And I remember telling my mom, and I was getting ready to be like slapped in the face. Because I'm also like the rebellious type. Like I'd talk back throughout my life. My sister is more like the quiet one. I was always like the one pushing the envelope with my parents. And I was getting ready to get slapped, get hit. And I told my mom, told her I lied. I'm like tearing up. I'm like, feeling so much shame. And then I remember my mom, I really thought she was going to hit me. She's a disciplinary one. I remember she took me and she said, "Let's go for a drive." And then we got in the car, and all we did while she just let me like explain everything and stop, she just drove and say, "It's okay." I was not expecting that.
Really?
I was not expecting that.
Did
at all.
she
There was
maybe
so
low
much
key?
grace there. I don't even know where that came from at the time, but it was a lot.
That makes me emotional because I think she tapped into something deeper, which is my son is not okay. Who cares about the money? Who cares about college at this point? I think that is, I know you said she's a disciplinarian, but there is maybe an intuition that she had where she's like, okay, I think my son's in trouble beyond just, and
I think you're right.
yeah.
I think she sensed that. I'm very grateful for that because it could have gone so many different ways. And I was generally like shocked that happened. I didn't know how to process it in the moment. And she was like, "It's okay. It's fine." After I calmed down, she's like, then it was more like, hey, let's talk about it. Like, that's bad. And I think the reason why that all came out, what I was saying earlier about being a people pleaser, I think that was probably the tipping point, at least at that phase in my life, where it's like always lying, always like changing the truth, always trying to get out of something. Like, it all just caught up to that moment. I was like, I didn't realize how much of a burden I was carrying my whole life, even as a kid, of all that stuff. That was like the first big revelation of like, whoa, like lying, and like performing and not expressing myself honestly. It was that was crazy. That was crazy. So it was funny. It all just came out of that one moment.
It's been really nice watching you grow up. And it's weird to say because we're not that far in age, but the Gilbert I knew when we first met to the Gilbert you are now is like unrecognizable. Like you became a man. Like you not only became a man, but you became someone like not a people pleaser, but someone like who is a really well respected, like intelligent, grounded, kind, generous, like you're just it's weird to say, like I said at your wedding, it's like you're not the kid anymore,
Yeah.
And
I can say the same to you. You are so different, dude.
I am? Gil, come on, be real. But also tell me how.
We've talked, we can get into it.
But anyways, it's so weird that you don't see yourself like as it's happening change, right?
Yeah.
You only I guess now since I'm 40, I look back, I'm like, oh my God, like what the fuck was I thinking back then? But yeah, we've been
I would say we're very different from when we met each other. At least I feel that way. And I feel, and there's still the things I bet we can both recognize in each other, those still strongholds that are still there, and they can kind of seep up. I think we can both see that in each other. But it's like, it's not supposed to go away forever.
No, I mean, like, some of those fractured parts of who you are there to stay.
Yeah.
And it also is what makes you special. It also is what makes you like different from the pack.
I will say, I don't think they have the stuff that I've seen in you. I don't think they have a grip on you like they used to.
Maybe not. I certainly not at this stage in my life. Like I just have shit. Like 2025 is really testing me, and it's only January.
I cannot wait for 2025 worms to come out.
Oh my God, I'm probably gonna get worms this year. I mean, at the rate we're going. Yeah. I just really.
We'll do a part 2.
We will do a part 2 because
I gotta tell you the pickup artist shit is wild. How that even came to be.
I can't. It still angers me. So that's the part I don't like about you. Still.
Honestly, that part about me, there's some good things that came out of that.
Let's just say it quickly. Okay, Gilbert got into watching VH1 and reality shows, and one of the shows on there. Go ahead. I'll give you a quick synopsis. One of the shows on there was The Pickup Artist, and basically this guy was showing men how to.
Neil Strauss, and he's changed now, like how we've all transformed.
He basically was showing men how to pick up women, but it was so disgusting, cringy, and literally like the.
Like the guy's name was Mystery.
Yeah.
The one with the top hat, and he'd wear a boa, and the reason he wore a boa. A term they would call it like old school pickup would be called peacocking. That's where the term peacocking, where it's like you wear a boa to club and women are like, who's that guy?
Yeah, and so Gilbert made this guy his fucking Lord and Savior, and he followed the fucking all of these rules like it was the fucking Bible.
Dude, there's such a better story to this, bigger story.
And then so when I would see him, when I first met Gilbert, and I would see him like interact with girls, I would be like, what on earth are you doing?
I remember one time that we were at your favorite place, the Virgil. What's crazy about the pickup artist stuff? That started when I met you. So I was starting that transition to getting into it. Like you really saw me at the inception of that. Like
Hello has phone.
like you saw me at the inception of that weird phase. But God, there's so much to say about it. I don't know. Should we talk about it?
I do, but we'll save it for a part 2. We need to do a part 2.
But I do remember one of like the top peak pickup days was like going to the Virgil with you, and then like I remember being with Gardo. Gardo wasn't married yet, wasn't dating anyone yet.
Yeah, but Gardo's way of picking up. You know how he would pick up chicks?
Yeah, his looks. I get it.
No, he's cute. He's a cute guy.
He's a cute
but
guy.
no, he would literally tell girls to be like, "Hey, you want to come over? Bring a helmet and a sack of bananas."
See, that's basically what I learned from pickup is being that confident to say stupid shit.
And then he would get drunk and he'd turn to the girl and be like, "We're gonna die tonight," and it worked. And we would all be like, "What the fuck is happening?"
Honestly, that's not too far from what I was doing. I remember at the Virgil, Gardo was with me, and there was like we called them sets of 3. So what you have to do, we have a 2 set, a 3 set. You look at your wingman, you wink, you know what to do. One of them talks to the girl. You don't ew me. It's easy for you to just go ta-ta. My nips are out. I go, my balls are out. I'm in jail. Very different. So I remember I was like 3 girls, 3 sisters. It was a birthday girl, and I was like, I'm going for the birthday girl. So what I did, Gardo started talking to the birthday girl. I was like, I only want to talk to the sisters. I just want to make the sisters laugh. And that's when the idea of negging, where I literally put my back against the birthday girl. I was just talking to the sisters. And I remember you, Quinta, looking at me. I think Renzo was there too. And you guys were like, what the fuck is he doing?
I think negging is truly like elementary, and I want to kick you in the nuts just forever having negged the girl.
You say that, but if I could just see your life, I bet there's so many times guys have negged you that you were just like, you don't even know what's happening, Kalila. Kalila, you don't even know.
You're saying that your negging, your type of negging, would have worked on a girl like me. I would have spat in your eyeball, sir.
And I would have caught that on my mouth and went, What's your name? Hold on, let me talk to your friend first. That's literally how far I would take that shit because it becomes so ridiculous.
Listen,
and then you know that the guys flirt. You know that I literally
Bullshit.
talk to the sisters, and at one point I would put my butt out to the other girl like this. And she didn't start laughing. I'm like, oh, can I talk to your sister? Can I take the birthday girl for a dance?
Okay, if it's funny, sure, but like
now she's changing her tune because this happened to her.
If I am a wounded bird. I was a wounded bird for a long, long time. But because I'm so wounded, any inkling of rejection, I'd run away. So if you even neg me a little bit, I'm like, oh, he doesn't like me, I'm out. Like I don't try to win you over. I'm so deeply hurt that you probably said one tiny thing about me that I will disappear and take a taxi home. You know what I mean?
I don't believe that about you, though.
No, but I'm saying my younger years.
Yeah.
My younger years. Not anymore. I'd be like, let's just spin your eyeball, like I said. Like, you're ugly. Get away.
Do you do well with negging?
No, I don't.
So if a guy makes fun of you or girl.
Before I would literally just be sad and like depressed and cry.
Ooh, yeah, I guess guys, the lesson is don't neg the coons. Don't neg this family.
Hey, also that's not how you say my last name. 10 years?
You can't say my last name.
Galon.
Okay.
You know what? You can't say your last name. I had to teach you how to say it.
Galen? Gilbert Galen? I say Galon.
It's Galon.
Galon.
Yeah. You can't Americanize
I'm not saying
it.
gallon. I said that for the past 25 years. I've said gallon.
I know, and I corrected you about your own last
I
name.
say galon. And people now don't say that still.
It's like when I tell people my name and they're like, oh, it's Kalila. And they're like, oh, how do you spell it? It's like Kha. No, it's Khalila. And they correct me. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, they're
You're
like,
probably correct.
inshallah.
You're probably correct. But Gil, thank you so much for doing this. We have to do this again.
Can we recap? What did we learn about? Let's tie everything into Filipinos.
Okay.
Because we're trying to get this Jollibee sponsorship, which we will.
Here's what I'll recap. Both of you like the sensation of holding your poo for reasons unknown. Worms are fun.
No, worms are fun for you. So no
worms are fun.
No foot five for you.
Negging does not work.
Strip clubs.
Strip clubs spend as much money as max out at strip clubs. They deserve it.
Recap: the best time to experience a strip club for the first time is with her. I will say that. The energy is insane. Dave & Buster's energy. It's crazy how you want to play skee ball so much.
What else? Jollibee is if you are entering a Filipino household,
yes,
know that the spaghetti might be sweet.
Yes.
Um,
And Filipino, how would you say it? Like perspective of romance can ruin a high schooler's chance at love.
right. If you
How would you
are
frame that?
if you are a Filipino from the Philippines coming to America, the whole legal thing does not work on the girls here. Although I wish it did because it is so sweet
It's romantic.
and it's romantic,
People
and I
don't like it.
wish we brought that kind of romance back into this fucking landscape of situationships that just hurt so many feelings.
And that's why pickup exists.
The pickup artist, there's a reason he's bye-bye. We
That's
don't
true.
use those tactics anymore on women, certainly not negging. We say, you're beautiful, you're great, I'm interested in you, I want to talk to you. You be direct with them. They appreciate that. You don't
Direct
say
direct is good.
direct is great. It works on everybody. And Bandcamp people truly are horny.
It's crazy.
And so with that, we will see you next week. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Jules. Thank you, Gilbert. Round 2 maybe soon.
Yes, round 2. Subscribe to the Patreon as well.
And subscribe to the Patreon because that's where I'm keeping all my secrets.
What do you mean by that? Let's cut an ad right now. What do you mean by that?
Well, my life's been a little different lately.
Oh shit! What?
Don't
Like-
you want to know?
like
Don't
if
you
I-
want to subscribe?
If I go to Patreon, I'll learn some things about your life that I won't see for free on YouTube.
Maybe. Who's to say, Gil?
Oh shit!
Go to Patreon, look for Trash Tuesdays, sign up. We'd love to see you there. And yeah, we'll see you guys next week. Bye.
This is the worst podcast performed by Midnight Noise. This is the worst, but we are going to make the best of the worst. It took years for him to accept me into the family. And then, like, it's like bye. Totally. By the time he was like, I love you. Like, by the time he was like, you're the best thing that's ever happened. You're all like, gotcha. I was like, see ya.
She liked the Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, exactly.
Guys, this episode of Delusion is brought to you by Olipop. If you like to fuel your delusion on the daily, get yourself
I'm throwing on the episode from yesterday of Joe Rogan, episode 2263. Gad sad.
Find out about like murders and danger and scary things, and and then their realm of knowledge expands to
What amazes me is seeing my children get a political awakening. So my son, who's really precocious, he's 13. My daughter is 16. She wasn't as into it, but during the last U.S. elections, maybe because of the TikTok stuff and so on, she sort of woke up to it, and she would come to me and say, why do we like Trump? Why don't we like? And so I saw an awakening in her that my son already had. I mean, he literally will sit with me, watch. I mean, Tucker's no longer on, but he would watch Tucker with me and have conversations with me when he was 11, 12. My daughter came a bit later into the game, but it's so rewarding to see them wake up to these things and have meaningful conversations with me on these topics. It's beautiful.
God, I didn't know anything about politics. Blissfully unaware when I was 13.
Is that right?
Right, but I did worry about Russia. When I was in high school, everybody was terrified. Before the fall of the Soviet Union, we were terrified that we were going to go to war with Russia. It was like a thing that was hovering over our head every day.
Yeah.
That was kind of all I knew about politics. Like, Russia bad, United States good. Russia bad, wants to kill United States. Like, that's what we were basically told. All the movies like Red Dawn, Russia invades America.
Can I incorporate some professorial elements to what you just
Please
said?
do.
So one of my intellectual heroes is John von Neumann, who was a Hungarian Jewish polymath. He was a mathematician. He was a game theorist. And one of the things that he did, he was one of the pioneers of using game theory. Do you know what game theory is?
Yes.
In economics? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Do you want me to explain it?
Yeah,
for you?
yeah, please.
So a classic example of a game theory context would be the prisoner's dilemma, right? You capture two prisoners, you take them apart, as the cops do, each of them can either squeal, confess or not. And depending on whether, so there are 4 possibilities. Both can confess, one confess, the other one. So it's a 2x2 matrix. And there are different payoffs in each of these matrices. And then the question is, what is the optimal behavior? So that's called game theory, because you use game theoretic, framework to model what should be some optimal behavior. Well, in the context of the Cold War, that's when game theory was first being applied. The Russians the Soviets can nuke us or not, we can nuke them or not.
Mm-hmm.
So there are all these models that were developed. So, for example, mutually assured destruction is a outshoot of understanding game theory. And so for the ones who are watching the show, John von Neumann is the definition of how I think an intellectual should be. Very broad thinker. He can both discuss mathematics or economics or game theory. He died, I think, too young, but he got his PhD at the age of 23. Check him out, John von Neumann.
Wow, 23.
23 years old from Hungary. Incredible.
Wow. Yeah. People like that just make you feel like such a dummy.
I mean, I was impressed with myself because I got my PhD in my late 20s.
That's still pretty good.
Well, he beat me by many, many years, so I'm a little ant compared to him.
It gets bizarre when you see like young teenagers that are in college already because they've gone through their entire high school course.
Yeah.
By the time they're 14, 15 years old.
Yeah.
Now it's 16, you're in college.
Yeah.
So strange.
Now, of course, as you know, the danger of that is that you're not at the right social developmental phase.
Of course. Yeah.
So yes, you can solve calculus really easily,
Right.
but you can't speak with people who are 4 years older than you. So you end up
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. So it's so I'm not sure if I support this kind of fast tracking, because there's an element of just being with the right people at the right age.
That is true, but also when you have an extraordinary mind, you want to give that extraordinary mind fuel. You have someone who caught lightning in a bottle, and you want to help that.
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe there's a way to do it where the parents come with the kid to school or something like that. But isn't it strange though that you and I at our age, the idea of talking to someone 4 years older than us is like, so what?
Yeah.
Like, what's the big deal? Isn't it weird? Like
Yeah.
accelerated learning that you have as a child is so rapid and so profound that a 4-year age gap is nuts.
Well, speaking of accelerated learning, my biggest regret, I may have discussed this with you before or not, but my parental regret is that we never taught our children all of the languages that we speak at home. So my mother tongue is Arabic, and I also learned French because from Lebanon and then moving to Montreal. Then I learned English, and I also speak Hebrew. And then my wife, because she's Lebanese Armenian, she speaks Armenian. So between the two of us, we speak 5 languages. But here's the rub. If I speak to them in Arabic or Hebrew, my wife won't understand. If she speaks to them in Armenian, I won't understand. So we just settled on French and English. So rather than them now being these super exotic, 5 language speaking kids, they only speak the very vanilla French and English.
Yeah, but it's still 2.
It's well,
99% of
compared to
Americans.
Americans, I agree. They don't even master one language.
We barely know English.
Very
We had to
language.
have separate versions of English.
I was
Slangs and dialects.
I posted on X that I was coming to Texas. I'm also soon going to South Carolina, to Georgia, to Florida, to Mississippi. And so I said, if I'm going to fit in the South, since I'm doing this big, what are some absolute must expressions that I must have? So the ones I came up with, and you'll add to that, I'm fixing to leave.
Okay.
Bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
Y'all.
Y'all.
All y'all. That's all I got.
Yeah, don't use any of those.
No?
No.
Why?
No, because
It's too cliche.
they're going to know you're faking it.
They're gonna know I'm faking it because I'm not tall enough to be a Texan.
Oh, there's some
All
short
right.
Texans. Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym. It's also about your nutrition. But even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed in water. It's such an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They're seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this. But the thing is, like, saying it like that, you can't. If you don't have a Southern accent and you're throwing y'alls around, people are like, get out of here with that. Yeah. It's just a weird one. And not that the accent here is so dense. Like the Texas accent is probably much stronger in the rural areas. Yeah. Or in small cities and stuff like that. Austin is pretty mixed with a bunch of people from all over the place. So I think even the general Texas accent here is fairly muted. Yeah. Do you agree with that, Jamie? Does that make sense?
Definitely, y'all's are
A lot of
thrown
y'all
around, but that's about it.
Right, but it's not Texas accent like you
exactly.
hear in other parts of the state. There's other parts of the state you talk to people like that's a motherfucking Texas accent. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a very specific way that they talk that's pretty cool. But it's very distinct, you know. It makes you know where you're at. Like New Yorkers. Like if you're in New York and you go to an Italian deli and you're talking to this fucking guy and he's making you a sandwich, you know, like my friend Giovanni. It's fun. It's like they're talking the way they talk. It's like it's a very specific way of talking. It's cool.
I was going to say that you're going to get me in trouble because I think I mentioned to you last time that the biggest trouble I ever faced was 2 shows ago when I was here, and I made a joke about the French-Canadian accent.
Yes, you did.
So
I get very excited.
I am hereby stating that in nature, the most beautiful auditory orgasm is to listen to the French-Canadian.
But now they think you're lying. Because now you're
no,
a
I just learned.
You're a flip-flopper. Flip-flopper is a weird one to me. Because it's like, wait a minute. What do you do when you encounter new information? Right. Don't you change your mind? Like this idea that someone who's running for office, especially, right? It's always like presidential candidates and Senate candidates.
You should always be consistent. Yeah.
Which is so crazy. Like, shouldn't you learn from new information?
So in behavioral decision-making, psychology of decision-making, there's a whole field that studies what are the types of cognitive traps that people succumb to precisely to not alter their original position. And Leon Festinger, I don't know if you know, he's the pioneer who developed the theory of cognitive dissonance. And so he has an amazing quote, which I use in one of my earlier books in The Parasitic Mind, where he basically says the types of mental machinations that the average human being will engage in to make sure that there's cognitive consistency in his mind. Because incoming information that contradicts my anchored position makes me feel icky. So what are the kinds of mental gymnastics I'm going to go through to make sure that everything stays consistent in my mind? Which, as you might imagine, is a big obstacle for me because I'm in the business of administering mind vaccines to people, right? Getting them to think properly. But if the reality is that the architecture of the human mind is not built to change their positions, then I'm up Schitt's Creek.
Well, if you pay attention to X, you will see you are up Schitt's Creek. Because especially liberal people on X, like super hyper liberal people that are unwilling to look at any positive aspects of any sort of Republican ideas or policies, or it's like that's what they're doing. They're doing that 100%.
Albeit, there are a few people that have come around, let's say to Trump. No, don't you think?
Oh, yeah.
So
a lot of people have. But it's like they had to see, 4 years of an awful administration to go, oh, okay, wait a minute. I think these people are bullshitting. I think these people are fully incompetent. I don't think that guy's really the president. I think there's like a bunch of financial institutions and deep state operatives that are involved in this whole thing. Like, and that's did you see that interview with Mike Johnson when he was talking about conversations that he had with Biden about liquid natural gas?
I don't think so.
And that Biden had signed an executive order and it limited liquid natural gas.
Oh, and then he said, I didn't do that.
He said he didn't do it.
That's right.
And so he couldn't get a meeting with Biden. They wouldn't let him have a meeting. It took a year before he got a meeting, and there was a bunch of people in the room in that meeting. And he wanted to be alone with Biden, but Biden kicked everybody out, so they had to listen. So when Biden kicked everybody out, then he was talking to him, and then he found out that Biden didn't even read these executive orders. He was gone, man. We knew he was gone. I said he was gone in 2020.
Yeah.
The presidency ages you faster than radiation. Whatever the fuck happens when you're in that, when you have all that information and all that pressure and like the whole world's watching you and then there's fucking chaos everywhere and probably a bunch of terrifying shit that most people don't have information on, but you do. And all of a sudden you have this crazy position, like you age like crazy. So he was already gone 4 years ago. So 4 years of getting cooked by being the president, like that poor guy.
So I'll tell you a background story, because we're talking about Trump, and of course he came on the show. I was speaking to one of the senior advisors prior to him agreeing to come on your show. And I was saying, hey, I would love to have President Trump for a chat and so on. He goes, oh, that's fantastic. What would you like to talk about? What angle would you like to do, to pursue? And I said, well, I think that a lot of people have this wrong impression of President Trump. If he was given a long format setting where we could just chat, people would see that he's funny and he's not this over. And of course, he came on your show. There's no point coming on my show once he's been on your show. And I think you did exactly that with him. So that a lot of people, several people that I know who hated Trump, after they sort of watched on your show, they're like, he's kind of cool. And so that was exactly what I was hoping to do had I had the privilege of having him chat with me. And of course, you pulled it off.
Yeah, that's the only way to talk to people. And I wanted to do that with Harris too. I wanted to be able to talk to her as a human, just have a conversation with you. I know there's a human in there. I know this whole system's fucked, but I've talked about this before, but there's this one interview that she does where she talks about meeting her mother and father-in-law for the first time. And it's so funny when she talks about her mother-in-law grabbing her face. It goes, "Oh, look at you." You said she's laughing, but she's laughing genuine. It's not that weird performative laugh that she does sometimes. It's really funny. And I'm like, there's a human in there. Like, that would be fun to just talk to a person.
Obviously you've spoken to thousands of people for 3-hour chunks. Do you think, had you had the opportunity, you would have been able to pull out 3 hours of worthwhile conversation with her?
I don't know. You don't know until you do it. You know, you don't know also based on people's conversations with other people, because people are different. Just some people, they go into conversations like it's an interview, right? And so they can't establish a flow, right? A conversation like where you and I are having is a dance.
Exactly.
We're both moving. We have to like.
I actually call it a tango, like literally.
It is a tango. It's a tango. It's a dance, and you have to know that. And some people literally are having these things and don't know it's a tango.
Yeah.
They think that it's an opportunity for them to expose people's flaws or catch people in viral moments or an opportunity to flex your intellect. There's a bunch of things. So it fucks with the flow, because as a person listening, I want to feel a genuine conversation. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Right. And you can get that out of almost anybody if they're willing to do it, but that you have to be skillful in how you negotiate it and how you do it. You have to think about it like it's like a dance.
So I'm gonna maybe be a bit more less charitable than you. I don't think she's capable of doing it, because it takes a couple of things to be able to do what you just said. Number one, it takes vulnerability, in that you're laying yourself out there. Right now, I'm speaking straight without any script, and I might say something stupid that's going to be caught by millions of people, but I'm willing to take that chance for the joy of sitting and chatting with you. But if you're tight and you can't let yourself go, if you don't have the self-assuredness to be able to be vulnerable, then you can't. That's why she could only speak in those little chunks.
Perhaps, but it's also perhaps who is she talking to? Do they have the ability to, do they have the personality? Do they have whatever it is that allows people to be comfortable and have a conversation? Because all these conversations is just like the way I talk about like these rambling speeches that she does, which she kind of rambles on. It's because I know what it's like. She's trying to dismount. She doesn't know how to dismount. So it's pressure, right? But how is she verbally when there's no pressure? I bet she's a lot better. Everybody is. So that's the goal.
Yeah.
The goal is to talk to her like a human. Like there was a few things they didn't want to talk about. I said, I don't care. We can talk about fucking groceries. I don't give a shit. We talk about flowers. I don't give a fuck. I just want to talk. Like, let's talk. You don't want to talk. Anybody who doesn't want to talk about something, I don't need to talk to them about that.
Right.
You know, if you've had a UFO experience, you don't want to talk about it. Like, okay,
let's talk about ghosts. Like, what do you think about Bigfoot? Like, I'll find out what you're about.
We did. You and I talked about Bigfoot last
Yeah.
time when you explained to me how you got off the Bigfoot train.
Yeah, I want to believe. That's the problem.
Yeah.
The problem with Bigfoot is the same
Oh, here
problem
we
that
go.
I have with. No, I don't believe, but it's the same problem that I have with UFOs.
Yeah.
The problem is I am very biased. Look, there's a fucking UFO right behind me. Very, very biased. There's a UFO on the desk. Look, that's the sport model from Bob Lazar, what he found in the Area S4, Area 51.
Okay.
I am I'm a romantic in that way. I want to believe in stupid shit.
Right. Right.
I do. So I have to be careful. I have to be careful in what do I actually believe versus what do I want to believe. Like, what does the data show me? And the data shows me, especially what I know now from being a hunter for 12 years and spending a lot of time in the woods and knowing how many people are out there and how many people have phones and cameras and how many trail cameras there are and how many we have like real accurate. There's only 2 jaguars that we know of that are in North America, and they know exactly where they are. Like, you telling me just telling me this fucking giant ape is wandering around Seattle
Without anybody seeing him. Right.
It's just not likely. Also, there's a bunch of also reasonable explanations. First of all, have you ever been to the Pacific Northwest? You've been up
I've been to Seattle.
The woods up there are fascinating because it's essentially a rainforest. So there's so much rain that the forest is dense like these fingers.
Right.
Like, it's like a box of Q-tips. That's what I always describe it as. Like, there's no spaces. It's just trees everywhere.
Right.
There's no like big open spaces where if you go to Montana, you go to the woods, there's mountains and there's trees, but there's like space in between the trees.
It's expansive.
There's no fucking space up there.
Right.
It's a rainforest. It's like this.
Right.
You don't see shit. And bears are known commonly to walk on 2 legs. They do it all the time. I've seen bears personally with my own eyes. I've seen bears in the woods walk on 2 legs.
Right.
They do it all the time. So if you're looking in between all these trees and something 100 yards away is going in between trees and standing up tall, you just saw Bigfoot.
Right.
Meanwhile, you saw a black bear.
Yeah. Exactly.
Normal, everyday, average black bear, standing on its back legs. They do it all the time, and they could easily be 7 feet tall.
So, earlier we were talking about how would you change your opinion once you have a position that's anchored.
Yeah.
So, and now you're saying, I'd love to believe in this stuff, but then incoming information comes in, and then I kind of have to accept the fact that I can't believe this stuff. Well, that, in a sense, was the exact topic of my doctoral dissertation. I actually celebrated 30 years. In 2024.
What examples did you use?
So I brought in subjects into the lab. So let me tell you what the topic was, and then I'll tell you how I ran it. So the idea was to study what are called stopping strategies, which means when is it that a person has acquired enough information to stop and make a choice? Now, why is that important? Because classical economic theory argues that if you're going to maximize your utility when you're making a decision, you should look at all of the available information. You can't choose the card that maximizes your utility if you leave some information unturned. So that's called the normative theory, meaning that's how you ought to behave normatively if you want to be a perfect decision maker, a rational decision maker. But objectively speaking, that's not what we do, right? Like you and I, every decision that we make every day, we don't sample all of the relevant and available information before we make a choice. We sample until we have sufficiently differentiated between the choices that you say, there's no point in sampling more information. I now have enough information to vote for Trump. I have enough information to marry this girl, to choose this employer. So that's called the stopping strategy. So I was studying the cognitive strategies that people use when they're making the stopping decision. So what I did, so to answer your question of how I went about doing it, I brought in people into the lab and I made them make sequential binary choices. Binary choices means it's a choice between 2 alternatives. Sequential means that they acquire one piece of information at a time on these 2 alternatives. This was done on a computer, and it's called the process tracing algorithm, meaning that it keeps track of every single behavior that the decision maker is making. It does that in the background. And so what I was looking at they could acquire up to 25 attributes, let's say choosing between apartments. And I was tracking the cognitive processes that they were using and deciding when to stop and choose apartment A or choose apartment B. And then later, I applied that to other types of decisions. For example, mate choice, right? So you could apply for anything. You could apply choosing between fitness instructors, choosing between political candidates to vote for anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why it's binary, it's because it only operates once you're down to 2 final alternatives. You might have used another process to go from 10 alternatives. Like let's say the primaries in the US system, we first go through Republican primary, then we choose one final one, and then we go through a Democratic primary, we choose one, and then the final 2 go head to head. That's when my model comes in. And so my model really explains how we make decisions across a bewildering number of cases, specifically how we stop and say, I'm marrying her, I'm hiring him, I'm voting for him. So it was a big deal.
So a tipping point of information, like when you have enough information to make rational quality decision.
Exactly. So what you do actually is you set, I mean, if I could show it to you on a curve, it would really be cool. It's you set a what's called a differentiation threshold, which basically says that I have now sufficiently teased apart the Mazda and the Toyota, that I've hit that threshold, that I'm sufficiently convinced that that decision would never be overturned, even if I sampled all of the remaining information.
That's a good example. Because when people are looking at cars and they're trying to figure it out, like you start going over, especially today, start going over all the details and different things they do, and then you get online, like what's more reliable,
And some people use what's called the core attributes heuristic, which basically is there might be 60 attributes that I might look at in a car, but I really care only about 4 attributes. I will sample those 4, whichever car is ahead after those 4, I'll buy that car. And so I studied all of those decision rule strategies.
What about emotions though? Doesn't that play in there?
Great question. So later, once I had gotten my PhD, I started incorporating various
it's time to
types
do
of
the little
emotional
tour of the
states
house
to
that
see
the
where
FBI
people
wants
shift
every
those
24
stopping
hours.
thresholds. So one thing I did, it never got published, and we can talk about that. So I wanted to look at what happens to those stopping thresholds for dysphorics. Do you know what dysphorics mean?
Like gender dysphoria?
No, not gender dysphoria, emotional. So dysphoria is like a mild state of a clinical depression. It's not, I'm going to kill myself, but my wife left me, my dog died, life sucks. So that's called dysphoria. It's the opposite of euphoria. So there is a psychometric scale that you could administer to people to measure their dysphoria score. And so I wanted to see whether non-dysphorics, people who don't suffer from dysphoria, would make their stopping decisions in a different way than dysphorics. And I didn't have any a priori hypotheses. Why? Because the literature was very confused. Some theories said that dysphorics, by virtue of them being helpless and apathetic, life sucks, will actually acquire less information before they commit to a choice. Then there was another school of thought that thought, no, dysphorics are so helpless that one of the ways that they can gain control over their lives is to look at more information. So because I couldn't come up with any a priori hypotheses, and being an honest scientist, I said, I'm not going to posit any hypotheses. I'm just going to run it and see what I get. So I think I had 18 different measures that were comparing the dysphorics, maybe 17 measures that were comparing the dysphorics to the non-dysphorics, of which on 16 out of the 17, I got no effects, right? Now that to me was worthy of publishing, meaning that in this particular task, dysphoria doesn't seem to moderate the behavior. I sent it to the STOP journal, actually called Cognition and Emotion. You were asking about emotion. The editor writes back to me, yeah, gorgeous study, beautiful design, beautiful. Unfortunately, given the number of null effects you got, I can't publish it. Now, this is literally called in science the null effects bias, or the drawer, which means what? You only end up publishing findings that give you an effect, and you put into the disappearance bin all of the findings that didn't get any effects. So when you then run a meta-analysis, when you run a meta-analysis, you have an actual accurate depiction of the totality of findings, I won't even mention his name, although he's worthy of being ashamed of the gentleman show. And I wrote to him, I said, I really think that, you're succumbing to the power effect bias because it's worthy to publish this. This was, I think, in 1998. It's information. It's information that is worthy of.
That concludes the little tour. Do
scientific
keep in
information.
mind
Know
the
about
fat
it.
guy upstairs that has an
I
anger
probably-
problem who
one of
abuses
the first times I
children.
heard it discussed was on this show.
As of 3 a.m., he
Get
thought
that
that you guys were
attention.
going to be
But
breaking
it's
and
not on the
entering
record.
today.
What a shame.
That is a shame. This episode is brought
The
to you
FBI
by
thinks
ZipRecruiter.
that
It's
was
that
wrong.
time again where we all look ahead and plan out what we want to accomplish in the new year. There's the usual resolutions like wanting to travel more, get a promotion, or get healthier, which I think is a good thing to do any time of the year. If your goal is to hire more talented people for your business, though, you've got it pretty easy because you can use ZipRecruiter. You can even try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/Rogan. When it comes to hiring, ZipRecruiter does a lot of the work for you. It's powerful. Matching technology works fast to find candidates for your role. There's also a feature that lets you invite top candidates to apply for your job. That's a smart way to encourage people to apply sooner. Here's to a new year of hiring made easier with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free. Go to ziprecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ziprecruiter.com/ROGAN. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. It's interesting that one of our biggest hurdles is the human ego does not want us to ever be wrong.
Right.
It's a giant hurdle. And human beings, for whatever reason, I guess it's part of the motivation of acquiring information and of advancing your ideas. We attach ourselves to ideas. And one of the things I always tell young people, like if you want to do better in life and not get tricked by your own bullshit, don't be married to your ideas. Ideas are just ideas. You are not your ideas. Ideas are some things that you fuck around with in your head and you explore and you talk about with friends, but you have to always be honest about them and never be attached to them.
Yeah.
The problem with ideas is that ideas are just like everything else. Human beings grab them and they're stingy and they're like, mine. And I want my idea to win. And you'll lie so your idea wins and it'll advance your career if your idea wins. And if you can, even if you can unfairly dismiss, or you can be unethical in how you're ignoring certain aspects of data for your opposing ideas. Like people do that and succeed because of that, because academia rewards them, the media rewards them, especially, if they can publish in the New York Times or something like that, like if they can make a story like that, you get rewarded for lying.
Yeah. So I can tell you this is my 31st year as a professor. I can read a paper and I can, just by looking at how clean their presentation of the data is, tell you that they cheat. Because the structure of the reality of data is never as clean as how it is presented in many of these journals. And then, by the way, not to sort of tap myself on the shoulder, but some of the top people that I know who ended up getting caught for fabrication of data, I was in private circles saying, I bet you 80% of this guy's research is bullshit, and then it comes out to be the case. Because I'll give you an example. So I did a study, and speaking about being wedded to your ideas, so I had a graduate student that worked with me on a really, really cool project, which we ended up publishing in 2009. Gorgeous paper on testosterone and so on. Really beautiful paper. I noticed that as we were getting ready to run these studies, there was always a delay where he wasn't yet ready to kind of cast the die. And so one day we had gone for coffee. I said, you know what I think? I think that maybe you're afraid that if right now in the rarefied world of us having just posited the hypotheses, but not run the study, we live in a world where it hasn't been falsified yet. So you're wedded to the idea. But I think you're scared that if we run the studies and the data doesn't come out and support, but guess what? It doesn't matter because we're going to reap some benefit from that. Well, true. And he looked at me and he was like, actually, you're exactly right, Professor. I'm afraid to find out whether we're correct or not. I said, just let's do it. It was actually a study on, so there was two parts of the study. And I'm not sure if I've ever discussed it with you. So I wanted to look at what happens to men's testosterone levels when they engage in acts of conspicuous consumption, and what happens to men's testosterone when they see other men engaging in acts of conspicuous consumption. And the general story, as you might imagine, is when I engage in an act of conspicuous consumption, my testosterone goes up because I have a social win. And when I see you, who's a competitor to me, getting into your fancy Maserati, then my tail goes between my legs. So
You feel that?
so my testosterone goes up. So we designed two gorgeous studies. We ran them. It was gorgeous. It was beautiful. By the way, I always joke that for study one, we actually had people drive a Porsche that we rented and a beaten up old sedan. And after each driving condition, we took salivary assays so that we could measure the testosterone. And I always joke, try to get from the granting agency research funds so that you could rent a Porsche. Now, only when you can do that, you're a good scientist. Anyways, and so we ran the studies, and several of the hypotheses that we posited turned out to be veridical, but several were falsified. But to the credit of the editor, unlike the other guy, he found value in even the findings that were contrary to what we had expected, because we had an post hoc explanation for why it didn't work out. And so, lesson to everybody who is an aspiring scientist, always be honest. Don't fudge the data. Don't go back and pretend that you had hypothesized the stuff after you see what the data results are.
Oh, is that what they do?
Oh, tons. As a matter of fact,
Human ego.
Well, that's. I told this whole story to your point. Exactly.
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful because we rely on experts. And a lot of times experts are just like everybody else. They're competing with these other experts and they're trying to get ahead and they're willing to bullshit. And also there's financial reward in bullshitting. There's people that would like them to bullshit a little bit, of make it a lot easier for us to pass this thing that we're trying to do a little bullshitting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll add something else. Actually, I'm giving a talk at one of the universities here in Austin as part of this trip. And I'm going to talk about I'm old enough at this point, although I'd like to think I still have many years left, but that I can sort of look back at, what are some of the great things that I've faced as a professor? What are some of the things that I'm disappointed in? Probably the number one thing that most disappoints me in my fellow academics, and I don't think that as a haughty thing, is how non-intellectual most of them are. Most of them are just playing a game. I mean, obviously they're intelligent. They're in the sense that they've gotten a PhD, they've gotten a professorship, they are stay-in-your lane professors, they know their little methodology, but you can't sit with them at a party and talk about things that is not within their areas of specialty. They're not these big polymaths. They're not Leonardo da Vinci. And so that has disappointed me, because sort of my fantasy of becoming an academic was that every Friday for Shabbat dinner, I'd be inviting all of these intellectual colleagues of mine, and my children will be growing up hearing the art historian and the mathematician and my children and I are immersed in an endless orgy of ideas all day. Whereas most professors are just sort of mundane, publish or perish, get tenure, game the system. And so that left me with and that's why I do my thing, because I don't play those games. And so that's been disappointing.
Well, that competition, it creeps into medical science as well.
Yes.
And the really scary thing, I was reading about this case where this doctor was treating people for cancer that didn't have cancer. He was giving chemotherapy to all these people that didn't have cancer. And when they confronted him, one of the things that he said is, you have to eat what you kill in this business. So it was essentially, he was saying, in order to thrive as a cancer doctor, he had to diagnose more people with cancer than actually had cancer. And he was, in some way,
and if not justifying, explaining
Yeah.
the thought process that led him to do this, which is so crazy
That's
to think that.
unbelievable.
But that's the reality of being a person. It's like your ego and your mind and the justifications that you can make for doing certain things. I mean, this is why we have war, right? This is what war is, the ultimate expression of that justification of the most horrific things.
Yeah.
Because you believe it's the right thing to do.
Exactly.
Or because it benefits you, or because if you don't, something's going to happen, and
Well, I always say, and you might have seen me post it often on X, I always say the most dangerous force in nature are parasitized minds.
yeah.
Right? I mean, the tsunami is devastating, but it's a one bleep.
Well, what's interesting about you and your work is you predicted essentially the entire COVID reaction and the freak out and the woke mob, the whole left freak out way before it was going on. You caught like the first sounds of the drums in the far distance. You're like, guys, we got to get the fuck out of here. And everybody's like, relax. I don't hear any drums. And you're like, dude, I heard drums.
I mean,
I heard
that
Viking drums.
That is literally my autobiography.
Yeah, well, that's what you did. You really did do that. You were way ahead of it, and you were widely criticized by a bunch of those people who turned out to be these woke dipshits. They eventually fell into the trance, and they all, put their fucking bios and their gender bios and their Twitter.
Trans, TRANCE.
Yeah, the trans.
But they fell into the trance of trans, TRANS.
Well, trans was just the ultimate expression of this preposterous idea.
Yeah.
This inclusion, like this idea that the more suppressed you are, or the more maligned you are, the more social credit we have to give you.
Yeah.
And this is in the name of equity. So we bump a biological male who thinks he's a woman ahead of actual biological women to the point where it's like literally victimizing these women, and we ignore it. We try to pretend it doesn't happen, whether it's in schools or it's like in the workplace, and that's the ultimate expression of this ability to completely ignore reality because it doesn't align with your ideology.
Well, so I have some good news, not phenomenal news, but in the same way that there was now this cataclysmic change that's happening because of Trump and so on, DEI is out and so on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely seeing certainly a growing number of institutions that are reaching out to me who are suddenly very interested and keen on speaking with me.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, so that's wonderful. And not in a gleeful sense of, hey, I was right, but in the sense that,
well, hey, you were right. First of all, hey, you were right.
No, but we're redirecting the ship. People are waking up.
Yeah.
So it's not just about me. And so like this year I'm a visiting professor and global ambassador at Northwood University. I took a leave from my home university because I couldn't stand the Hamas crazies and so on. And if you go to that school, you'll be hard pressed to see one parasitic idea.
So that's great.
There are, University of Austin here is trying to do big things. There are several other schools.
How's that going?
It's coming along. There are, it had hit a bit of a couple of obstacles, but I think things are moving on track now.
Now, is the idea behind the University of Austin? I only peripherally know what's going on. I know they brought in a lot of very interesting people that are going to be a part of it, and Barry Weiss is a big part of it.
Yeah, she's on the board of trustees.
So, but what are they trying to do? Are they trying to have a real university like every other university where you get accredited?
Completely real university. Actually, they're now, I think they just admitted their first class of 2028, fully accredited. And the idea is to return to broad, classical, liberal, not in liberal in the political sense, but like you read the ancient Greek stories, you read Homer, you read Socrates and Aristotle, like real basic education without any of the parasitic stuff. But it's not just an anti-woke school. It's a return to that broad education. I mean, I was reading some of the stuff that the founding fathers write. And no disrespect to Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. When you read stuff that Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and James Madison wrote, those were men of letters, right? Right. I mean, they can quote Cicero and so on. Well, I think what University of Austin, I haven't gone to visit yet, but from my understanding is they're trying to create students who are really well read, have critical thinking abilities. So it's not just a correction to the woke stuff, but let's return to meaningful, well-grounded, all-encompassing education. And if they pull it off, what a great thing.
Yeah, education is not supposed to be just indoctrination. It's supposed to be giving you a broad perspective on a bunch of different ways that people look at the world and what we know about the world. That's a fact.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to be able to form your own conclusions. The way you're supposed to be able to do that, you're supposed to see people of different ideologies debate and have conversations about things. You're not supposed to pull fire alarms and shut people off because you don't like what they're saying. You're supposed to have someone from your side who can calmly and reasonably and, in a way that's encouraging to other people to think the way they're thinking.
Yeah.
Like you have to be persuasive. There has to be something about what they're saying that go, wow, that guy's making some really good points. Or wow, she just shut all that down. Now I'm thinking about it differently. Like that's like a beautiful part of education is that you might have somebody like how many people that like wasn't Ronald Reagan at one point in time? I think Ronald Reagan was like he was so left wing that he was investigated by the government. See, that's true. I think I've read this that Ronald Reagan at one point in time was like a hardcore lefty.
Well, he certainly was lefty. I don't know how hardcore, but yeah.
I think he was a hardcore lefty, and I think during the McCarthy era, I think somewhere around then, I think he was even investigated.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's true. I'm not sure if it was during the McCarthy era, but he was a really hardcore left wing. It changed his mind. And how do you change your mind? You change your mind by evidence, by interacting with people that have different opinions that you didn't consider before. Now you do, and you have to be honest about your ideas. Mull them over in your head and figure out why do I think this way now.
So one thing about sort of this broad education, I was mentioning earlier, John von Neumann was this kind of polymath. He's an expert in so many things. He's a generalist. Yeah, Joe, many of the biggest scientific innovations have happened at the intersection of interdisciplinarity because many of the biggest scientific problems necessitate expertise in many different domains. So the mapping of the human genome could not come from only one discipline. It took biostatisticians and biologists and geneticists and bioengineers, all kinds of different expertise to put it all together, right? And so one of the things that I've been trying, certainly in my own research, I publish in medicine and marketing and psychology and behavioral science and evolution. I've lived my life as an interdisciplinarian, but we don't train our students to be this way, right? You are an accounting major. You are
stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane. You stay in your silo. As a matter of fact, our universities are architecturally designed so that we never speak to people who are, if you're in the psychology department, you never talk to someone from the finance department. But what if we were to speak to each other to study the psychology of personal finance? And now we've just created a synergy that we never thought of before, right? So one of the things that I'm hoping to do with some of the universities that are now interested in making me an offer is to build something that I've long dreamt of, which I call the Consilience Institute. Consilience. Have we ever talked about consilience on the show?
I don't know.
So even if we have, let me repeat it. So consilience is a term that was sort of reintroduced into the vernacular by E.O. Wilson, he recently passed away, a Harvard entomologist. He studied social ants. In the late 90s, Joe, he wrote a book called Consilience, Unity of Knowledge. So consilience refers to, are you able to create links between different disciplines? Can you create an organized tree of knowledge? So he was arguing, as I believe as well, that evolutionary theory is the meta-consilient framework that can link many different disciplines. So for example, you could study literature using evolutionary theory. And this field is called Darwinian literary criticism. And can you guess what that might mean? Or do you want me to just jump in?
Just jump.
Okay. So Darwinian literary criticism means when you study certain literature narratives that have stood the test of time, the reason why they tickle our fancy is because at their base, they have certain universal themes that map onto key evolutionary, right? Paternity uncertainty, sibling rivalry, romantic jealousy. So in other words, there are 6, 7, 8 key evolutionary templates that drive much of the great literature, whether it be Arabic literature, whether it be ancient Greek literature, whether it be Japanese literature. There's always that same template, and that's why they cater to our scent. That's why I can understand what an ancient Greek poet had wrote 2,500 years ago, and I get how he's feeling jealousy, because you and I are running on the same softwares that guy did. And so that would be called Darwinian literary criticism. You could apply evolutionary theory to architecture. Okay, so I'm trying to give examples that you wouldn't have thought of. So architects usually are trained in how to design buildings to minimize cost and maximize the speed with which you can build a thing. They're not trained to design buildings that are consistent with our biophilic nature. Biophilic means love of nature. So there are certain architectural designs that actually make us be more productive. Here's a simple example. Just having more windows increases productivity. As a matter of fact, there's a study that was published in maybe Nature or Science, one of those two journals, in 1984, I think, where the researcher did only the following experimental manipulation. Half the people who had just done surgery were placed in a room with a window, and the other half were placed in a room without a window. Everything else is controlled. It's the same surgery. Everything else was controlled. The one that was in a room with a window had many better outcomes, different metrics. Just that one manipulation, being able to see the light, right? So there are also, by the way, there's a field called biophilic architecture, which tries to incorporate our innate love of nature in the design of architectural, buildings or interior spaces and so on. So that would be another example of using evolutionary theory in a completely different field. You could use evolutionary theory in medicine. You could use evolutionary theory in consumer behavior. And so I argue that we can build an institute called the Consilience Institute, where filmmakers from Hollywood can come to this institute and do a 6-month stage studying about how to develop cool scripts that adhere to evolutionary principles. And evolutionary computer scientists can also come in. What's unifying all of us is an understanding of the importance of evolutionary theory in these very disparate disciplines.
That's fascinating.
Pretty cool stuff, huh?
It's very, very cool stuff. Because it's always so interesting to think of what are the motivations of human thinking, and how where do we trip on ourselves? Where do we trip on our own programming, essentially? When we're essentially operating with a system that was in place back when we were hunter and gatherers. We have the same system.
And that's, by the way, called in evolutionary medicine, the exact words you just said, it's called the mismatch hypothesis. The argument is that many of, and I know you're very interested in health, so I think you'll like this. This is not my research. This is from other evolutionary medical guys. I think the top 9 killers in health are related to the mismatch hypothesis, which means that something that could have been perfectly adaptive 100 years ago in the modern world becomes maladaptive. So, for example, and hence the mismatch. So whether it be colon cancer or diabetes or heart disease or so on, what ends up happening with each of these diseases is that misalignment between what was evolutionarily adaptive back then and evolutionary maladaptive now creates that health condition. Let me give you a concrete example. We've evolved the taste buds, the gustatory preferences, to prefer fatty foods. Because of caloric uncertainty, caloric scarcity. That makes perfect evolutionary sense when, as a hunter-gatherer, I have to spend 30,000 calories to go out and hunt, and I may not return with game. But then when I do get the game, then I gorge on that meat because I don't know what I'm going to eat next, right? In today's environment of plenitude, I don't face caloric uncertainty and caloric scarcity. I become fat. I overeat because that mechanism of gorging on fatty foods still is in me. So we still have that mechanism, but it becomes maladaptive. And so incorporating an evolutionary lens into medicine often ends up with completely different medical interventions than that which the typical physician who's not trained in evolutionary medicine would have come up with.
That makes sense. Well, unfortunately, so many doctors don't even take into account so many factors in health.
Yeah.
And this thing that you're talking about, this desire for fatty foods, is that's a great example. And you know, one of the best ways that people have found to sort of mitigate the effects of that is to only eat protein. When you go on one of those carnivore diets, one of the things that's so interesting about it is you naturally limit the amount you eat.
Yeah.
Your body achieves sort of a homeostasis with
Yes.
your food because you're not consuming, like, I can sit down and eat a steak alone, and I'll be fine. But if there's mashed potatoes sitting right there with gravy, or there's some pasta, or there's a piece of bread with some butter, like, I'll go in. But if I'm only eating steak, I don't feel the need to eat anything else.
Yeah.
I'm fully satisfied. I'm not starving. I'm not like, oh my God, I need more food. It's like, I've had plenty of food, but ooh, that looks good. And that is just the trick. That's the trick. But if you can get past that trick and just be disciplined with your diet and eat as much as you want of eggs and fish and meat, and you will lose weight, like in a shocking way, and you'll feel a lot better. And it's kind of disturbing.
So are you on an all protein diet right now?
I'm like 90+% only meat. 90+%. Every now and then I'll eat a cookie. Like, I'm not ridiculous. Like, I'll have tacos. If they're, I love tacos. Good, solid Mexican taco.
Right.
But it's like, I know the reality of what food is. Dessert is just fun. It's just mouth fun. It's just mouth pleasure. So it's like, oh, this is so good. It's tiramisu is delicious. I love it. But that's just because I enjoy life. I like going to a restaurant and a great chef cooks you a great meal. I don't think, oh my God, there's gluten in it. I'm not doing that for nutrition. I'm doing that for enjoyment.
Right.
This is for passion and love and a glass of wine and good conversation with friends and eating delicious food. You just enjoy. You're taking part in a pleasurable experience that's essentially art that was created by a chef.
Right.
So that's different to me. But when it comes to food, like what do I use to fuel my body? It's mostly meat, mostly wild game meat and ribeye steaks.
Yeah,
that's what
I had a ribeye yesterday.
I need fat, I need a lot of protein, and then I'm good. And if I just eat that, my brain operates better, my body feels better, less inflammation. The brain fog's the craziest one. When I went back to the carnivore diet, I took a lot of time off, and then I went back to it. I was telling Jamie, I was like, dude, I feel like I have like a whole nother gear, like intellectually. Like I don't search for thoughts as much when I'm eating only like that.
It's palpable. You feel palpable.
Yeah, but for me, it's because I have so many conversations with people. I know when I'm off. I know when I'm like, oh, I'm slow. Like if I just flew in from fucking Italy or something like that, and I'm tired.
Yeah.
And I'm jet lagged. It's a little harder to get the gears turning. I don't feel like I'm at my best, and I always notice the difference when I'm eating well. Always.
Right. What are your thoughts on? And I know very little about this, so I'm really asking because I don't know anything about it. All that Ozempic stuff. Are you for it? Are you against it?
I think if you're morbidly obese, it's probably a good idea to do something that helps you get going.
Because even if the side effects are bad, it's
you're
better
dying.
than you're gonna
Bro,
die.
you're dying.
Yeah.
If you're 500 pounds, you're fucking dying. You have all the comorbidities. You probably have diabetes. You probably have all sorts of shit wrong with you. You can't be that big. And if you just don't know what to do and you don't know where to turn, and your habits are so deeply ingrained in your psyche that you can't pass up ring dings and you can't stop eating sugary cereal or whatever the fuck it is that's your thing, Ozempic is probably a good way to get going. I wish people would just get going with discipline and they would just get going with food choices. I would like that.
Yeah.
But goddamn, that's hard, especially if you're so far down the road, because it takes a long time. When someone, says like, how do you stay in shape? I'm like, because I stay in shape.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? I'm 57 years old, but I worked out like this when I was 17.
Yeah.
So like, I don't do anything different. I keep this thing going. I keep the party rolling, and I never let it get fat. Because I've gotten fat before, but never out of shape. I just gotten fat because I ate too much food.
Right.
I've never gotten to the point where I wasn't fit. I wasn't exercising. I don't think you should ever let yourself get there because it's too fucking hard to get back. Now, if you've gone 39 years of your life doing nothing and just eating potato chips and drinking Mountain Dew, and now you're 500 pounds, you don't know what to do, you're looking at a long journey. You're looking at a long journey to getting healthy again. It's a long road, and it's hard to do a long journey because you're not going to see it every day. you're not going to see any results. You're going to look in the mirror and you still see all this extra meat and fat. You're going to be disgusted with yourself. You want to look like the guys at the gym. It's going to take forever.
Well, I wonder, I mean, I guess we can calculate that, but for every amount of weight that you put on or lose, what's the ratio of the speed? Meaning, it only takes me 3 weeks to put on 10 pounds if I eat badly. Let's suppose that number was 3 weeks. What's the number, the temporal number, the time number of how long it would take me to lose 10 pounds? It's probably 3, 4, 5 times that. So that there's
it depends on what you're doing. Okay.
Right.
So it depends on how you're losing the weight, and it depends on do you have multiple things going on simultaneously? Like, have you started exercising? Have you stopped drinking sugary sodas?
Right.
Have you changed your diet completely? Are you getting enough sleep?
Right.
All those things factor in. Getting enough sleep is a giant factor. One of the times when people make the worst food choices is when they're tired.
Yes.
I know that for a fact. If I come home from the comedy club and it's like 1 o'clock in the morning and I'm hungry, I'll fucking eat everything that's there. I eat everything. I'll eat cookies. I'll eat whatever the fuck I want. Because I'm like, I want to eat what I want to eat right now. I'm good most of the time. Tonight we're having spaghetti. I'll cook a pot of spaghetti. But the tired is one. But it's like, what are you doing to mitigate this, and have you changed your mindset? And if you haven't, if you're kind of dabbling in losing the weight, how long is it going to take? It might take a long ass time. You might not ever lose it. You have to get into calorie deficit.
Yeah.
Calorie deficit is hard. So here's the thing though. You can't starve yourself, because some people do it the wrong way. They go too extreme and they fucking starve themselves, and which is fucking dangerous. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
It's dangerous for your heart. It's dangerous for your mind. It's dangerous for your body. Your body starts to eat itself. There's a process. What's it called? Autosis? What's it called? I forget what the process is called. Where your body starts eating its own tissue to stay alive.
Yeah.
And that's what people are doing when they're on Ozempic, unfortunately. And this is the thing where people that are just a little overweight that get on it disturb the shit out of me.
Right.
Like, you lazy fuck. Just go to the goddamn gym.
Yeah.
You lazy fuck. You're 10 pounds overweight. You're going to get on Ozempic? That's so crazy. Autophagy.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah.
Wait, go back to that again. The body breaks down its own tissues to survive. It's called autophagy. I never heard that word before. Marasmus,
Yeah.
Or muscle atrophy. It can happen when your body's deprived of nutrients or oxygen when cells.
So so remember earlier I was saying how you can incorporate evolutionary thinking into all kinds of areas. So there's these great studies that were done looking at how the human mind can be tricked because of its desire for variety seeking. And then I offer an evolutionary explanation for it. But let me tell you the two studies that I have in mind. I think, because when you mentioned spaghetti, it triggered that in my head. So in one set of studies, they took, I think it was M&Ms. And M&Ms you could create a bowl with only one color M&Ms, or you could create a bowl with many colored M&Ms. That coloring, objectively speaking, doesn't alter the taste. It doesn't alter the smell. So it is only perceptually it affects it in that your eyes see a different color, but it doesn't alter the gustatory experience. And it turns out that when you offer people the multicolored bowl,
They eat more.
they eat more.
I wonder if people that are colorblind make better food choices.
You just there's your research project.
It's kind of interesting.
That's
right?
kind of cool.
But some things that are brightly colored are really good for you. Like peppers.
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
bell peppers. Like pretty bright red, and they're pretty.
Yeah.
Apples.
Sure.
Oranges.
Although there are some cases where I want to talk about another variety study in a second, but there are some cases where colors in nature are called. This was actually my first book in 2007. I talked about aposematic coloring. You know what that means?
Sure. That's to warn you from.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So then and then I use it to explain the hair coloring of all the wokesters. I say that's a form of aposematic hair coloring. So check this out. So the Amazonian frog that lives in a very dangerous neighborhood, you'd think that it would evolve camouflaging,
Right.
and yet you could see it from a satellite that's so brightly yellow or red, because it's saying, "Hey, idiot,
Listen,
if you
bitch.
could see me,
Yeah.
you want to sort of stay wide of me."
Yeah. I'm not even trying to hide. That's how dangerous I am.
Here's the beauty of nature. Another species will co-opt that coloring scheme and it will evolve it, but it's completely harmless. But the predator doesn't know which is which. Do you get it?
Yes.
So,
right.
I use that mechanism when I'm talking about deceptive signaling, and I use it in the context of deceptive branding, where people, Canal Street in New York City is all about you going and buying a Prada bag that should be $5,000, but hopefully if they faked it well, I can buy it for $50. And so that's how I take all of these biological examples and try to apply them in economic or consumer decision making. But let me go back to variety seeking. So you mentioned earlier spaghetti. So they did another study where they took the exact same pasta and they either gave it to you in a plate of one-shaped pasta or in a plate of multi-shaped. But it's the same pasta, so it doesn't change anything. But I can give it to you, whatever it's called, Fusella, or and I guess you can guess what they ate. They ate more when it's the multi-form pasta. That is interesting. Isn't that cool?
You know what's interesting too? You just brought up brands. Like brands are interesting. It's really fascinating how brands have status attached to them, and people are so attached to acquiring these brands that they'll have fake ones. Of course. And the fake bag thing to me is the nuttiest one, because it's just a bag. It's not a fake Ferrari. Like if you buy a fake Ferrari, you're gonna notice the moment you start driving, oh, this thing's a piece of shit.
Right.
It's not gonna handle well. It's gonna sound terrible. Won't be fast. A real Ferrari, it's like what you're buying. You're paying for the engineering of this magnificent piece of technology.
Well, most people are buying to show off.
They're doing that too.
Yeah.
But rich people aren't stupid. All right. The reason why Ferraris are so expensive and they sell so many of them is because you buy them and you go, holy shit, it's worth it. The reason why it developed this brand status is because they win races.
Right.
That's why.
Also,
Lewis Hamilton drives for Ferrari. That's why they sell Ferraris, because Ferraris are the shit. You know, but also I would,
by the way,
wouldn't recommend a long trip in one.
Do you know that the uppers usually, and you've met many of them, don't drive super ostentatious cars?
Because they downplay it. They get like a regular Porsche 911, not even the turbo.
Not even that, maybe. But do you know why? Lexus. Do you know why? From an evolutionary,
they have to hide. They're hiding a little bit. They're camo. They're like the frog that pretends to look like the leaf.
Perhaps, but it's because when I'm nouveau riche, I just entered that thing. I want to demonstrate to everybody that I'm the real deal.
Right.
And for many other people who are in my circle, they may not be able to afford the ostentatious $350,000 Ferrari.
Right.
But when I am an upper in the billionaire class, then me driving a $350,000 car is not a costly signal in a biological sense of my worth, because every single member of my billionaire friends group could match that signal.
Right.
Therefore, the way I can then compete with my billionaire friends is if I can spend my money in a lavish, wasteful way, such that I buy an art piece that a monkey could have come up with, and I pay $180 million of it.
Right.
That
That's
makes me big dog, because you don't have enough money, Joe, to be able to buy what a monkey, and I paid $180 million.
Right.
Both of us can buy the Maserati.
Right.
And so that's where I use the principle of costly signaling from biology to explain ostentatious behaviors and consumer behavior.
God, that's the dumbest flex, isn't it? Especially the modern art flex.
I can't stand that.
I used to go to LACMA, the LA Modern Art Museum, and I would get angry.
Yes.
Like
I've done the same thing.
Just furious.
Because you're feeling that they're cheating you from the
Yeah.
experience of seeing real art.
This is not art.
Yeah.
There's one of them is literally a plexiglass box that's sitting on the ground. I'm like, you dumb motherfuckers. You dumb motherfuckers. Meanwhile, if you go on Instagram, you find amazing art. There's so many artists out there, like legitimate, incredible artists. Like what you're doing is bullshit. Like one of them was a video of people playing catch. That was their art. Like, fuck.
I didn't stop the podcast, so Unit 207 must have. 10:19 AM PST. Refreshing the tab.
Art, like, fuck you.
That's postmodernism,
Yeah,
by the way, right?
fuck
there,
you.
there are no objective aesthetic standards.
Yeah.
So anything goes. So in the parasitic mind, I have a section where I talk about. So like So you mentioned where was it? It was in L.A.
Yeah.
Museum? Okay. So I had gone to visit. I think it was in 1996, a couple of years after my PhD. One of my fellow PhDs from my school had gotten a job as a professor in Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh. So I went to visit him, and so he was busy teaching or something. So I said, I'll go to the Carnegie Museum and hang out and see stuff. So exactly like the experience you had, there was an empty canvas.
Whoa.
So I went, looked for someone who was working there. I said, can I see the curator, please? Well, how can we help you, sir? I said, well, I'd like to discuss this art piece. So then this other woman comes to me, says, how can I help you, sir? Super, I said, well, what is this bullshit? So she goes,
Did you say bullshit?
well, maybe not bullshit, but like, what is this? Can you explain
Right.
this to me? I
Yes.
paid an entrance fee to see this.
Right.
And what do you think she said?
I don't know.
Well, it triggered a reaction in you. Isn't that what art is all about? I'm like, oh,
I went to see Yoko Ono's exhibit once.
of course you did.
She had an exhibit at in Boston. I was living in Boston, and one of the pieces was a block of wood with a box of nails and a hammer. And she encouraged people to take a nail and knock it into the piece of wood. She encouraged people to participate.
That's right. They're creating the art with her. It's a collaborative process.
This was the art, was nails on a piece of wood.
Do you think that when she does that, she believes it, or she knows in the deep recesses of her mind that she's a charlatan?
I would have to talk to her. I don't know.
So forget about her. Just in general,
Well,
when people
the way she separated John Lennon from the Beatles, the way, like everybody, like if you're in a band and one of the band members has a girlfriend, the girlfriend now gets involved in the band and starts talking about like, you need to treat him better. That's Yoko Ono. Everybody calls her Yoko Ono. Like that's like a standard thing that people do because they think that Yoko Ono was a wedge that drove. So a person who can do that with an intelligent guy like John Lennon. And John Lennon was very smart,
right?
Very smart guy. So a person who could like serve, and he wanted to spend all of his time with her. That's probably a master persuader. That's probably someone who's like really good at playing you, really good at pulling your strings.
How about playing herself? Because remember, the best way to tell a lie is to first believe it yourself.
Did you ever see when she appeared with John Lennon and they played on television with Chuck Berry?
No.
And she starts singing into the microphone and Chuck Berry freaks out?
Because she sucks.
She's screaming. She just starts screaming into the microphone while they're playing.
So
they're playing Johnny Be Good.
Oh my God.
You never saw it?
No.
The best version of it is Bill Burr, because Bill Burr talks over it. He like explains what's happening, in his inimitable Bill Burr way. He's just getting angry watching Yoko Ono just scream like a banshee, and you see the look on their faces when they're looking at it. It's one of those things where if you see it, you can't believe it's real.
You know that a friend of mine recently told me, he was actually a former student of mine, who's a good friend now. He told me that famous sit-in that they had happened in Montreal. Did you know that?
I did not know.
Yeah.
I did not
that.
know
It was like 1969 at I think Queen Elizabeth. Maybe Jamie would pull it off.
A lot of crazy things happened in Montreal. Sugar Ray Leonard versus Roberto Duran.
That is true.
That's right.
I guess I would expect you to know that. Yeah. That was like 81?
80s.
Is that
somewhere in the 80s, right? Because he won a gold medal in the 76 Olympics, and by then he was a world champion. Yeah, somewhere in the 80s.
So, yeah. So have you met all these guys?
I never really met Sugar Ray. I saw him in the UFC. I did meet Roberto Duran though.
Okay.
It was amazing.
What did you think? I mean, that's what I love about our conversation. It just goes anywhere. What did you think about the Mike Tyson thing that just with the Jack Paul and so on?
Jake Paul.
Jake
I'm
Paul.
happy they made money. I'll leave it at that. That's what I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it looked like sparring to me.
Yeah.
It looked like sparring. It didn't look like anybody was trying to hurt anybody, really.
Okay.
Yeah, which is good. And whatever. You draw your own conclusions. I have no facts.
You've met Tyson.
I paid for it. Yes, I love Tyson.
Yeah.
I met Jake Paul too. He's a cool guy. I'm happy they made money. I paid for it. I don't care.
Right.
Yeah. I was hoping it was going to be a real fight, but I was like, okay. I see what's going on.
Mike Tyson needed a lot of money.
Like if you and I
got paid a
sparred,
lot
we'd
of
be
money,
put on the
guys.
gloves, we'd go back
to
into
lose.
the gym and we could spar, and it would look almost like we're really fighting.
No, because you punch me
And
once.
there
and I
is
I would
nothing
do it
wrong
like
with
at your
that.
speed.
Oh.
I would do it at your speed. I'd just bring myself to your speed and just move around with you. That's kind of what.
Can I tell you
like.
something? I would actually be interested in that.
Okay, we could do it. It's fine.
I'm gonna suck so bad.
No, I won't suck. The thing about doing that with someone who's going to be nice to you is that you can actually learn how to do it because you don't
Right.
worry about getting hit.
Okay.
So like the best sparring that I ever got was when I learned to spar with people who had the same intentions as me, just getting better and we're not trying to kill each other.
Right.
So my early days of sparring when I was a young man, I trained at a very hard gym, and in kickboxing we tried to kill each other. And so there was wars in the gym, essentially every day. You were fighting. Whenever you sparred, you were essentially fighting. You weren't pulling punches. You were hitting each other as hard as you could. It's a really dumb way to do it, but that's how you make a tough guy, right? Like that was the idea back then. Now I think people are much more concerned with CTE, brain damage, the longevity of a fighter's career, that they would have people fight smart. And so the thing is, like, training partners, especially in jiu-jitsu, you learn to really value your training partners because your training partners help you get better, and you have to trust them. Like if somebody gets me in a heel hook, I have to trust them that they're not just going to rip my knee apart and they're going to let me tap. They got me. Give me a second. Let me tap. Or I know I can't get out. Let me tap. Don't rip it apart and then let go as soon as the person taps. This is like if you don't do that in jiu-jitsu, you won't have people to train with you, and you'll get kicked out of schools. And people have been kicked out of schools because they don't let go of taps. They don't let go of submissions. So like you develop this understanding that you both could get hurt really easily. I trust you. I know you're going to go hard, and I'm going to go hard, but I know that we're going to be safe with each other. We're not going to do anything to each other that we know is going to hurt each other.
Right.
So this is what you do in kickboxing too, but you have to trust that the person is going to do this. They're not going to hit you hard.
Yeah.
Like a guy's going to hit me in the body. He's going to hit me in the body like this, where we're both okay. We know he could have really hurt me, but he just touched me.
Right.
So he's getting his timing. He's getting his movement, and we're both moving fast, but we're both really good, so we have the ability to control. So instead of blasting through someone and punching them, you punch them like that. You literally punch them like that, where you're
withholding.
just touching. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
You're not even going 50%.
Right.
You're just touching. You're going fast. You move, and occasionally, unfortunately, sometimes you hit someone harder than you mean to because they move into something, or you both hit each other at the same time. It's occasionally, but you mitigate a whole lot of impact, and then you also develop your timing better because you're not worried about getting hit.
Right. So
the best way to learn boxing is, first of all, before you do any kind of sparring, is learn technique. Technique is everything. It's everything. Mechanics are everything. Learning, getting it ingrained in your body's system, where you know that if you're going to throw a punch, you're going to lean your body into it. You're going to keep your hand up. When you throw a right hand, you're going to do this. When you throw the left hook, you're going to cover up with your right hand. You can learn these things so they're ingrained in your movement patterns. And then you do them on pads, and the pad holder will like throw things at you so that you cover up.
Right.
And you learn distance, you learn to pull away and counter, and you learn all these things. And then slowly you start incorporating moving targets. You
Right.
start incorporating a person. And the best way to do that is not get two people trying to kill each other, because that's what we used to do. You don't learn anything. The best way to do it is have someone gently move around with you. And they're like, hands up, and you move around, and like you go through a whole round where you're not even allowed to punch. Just do defense.
And I suspect
I just want you covering. I just want you moving good. I want head movement. I want you to be an elusive target. And when punches come at you, I want you to be able to move away.
because I was going to say that when I was a soccer player, the type of trainings we do, because you have to do a lot of sprints, is very different than the type of fitness that I do now, which is usually I just get on the treadmill. And I do a bit of interval training, but I just kind of either run or fast walk uphill without these kinds of anaerobic.
Right.
And so I'm kind of looking at, well, I just turned 60, by the way, in October.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So I'm looking to do something that raises my heart level in a way that is akin to what I suppose would happen if you got into a ring, how your heart rate would kind of go up in ways that I'm probably not testing my heart currently, because I just get on the treadmill and I just jog.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of workouts you can just do online. You could find online on YouTube. There's hundreds of different people that put out free workouts. And, you know, you could do them with 2 10-pound dumbbells.
Yeah, that's true.
And, you know, they'll take you through all this different stuff, like pistol squats, do this, do that, you know, overhead press, do this, do that. And then they'll work you through the reps.
Right.
And all you have to do is follow along.
Have you ever seen the training regimen of Alvin Kamara?
No, who's that?
Alvin Kamara is, I mean, recently he's kind of had a couple of off years, but he's sort of the feature running back of the New Orleans Saints. He's an all-purpose back, meaning that he both runs, but he also catches the ball a lot, right? So he's a generalist, he's a polymath. And I've always loved the way he moves. He moves very, very elegantly, almost like so he's both power, but also, if you remember how Barry Sanders was in the late 90s, do you remember who that was? He's a Detroit Lions running back. And so I thought, this guy runs in a unique way that's different from all the other players. And I know who I was thinking. I had Dean Cain on my show. Do you know who Dean Cain?
Sure,
is?
Superman.
And who used to be a football player.
Right.
And so we were discussing our favorite football players, and I was telling him, this is about 3-4 years ago. I said, my favorite player is Alvin Kamara. So then he tells me, go on YouTube and watch the types of trainings he does to develop those movements. And as a big fitness guy, just go watch it.
There's a lot of plyometrics.
A lot of stuff where, you know, they throw a ball and he's standing on a balancing ball. What is that called? The platform. And he's trying to catch balls that they're throwing. I mean, I would have a hard time just staying on that. There you go.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
That's exactly his training. You have to see what this guy makes him do. It's unbelievable. He's like a ballerina.
Well, that makes sense that he would be so agile and mobile because he's doing all these different things. You can't just like do squats. You know, if you want to be an amazing athlete, you have to do a bunch of different things. Oh, this is cool. Oh, a lot of explosions left and right.
Look at this.
Wow, that's crazy. Hopping back and forth on ball to ball with balance on one leg.
Isn't that unbelievable?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought it. Thank you, Jamie.
It does make sense though that you need to develop all this stuff if you want to. Look at that. He's got.
That's it. Look at this stuff. Look at this stuff.
Crazy.
He's got to stick with the right ball, standing on one foot.
I bet he has insane balance.
Look at those legs.
That balance is insane. That thing is so hard to stand on anyway, especially with one leg.
It's exciting that I shared something with you who's like this huge fitness expert that you didn't know. Cool.
Yeah, I've seen people do similar types of workouts, but that's very impressive.
Yeah.
That kind of, I mean, it just makes sense that if you want to separate yourself from everybody else, like, what do you need to do to separate yourself? Like elite balance. There's this guy, Arman Sarukian, who was supposed to be fighting Islam Makhachev for the world lightweight UFC title, but he hurt his back literally like the day before the weigh-ins. It's probably because of the severe weight cut. He cuts a lot of weight. He's very muscular. But one of the things that this guy does that's really extraordinary, they put out his workout. He does these incredible mobility exercises. Like he's insanely flexible. He's like jacked, like super muscular, but like ridiculously mobile and pliable. Wow. And he's doing, see if you can find his workout routine. He does all these crazy exercises where they're like twisting him in weird positions, and it's very unusual for a guy that's that strong to be that agile and mobile.
Do you have a lot of flexibility?
Yeah, but that's just because I started when I was a really young kid. I started in martial arts, and I was stretching from the time I was developing.
I genuinely believe that my muscles are made of glass.
No, that's all horseshit. See if you can find he does a lot of this stuff. Like look at these twisting motions. He does a lot of like weird mobility stuff, like hip mobility. Like look at all this. It's all so he's pulling on a cable machine, and look how flexible he is.
Wow.
It's nuts. And this is like a core part of his training that is very different than a lot of other people's training. Like, look
Oh
at
my goodness.
his ability to stand on his head like that and move his whole body around in a circle.
What the hell?
Incredibly agile.
So this is not something that every person.
No, this is super unusual. I mean, there's some wrestlers that do this kind of stuff is pretty common. I do these, but he's like it's a core part of his training, is his physicality. His physicality is this is him with Khamzat Chimaev, who's one of the top middleweight contenders, one of the absolute best fighters in the world. And, he's giving him a run for it.
Wow.
They're really good. I mean, watching him roll, like Khamzat rolls through everybody, and he's having a hard time controlling this guy. And this guy fights 2 weight classes below him. That's how good he is.
The blue guy is the smaller guy.
The blue guy's much smaller.
Yeah.
So Khamzat is, he's a 185-pound guy. And at one point, he fought at 170, but he was cutting a shitload of weight. But even at 185, he's next in line for the title. And this kid's fighting at 155. Right. So he's quite a bit smaller and still giving him, he's not allowing Khamzat to run him over, which is very impressive.
Wow. So what's the trajectory of MMA next? Is it all turn it into an Olympic sport? What
I hope so. I hope MMA becomes an Olympic sport. It should.
Is that on the agenda?
I know they've pushed for it. Okay. It should be. I know there's combat sports obviously in the Olympics, boxing and judo in particular, and taekwondo now as well.
And you've got the Australian breakdancer too.
That one was amazing.
Do you think that was a troll or was real?
I think that was hubris. I think that was a person who didn't think they were going to get scrutinized, who used their position of influence to acquire
a PhD in this stuff she has.
But also, there's like legit breakdancers in Australia. If you Google Australian breakdancers, there's people that are legit. I love breakdancing. Yeah. I love watching it. Yeah. It's so impressive.
Like the locking and all that stuff?
No, the physical moves. Okay. All the when they do a flip and land on one leg and then flip back the other way. Okay. There's a couple of guys, Richie and Gio Martinez, that are black belts under 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, and they started out their career as breakdancing. And they were so hard to hold on to, and they were so mobile and so agile that Eddie started incorporating like breakdancing into his training, like learning breakdance techniques. Because it's just basically kind of gymnastics,
right?
And a lot of these guys, they can stand on one arm and spin around in a circle with their feet in like a lotus position. Like it's bananas.
Isn't there a Brazilian self-defense or an Israeli self-defense?
Capoeira?
Yeah, capoeira. That's right.
Capoeira. But capoeira was like a dance that the slaves created, that they were disguising a martial art in a dance. Allegedly. I'm not an expert in capoeira, but a lot of the capoeira moves, they dance. But they're dancing into wheel kicks. They're dancing into like tornado kicks. Like these are weapons,
right?
Like they're techniques, but you can pretend that it's just a dance,
right?
But it's kind of
so the origin is a slavery thing.
I might be wrong about that. I don't think I am. I think that's one of the things that they did was they hid it. They hid their martial art in dance.
One of these left turns we take. Connections of conversation. I recently had a guest on my show. Who's an expert on Frederick Douglass. Do you know who that is?
Sure.
Regrettably, not enough Americans, not enough of anybody knows who he is. And of course, he was in the era of when slavery was being abolished. And have you ever seen his face?
Yes.
Doesn't he look as though he's like a Nubian king, the way how regal he looks?
Let's see a photo of Frederick Douglass.
He has great hair.
And I told that to the scholar, and he goes, "You're exactly right. Look at that. Look at that."
Mm. Imagine that guy teaching classes.
Oh my God. I'm getting warm and I'm a heterosexual male.
And also imagine to be an intellectual and a black man in that day
and
age.
He didn't know how to read and learned it later. And if you read his stuff, it's unbelievable. Like the eloquence that he had. It's not as though he learned how to read the way a typical child learns at 3, 4, 5. That happened later in his life, and then you see the production of
Abe
quality.
Lincoln used to take political advice from him.
Everybody, certainly Americans, part of the history, read about Frederick Douglass.
How old was he when he learned how to read?
So I don't want to misspeak. I'm not sure, but let's go. Probably Jimmy can pull it off, but probably 12, 13.
Connection, literacy, and freedom. Not allowed to attend
school. He taught himself
to read and write in the streets of Baltimore. At 12, we bought a book.
There you go. That's exactly what I said.
So when he's 12, 13. Do you know who Rick Ross is?
No.
not the rapper, but Freeway Ricky Ross.
I don't think so.
Rick Ross was a cocaine dealer in the 1980s that didn't know at the time, but he was a part of the whole Oliver North thing where they were selling cocaine in the LA streets, and they were using the money to
Oliver
fund the
North,
Contras.
the colonel.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
The United States, so this is like pretty established. They sold cocaine in the LA ghettos to fund the Contras versus the Sandinistas in Nicaragua.
Right.
And this guy was the guy who was funneling all the cocaine through. He was making millions of dollars, couldn't read, goes to jail for selling cocaine for the government. In jail, learns how to read and then becomes a lawyer and then retries his own case and gets out because they tried him on the 3 strikes rule. This is how they convicted him, on 3 strikes. But it was 3 strikes from one incident. It's supposed to be 3 strikes.
Separate things.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
And so he got out. So he's out now.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
He's been on my podcast a few times.
He's
Yeah.
oh, so I'll check it out. So
Brilliant guy.
he learned how to
Learned
read
to
while
read
in jail.
In jail. Yeah. Could not read.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So one of the biggest stressors I face when I travel, speaking about reading, is I've got a very, very big personal library of books, many of which I've yet to read. And I wake up every day worried that am I going to run out of time in life and not read these books? So whenever I travel and I'm going to bring a book to read on that trip, I sit there. The guy who studies psychology and decision making, I have complete decision paralysis because usually my wife will tell me, "You're leaving in 24 hours. Why don't you now go and get in anguish for the next 6 hours?" As my hair is pulling.
And pick a book.
Yeah, so I'm like, "Oh, this one. No, this one." And I'm literally sitting there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
I think you listen to books. You don't read them, right?
I do read occasionally,
Okay.
but like 90% of them I listen to.
Yeah, I need that tactile thing. I can't do
The tactile thing is great, but for me, it's a time thing.
Okay.
I can get listening in when I'm in my car and when I'm in the sauna. So those are two.
And you feel you pretty much retain as much or not? As
it's hard to say because it's kind of the only way I'm accessing information these days, but I retain a lot of it.
Okay.
It depends on what it always depends on whether or not I'm excited about the information. Always. If I'm very excited about it, I retain most of it. If I'm just like forcing myself to pay attention and then my mind drifts off into something else, then comes back, then like that's a little bit of a problem. Like if things become lately, I have been listening to a lot of UFO stuff.
Okay.
A lot of UFO abduction stories, a lot of UFO. I'm going through Jacques Vallée's stuff because he's coming on the podcast again. And so I've been going through all of his books. He's got several books, and he's got a very nuanced perspective on this whole UFO thing that is, I didn't know, and I wish I knew the first time I had him on. Because the first time I had him on, I knew that he was the guy who was, he inspired the French scientist in the Steven Spielberg movie, Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Okay.
Did you see that movie?
I did see it.
Do you remember the
when
French
I was like 12.
scientist?
This is 1977, right?
Yes. Yeah. So there's a French scientist in that film that is coordinating all these people that are trying to contact this UFO, and they're working this out, like how to do it. It's based on Jacques Vallée.
Okay.
And Jacques Vallée has been involved in the research of these experiences that people had or allegedly had with being abducted, with sightings, with crash sites, and all these different things. He's been involved with it for a long time.
Where are you on the 0, I absolutely don't believe any of this, 100, I fully believe in this? What's your score?
The more time goes on, the more I think it's way weirder than we think. I don't dismiss the idea that something from another planet can come here and visit us. I have a feeling it's weirder. I have a feeling there may be that, and then also other things. I have a feeling it's way more complicated. I have a feeling it's like life. Like if you told me that if you go to Earth, you can find life. Okay, well, what kind of life are you talking about? You talking about like fish? Are you talking about raptors? Are you talking about dogs? Like what kind of life? There's so much life. There's so much different life. I have a feeling that alien contact, intelligent beings from somewhere other than here is like that. I think it's probably more complex than we can imagine, and probably there's an interdimensional aspect to it. There's probably a non-physical aspect to it that seems physical too. is probably an area of this phenomenon that plays on human consciousness and dreams and our interactions with the unknown. Because I think there's more to life than we can perceive. I think there's more to the existence, this conscious existence in this moment in the universe. There's more to it than we're picking up on. I think we have limited senses, and I think that this is what things like the telepathy tapes and all these different people that are studying paranormal phenomenon, I think that's what stuff is all about. I think it's part of an emerging aspect of human consciousness that we're developing stronger and stronger senses in regards to things that aren't, they're not something that you can just put on a scale. They're not something that you can take a ruler to. They're not something that you can quantify, but they probably exist. And I don't know if you've listened to the telepathy tapes.
I haven't, but I just started watching, I think 3 days ago, a Netflix series. So you'll know this, but I don't know what it's called. It's supposedly a New York case in the late 1980s that's the most famous UFO abduction case. Is this ringing a bell?
I don't know about the 1980s. The most famous case is like Betty and Barney Hill. They were in the 1950s. And then the other one is Travis Walton. He's this guy right here.
Oh.
They made a movie out of it called Fire in the Sky.
But maybe, I don't know if Jamie can pull it. It's a Netflix series it's a documentary series that I think came out this past year. There is kind of a guy, I don't think he's a professor or something, but he's a guy who's like the investigator who collates.
What's it called?
That's the one.
Alien
Exactly.
abduction.
That's the one. Thank you, Jamie.
This
Is that? No, you don't know this one?
No, I'm not
because
aware of it at all.
they sold it as the most famous, most documented case of UFO abductions.
It might be.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what to think of those things. I've read John Mack's book. John Mack was a psychiatrist at Harvard, or a psychologist. I forget which one. He wrote a book called Abduction that was all about hypnotic regression therapy that he did with all these different people that had these abduction experiences, and they're all really similar, like eerily similar.
And there's no way that they
they weren't communicating with each other. They didn't know about it. They were ashamed of these stories. They didn't want to tell other people. They were telling them to their shrink, but they weren't telling them to other people. It's a weird thing. But here's the thing: they all come back. Like no one gets abducted and gets kidnapped. Like what's going on? Are you really leaving, or is this in your mind? In your mind, did you leave? Like what happened to your body? Were you? If I had a camera in your room, were you in that bed the whole time? Is this experience all happening inside your mind? And is it still real? Like just because something's, I think there's dimensions that we don't have access to that exist around us. And these guys that pretend to understand quantum theory and all that stuff, when they start talking to you about it, talking about multiple dimensions, it leaves room for the possibility of this thing.
I actually have. So I've had a lot of amazing guests on my show, top professors of all kinds. Arguably the best conversation I've had, which is saying a lot with a guest on my show, is one of the pioneers of quantum computing. And not to serve as his publicist, but I think he'd be a great guy for you to have.
I'd love to talk to him. What's his name?
His name is David Deutsch. He's a physicist by training. He wrote 2 best-selling books. I think one of them is called The Edge of Infinity. And we tried to discuss, what is quantum physics? How do you apply that principle to quantum computing? And remember earlier I said that there are too many professors who are not intellectuals?
Yes.
Well, he's exactly an intellectual. Because we could sit down and have a conversation where at the end of it, you were so hedonistically, tickled in your brain that it's as if you just had sex. But you
get excited.
You get excited. And so we had 2 conversations. I'd urge you to listen to our conversations. It was not too long ago, maybe 3-4 months ago. Amazing guy.
Okay. I'll try to have him on.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'm fascinated by quantum computing. Mark Andreessen was explaining the experiments that they've done where they did a calculation that if you turn the entire universe into a computer, every molecule, every atom of the universe was a computer. It would take so much time to solve this equation that the universe would die of heat death first.
But you do it in quantum computing and does it in 4 seconds.
Yeah, quickly.
Isn't that amazing?
Couple minutes.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it's bananas. Like what is happening? He said it's proof of the multiverse. because somehow or another this computer is contacting other quantum computers in an infinite number of universes.
So
and using all the computing power and solving it instantaneously.
Forgive me for being eager to jump on what you're saying. I think, if I'm not mistaken, David Deutsch is one of the pioneers of the multiverse theory.
Well, it kind of is the only theory, at least as it's been explained to me,
that could work with quantum computing. Exactly.
They're all like, what, they don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
It's like these guys are making magic.
Do you remember the famous quote? Do you know who Richard Feynman is?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's a quote, I might get it off.
The quantum computer,
yeah, where he says, if you think you understand quantum physics, you don't understand quantum physics.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I feel when I try to understand. I'm like, what is this shit? I don't understand any of this.
It's so bizarre. Yeah. Just what's about it is so bizarre. Like articles in superposition, so they're moving and they're still at the same time. What? The quantumly entangled photons? What are you talking? What?
Yeah.
What does this even mean? Like, where is this stuff? Yeah. Like, what is this?
I first was exposed to, as we were just saying about the computational power that would be required that you could reduce with quantum computing. When I was first exposed to AI, so my undergrad was in mathematics, computer science. And so I had taken an AI course before AI was the shit, right? This was 1985. And the professor who taught me his name is, I can't believe I remember his name, Monty Newborn. He was part of the Deep Blue team that was developed. Do you remember that stuff?
Sure.
So
that's the computer that beat Garry Kasparov at chess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so actually, for one of our assignments in that course, we had to develop on a game. It didn't have to be chess, but it could be some other game. What's called alpha beta pruning, which is if you blow out the decision tree of a typical game, let's say like chess, you would need 10 to the 100 nodes, if I'm not mistaken, which is more nodes than there are particles in the universe. I think in the universe there's 10 to the 80. So there are more nodes in a chess game than there are particles or atoms in the universe. So it would take you fit.
All right, we're just going to start easy. Can you give me your name, age, and where you're from?
Okay. My name is Dwight Nixon. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm 37 years old.
And your wife?
My wife's name is Emily Nixon. She's from Springfield, Tennessee. We both are living here now.
Where is your wife now?
Emily went missing 32 days ago.
Do you know what might have happened to her?
No. But I plan to find out.
Did you kill your wife? My name is Kaiser Whitmire. Me and my college classmate, Charlie Burris, are film students in Nashville, Tennessee. We read about the disappearance of Emily Nixon and her husband Dwight's ongoing search for her while also remaining the primary suspect. We thought it interesting enough, so we inquired about doing this interview. What we thought was going to be a single day of filming turned into much more than that. Something more mysterious, more unexplainable.
911, what's your emergency?
More sinister. A few days after our initial interview, Dwight agreed to walk us through the day Emily disappeared. It happened on an 82-acre farm in Springfield, Tennessee called Howard's Mill. Abandoned for nearly 50 years, the land consists of mostly overgrown fields, some small wooded areas, and a large pond. Hey, good to see you again.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you? Well, thank you so much for coming. Do you mind just walking us through that day, beginning of the day, up until her disappearance?
Yeah, sure. Emily and I got here probably about 12:15.
Okay.
We stopped by the nursing home. Emily's mom is a nurse.
Okay.
And we made sure she got her meds and talked with her for a minute, then we drove up here. Yeah.
What were you guys doing over here again?
Metal detecting.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you did bring him in, was there anything off about him?
Nothing stuck out at first. He had a good recollection of the day.
And what were you doing on the property? My wife and I are amateur treasure hunters.
Ever find anything?
It's just a way of spending time together. So we're up here, we're metal detecting, and then we decide, okay, we decide we're gonna split off.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I go.
Wait, y'all split off?
When did you decide to go in different directions?
We did. Well, I mean, it's what we do. We walk in different directions, so we're not covering the same area.
Kind of counter to spending time together, would you say?
And we always agree to meet at a certain middle point. And so we agreed to meet right over here over that bridge. You see way up there where that bridge is?
Yeah.
Okay, that's where we agreed to meet.
When he started walking us through the routes that he and his wife took around the property, that's when his story began falling apart.
So you saw her the whole time?
I saw her most of the time, yeah.
Can you show me on the map the area you covered?
And, if you look over this bridge, you really can't see down into that. So, I figured that maybe she'll come over the hill eventually. So I stopped right about here in this little open space.
And where we found a piece of Emily's metal detector?
And I feel something under my foot.
And the police come here and meet you here?
Yes. Yes. They couldn't find anything. I couldn't find anything.
While searching the property, police discovered Emily's phone. The following footage was the last thing Emily recorded just moments before her disappearance.
I'm getting a strong hit here. Seems to be about 6 inches down. His wife's gonna be so mad. He never really finds anything. I'm not sure what it is right now, but it seems kind of heavy and metallic. I'm gonna have to get it home to wash it off.
Emily was born in Springfield, Tennessee. Her dad died when she was 6 months old. So she was raised by her mom, just she and her mom.
I've known Emily since we were kids. Grew up together, we had lots of classes together, and we just became best friends.
Been best friends since junior high. She was always happy. She always had a smile.
She was sweet, kind-hearted, and hilarious.
Beautiful personality, liked by everyone.
This town has always been really fun. Like for us, we've hung out. We've got our own little places that we love to go, and we spent a ton of time just running around and being good girls.
Emily and I met in 2011.
when he got with Emily, it's like his whole life just changed.
Is she cute? He loved Emily. He would just do anything for Emily.
Happy birthday.
It felt really quick, like pretty quick for her. I mean, that was a unique situation. I wasn't used to her responding so quickly.
It was fast, but he just fell head over heels in love with her.
You got married in 2013?
Dr. Larson has no recollection of the last 8 years.
Doc, it's TV's best new medical drama.
I want to know.
And you can watch it anytime.
I will be a doctor again.
Doc, all new Tuesdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Well, you're in the big leagues now.
How was your vacation, Seth?
Well, I needed one.
With your 10% loyalty program discount, that's $225 for the night.
Not bad.
$155 for the night.
Hold up. How?
It's easy when you know where to look.
Trivago compares hotel prices from hundreds of sites, so you can save up to 40%.
Trivago's my secret tactic.
Hotel Trivago.
There are no bad decisions when it comes to my new chicken fajita and Caesar Jack Wraps. 2 new flavors for $3.29 each. Unless you don't get one. That would be a bad decision. Get my Jack Wraps or try my tasty munchies under $4. At Jack, every bite's a big deal. Welcome to Jack in the Box.
So Dwight just got to Springfield, Tennessee. You ready for your first pair of overalls?
What you think we didn't have in Atlanta in the 1990s? I just hope you don't care if I one strap on with no shirt. Jonas is back.
You know whatever. Well, I think you're gonna love living here. It's a great place to raise a family.
So you're ready for a family?
Maybe.
Robertson County was founded in 1796, the same year the state of Tennessee was established. It is a small town, but we do have a lot of history. We have tobacco, we have the whiskey industry. It's a wonderful place to live.
Been here all my life, so far.
I feel like everyone's family here.
The eagle was picking up baby pigs, and so it had to be killed.
Did you ever regret moving here?
No, not at all.
Even if it means you never see Emily again.
No, I don't regret moving here, and I definitely don't blame moving here for Emily's disappearance.
Is it possible that Emily just left on her own?
Absolutely not. She wouldn't just leave.
There was something about Emily's disappearance that never seemed right to me. The clues weren't there. In my experience, when somebody goes missing, there's always a clue. We had nothing to go on.
She just flat disappeared.
He was the last person to see her. That's going to obviously put him at a higher level of suspicion.
Do you think her husband had something to do with it?
Man, I hate to speculate on stuff like that.
Well, in this case, with she being gone a month, I would likely expect to find a body instead of a living person.
Of course, everybody's got an angle. Who you gonna believe?
Are there any problems in your marriage?
We didn't have any problems, not any different than any other couple.
Any major fights recently?
No.
Do you recall that argument?
Yes.
We were able to uncover a bit more evidence about the relationship between Mr. and Mrs. Nixon.
Sometimes people are drunk and they fight, and she spent some time with me when she felt like she needed to let him cool off.
He would never physically hurt her, would he?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He was not brought up around violence at all. He comes from a family where the women were very well respected, and that's just something totally against his nature.
I warned her that it could possibly be on the verge of actually turning violent.
Even if you get angry with them, you walk away.
Detective Lada believes you killed your wife.
Of course he does. But what you should concern yourself with is what he's not saying. This has happened before, right there on that same property.
People still say things happen around here all the time. You can ask anybody in the community, and they've had some story or odd occurrence out here.
It's kind of a local novelty. Kids talk about the place, and they dare their buddies to go over there and walk around or whatever.
We went there one time. We'll never go back. Our friend went in and he didn't come out for 15 minutes. And when he came out, he was crying.
As soon as we pulled out, my truck just started, giving out. And he said he saw something in my headlights. He said he saw some woman or something. I'm pretty sure it's like a ghost because it was moving slightly. And I don't believe in no supernatural, but I did run. So.
I look up and there's just this silver thing just sitting in the sky, and I was like, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, I've seen some lights.
And this whole area, this whole county is known to have odd events happen. It could definitely be the reason you have strange events and occurrences on Howard's property. All this property was sacred hunting ground to the Indians, so they supposedly protected this property by way of blessing these rocks in the graves. Incidentally, I don't mess with graves out here because I don't want to start it again, whatever it was.
This has happened before, right there on that same property.
What do you mean? Who this happened to? When?
In 1994, a little girl named Sarah Winston disappeared, just vanished right through Howard's Mill.
Did you feed some chips to the birds? Yeah, it's just that weird. Are you saying you're
I am too.
chocolate cake?
Mm-hmm. Love you, baby.
I love you too. You want a sandwich?
No, I'm not. Thank you.
You want to go play?
Be careful up there. All right, love you too.
I like that cheese, dude.
I don't think I do. Sarah.
Sarah, you okay?
She's playing around.
I didn't see her.
Uh-huh.
Sarah?
Sarah. Sarah.
Let's see what happened.
Come on now. Sarah. Sarah. Sarah! Sarah! Good Lord. Where'd she go? Sarah! 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 Oh my God. Oh my God. Where'd she go? Sarah! Sarah!
we were able to track down the lead investigator from the Sarah Winston disappearance, retired Detective Dan Thompson.
So you worked the Sarah Winston case?
Yes, I did. It was a real tragedy, that one.
What do you remember about it?
Oh, I remember everything. Everything. She went missing practically right in front of her parents. Broad daylight. Yeah, that was a strange case. There was an open field. They were out, nobody around, and next thing you know, gone. Nowhere to hide, nobody anywhere around, nothing, no sounds. Very strange.
What do you think happened?
I'm not sure. That case was never solved, so never found an end to it.
We found an address for Roger Winston just outside Bowling Green, Kentucky.
All right.
Is that it?
Yeah.
It was a Saturday. We were celebrating her 10th birthday off of old State Highway 41.
The Howard place.
Yeah, we just treated it like a park. It really bothered us. She liked to run around. She is the happiest kid I ever saw.
I love you, Dad.
And you didn't see anyone else around?
Yeah, it's just us. And after, I ran up there.
Hey, baby, come on.
Try to find her and see if she's okay, and she wasn't there. Vanished. Poof. It's gone. Gone.
You know, Roger, to say that he went to pieces is an understatement.
After she went missing, he just totally just lost himself, lost everything.
It was like all the life had been taken out of him.
He started having to deal with that grief, and the way that he chose to deal with it was, you know, it was an addiction. It ruined his family, and you can't really reason with somebody when they're in such a depression. You know, it hits you the way it hits you. Think about it, we're all one missing kid away from being a crazy person.
Then he started chasing all these theories.
He's not the person I knew back before this happened.
How can you say goodbye when you're still out there? And after she was gone, I went back every day, and then every Saturday, and then once a year, on the day it happened. One year I went, it was 2004, and I got there and it was already dark out. It was sunset, but it was dark. You know, they're different now. Somebody put a pond in. Almost exactly on this spot where they're at. Sarah! There was something floating in it. Found this there that night. You know, it was wet, but And it's spotless. Just like the day she made it. There's no way this was laying in the dirt, floating in that pond for 10 years.
So what do you? This is Carl. He never really thought much of his credit scores. Well, until he got Credit Karma and used his scores to move on up. By putting in the work to improve his scores, he got access to a better credit card. And that sofa she liked. Ooh, is that Saffron Sunrise? And when it came time to buy a home of his own, Credit Karma helped him take things to the next level. Just in time. Intuit Credit Karma. Download the Money app where your hard work pays off.
There are no bad decisions when it comes to my new chicken fajita and Caesar Jack Wraps. 2 new flavors for $3.29 each. Unless you don't get one. That would be a bad decision. Get my Jack Wraps or try my tasty munchies under $4. At Jack, every bite's a big deal. Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Burger King has a deal for all. $5 duo answers hunger's call. $7 trio, more options for y'all. Which one will you choose? And BK, have it your way.
This season, 4 new bombshells enter the villa. Not them, 4 free 5G phones. They've got the look, they've got the charm, and they're all free at Metro. And connections will be tested when they learn that the 4th line is free. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones and the 4th line free. That's wireless without the gotcha. Only at Metro.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly, but with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
Don't wait. Visit EnduranceWarranty.com for $300 off any plan.
What do you think happened?
I think she was trying to come home.
Come home from where?
Sarah in 1994. Emily in 2017. 2 disappearances so similar, but over 20 years apart. Are they connected? Or just coincidental tragedies?
That's because she's not dead. She's still out there. Your wife might be too.
We needed a lead to connect Emily and Sarah. Something real. Someone.
The day that Emily went missing, why didn't you immediately call the police?
I don't know. I did what anyone else would. But I started yelling for her. I called her cell phone. That took some time.
3 hours?
I mean, look, it took at least 10 minutes going back and forth to the car. Then going to the woods was like another hour. I wasn't thinking about time.
Can I show you something? Do you see that? There's someone in the background.
Why am I just seeing this?
Because we thought it could be you.
That's not me. That's Wayne.
For the first time since we began our documentary, we had a suspect other than Dwight. The Ritchie farm borders the Howard's property to the west, giving Wayne the most direct access to Howard's mill than any of the other neighbors.
Yeah, I know Wayne. He's kind of keeps to himself. He doesn't do much socializing or nothing.
He's just one of those guys that, he's kind of like the town eccentric. Just kind of odd.
Kind of like the rest of us, but ain't him.
You see him sometimes with, he's got a rabbit in his hand that he got on the road. I don't know what he does with it.
No, his job is picking up roadkill for the county. Somebody's got to do it,
I know when my kids were little, I used to go, like to the food store and the toy store. He'd be buying like all this baby food.
Heard a story about him a while back that his mama, he's kind of off. So his mama, he wanted some money from his mama, and she told him to go rob the bank. Well, he goes up here to rob the bank, and he ain't gonna hurt nobody. But he said, I'm here to get some money. My mama told me to come get some money from y'all. I'm here to rob a bank.
I think Wayne's life was probably pretty tough at home. I think his dad was pretty rough on him. His dad was a no-nonsense kind of guy, a hard-working man, hard-drinking guy. And I think Wayne was scared to death of him. And to be honest with you, I probably was a little bit too.
Were you scared of Wayne at all?
No.
I don't think he's dangerous. I think he's just kind of a loner.
Most people just leave him alone, leave him be because
He probably run them off
he
anyway.
probably would. He was,
That's the way his family's always been.
There's been a lot of kids going to that house. Like we would normally like ride 4-wheelers down our road and stuff, and we never do that anymore. He has threatened to kill me and my neighbor.
What's Wayne's connection to the Howard's land?
Well, it kind of takes care of it. Used to be a farm several years ago, but it kind of died out. Now it just does some mowing and things like that.
I don't know why he's mowing that lawn when the Howards left decades ago. Why would
I don't
anybody
know,
do
but
that?
the Howards ain't coming back.
Before he kind of tried to kidnap a girl, I think is the way that it turned out to be. We all just kind of thought that he was strange.
He gave this girl a ride home from school. He didn't stop at her house. He just kept going, and she was gone for a whole hour.
Is Wayne a suspect?
Wayne's slow. He's always been slow. He likes to keep to himself, which upsets some people. Kidnapping? Yeah. Wayne Ritchie didn't kidnap anybody.
Well, what about Tara Edwards?
Although Wayne Ritchie was nearby during the disappearance of Emily Nixon and Sarah Winston, we wrote him off as a harmless, misunderstood recluse. But then we learned about Tara Edwards.
Yeah, I was 14. We all thought he was harmless. One day he said he'd take me home, but he just drove right past my neighborhood.
Apparently, Mr. Ritchie had gone to the school in his car, and my daughter doesn't have a car to drive, so offered her a ride home. They drove towards the house, and when she said, "This is my house, just let me off in front of the house," he kept driving.
Next thing I remember, I just started screaming, freaking out. Next stop sign, I jump out of the car, run home, tell my dad.
I could see right away something was wrong. I called the cops.
Oh, I remember Wayne Ritchie very well. It was my second year as a teacher. Wayne was not a very good student, and his heart wasn't in it. Never really got in a whole lot of trouble. He just didn't do much while he was here.
Obviously, he has something wrong.
It was a little awkward because he would come. He was not a student here, but he would come up and even enter the building at times. So we ran him off on a number of occasions.
I didn't think taking a ride with him was a big deal until he had that look that, it was just blank. There was nothing there.
I think it was just a big infatuation on his part that had gotten to a point that it was probably not healthy anymore.
I never thought he was capable of hurting someone until that day.
His intentions weren't good.
Now Wayne, he did have an uncle or a cousin that was on the police force, tried to make it look like it was an innocent misunderstanding. Of course, it went away, and Tara's dad was pretty upset about that.
What I remember what the cops did was nothing.
With Emily and Sarah Winston both missing so close to his property, that's just too much of a coincidence. So yeah, you're damn right. I want to talk to Wayne Ritchie.
Mr. Ritchie, do you have a minute?
No, I got nothing to say, so.
Do you think Dwight Nixon killed his wife?
No.
Who do you think did?
Nobody killed nobody. The land done it. Land took whatever it wants. Took away.
What about Sarah Winston?
Yeah. Lopez.
The Lopez's. Oh, wait. Who are the Lopez's? No, just who are the Lopez's?
The female federal felon upstairs that's going to prison with her idol, who's at the Snohomish Superior Courthouse right now.
Wayne's
at
mention of the
11:25
Lopez's
AM
led us
PST
to a
is
third
very
missing
excited
persons
with
case
some
connected to
criminality
Powers
that's
property.
taking place that they're paying
In
attention to
1977,
remotely
a
from
family of
Unit
migrant workers
207.
vanished, leaving
That's
behind their
taking place at
9-year-old
the
son, Daniel.
courthouse.
My uncle cried out. I looked up and he was gone.
Darling, your delusion is staggering.
My father, he fell, dropped straight to the ground. He was reaching up for my mother's dress when he was going down, and she was gone too.
Are you familiar with the Lopez's?
No, I don't believe so.
In the 70s, they started entering migrant workers here to work the tobacco fields because they couldn't get other people to work.
Well, you know, the Howards had farmhands come in before anybody else did.
He used a lot of them, Mr. Howard. He's used a lot of them throughout the years.
You remember the Lopez case?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They left and abandoned a little boy, I think. Left a little boy, 10 years old, 9 years old, something like that.
His family went missing, and we took him in for a while, and we were hoping that his family come back, but they never did. The county came and got him and sent him back to Illinois.
You know, it's really sad though that his family left him like that.
I just had a hard time believing they ever would abandon their son. They were such a tight-knit family.
Do you have a case file I can look at?
I don't. Now, that was Jennings' case, and he's passed on now, so I'm sure there's something in the archive. I can go look it up.
I'm Helen Jennings. David Jennings was my husband.
What did he do?
He was on the police force here in Springfield. He was on the force, gosh, for 40 years plus, and he was promoted to detective in 1969, I think.
Is there a lot of detective work in this town? It seems pretty quiet.
Well, it does, but you'd be surprised. We had a lot of crime here, including murders.
Any cases that stood out in particular?
Oh, yes, absolutely. It was the Lopez case. It just got under his skin more than anything else he ever worked on. They never found any trace of the family. They left everything behind. The boy even said they disappeared into the earth.
Did he believe Daniel's story about being sucked into the earth?
You know, he believed there was a logical explanation to it. He investigated sinkholes, earthquakes, anything that he could find that would prove the boy's story. But sad as it was, the Lopez family abandoned Daniel.
We were able to track down Daniel Lopez, who is now living in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Daniel?
Yes.
Hey, Dwight.
Hey, how you doing?
This is Kaiser and Charlie.
Pleasure. How's it going?
You ready to talk?
Yeah, come on in.
Let's start with you telling us who your parents were.
My parents were migrants. We all traveled together.
So what brought you and your family to Howard's Mill?
Howard's Mills was a big tobacco farm. We spent many months there.
Do you remember a man named Wayne Ritchie?
He lived nearby. We spent some time together. We didn't have much in common, but neither of us really was around other kids.
Tell us about what you remember about the day your family disappeared.
It was a late afternoon. I was about 20 steps from the old barn. My family was out in the field loading up the pickup truck with the day's crop.
Can you describe that field?
It was directly behind the house. The ground dipped down and started to spring right back up into a ridge. They were about halfway up the hill, maybe about 100, 150 yards from the house. My uncle cried out. I looked up and he was gone. Then my father, he fell, dropped straight to the ground.
You remember it that well?
Yeah, I can't forget something like that. I got scared, so I ran. Went back to the last spot where I saw my family.
And then you never went to cornfields
After
ever
a while,
again.
a police officer came and got me.
I want to show you something. This video was taken in 1994.
All right, honey, I love you. Be careful up there. All right, I love you too. I don't think I do.
I was totally thinking sinkhole.
Oh my goodness, honey.
But it doesn't make sense
She's fast.
unless a sinkhole could have an immediate sinkhole that comes after it that somehow swallows it.
That's exactly what
I don't know, man. Sinkholes are perplexing. Surveillance
Her name
footage of
is Sarah
sinkholes
Winston.
that appear and swallow whole cars
Daniel, she's still
and then
missing.
seal right back
Nothing
up.
was ever found except for that pink and white hairbow that you can
It's
see
like
in the
an
recording.
earth wormhole.
That same hairbow was found 10 years later, floating in a pond that was built on the site of where disappearance.
It's about to get nasty, y'all.
The celebrity recruits reach their breaking point, and not everyone will make
Ah,
it to the
dear
finale.
Godzilla, it's 11:31 AM PST Wednesday.
Special
It
Forces
doesn't
World
feel like
Scout
it's that
Test
time
only
because
tonight
I've been up
on
since
Fox.
2 something this morning, around
Well,
2:30
big
a.m.
weeks now.
How was your vacation, sir?
With that being said,
Give your 10%
we
loyalty
give
program
thanks
discount. That's
for the FBI's highly controlled
Not bad.
investigation.
$155.
The
Hold up.
redacted
How?
that I can't address
It's
directly.
easy when you know what to do.
And everyone
Trivago
else
compares
is
hotel prices
cooperating
from
with
hundreds of
Federal
sites,
Bureau
so
of
you can save up to
Investigation.
40%.
Trivago's my secret.
Also, thanks for cheap cigars,
Hotel?
highly taxed,
Trivago.
fully legal wacky tobacco,
Try Little
and
Caesar's
Gatorade
stuffed crazy
Zero.
crust. Everyone
Amen.
loves it, including Justin Jefferson and all his friends.
Stuffed crust? Buttery garlic spread?
That looks mighty delicious, Justin. It sure does, Mr. Pumpernickel. And at $9.49, it's the lowest price in stuffed crust with no strings attached. No strings attached? You want a piece of it?
No, Mr. Pumpernickel. Justin, run.
Order delicious stuffed crazy crust for $9.49 and get your game day delivered with Little Caesars.
Pizza, pizza.
Win a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Start designing. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money.
If you like options, you'll love my $5 all-day big deal meal. Choose from 4 delicious entrees and 5 tasty sides with a drink. Oh, and nobody else includes breakfast items all day. Just this guy. At Jack, every bite's a big deal. Welcome to Jack in the Box.
So Dwight is out there marking a location where the Lopeses were working, and we're about 20 steps from the old barn, which would put Daniel right here. Hey, how's it going out there?
Well, based on Daniel's account, this is the spot where the family disappeared. The family was gathering supplies right here where I'm standing. And guys, looking around, I don't see any obstacles or anything that you can hop on.
So how fast do you think it would take to get to the tree line right behind you?
Well, I mean, if you were running really fast, maybe 20, 30 seconds.
So if Daniel looked down for a second, they could have easily ran towards the streets.
I mean, it's possible. But there are plenty of easier ways of abandoning your kids than just waiting for them to look down and then running to some trees.
Yeah, he's right.
Emily disappeared here.
Lopez is over there, up that ridge, about 100 yards.
Yeah. And then Sarah Winston disappeared over this ridge near the pond. We're talking 3 different disappearances, all on the same property.
Someone just got back and entered the condo above my home from the balcony, the back door, which is my front door, at 11:35 AM PST. Maybe one of their co-conspirators that was at court that they were eavesdropping, you know.
To get a better idea of the geological layout of Howard's Mill, we visited the Robertson County Archives.
We've got owner names on the back side.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so Howard's Mill should be there. So that bounds up to Highway 11 and mile marker 42. That is really interesting. You notice it's a triangular piece of property. You seldom ever find triangular pieces of property like that one anymore.
Yeah, I see that. Are there any other properties like that here in Springfield?
I doubt it.
Originally, it was Pickett's Mill. It was named after John Pickett, whose man built it. John was born in Virginia, and he and Thomas Kilgore established Cross Plains, Tennessee, near the Red River. About 3 years after that, John and his wife Hannah moved 3 miles to the east and built the mill. In 1971, the Howards came into town from St. Louis, and they bought the mill from one Maudie Lewis, that's Lewis Lewis, and she was a direct descendant of the Pickett family.
Are you aware of any disappearances that have happened on the property?
You mean Grant Pickett? Grant Pickett vanished in plain sight of his family. Story goes that he was working in his field, and his son, who was climbing a tree, fell out of the tree and broke his arm. He started screaming. So Grant goes running toward his son, and his wife, Mary, who was in the house, goes running as well. Mary's closer. She gets to the boy first. And as Grant Pickett is running toward his wife and screaming child, he vanished. Never heard from him again.
Do you believe the story?
So this book should contain the current deed for Miss Rebecca Howard. All right, here we go. So it is currently Rebecca Howard's property to do with as she pleases. Now I've heard a rumor that Miss Rebecca wrote a will and that it says that she's giving this land to the city at her death.
So the city has no jurisdiction over the land?
That is owned by Rebecca Howard, period.
You got it? Good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Got something here.
Be careful. A lot of glass.
What is that here?
It's the Howards. You guys see this door? It locks from the outside. We got some kids' clothes over here.
The house didn't have any kids.
I thought they didn't have any kids either. Again, here we are. Same thing. Lock is on the outside of the door.
God, it's a door.
Asbestos, people, asbestos.
Wait a minute. I got something.
Breaking in, entering, calling out.
What is this?
Box?
It's like a music box. Then I've got a box here. Wait, I got something. Pictures. It's a little girl.
Who is she?
I don't know.
The house didn't have any kids.
I thought they didn't have any kids either.
I don't remember the Howards having any kids.
Yeah, I think they did have some kids, a boy, I believe. But then again, they had a lot of farmhands over there, so it could have been one of them.
I can remember one time my old truck broke down out close to their farm, and they were nice and kind enough to let me use their phone. And I think I remember a girl being there, but I don't recall them ever mentioning her name or anything. Like I said, that was back in the 70s.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't able to find any records that the Howards had a baby. Given this is a rural area, it's pretty common that a lot of people had children at home.
After trying to reach Rebecca Howard by phone, we decided to make the drive to St. Louis to see her in person.
So the Howards had a kid also went missing, or at least nobody can find her.
So what does that mean?
I don't know what that means for Emily yet. But between Sarah, the Lopez's, and this, it makes me wonder how big this thing can get.
After the Lopez incident, the house didn't feel like home anymore. It felt cold, soulless. I started feeling like people were watching me.
There's been a recurrent theme in a lot of the sightings in the area from people who really have no contact with one another, and that is of these tall, slender figures who are watching. They call them the Watchers. People have seen them on the perimeter of their fields. People have seen them in their barns, in the haylofts.
They were all lined up on the horizon. I called Glennis a miracle. We tried for 15 years, prayed. I was nearly 40 when I found out I was expecting. She was playing like she always was. I went down to tell her supper was ready. Seemed like she was talking to someone, but there wasn't anyone there. Just before I got to her, the lights went out. But then there was this sort of different light. I yelled for her. They were telling me to leave. Like that man was theirs, not mine. I thought if I did what they said, they'd bring her back to me.
So in 1988, a young girl was found wandering outside the Howard's property.
Right.
She was claiming that she was Glennis Howard. Do you remember that case?
I remember the case. Now, it wasn't my case, but I do remember it. It was pretty standard, really. Missing girl. You know, it's a shame, though, nobody came claiming her.
No one here now was here back then, but I was able to find a little info for you. We have anywhere from 10 to 15 kids here at a time. Glennis was here for 2 months. She came with a kind of a sad story back in 1988. Didn't know much about herself, and our records show she didn't talk much. Someone found her walking down the road barefoot, and nobody had reported any missing children at the time, and nobody came forward to claim her. And she did say her name was Glennis Howard.
We checked out the Howard's house. It was about a mile from where the girl was picked up at there. And they hadn't been there, I guess, probably 10 years at that point. So, I mean, it's common enough last name, Howard, but no.
Yeah, I remember that. Real sad story. Got a call about a kid walking down the street alone. Pulled up in my car, checked her out. She was in really bad shape, barefoot, unkempt hair. Looked like she hadn't eaten in a week.
Do you know if she was related to anybody in town?
Nothing. Nobody reported anybody missing. Not much more I could do beyond that.
The last time we heard anything about Glennis, she had been placed with a good foster family, and they decided to give her a permanent home. The story had a very happy ending.
Well, I only can give you what's non-confidential information. She was in our care facility for a short amount of time, and then she was placed with a foster family by the name of Lassiter.
Okay, here's what we know. In 1979, the house left Springfield. And according to everyone who remembers, that house remained empty ever since.
Then in 1988, this little girl shows up, claiming her last name is Howard. But the Howards didn't have any kids. And if they did have a daughter, she would have to be, 11, 12 years old by 1988? So the dates just don't add up. I mean, if this really is the Howard's daughter.
I say we find her and ask her some more questions.
Behave like a little lady. You are 6 years old. Stop jumping on that couch.
So, how was she as a child?
Oh, she was a very special child. Yeah, smart, funny. You couldn't ask for a better daughter. Sweet as could be. But we knew right away. We just knew that we were meant to be a family. That's all I can tell you.
1989. And that's whose birthday? Yours. Is it your birthday? Huh? Wow. What have you been doing today?
This is about to get nasty, y'all.
The celebrity recruits reach their breaking point, and not everyone will make it to the finale.
I don't think he's okay.
Special Forces World's Toughest Test, all new tonight on Fox.
There are no bad decisions when it comes to my new chicken fajita and Caesar Jackrabbits. 2 new flavors for $3.29 each. Unless you don't get one. That would be a bad decision. Get my Jackrabbits or try my tasty munchies under $4. At Jack, every bite's a big deal.
Welcome to Jack in the Box. If you don't mind, for the camera, would you tell us your full first name and last name?
It's Glennis Williams. Williams is my married name. I got married last summer.
So, tell us a little bit about your life growing up.
Well, you know, I'm happy to tell you the story I told everybody else back then, but I was little. I was really little though, so you know, I think memories can change. But I was playing inside. And I mostly only played inside, and I ran out. I don't know, I was chasing something, or it's not really clear, but I got all turned around and I couldn't find my way back. Now, you know, it kind of feels like a dream. Like you know, pieces don't really fit, but you swear it was real, swear it really happened.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I must have walked for a really long time, and then I think someone drove by, and then they called the police.
Glennis, do you remember why you said your last name was Howard?
I thought it was. Even now, when I hear it, it still sounds like my name.
Feels natural.
Yeah.
Do you remember your parents?
No, not really. I remember my dad. I remember my dad a little bit. You know, and people told me about the real Howard family. Started to talk to me about it, and told me that there was no way I could be their kid. That even if they had a kid, it wasn't possible I could even be theirs because of my age and the time they lived in the house. You know, timelines and stuff, and it just nothing that would make sense to me, a little kid. You know, a big part of me always felt like I was Glennis Howard. And so when I was 16, I actually looked up the real Howard family, called them up, and I thought, you know, if we could see each other, it would clear everything up. You know, people would believe me, but I was wrong. I had never seen them before. You know, I've pretty much given up on that thing. I used to have this fantasy that my real parents, my birth parents, would come back for me, you know? Like they didn't abandon me, they just, you know, lost in an accident or something. I used to have a lot of fantasies back then. That I was a princess or, you know, a time traveler. You know, make sense of all the
Very, very
craziness.
Yeah, make sense of all the missing pieces, you know. I just you know, I was wanting to be something special.
Speaking of missing pieces, I've got something I want to show you. Do you
I know this.
You recognize that box?
Yeah,
We found that in the Howard's house. It was buried with some other things.
yeah, I remember this. I think he wanted it on the bottom. Yeah. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Yeah, this was mine.
Why would they bury all of her things with?
I don't know. What do you think?
Is she really a lost child of the Howards? As intriguing as that theory sounds, we needed to focus on the more plausible explanations. During our investigation, Dwight was called back in for questioning, as more evidence of his possible involvement was discovered.
You know this man?
Probably so.
Edward Baker.
Yeah. Sure, I'm sorry.
Were you aware that your wife knew him?
Yeah, they went to high school together.
Edward Baker was born and raised in Springfield, Tennessee, and was a close childhood friend of Emily. Their friendship turned into something more when they dated throughout high school.
They were sweet together. I thought they were the perfect pair.
They seemed pretty cute, you know, very flirtatious around each other. High school sweetheart.
Eddie was 2 years ahead of us. Yeah, they were always together.
When she went off to college, they broke up, unfortunately.
They tried the long distance relationship, but it just didn't work out.
So when she came back here, they started hanging out again?
Yeah, I mean, he worked a few blocks away in this office building here down on 8th, and he'd come by for lunch or, you know, just to visit.
When Emily moved back to take care of her mom, of course, Edward came around and we hung out with everybody, so it wasn't unusual for him to be around.
They still hang out time to time. I'm not sure if Dwight knows about it, but I mean, it's just a friendship. Everybody knows that.
Thank you for looking in.
You're welcome.
Dwight's not really a fan of Eddie. I mean, can you blame him?
Dwight just like really did not like that Edward was coming around, and I think he kind of let that be known.
I think we can start making that family.
You want to start right now?
Oh, we can just pull over right
No.
Let's at least get home first.
Were you aware of Edward and your wife's history?
Dated in high school.
Did you know that they were having an affair?
What made you say that?
Mr. Baker came forward yesterday. He was worried, feeling guilty. Thought that this information might help our investigation a little bit. Mr. Nixon, I don't have a body and I don't have a murder weapon, but what I do have is a motive.
Remember to breathe, remember to hold your head high. Remember to smile some and just listen a while. Practiced enough, yeah, that's what I told myself.
Look at that.
So I nervously asked you your name. That's when the world seems fine. That night when you looked up like that, took my breath away, knocked me flat on my back. Knew right then and there, that first second stare would be a while. Everything falls out of focus. You walk through the door. One thing that's clear to me, helplessly hopeless. I'm alright with that in a room full of people. Everything else disappears.
We need to keep our focus on Wayne Ritchie. Wayne practically grew up on the land, and his house is nearby. I've been looking at the city history, old maps and things like that. So what I'm wondering is if this entrance, or this cave actually, right here near Wayne's house, runs towards the Howard's land, or maybe even underneath. We need to check this out and see if we can find any tunnels or anything like that that maybe some of these people could have just fallen into.
We headed out to find the cave and see if it could answer some of our questions. Not knowing the exact location of the cave, we decided to split up to cover more ground. Charlie and I headed directly east, while Dwight headed northeast.
Yeah. Dwight, do you copy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just testing the range. Do you see anything?
No, nothing yet. You guys?
Just woods. Charlie, come here! I found it!
Seriously?
Yes, it's gotta be. It's the only cave we've seen. Come on. Dwight, do you copy? Dwight.
He's probably out of range.
Probably goes down 20 feet. It's narrow.
Okay, I don't want to risk the camera. I'll get you shoot on my phone.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, let's go.
Charlie, how you doing?
Doing okay.
All right,
Take
take care,
Thomas
Thomas.
so fast. You want to try Dwight again?
Yeah, ready. Right, you copy. Right? We're in the cave right now. Just want to let you know if you can hear us. Ooh, I feel like our range is still back.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. All right.
This thing, it's like an altar or something.
Oh, it's crazy how steep it is. I just wonder how. Wow, or where we are in relation to the house, probably. Kaiser?
Over here.
Okay.
I went down this way and it dead ended. Did you find anything? Found this weird little entrance thing over here, and I don't know. I feel like it might be a cave in.
A cave in?
Yeah, I mean,
As of noon, once again, that female federal felon upstairs, whose nickname is Tom Dooley, that used to be Mini-Me, as of 12:01 p.m. PST today, she once again is confident that she has or is about to acquire whatever fraudulent document she feels will give her the tool that she needs to convince somebody to come and end their career. That's the only update. Must have been a productive day at court, acquiring additional fraudulent orders. Remember, per the FBI, there's not a single court order from last year or this year that isn't fraudulent, and direct evidence and the felony conspiracy charges you all have on your indictments.
the walls are wet.
Wet?
Yeah, but the only thing is it's blocked off up ahead. I don't think we can go any further.
All right, you guys okay?
Yeah, we're good. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. You find anything?
Well, we didn't make it too far in before we got blocked apart, but it looks like it might be a cave in though. The rocks are wet, water right down the walls.
So maybe the cave's under the pond. If they're exploring the cave, I think at one time the cave extended past the area which is now a pond. Take a look at this. Here's the cave. And here's where Sarah Winston disappeared, in the same spot where the pond was built 6 years later. Emily's metal detector ring, where we found it. This is where the Lopez's disappeared, and Howard's house. It's all one line. So if the cave does run underneath all these spots, this could all be connected.
There are caves everywhere in Robertson County, and we are told that they are all connected. And at Cross Plains, you have Kilgore Cave, where Thomas Kilgore, the first white person in Robertson County, spent the winter hiding from the Indians. Our historical society had our annual picnic there about 2 weeks ago.
If we could get a better understanding of what's below the property, it could help us get answers about the disappearances.
The Viet Cong had networks of tunnels that they used during the Vietnam War. They could come up through one of these openings. They could snatch someone out of the platoon down into the tunnel, seal up the hatch, and nobody would know what's going on. They'd be like, "Where's Joe?" Well, Joe's down in the bowels of the earth somewhere.
Right now, they're going to be running some ground penetrating radar over the top of this site. They'll lay out a grid pattern first, and literally it'll map out every inch. It'll penetrate just like our water sonar does. So if we had any ground that's been disturbed recently or any type of cave system underneath us, it'll pick that up as well. Once they identify a cave or a cavern, we'll be able to identify whether it does connect to any other systems on the property, including the pond.
1, 2, 3.
We're looking at the side scanning sonar, which is directly underneath the boat, penetrates all the way down to the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so if there's a body, it should appear a white blob or a white.
Yes, on either screen here, it'll come up either white or kind of grayish. It'll pick up anything that might have fallen into the lake accidentally and maybe drowned, such as an animal. So we don't want to put a diver down on something that's not truly a human remains. As you come up here, if you look at where the boat is right now, directly underneath there, you can see a black kind of indentation to the red U, and that's an indication that there is an opening there.
By opening, do you mean like a cave or?
It can be a cave, or it could be just a really big depression in the bottom of the lake, but that would appear to be a cave. Go on.
And also, for everyone that's a whistleblower, you have to remember everything that they say in the Snohomish Superior Courthouse, everything that they file that would never be admissible were there an attorney there, not one that's going to prison. All of that instantaneously becomes admissible evidence in King County's federal court. So whistleblowers, remember, every fraudulent court order carries a minimum mandatory sentence. Every attempt to enforce that order and every time you ask someone else to enforce it carries minimum maximum sentences. So you keep that in mind. And then remember, breaking and entering, $10 million if you do it while I'm awake. $25 million if you disrupt my sleep. And then recall, somebody breaks and enters and touches me and moves me even an inch. You all get those breaking and entering charges because of the conspiracy on your indictments, even though you're hiding upstairs in Unit 207. So again, as of 8 minutes ago, one of the women going to prison for the rest of her life is happy because she believes she has now gotten a fraudulent order via someone who's not upstairs. That is the tool that she feels that she needs to get someone to do whatever felonies she's trying to pull off via her manipulation of others who are personally liable, financially, and typically in a criminal sense, except for that's a delusion that she and the woman who's looking at 80 plus years in prison share. It's a delusion that they believe if they use enough of you to perpetrate the crimes, they can't go to prison. They believe that because they fail to admit to themselves that they've been under 24/7 surveillance, according to the FBI, for longer than I'm authorized to tell you. But I'll tell you this. Longer than 16 months, baby girls.
It's going that northerly direction, almost directly on where the boat is right now.
So in the same direction as the house.
Same direction as the house.
Have you guys ever found a shop that connects to a whole cave system?
Absolutely. And that's most of the time what you do find. You'll find a smaller opening that'll lead into a bigger cavern or a bigger opening. Diving in the shaft is extremely dangerous because only one diver can go in at a time. So we're going to take every precaution we can to make sure the divers stay safe.
Which one of you are going down the shaft?
T-Roy.
So you've done this a few times?
Yes,
What's it like down there?
it's tight.
So what we're seeing in it right now is low visibility. See by the GoPro. Topside copy located at the shaft. Topside copy. Rock wall entering the shaft. Real good sign that we're in rock wall, so this potentially could be a cave system. The shaft should connect us down to the bottom. This is not the bottom of the lake. He's about 10 feet down now.
Solid, looks like a
Topside copy, we have remains. They have remains. You can start to see a little bit on the GoPro, and you have it here on the sonar. You can see the difference in that whitish gray we were talking about earlier. You can start to see the remains right there.
We don't know what kind of remains though, right?
We don't know until he can physically and visually get up on top of it. Topside copy. Human remains floating the buoy.
This is Susanna Connor reporting for Channel 2 News from an abandoned piece of farmland outside of Springfield, where skeletal remains of a young girl have been found.
If you haven't heard, Tubi will be streaming the Super Bowl for free. Get ready for the game and register now.
Well, you're in the big leagues now.
How was your vacation set? Well, I needed one.
With your 10% loyalty program discount, that's $225 for the night.
Not bad.
$155 for the night.
Hold up. How?
It's easy when you know where to look.
Trivago compares hotel prices from hundreds of sites, so you can save up to 40%.
Trivago's my secret tactic.
Hotel? Trivago.
A Sleep Number smart bed is perfect for couples. The Climate 360 smart bed is the only bed that cools and warms on each side, and all our smart beds adjust the firmness for each of you. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Shop a Sleep Number store near you.
Yeah. Okay. No, I appreciate it. The results and the body was identified as Sarah Winston.
Knew she was still out there.
Wait, how did Sarah end up in the pond? It wasn't there in 1994.
So if the Howards left Springfield in 1979 and haven't returned, then who built that pond on their property?
That big sinkhole opened up over there. It was in 98. It just boomed like that.
And that hole was massive. I went over there several times to just stand there and look down in the thing. It was huge.
With the Howards gone, Nobody went up there to put any sign to warn people about it.
The farmer's cow wandered off and ended up in that sinkhole. Fell right in.
We did get her out though. She's kind of shaken up. She's okay.
Yes, sir. Because of safety purposes, we agreed to fill the pond in with water. Well, they went in and filled it with like rock and hard clay and stuff just to try to build a base in it where it would retain the water.
Who filled up that sinkhole?
Wayne Ritchie?
That pond was built by Wayne Ritchie.
Oh, Wayne Ritchie.
Well, I loaned him the equipment to do it with in exchange for fishing rights, of course.
You know, my first thought was that he drowned her somewhere else, kept her body, and then moved her back to the pond once he built it.
Could Sarah's body have been moved to the pond after she was murdered? We would need to talk to the forensic pathologist to find out.
After we determined that the cause or manner of death was not from gunshot or a stab wound, we then turned our investigation towards drowning. Since the skeleton was found in the pond, we were going to look at the presence or absence of diatoms.
Diatoms are photosynthesizing algae that are present in every aquatic environment.
When we studied the bone marrow, we noticed diatoms present, indicating that the cause of death was drowning.
Every body of water has its own unique and distinct form of diatom, kind of like a fingerprint.
We took a sample in the pond at Howard's Mill and studied the signature of the diatoms present. Interestingly, it was an exact match to the diatoms present in the bone marrow of Sarah Winston.
The presence of diatoms in the lungs and bone marrow would indicate that the person entered the water alive and then drowned. The absence of diatoms would prove a body had been dumped in the water after they were deceased.
Based on these findings, the science shows that Sarah Winston actually drowned in 2004.
So in 1994, 10-year-old Sarah Winston disappears. In 2017, the body of Sarah Winston is found in the pond on Howard's Mill. But the forensics report shows she drowned in 2004. So that means she should have been 20 years old in 2004 when she drowned. But she was still 10 years old, the same age she was in 1994 before the pond was ever built. Are you confused yet?
Human time travel may not be probable, but it is potentially possible.
Technically, we are all time travelers. In the past 24 hours, I traveled one day in time. I presume that you did too. The real question is whether or not different people travel faster than others. You know, Einstein thought so. In the case of Sarah Winston, you have forensic proof that a 10-year-old girl disappeared and then drowned at the same age 10 years later. Glennis Howard's story doesn't have the science to back it up, but the coincidence of them both happening on the same piece of land is compelling.
Are you saying you believe that Sarah Winston traveled 10 years into the future, returning to this exact same spot she disappeared, where a pond had been built and then drowned?
You have two related cases of people with age discrepancies connected to the same location, and one of them is still living. I would ask the one that's still living.
Yeah, it's all familiar.
Your old room.
No. No, I've never been in this room before.
But this is the only child's room in the house.
Oh, I don't remember this room. When I remember I took naps though upstairs in this room. Yeah, I took naps in here with my dad, but I had my own room was in the basement. So,
The basement.
This place is so. I mean, I know I was here. I know I was here. It's just crazy, but I felt like it was bigger. It was like twice the size when I was here. Like this wall wasn't here. Because I had like a dresser and.
Show me right here. Let me see. Yeah. I suppose.
Okay.
Be careful. And it, oh my God.
There was something in
Yeah,
there.
yeah. I knew this wall wasn't here. I knew this wall wasn't here. No.
Got it.
Oh my God.
What are you seeing, guys?
Oh my God. This is all it's, these are my, I remember these books. It's up against this wall, but in this picture, I mean, I looked at this picture every single day.
Still here.
Yeah, I can't, I'm kind of in shock right now. I'm shaking. This bed, this is my bed. This is my bed. I look crazy. Oh God!
For the second time in 28 days, skeletal remains of a child have been discovered on the abandoned Howard's Mill. Police questioned a suspect, Wayne Ritchie, after discovering the body of 10-year-old Sarah Winston, who had been missing since 1994.
I don't care what those scientists say. I know Wayne did it.
When I heard about Sarah Winston, I just got chills. I mean, that could have been me.
I guess I'm surprised. I really didn't see him as the murdering kind.
Never. I'll never believe that he did that.
Hello?
Hi. Yes, this is Glennis Williams. I just I was watching the news and the man, Wayne Ritchie. If you said his name was, I know him. I know who that is.
You met him?
I'm positive that that man is my father.
What was your relationship with Sarah Winston?
No. Not much. It was a long time ago.
Why'd you build a wall in the Howard's house, Wayne? Want to answer the question?
Wasn't safe.
Wasn't safe for who? Wasn't safe for who?
Glennis, Bobby, wasn't safe for Glennis.
All right, what you got for me, Dan?
Well, the lab results are in, brother. You're not going to believe it. Wayne Ritchie and Glennis Williams are not related.
Okay.
Rebecca Howard and Glennis Williams are not related.
Wait a minute, what are you talking about?
There's more. Rebecca Howard and Jane Doe are related.
When was the last time you saw your daughter?
June 1st, 1979.
Specific.
Sometimes when you forget.
She went missing You and your husband didn't tell anyone, you didn't report to the cops, you packed up, you left most of your possessions behind. Is that right?
Not exactly.
Well, what part of that is not factual?
She didn't go missing. Not exactly. She was taken.
By who? Miss Glennis?
Well, if you look like I know more.
All right, wait a second here. How about her? Wayne, I don't understand. Why do you know her?
I don't know who that is.
That's Glennis Howard, the real Glennis Howard.
Wayne Ritchie didn't recognize the photo of the real Glennis Howard, but was able to identify Glennis Williams, although referring to her as Glennis Howard. He seemed just as confused as everyone else.
First time Glennis was missing, she was just a little baby. That Howard woman, she was scared, but they wasn't talking about. And then she was gone just like Daniel's parents.
No, the Howards went away. They didn't disappear, Wayne.
A few years later, I walked through that field and heard crying. Saw a baby out there, Bobby Glennis coming back. Flies was all around it out there in the middle of the field.
Wait, Wayne, you found a baby? Why didn't you tell me?
Well, I thought anybody knew. Then they might find out. They might come back for it. Take her back where they took her first time. I was just trying to make things the way they was before. But she's better off.
Why'd you build a wall in the house, Wayne?
Last time I was down there, there wasn't nobody down there.
Okay.
All right? I know that. Things were getting dangerous down there. Caught Glennis playing down there. And the pipes were exposed. We seen a rat down there. So I walled it up.
And you buried some children's toys down there too?
Yeah, my heart stand by.
This just all seems to point more and more to Wayne Ritchie. The fact that we have a body in a room that he admits he sealed.
Okay, it is 12:27 PM PST. This live stream is the first one out of the last 5 that Unit 207, i.e. the North Everett Precinct, hasn't tampered with. And/or cured more obstruction of justice charges to their soon-to-be unsealed indictments. As of roughly 20 minutes ago, again, one of the women that's going to prison upstairs was really excited about whatever fraudulent paperwork she had the woman she idolizes acquire for her today. In her absentia, she was upstairs actively stalking me.
To his health. Perhaps exciting, but
She believes it will be a tool that will be used for some
You're
person
listening to an
to proceed with some additional felonies against them.
perhaps exciting, but maybe not worth the trouble. There were
I,
other
as
women
you know,
in
have
the
been
photos
up
that would
since 2 in
politely
the morning
ignore,
because of these
and where's
imbeciles.
the fun in that?
These disgraces to the
And then
badge.
there were those who were off
These soon to
limits
be
because
convicted and
Elizabeth was
incarcerated
saved
for the
them
remainder of their
from
lives,
jail.
federal felons.
I
So this
imagine
live
those
stream
must have been particularly exciting
should run until
conquests.
8 p.m. And I'm
The
going to
Lord
go and
earned
try and
some
go to
renown
sleep
in the
now.
1588 battle against the Spanish Armada, not for naval prowess, however. He brought in a number of ships to the battle, which was very appreciated by the command, and he even commanded one himself, but to no distinction whatsoever. With that in mind, it's worthy of note that on this privateering voyage into the Atlantic, he didn't have the kind of ego that would assume he was best for command. He knew that he needed an experienced commander. He knew that a privateer should be at the helm here. And that was the case with John Burrow, Martin Frobisher, and Walter Raleigh, but all the same. At least 3 of the ships off Flores Island were his personal property. He paid for a disproportionate amount of food and ammunition. If you were a captain on this voyage, even if you were the admiral, you'd very likely still ask his opinion. But there were other large personalities vying for attention. The commander of the Golden Dragon, for instance, Captain Christopher Newport. Newport, in truth, deserves his own episode, and he might get one someday. I love Christopher Newport, kind of in the same way that I like a character like Teddy Roosevelt. There's a fair amount of stuff in his story that should make us take pause and reflect. But there's no time, man! Not when you're facing this giant, one-armed, hook-handed, bearded pirate, the kind of guy who claps you on the back just a little too hard, the kind of guy who encourages you to drink just a little too much. You notice that your girlfriend plays with her hair a lot when he's around, and by the end of the night, he's killed a guy in a duel. But it's all in good fun. And then in the morning, he's off on another adventure to the ends of the earth, ready to take a bite out of the day, and you're nursing the worst hangover of your life. Newport was the sort of sailor that walked that line between pirate and privateer for years, and at least in his youth, he was never afraid to step over that line. His earliest commands were in the Anglo-Spanish War, and he spent a lot of that time in the West Indies. He made contacts in the Americas, in both Spanish and Native American territories. He menaced Hispaniola and Cuba in the Windward Passage. And on his largest command in the West Indies, the voyage on which he captured the Golden Dragon, who would you imagine paid for a large percentage of that voyage? Sir Francis Drake, of course. It was in his honor and in the memory of Golden Hind that he christened his new ship Golden Dragon. I think I am going to keep Captain Christopher Newport in my back pocket. Otherwise, this would very likely turn into an episode about Christopher Newport, and when we do talk about him, I want to give his story the time it deserves. The second admiral of the fleet, Martin Frobisher, was a pirate, out and out. As in, a few years before the outbreak of war between Spain and England, he was arrested and investigated on suspicion of outfitting ships for piracy. In the years leading up to the war, he operated mostly in the Spanish Netherlands, capturing mostly Spanish vessels. They weren't the kind of grandiose raids for which Drake would become so famed, but it was honest work, or not honest work, but you get what I'm saying. He took hauls of wine and linen, a few luxury goods here and there, maybe a bag of silver, but nothing huge. But when war broke out with Spain, located largely in his old stomping grounds in the Netherlands, his years of experience found him a place in the ranks of respectable naval commanders. You can see why Spain called England a nation of pirates. The current admiral of the fleet, John Burrow, was one of those respected naval commanders. Richard Hakluyt would write of those commanders and of Captain Burrow specifically, quote, "The gentlemen, to give them their right, were so well qualified in courage, experience, and discretion as the greatest prince might repute himself happy to be served with their like. The honor of lieutenant general was imposed upon Sir John Burrow, a gentleman, for his manifold good and heroic parts, thought every way worthy of that command." Men who were long-time pirates and privateers, suddenly qualified in courage, experience, and discretion. Remember, in the interest of England, not in the interest of history. But in the case of John Burrow, that's mostly what we have to go on. In fact, outside of this voyage, there's not much on him. John Burke's peerage lists the dates of his birth and wedding, his knighthood and his death, and all that's nice, but it hardly compares to the profiles for the other men we've talked about today. But that will all make sense in time. For now, let's turn to 3rd August 1592. Off the coast of Flores Island, the remaining English fleet waited for the arrival of 5 Portuguese carracks. They'd been informed of the incoming fleet by some liberated Barbary slaves, and they knew they were coming right their way. The fleet was spread out before Flores Island in a net that was intended to capture any Portuguese vessels on approach. The ships were all placed about 2 leagues apart, roughly 7 miles or 11 kilometers. In my mind, I imagine that as being far enough apart that they would have needed spy glasses to see one another, but that's not the case. They didn't have telescopes yet. The first verifiable telescopic patent wouldn't come around for another 16 years. And Galileo would make use of them, but even then they were still the stuff of optics labs and scientific curios until the late 1600s, when Sir Isaac Newton made some serious improvements. It's unlikely that William Dampier would have had a telescope on his first few voyages, but it's entirely possible that he would have had one on his latter missions. He was kind of a science geek after all. But they didn't find any widespread maritime use until the War of the Spanish Succession. The obvious tactical advantage couldn't be ignored. What I'm getting at here is that when you picture them in your mind, they were still pretty far apart, but they weren't on the edge of the horizon. They would have to be close enough to see the nearest ship and see if they raised a flag.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any MetroFlex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
When your makeup's so loud, you can literally hear it. That's NYX Professional Makeup. To capture that sound, NYX has spotlit 5 rising female artists. Collaborating with each one to create music for the debut NYX Tape, an album inspired by the latest NYX Professional Makeup drop. NYX Tape, the sound of NYX Professional Makeup. It's makeup so loud you can hear it. Listen now on Spotify.
Imagine a spider web with 7 spiders that were waiting to catch any passing flies. A spider web that stretched the length of Flores Island. And I say any passing flies, but let's be clear here, they were only ever really after one particularly fat fly, Madre de Dios. The 7 spiders in question were arrayed from south to north as follows. Dainty, under Captain Richard Hawkins, was the furthest south. A few leagues to the north, we find Captain Christopher Newport on Golden Dragon. Admiral John Burrow was yet farther north in Roebuck, a ship owned by the Queen. Lord Clifford's 3 vessels came next, Tiger, Samson, and Prudence in that order. And then furthest north was another of the Queen's ships, the Foresight, under Captain Robert Cross. We haven't talked about Robert Cross yet, but we will. The wind was blowing in such a fashion that it took about 2 hours to get from the location of one ship to the next. There were 2 hours between Dainty and Golden Dragon. There were 4 hours between Dainty and Roebuck. By that logic, it would take a full 12 hours for Foresight and Dainty to meet, assuming that one of them stayed in place. About midday on the 3rd, a lookout on board Richard Hawkins' Dainty, the southernmost ship, spotted Madre de Dios coming their way. Hawkins sent up a flag to notify the lookouts on Golden Dragon. It worked kind of like, the best analogy I can think of are the beacons between Gondor and Rohan in The Lord of the Rings. And I'm sure there's a better analogy out there, but look, I just watched the whole trilogy this weekend, the extended editions even, so that's why we spent last time talking about Morgoth, and I tell you, I had to fight off the urge to talk about Shelob when we were talking about spiders and webs. But that's how it worked. After Dainty raised her flag, Golden Dragon caught wind of it and raised her own flag. Roebuck saw it and raised her flag, and then it went on and on. Within only a few minutes, all 7 vessels were aware of the Madre de Dios. However, they didn't plan on the carrack being this far south. They thought that she would come in further to the north, which meant that they would have at least 2 vessels that could intercept her at once, ready to fight immediately. In this situation, though, if they were to catch her, Dainty would be all alone for 2 hours. Alone against the largest and one of the most powerful ships in the whole world. Still, Captain Hawkins was no coward. Dainty sailed in to engage. Now, Hawkins had to play this carefully. Dainty was fast and well-armed for her size, but she was nothing compared to this Portuguese monster. It was going to be a delicate operation. For obvious reasons, he had to avoid getting hit, but in addition to that, Hawkins had to avoid hitting Madre de Dios too hard. I mean, it's unlikely that he could have sunk Madre de Dios, but that's not the issue here. The real issue was keeping that ship away from the shore. If you'll recall from last time, the last major ship that this fleet attempted to capture ran aground at top speed on purpose. The crew carried off all of the valuable cargo, and then they burned that ship down. If the Portuguese attempted that again, and they were likely to, this entire operation would be for naught. So Hawkins' entire job here was to keep moving, to keep himself between Madre de Dios and the shoreline. He had to keep her occupied, but at the same time he had to appear as though his ship were not too much of a threat. He did so for 2 hours until Captain Newport arrived in Golden Dragon. Even with 2 ships, though, they were still in perilous danger of losing their prize, perhaps an even greater danger. Compared to Madre de Dios with her 700 men and an impressive complement of guns, Dainty was dainty. She was nothing but a fly to be swatted away. But once Golden Dragon arrived, it showed the Portuguese captain that this could turn into a dangerous situation. He might find it imperative to make for the shore. So they danced. The English circled their prey like sharks. They fired around whenever it was safe to do so, but mostly they employed small arms fire and the swivel guns. And they focused on one particular spot on Madre de Dios, the helm. If you were trying to keep Madre de Dios from maneuvering too much or making their way to shore, the helm is where you wanted to focus your fire. Now, Dainty did take a hit in the fighting. She lost her foremast, but right about that time, the Roebuck arrived to relieve her. Dainty limped off to lick her wounds, and the Roebuck and Golden Dragon continued to encircle Madre de Dios. There's something to point out here. Madre de Dios had a crew of over 700 men. If a crewman on board was injured or killed, or if someone grew exhausted, they had replacements. The English ships, mostly, did not. You know, it's entirely possible that Dainty could have avoided that shot that she took if the crew hadn't already been fighting for 4 hours. They might just have grown exhausted with no relief to take over. In 2 more hours, the Golden Dragon might just take a hit right about the time another ship showed up. It was possible that this pattern could continue and the English would lose. And with hindsight, we know that they had quite a fight ahead of them. Still 12 hours to go. Luckily, another ship did not take a serious hit. Over the next several hours, the firefight continued. Lord Clifford showed up with his ship Tiger, and his other 2 ships followed, and then Dainty, once repaired, re-entered the fight. And it was here that the whole game changed. At this point, there was virtually no question that the English could take down Madre de Dios in a straight-up fight. But they didn't want to take her down. At this point, they had to focus all of their energy on not doing too much damage here. They had to walk a tight line. See, they obviously didn't want to sink her or run her aground. They wanted to disable Madre de Dios, but they didn't want to disable her too much. They needed her to be seaworthy. They were intending to sail her back to England. If they tried to transfer all of the cargo on Madre de Dios, that would take time, and they might not even be able to fit all of that on their ship. That would give the Spanish Armada time to sail in and to kill them all. If they damaged Madre de Dios too much, it would take time to repair her, which would give the Spanish Armada time to sail in and kill them all. So they played it safe. They kept their shots away from the masts. They kept their shots away from the magazine. Instead, they focused almost entirely on chain shot into the rigging and small arm fire at the helm. Let's, for a moment, look at what things would have been like on board the Carrack, specifically at the helm here. Madre de Dios was a monster of a ship. This was at a time when ship technology was still relatively rudimentary compared to what we know and love. Optimally, it would take 12 or 14 men at the helm to steer a ship of that size. All of them were grouped up in one spot right there at the helm. Imagine standing there, straining to control this giant vessel when a hail of red-hot iron balls tears through you and your comrades. Maybe you don't take a hit, and you might consider yourself lucky, but on the other hand, the lucky might be those who took a hit through the head. Most of the men who got hit were on deck screaming and bleeding and trying to hold their insides in. In fact, maybe it's better not to imagine yourself at the helm. Maybe you're a gunner working somewhere else on the vessel, but you see what happened up there. Through the smoke, you saw showers of blood and screams. And then the orders come down, you need to get up there and work the helm. But before you can even get there and start your job, you have to help drag away the dead and dying men. You have to do so you can take their place, to stand where they stood when that happened, to stand in the blood and the bone and the brains and the excrement. The greatest blessing you can find in all of this is that the smoke fills your nostrils so you don't have to smell it. And then once again, the English hit your position. A red-hot iron ball tears through your thigh. If you're lucky, that ball will tear through your femoral artery and you will bleed to death in only a few minutes. That cycle continued for 12 hours. The English had a vested interest in killing every man that was sent to the helm. The Spanish had a vested interest in having men work the helm of their ship. Eventually, though, the Foresight arrived with a fresh crew and Robert Cross. Cross and Burrow and Lord Clifford all met to confer, while Hawkins and Newport kept up the fight. Those three all agreed that the firefight could not continue with any hope of successfully recovering Madre de Dios. Cross's crew was fresh. They were rested. They were ready to fight. So he volunteered to lead the boarding party. Everybody agreed to that, but Cross didn't have enough men. The best crew to back him would be the crew of Golden Dragon, Newport's men, and they went with him too. Roebuck, Tiger, Dainty, and all of the rest opened up a full bombardment on Madre de Dios. They forced the gunners of the Portuguese ship to take cover, while Golden Dragon and Foresight sailed in close. They grappled Madre de Dios, and they sent their men over the side. The fighting was fierce. There was a surge of resistance against the English, and fighting quickly spread throughout all 7 decks of Madre de Dios. But the battle had already been going on for 16 hours. The fight was brief. The Portuguese were exhausted, and at least half of the Englishmen had not yet had to fight. In the hours that it took them to reach Madre de Dios from their position, many of them probably had a nap. In short order, the English held the Madre de Dios. They gathered up all of the prisoners on deck, but they did a sweep of the vessel as well. That's just good sense, to make sure that nobody's hiding, make sure that nobody's planning an ambush or some sort of sabotage. But the men on that sweep who found the hold of Madre de Dios quickly realized exactly what it was that they had fought so hard for. There was more valuable cargo on board right there than any of these men had seen in their entire lives. They were all going to be rich. However, there was a somber note in it. Richard Hakluyt writes, quote, "But albeit this first appearance of the hugeness thereof yielded sights enough to entertain our men's eyes, yet the pitiful object of so many bodies, slain and dismembered, did not withdraw each man's eye to see, and heart to lament, and hands to help those miserable people whose limbs were so torn with the violence of shot, and whose pain was made grievous with the multitude of wounds. No man could almost step but on a dead carcass or a bloody floor, but especially about the helm, where very many of them fell suddenly from stirring to dying. End quote. At least that's what Hickley tells us. Everyone else speaks of the orgy of plunder that followed the battle. English crewmen were stuffing their pockets and their purses with gold and rubies and sapphires. And here comes one of those moments that I truly wish I had on film. I mean, I would love actual footage of the real event, but I'd be happy with even some modern Hollywood interpretation. Not the plunder necessarily, although I would love to see the haul all together in the holds. But no, I'm talking about the arrival on deck of George Clifford, the 3rd Earl of Cumberland, the man who paid for and organized this whole voyage. Christopher Newport and Robert Cross, the men who led the party on deck, well, they were already there, but they were busy dealing with the aftermath of battle. They were seeing to the wounded. They were seeing that everyone was taken prisoner and that the ship was well and truly held. Clifford, on the other hand, had a deep, personal, financial interest in this voyage. How do you imagine he would react when he saw the English crewmen emerging on deck with begemmed rings on their fingers, or pearl necklaces, or bags of nutmeg over their shoulders, with purses so stuffed with coins that they were spilling out onto the deck? Clifford was not happy. And if this were some sort of 1930s film, he would probably be all, "By Jove, sirs, in the name of your queen, cease this tomfoolery at once." And then the clouds would part, and the men would see the error of their ways and renounce piracy and become priests, maybe. In reality, the Earl probably grabbed the nearest man by the collar, pulled him face to face, and said, "What do you think you're doing?" Then he threw the man to the deck, drew his personal sword, and all of his personal retainers, knights all of them, drew their swords as well. There would have been a tense moment there on the deck, a moment in which intercompany violence was very, very possible. But of course you don't get paid if you get killed. The crew put the plunder back. There would be later estimates that would suggest that possibly as much as 1/3 of the haul did, in one form or another, sneak away. Clifford got the crew back to work. They needed to repair Madre de Dios. They needed to get the rigging back in shape. But then he and Newport and Hawkins interviewed the Portuguese captain. Part of me is tempted to do an episode within an episode here, to play the music again and tell you, this is episode 126 and a half, the tale of Don Fernando. Because Don Fernando has one of those tales. Instead, I'll just relate what Hickley tells us. Quote, "Among the rest of those whose state this chance had made very deplorable was Don Fernando de Mendoca, Grand Captain and Commander of this carrack, a gentleman well stricken in years, well spoken, of comely personage, of good stature, but of hard fortune. In his services against the Moors he was twice taken prisoner. In a former voyage of return from the east he was driven upon the sands, and although escaping the sea danger, yet fell into the hands of the infidels on land, who kept him under long and grievous servitude. The king was content to let him try his fortune on this easterly navigation, and committed unto him the conduct of this carrack, wherein he went from Lisbon, general of the whole fleet." End quote. And now, Don Fernando had been captured once again by infidels. However, George Clifford was not without sympathy. He ordered the guns on board one of his ships moved over to Madre de Dios, along with the cargo of his ship. But he left the tools and food and water on that vessel. And he gave the ship to Don Fernando, as well as the rest of the Spanish. He let them go and return home safely, weather permitting. Well, he was about to let them go. He didn't let them go yet, not until his fleet, including Madre de Dios, was well underway. The repairs were going well here, but they were under pressure. In fact, they were under several pressures. There was a rift developing between the crew and the officers, even between captains. They'd fought and they died for this prize, and they were privateers. They were owed a share here. But it was looking more and more like Clifford might try to deny them a share, to pay them a wage. But instead of fighting back, they weren't. Because, after all, you can't get paid if you're dead. And the Spanish Armada was on its way. Next time, we're going to conclude the tale of Madre de Dios. But that's not the end of the story. This story won't end for another 3 centuries, because the capture of the Madre de Dios gave birth to something that would change the world forever. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show. All of our patrons on Patreon, everybody who has left us a review or a rating, everybody who has recommended this show. Without all of you, I wouldn't be able to do this. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the Band of Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, Reddit, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
From a voice like a shake down the trees, and the face of an angel, all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For a first life this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Craig, Kinley, Pepe, Jennings, Drunken Dak, Two Gun Tony, The Pirate Nopales, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Rumgut, and Bootstraps Baby. And of course our quartermasters, Samuel and Adam. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When we left off last time, the English privateers in the Atlantic were busy repairing their prize, the Madre de Dios. They were getting her ready as quickly as possible. By morning, they had her seaworthy, which was none too soon. As the sun rose, they saw a flotilla of Spanish warships headed in their direction. Had Madre de Dios been on her own, they would have been caught almost immediately. However, they were lucky enough to have 6 privateer vessels serving as escort. Those were lighter and faster than the Spanish ships, and whenever one of the Spanish vessels got too close, an English ship could fall back and engage and give the Carrack time to pull ahead and then reconnoiter with her. As they left Spanish waters and entered English waters, the Spanish ships fell back. They were at war with England, and it would be too dangerous to continue the pursuit, so Madre de Dios made it safely back to England. Richard Hakluyt tells of her arrival in Dartmouth and gives a full accounting of the sheer size of this ship. And then he writes, quote, "This perfect commensuration of the parts appeareth the hugeness of the whole, far beyond the mold of the biggest shipping used among us." End quote. This was the largest ship ever seen in England. She dwarfed every other ship in Dartmouth Harbor. Her masts stood well above the houses on the shoreline. A ship like that was going to draw attention. Once word got out that a ship had arrived that was so impressive people came to see, and once word got out just what was on board that ship, people began to make their way on board. They explored the vessel, and before long they were swarming the deck of Madre de Dios. They began to carry away goods and riches in amazing quantities. It started slow, but it became a torrent of people. They ransacked the ship for maybe an hour before the crew was able to get the situation under control. But even then, they weren't able to stem the tide entirely. Over the following weeks, despite a heavy guard on board, plunder just kept slipping away. People of ill repute arrived in Dartmouth from all across southern England. They arrived to steal, buy, and sell whatever cargo was available there. Sir Walter Raleigh was dispatched from London on the Queen's orders to restore order and to oversee the safe shipment of the cargo. They weren't going to sail the Madre de Dios through the Channel. Now that it was at an English port, they were going to carry the treasure overland to ensure that nobody could recapture their prize. The Queen, who had heard many varying reports of exactly what to expect, didn't believe her eyes at first. She was elated with the prize and the plunder that came from the capture of that ship. At the time, in 1592, that was fully half of England's treasure. That same report stated, as a conclusion, quote, "God's great favor towards our nation, who, by putting this purchase into our hands, hath manifestly discovered those secret trades and Indian riches, which hitherto lay strangely hidden and cunningly concealed from us." End quote. The English discovery of exactly what the Indies had to offer would change the shape of English foreign policy, indeed European foreign policy, forever. This is episode 127, Secret Trades and Indian Riches. So what exactly was the cargo? What were these Indian riches that could change and so profoundly shape the history of England? That same report by Mr. Robert Adams gives a full accounting. He writes, quote, "To give you a taste, as it were, of the commodities, it shall suffice to deliver you the catalogue taken the 15th of September, 1592, where, upon good view, it was found that the principal wares, after the jewels, which were no doubt of great value, consisted of spices, drugs, silks, calicoes, quilts, carpets, and colors." End quote. Mr. Adams talks at great length about what they found on board. The spices like pepper, cloves, nutmeg, cinnamon, the drugs like frankincense and aloe, the fabrics he goes into some length about, the many different types of calico and silk to be found on board, the pearls, the ambergris, which was highly valuable. He talks about the less valuable but greater in number goods, the porcelain china, the coconuts, the ebony wood. In the end, he writes of this plunder, quote, "Being divided among the adventurers, whereof her majesty was chief, was sufficient to yield contentment to all parties." End quote. And as we will see, that certainly wasn't the case. Many parties were anything but content in the end. As far as the spices were concerned, in terms of quantity, the ship carried 425 tons of pepper, 45 tons of cloves, 35 of cinnamon, 3 of mace, and 3 of nutmeg. Now that's a singularly rich haul, but why did that influence the world so much? Well, first of all, let me address the very real possibility that I, and many of the historians I'm working from, may be placing too much emphasis on the capture of that one ship. If you look at it from a trends and forces approach to historical study, it's pretty clear that everything that was about to come was going to happen anyway. But in this case, this one instance, I think it's appropriate to look at things from the great man approach to historical study, or in this case, the great woman approach. See, Queen Elizabeth is the linchpin to this entire story. She had to sign off on any major business ventures undertaken by any of her subjects, and she was very often reluctant to do so unless you had very good evidence that your business venture was a good idea. For example, if you, say, wanted to found a trade corporation that was going to operate in the East Indies, well, she needed good evidence there. I mean, the East Indies were obviously a rich market, but they were dangerous, they were expensive, and they were potentially destructive to the war effort. Elizabeth was not going to be easily swayed in that decision. But there was one party in particular, I should say at least one party in particular, that was interested in starting that trade. They wanted to open up the East Indies market. The family of the Hawkins. Remember that at least one of them, William Hawkins, had been to the East Indies with Francis Drake on the circumnavigation. What they needed, were they to convince Elizabeth, was real evidence that the East Indies would be a valuable enough market to invest that kind of capital. Now, of course, that evidence was freely available in the East Indies, but they had to get it closer to home. Now, I imagine that the Hawkins family had a network of spies and informants in Spain. I'd be frankly surprised to hear if they didn't. And one of those spies may just have slipped a juicy tidbit to the Hawkins concerning Madre de Dios. That's rampant speculation. I have no evidence at all of that, but that tidbit would certainly have been sufficient to convince someone like Lord Clifford to join into the venture. It would have been enough to convince Lord Clifford to petition the Queen for the release of Sir Walter Raleigh. And it wasn't the plunder that gripped them. I mean, that was certainly a draw. It would have interested the Hawkins and certainly regular privateer captains, but it wouldn't have been enough for men like Clifford. No, he was far more interested in the potential that that plunder could offer. The potential for secret trades and Indian riches. Riches unlike anything that England had ever seen before. Enough that maybe they could sway the Queen. Of course, attempting to sway the Queen in any fashion was a long and detailed process. They needed not only the evidence of the potential riches to be made, but also a solid business plan. They needed ships as well, and men to sail them, and an outline of where they intended to call. And at least on that last account, Madre de Dios helped immensely. They had the ship's records and maps, which allowed them to make such a plan. But all of that took time. It was an effort of years. And Lord Clifford set about working on it immediately. He shopped the idea around to all of the influential friends he had there in London. He brought men and money into the fold, but even more importantly, there at first, he began constructing new ships. 3 years after the capture of Madre de Dios in 1595, his newest flagship was launched. And that ship has what just might be my favorite ship name of all time. You know, pirate ship names are usually cool. You've got Queen Anne's Revenge and many other ships with some variation of revenge in the name, and I like that. It's an advertisement of intent in some fashion. But a bunch of ship names are less cool. You've got the Fancy, you've got the Royal Fortune, you've got, more recently, the Dainty. Not exactly striking fear into the hearts of men, is it? But Lord Clifford commissioned a 900-ton, 38-gun. Well, it wasn't a galleon, exactly. It had many of the same capabilities as a Spanish galleon, though. It was certainly the largest ship that had been built in Britain since Elizabeth's father, Henry VIII, built his Henry Grace Adieu. And Queen Elizabeth herself took the liberty of naming that vessel. She called it Scourge of Malice. Scourge of Malice kind of has a double meaning, doesn't it? It could be a malicious scourge that was used against England's enemies, or it could be a scourge to be used against malice, to bring peace between long enemies. Now, Scourge of Malice was originally intended to be a West Indian vessel. It was meant to sail to the Americas and aid Sir Francis Drake in his campaign against the Spanish. However, Cumberland, who was set to captain the Scourge of Malice, had 3 false starts. Once he was recalled almost immediately after leaving England by the Queen, and twice there was a bout of bad weather that forced him to return to England for repairs. That proved to be disastrous for Sir Francis Drake. Had Cumberland managed to make it to America, perhaps Drake wouldn't have been fatally wounded in a battle at San Juan. However, Cumberland, acknowledging the sacrifice made by Sir Francis Drake, renamed Scourge of Malice. He named the most powerful ship in the English Navy Red Dragon. Now, while all this was going on, while Cumberland was building ships and courting people to invest, there was some drama concerning Madre de Dios, in particular the accounting of the treasure on board. The question stems around whether or not any actual plunder took place, and if so, exactly how much was stolen. That's a matter of debate, a question that we'll likely never know the answer to, but it led to a fair amount of contention about the shares that the captains received. Lord Cumberland and Sir John Burrough, the admiral of the fleet that captured Madre de Dios, both lodged official complaints about their shares. They were careful not to implicate the Queen in any fashion. Instead, they pointed the finger at Sir Walter Raleigh. They alleged that the report, which was overseen by Raleigh, made false conclusions about the total of the treasure and how much may or may not have been stolen. They alleged that possibly Raleigh was skimming off the top to enrich himself while shortchanging his comrades. It's not impossible that they were correct in this assumption. Sir Walter Raleigh wasn't exactly well known for his scruples. It's not outside the realm of possibility that he did shortchange his comrades. Whether or not he did, though, doesn't really matter, because that is what Clifford and Burrough believed. Now, Lord Clifford, the Queen's champion, received a balm from Elizabeth. She allotted him a sum of money in thanks for his good works in capturing Madre de Dios, and she aided him financially in the construction of Red Dragon. John Burrough, on the other hand, the admiral, remember, received nothing. He decried Raleigh loudly and publicly, and he did so often. At one such occasion, almost 2 years after returning to England on 7th March 1594, Sir John insulted Walter Raleigh in front of John Gilbert, who just so happened to be a cousin of Raleigh's. And Gilbert challenged Burrough to a duel. Burrough accepted and chose rapiers as the weapon of choice, and arrived at the fight ready to kill the cousin of the man who he believed had stolen his fortune. However, he lost that duel. Sir John Burrough was killed on the 7th of March 1594, and the question of his compensation was no longer an issue. Despite leading the armada that captured Madre de Dios, John Burrough has been largely forgotten to history. The other names in this story, though, Walter Raleigh, Christopher Newport, James Lancaster, George Clifford, they are all famous Elizabethan adventurers. But Burrough died too early for any of that.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast. I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metroflex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
When your makeup's so loud, you can literally hear it. That's NYX Professional Makeup. To capture that sound, NYX has spotlit 5 rising female artists. Collaborating with each one to create music for the debut NYX Tape, an album inspired by the latest NYX Professional Makeup drop. NYX Tape, the sound of NYX Professional Makeup. It's makeup so loud you can hear it. Listen now on Spotify.
Madre de Dios would open up doors for the wealthy and well-connected in English society, and had Burrow accepted his paltry sum and walked through that door, perhaps we would remember him today, but he chose a different path. But it wasn't just the landed aristocrats that those doors opened up for. Similar doors were opened for the less fortunate but highly talented sailors and soldiers, and especially the merchants. It was merchants more than anyone else that George Clifford courted. He approached a number of rich and powerful men in and around London, anyone who had an interest in the spice trade and, of course, who had the money, was approached and offered this investment opportunity. Historian John Key writes in his wonderful book, The Honorable Company, A History of the English East India Company, quote, "The company's stock appealed to 2 very different types of investor. On the one hand, there was the shareholder primarily interested in a quick and substantial return on his investment. He might be anything from a tradesman to a courtier, but he had no obvious interests in the specifics of its trade. On the other hand, there were those who perceived some collateral advantage in the trade itself. The group consisted of wealthy and influential city merchants with extensive financial interests outside the company. These 2 types of investor may roughly be identified with the company's 2 institutional bodies, the General Court and the Court of Committees." End quote. These 2 bodies worked a lot like modern companies do today. The General Court was a body of shareholders who, well, at first they were just investors, but later on they would meet maybe once every quarter or so to vote on big picture company business and to hear updates on their stock in the company. The Court of Committees was a much smaller body of those employed in the day-to-day running of the company. When Mr. Key, the author of that history, mentions financial interests outside the company, he's talking about, well, a bunch of different financial ventures, but the most prominent among them was the Levant Company. The Levant Company was a trading corporation that was vested with the power to trade with the Levant, which means the Ottoman Empire. They played a major role in the relatively positive relations between England and the Ottoman Empire, Elizabeth and Suleiman the Magnificent. The Levant Company came in second only to the Venetians when it came to trading with the Ottomans for goods traveling overland through the Mediterranean. However, those merchants who were interested primarily in spices and silk now found an opportunity to cut out the Ottoman middleman. They could cut out the overland trade routes and even undercut the Portuguese. There were quite a few people who found that very appealing, but 3 London merchants more than any other showed serious interest in Lord Clifford's plan to form a trading company with the Far East. You may remember James Lancaster as the commander of a failed 1592 voyage to the East Indies. But James Lancaster did gain personal knowledge of the sea routes and the sultans with which any such venture would be concerned. Lancaster, who was perhaps first into this fold, brought in his 2 most prominent financial backers from the Levant Company, Thomas Smith and John Watts. When I talk about rich and powerful merchants, this is who I'm talking about. And the word merchant has kind of a quaint connotation. You might picture people peddling sausage rolls on the corner, or Perhaps when you think rich and successful merchants, you think a clockmaker who makes very fine clocks sold in the highest courts in Europe. But no, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Jeff Bezos. We're talking about captains of industry. Now, Thomas Smith and John Watts weren't landed gentry. They were commoners, for now at least, but they were both financial and political movers. They were middle class in England at the time, but they would be very much considered upper class today. They were middle class in that they didn't have the dignity or the gravitas of the aristocracy, but they held just as much, if not even more, real power than most landed gentry. Some families of a certain quality, the Roosevelts, for example, wouldn't ever think about muddying their hands with merchant or political affairs. But of course, once one particular Roosevelt named Theodore decided to break that rule, he became one of the most famous, beloved, and powerful world leaders of all time. So these four men, Lord Clifford, Thomas Smith, John Watts, and James Lancaster, combined their efforts to bring in all the financial and naval players that were active in England at the time. This small group, along with a cadre of more than 200 other movers and shakers, prepared a proposal. They were going to take it before the Queen in early September 1599. They argued the merits of their plan well. They pointed out that it served not only financial purposes, but military purposes as well. They're at war with Spain, which of course puts them at war with Portugal, and breaking that monopoly, the Iberian monopoly on the spice trade, would be an unbelievable move, militarily speaking. But as the bard, William Shakespeare, an active playwright at the time, would have said, here's the rub. England's closest ally in all the world, and certainly in their fight against the Spanish, the Netherlands, well, they were already in the East Indies. And that should break down nicely. If the Dutch take Asia away from King Philip and profit from that trade, England would have the opportunity to hack away at Spanish America and profit from those lands. It's a two-front worldwide campaign that would break up Spanish dominion all over the world. It would enrich the Protestant allies of England and the Netherlands. It's a win-win, and nobody would have to get territorial here. It seems perfect. So those petitioners in September of 1599 were turned away. Elizabeth didn't want to destroy that perfect system, and beyond that there was the question of peace talks with Spain. They were ongoing, and Elizabeth didn't want to endanger those talks by entering into the spice trade. But it actually might have been the Dutch who swayed Elizabeth here, who changed her mind on this decision. The American campaign was, the privateers were bringing in money, but they had as yet to really solidify any big money-making ventures over there. There were no major colonies, for example. And the Dutch were, they were getting rich. They were bringing in huge hauls of Asian spices, so much so, in fact, that they didn't have enough ships to carry it all. To pick up the slack, they attempted to hire English ships for their ventures. And they offered decent rates, too. At first, £3,000, and then when the English demurred, they offered more like £5,000. And that's not bad for a ship that would be fully insured if she were lost and was not involved in any other venture at the time. But the cargo that they would have on board would be worth easily 10 times that amount. And it appeared that the Dutch were going to make yet a better offer, which only went to solidify the point that they had money to spare. The cadre of merchants who made that initial proposal came back a year later, in December of 1600. They pondered before the Queen, why should our fine ships go to make the Dutch rich beyond their wildest dreams? Should not these English vessels enrich Englishmen? What's more, these merchants had more money and more ships and more men than they had had a year ago. Elizabeth was always a pragmatist. She tended to make the decision that would fill her coffers and the decision that would do the best to appease her most prominent subjects. And this time, she was swayed. Queen Elizabeth granted a royal charter to, quote, George, Earl of Cumberland, and 215 knights, aldermen, and burgesses, end quote. Lord Clifford was, at the time, the only landed man involved in the company, but everyone here was rich. The company's official name at this point was the Governor and Company of Merchants of London Trading with the East Indies. The governor in question, the nominal leader of the company, was Thomas Smith, the Sheriff of London. However, he would die in just a few months' time before they even went on their first voyage. The governorship passed on to John Watts. Now, this happened at the very end of 1600, but happening at the turn of the century kind of has a nice, round, poetic symbolism to it. Maybe it could be seen as a sign that the 1600s were going to be a big century, and I mean, they were. It also means that the English East India Company was the first East India Company. Technically, at least. This company existed before their Dutch equivalent, but it would be restructured and rechartered a few years later, after the VOC, the Verenigd Oost-Indisch Company, the United East India Company, the Dutch East India Company, after they were founded. But before all of that drama could take place, the English had to sail for Asia. George Clifford sold the Scourge of Malice, the Red Dragon, to the English company at a very favorable price. And that ship now was officially the first East Indiaman. The East Indiaman was, well, there isn't a particular type of ship called an East Indiaman. Any ship that was used for the East India trade was technically an East Indiaman. Of course, the Portuguese ship was better known as the carrack. The Spanish vessel was the galleon, and the Dutch had their own fleet vessel. But this ship, the Red Dragon, served as a template for English and Dutch and French ships that would become the model for what an East Indiaman was for about 200 years. Now, they weren't galleons. The hull was less barrel-shaped than a carrack or a galleon, and they weren't quite a frigate. The holds were larger than a typical frigate to accommodate more cargo. The East Indiaman, much like the Red Dragon, could be manned by a relatively small crew, but they also had plenty of guns on board, guns that could ward off pirates and, later on, interlopers into the East India trade. Now, that might sound kind of like a perfect pirate ship, but it really wasn't. Pirates tended to prefer sloops and frigates, which were sleeker and faster. They could intercept an East Indiaman easily, and they held more guns. But there were occasional East Indiamen that served as pirate ships in a pinch. They were the perfect ship for sailing into uncharted, potentially dangerous waters. And that was exactly where they were headed. Their enemies were many. There were the obvious enemies, the Spanish and Portuguese with whom they were currently at war, and there were the possible enemies, hostile natives and potentially hostile sultans. There were the invisible enemies that they were not prepared to deal with: scurvy, malaria, dysentery, and cholera. And then there were enemies that they never would have expected. Enemies that would have been in the last place these Englishmen would ever have looked. Enemies who, when they arrived, were their closest friends in the entire world. The greatest enemy that the English would face in the East Indies would, after all, be their close allies, the Dutch. Next time, we're going to follow Red Dragon and James Lancaster into Southeast Asia. We're going to look at the budding enmity between the Dutch and English, these old friends. We're going to follow that relationship as it develops, from forced friendliness into open hostility, and finally, open warfare between nation-states. We're going to look at the relationship as it evolved between the reigns of Queen Elizabeth and the Glorious Revolution, which will catch us up, as far as the East India Companies are concerned, to our story in the Philippines concerning Sigmund and Charles Swan and William Dampier. At the moment, they are enjoying themselves in the Philippines on the fringes of company power, but that crew is about to run headlong into both the Dutch and English East India Companies. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank everyone who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us a review or a rating wherever it is you listen to the show, and everyone who has recommended this show to your friends and family. Without all of you, I wouldn't be able to do this. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you have yet to check them out, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, Reddit, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first like this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Craig, Kinley, Hefe, Jennings, Drunken Dak, Two Gun Tony, the Pirate Nopales, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spain. And of course our quartermasters, Samuel and Adam. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. I have had an episode outlined and mocked up for weeks now about early modern economics and the differing theories between Spain and Portugal on the one hand and England and the Netherlands on the other, at least in regard to empire. But I keep pushing it back and back and back Because there's always a Madre de Dios to talk about, or an exciting voyage, or something more fun. In the end, an episode about economic theory is just so boring. I mean, sure, it's probably important on some level to understand the different ways in which these imperial powers oppressed and enslaved. But is it a fun show? Not at all. There's no story, no characters, no drama to invest in. And in reality, those questions are divided upon a pretty thin line. So I'm not going to do that show. Instead, we're going to look at the first journey of the English East India Company, the voyage of James Lancaster, Red Dragon. Now, we're not doing that because it's a particularly consequential voyage. It wasn't. In terms of immediate consequences, there were virtually none. But it does introduce us to the other players in that region at that time. It introduces us to the transition moment between the Spanish and Portuguese in East Asia and the English and Dutch. It will give us a moment to look at those differing economic theories without getting too deep into the philosophy of it. We're going to be looking at that secondhand, as it were, through the eyes of the English who were visiting for the first time. This is episode 128, The Sea Without End. When we left off, Queen Elizabeth had just granted a charter to the Governor and Company of Merchants of London trading with the East Indies. She did that in December of 1600. Just over a month later, in February 1601, James Lancaster had the fleet ready to sail. Now, Lord Clifford was first on the charter, as was proper for a man of his station, but he didn't hold any official position within the company. It was, of course, below him to do so. So he gave command to James Lancaster. Lancaster was the obvious choice here. He was one of the very, very few English commanders who had rounded the Cape of Good Hope. He was one of the few English commanders who had been to Asia. And the other most notable English commanders with those distinctions were either dead or indisposed. Francis Drake and Thomas Cavendish, dead. John Hawkins, old. Richard Hawkins in a Spanish prison. I mean, there really wasn't anybody but Lancaster to take this on. Maybe Walter Raleigh, but he was busy in America at this point. Now, Lancaster had served, in addition to his 1592 voyage to India, under Francis Drake and John Hawkins. He was a privateer who was one of the most prominent gentleman adventurers operating, but focus more on the gentleman of that. He was a sensible, pragmatic merchant more than anything else. Red Dragon was the flagship of the fleet and the best prepared. Notably, Red Dragon had barrels of lemon juice on board, and every crewman was going to be given 1 spoonful of juice a day with breakfast. And I wonder if that's a sign that William Hawkins was on board at the time. Remember, Hawkins was there on Francis Drake's nearly disastrous scurvy-ridden voyage, only to have his life saved by lime juice. But we don't know that Hawkins was there. It's, in fact, equally likely that Lancaster was on that same voyage. However, the other 3 ships in the fleet, the Hector of 300 tons, the Ascension of 260, and the Susan of 240, they didn't have any lemon juice. Lancaster did not decree that everyone in the fleet had to carry it. He merely chose to carry it on his own ship. But that decision turned out to be a good one. In fact, it saved the voyage. All 4 ships got caught in the Atlantic doldrums, and they spent far longer at sea than they had originally anticipated. And by the time they reached the Cape of Good Hope, the crews of those 3 lesser vessels were severely weakened. More than a fifth of the crew had died from scurvy, and nearly all of those were on board one of those 3 ships. The crew of Red Dragon, on the other hand, were the very picture of vibrant health, because every man had a tablespoon of lemon juice every morning. Clearly, that was what kept the crew alive. However, it would take 200 years for any kind of citrus or anything containing any vitamin C to become official policy within either the Royal Navy or the East India Company. Why? Because a sailor's life is worth less than a barrel of lemon juice. It's no question why so many of these men would go on to turn pirate in the years to come. But for now, the crew of Red Dragon led the rest of the fleet to land at what would become Table Bay. Now, Table Bay is today overseen by Cape Town, South Africa, but of course, there was no European settlement there at the time. There was, of course, a city at Cape Town's location, just not a European settlement. The English traded with the local merchants for their necessaries, the victuals, the food and water, and some wood, but there was a complication. There was another fleet at Table Bay, not a Portuguese or a Spanish fleet. A Dutch fleet was sitting there. Now, this wasn't Dutch territory yet, but they were pretty clearly laying claim on the region. And this is as good a time as any to talk about the Dutch in the East Indies. Even though the English had the first East India Company, and this was their first voyage, the Dutch had already been to the East Indies, twice in fact. It all began a few years back with some good old-fashioned espionage. It was in the midst of the Dutch War for Independence against Spain. King Philip had just recently closed all Spanish ports to Dutch traders due to the war. However, the Spanish authorities politely ignored Dutch shipping at Portuguese ports. Even though King Philip was king of both nations, it was kind of a subtle message there, saying, I'm not your enemy. And look, you still need that Iberian trade, and I'm leaving it open for you, so why not just come on home? However, a Dutch merchant, spy, and sea rover named Cornelius de Houtman sailed for Lisbon in 1592. Ostensibly, everything he was doing there was legal, but he spent his off time studying the maps and charts of Southeast Asia. He learned everything he could about Portugal's many voyages to India and the Spice Islands, and he took that knowledge home. About a year later, in 1595, Cornelius de Houtman and another Amsterdam merchant who had just returned from India organized the Long Distance Company for journeys to India. If one were to count this Long Distance Company as the Dutch East India Company in its first form, it did come before the English East India Company, but most wouldn't, for reasons that will become apparent later. The voyage of the Long Distance Company was scurvy-ridden and not tremendously successful. A number of men died, and in fact one ship had to be set adrift due to a lack of crew to sail her. Now they passed right by a major port in Indonesia, Banda Aceh. That's a city on the western end of Sumatra, and usually it would be the first obvious stop. But they had to pass it by because the Portuguese were there already. Instead, they moved on to Java, to the southeast. And their main success on this voyage was the establishment of a trading colony at the small Javanese village of Bantam. This would go on to become the major Dutch settlement in Indonesia. In fact, yes, the Bantam rooster is named after the roosters found on this island. The second Dutch voyage to Asia, from 1598 to 1600, was a much greater success. They netted a 400% return on their investment and made the decision, after that voyage, to ask Queen Elizabeth's permission to hire English shipping. We talked about that decision and the repercussions of that decision last time, but this voyage was not, in fact, under the Long Distance Company. It was under a different organization called the New Company for Voyages to East India. The names and the money behind this voyage came from different people, so it wasn't the same organization. And in the wake of that windfall, that 400% return on their investment, every Dutch merchant who had a ship and a crew set sail for Asia. There was a flood of Dutch ships sailing south and east. There were at least 3 and maybe as many as 6 different Dutch companies on one of these voyages when James Lancaster arrived at South Africa at Table Bay. There weren't any open hostilities here. Everything was friendly on the surface, but it was tense. Kind of a Hi there, Admiral Lancaster. Where are you going with that fleet of yours? So the English got out of there as soon as possible. They didn't want to push their luck, only to make landfall at Madagascar, which would soon become a traditional English stopover. It became a necessary English stopover in the later years when the Dutch would officially begin their colony at Cape Town, and they became openly hostile with the English. There at Madagascar, they traded for food and water, and they constructed a pinnace from a kit that they had on board Red Dragon. However, even though they were all recovered from scurvy, the crews ran into another health concern. The diarist on board Red Dragon wrote, quote, "Those that died here died most of the floods, which, in our opinion, came with the waters we drink." End quote. They're talking about dysentery, and that's what it was. It tore through the ranks of the fleet. But it wasn't the only killer. For example, the first mate of Red Dragon did die from dysentery, and he was going to be buried there at Madagascar on shore when the captain of the Ascension, Captain Brand, was being rowed ashore by the Ascension's boatswain's mate. And then a crewman on board the Ascension, probably a gunner, decided to shoot off a volley in commemoration of his fallen comrade, the first mate of Red Dragon. That volley would score a direct hit on the boat carrying Captain Brand and the boatswain's mate, and it would kill both of them. Turned out to be handy because alongside the mate of Red Dragon, Captain Brand and the boatswain's mate were duly buried. Much like the buying of lemon juice, it would take many, many years for the company or the Royal Navy to pass official guidelines about when it was appropriate to fire off commemorative or salutatory shots. The voyage was a bit chaotic, but once they left Madagascar, things started going a lot more smoothly. Lancaster and his fellow captains were comfortable in the Indian Ocean, and they made it safely to Sumatra. They landed at the largest city in western Indonesia. That city was considered at the time, as it is today in fact, the door to Mecca, or sometimes it was called the Porch of Mecca. It was the last stopover for Muslims from Southeast Asia on their pilgrimage to Mecca. That city was Banda Aceh. That city was the seat of a sultanate that had very close ties to Mughal India. It had also served as a Portuguese trading post for several decades, not a Portuguese colony. There were already plenty of people there. No, they just had a presence in the region and had a loose trade alliance with the people of Banda Aceh. And here we have the opportunity to talk about Portuguese imperial policy, to talk about how they succeeded and why, after a century, they failed in Asia. The Portuguese carrack was the first ship to truly conquer the waves, even before the Spanish galleon. A 20th century Portuguese poet named Fernando Pessoa wrote, quote, "A sea with limits may be Greek or Roman. The sea without end is Portuguese." End quote. Their territory stretched from Brazil to Africa to Indonesia, all on the back of the carrack. It was nearly as large as the territory that was occupied by Polynesians, but this was all under one single ruler.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab Nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
When your makeup's so loud, you can literally hear it. That's NYX Professional Makeup. To capture that sound, NYX has spotlit 5 rising female artists. Collaborating with each one, they create music for the debut NYX team, an album inspired by the latest NYX Professional Makeup drop. Nick's tape, the sound of Nick's professional makeup. It's makeup so loud you can hear it. Listen now on Spotify.
However, the Portuguese style of empire was different than that of, say, Spain, or later of England and France. And that's what I think most of us think of when we think about colonialism. You know, Spain would claim territory in huge swaths. They would topple great empires like the Aztecs in their quest to control America. The Spanish took over cities, and if one of those cities proved too limiting, they just built a new one. They sailed over tens of thousands of settlers. They put down roots. They started having kids. And all of that led to a deeply complicated and troublesome caste system that proved to be costly and occasionally uneven. But remember, Spain was operating on the viceroyal system. They had viceroys claiming whatever land they could and occasionally fighting each other for yet greater control. That's the system of a large country, a country with a lot of people and powerful rulers. Portugal was not a large country. They didn't have a ton of people. What they had were ships and a loose alliance with the English, which gave them access to even more vessels. So they didn't build an empire of land and colonists. They built an empire of the sea. Practically speaking, in real-world terms, that translates to small colonies in strategic locations, not, Mexico. The Portuguese would conquer port cities if they had to. Sometimes they would just found new cities, or occasionally they would make alliances with local rulers. Whatever they had to do, they did to set up shop at these strategically placed locations. Whatever the tactic, though, they amounted to, essentially, supply depots and centers of commerce with which they bought and stored spices. They would occasionally have a few farms, but that was mostly just to supply the ships that would be coming in and to feed the people that lived there. They didn't have massive, sprawling plantations. It's a system that, well, it's not without the potential for abuse, but at first it worked smoothly enough. The Indonesians had lost the European market in 1453, essentially, and they were happy to have that market reopened. But the Portuguese would take advantage. Once they were firmly established, they started making demands. They demanded lower prices and more privileges, and then monopolistic contracts. And they did so because they could. The Portuguese were in a position to demand whatever they wanted. There was no competition after all. But by 1601, there was competition, and it was growing quickly. The Dutch were out here cutting deals left and right. They were looking to undercut the Portuguese, and they were offering amazing prices. And beyond that, the Dutch were competing with one another. All of those many and varied Dutch voyages that suddenly appeared in Indonesia were all competing with one another to get the most spices possible. So, the Sultan of Banda Aceh realized he was in the position to make demands of his own. In this case, he demanded a Portuguese maiden for his harem. The Portuguese commander, the man who was essentially the admiral of Banda Aceh, the man who the Sultan made that demand of, said, "Yeah, sure, whatever you want, buddy," but he had no intention of actually complying with the order. I mean, who was this guy to make demands of Portugal after all? But then, when the commander failed to deliver that maiden, the Sultan, now in a position to make demands, just kicked him out. I imagine at some point the commander turned around and said, "Wait, what? You were serious about that?" But he was already out the door. You see, the Sultan had just had word that a Dutch flotilla had passed by only 2 weeks ago. Now, they were in the Spice Islands at the moment, but on their return voyage, they would be sure to notice the lack of a Portuguese presence in Banda Aceh. And if not, well, someone would happen along. And that someone did happen along. James Lancaster of England and Red Dragon. He wasn't Dutch, but, that's close enough. He just sailed in with no prior knowledge of any of what I just talked about, only trying to find a port. The Sultan gave the English a magnificent welcome. It was similar in tenor to the welcome that Charles Swan and William Dampier enjoyed in the Philippines, only grandiose in scale. The Sultan brought out elephants to carry the officers into the center of the city to his palace. Once they were there, he assembled the captains of the fleet and allowed them to enjoy a rare and exciting dance performed by what the biographer called, quote, the king's damsels. They ate all the finest foods and enjoyed all the luxuries available in Banda Aceh. Some of these were the sort of pleasures about which it would have been inappropriate to write at the time. Others of these were the sort of luxuries that would have been frowned upon in the Muslim world, but apparently the Sultan of Banda Aceh had no problems with drink. They would, according to later chroniclers, hold festivities in the middle of a river, with men submerged up to their chests and floating tables. Boats of beautiful servants would bring around food and drink to all of the revelers, who would drink and eat all day out in the river. I recently went on a float trip. I spent a few days on one of the beautiful rivers in the Smoky Mountains. I enjoyed myself on a kayak on the river for several hours, and part of that enjoyment stemmed from the drink. I tried to keep it in moderation. You don't want to drink too much on a kayak in the middle of a river. But once you hit land, you realize just how much you've had to drink all day in the sun. And that is when you have to focus on maneuvering around in a kayak. If there were beautiful maidens bringing me drink at my whims, I imagine I would have had significantly more. The English on this voyage and others certainly did, and many of them died from that drink. And remember, this was in a time when these people largely drank nothing but alcohol. However, they had business to attend to. Lancaster brought out a letter from the Queen, a gold-rimmed letter penned by a royal calligrapher, which greatly pleased the Sultan. But even more than that letter, what I think pleased him the most were the manners displayed by James Lancaster. Remember, he was a merchant captain for the Levant Company. He was something of an emissary between England and the Ottoman Empire. He had also been to India before, back in 1592, and visited with Muslim Mughal rulers. That empire was the home nation of this Sultan here, so Sir James knew all of the proprieties. The Sultan was happy with the English and welcomed them as trading partners. They signed the necessary contracts. The English took over management of the formerly Portuguese factory, and then they began to bargain. Unfortunately, though, Aceh was more important as a strategic naval city, a political entity, than it was a merchant city. All they really had to trade was pepper. And, pepper's grand, but it's not the most valuable spice. It's nothing on, say, nutmeg. But regardless, they did buy up a bunch of pepper, tons and tons of the stuff. But Lancaster did have his eyes on richer hauls, so he took them deeper into Indonesia, into the Moluccas, what the people on that voyage called the Islands of Spicery. They dodged a few Portuguese ships on their way into the Spice Islands, and they met with a Dutch flotilla there. And once again, that meeting was all smiles and friendliness, but the Dutch admiral did write back to his commanding officers in the Netherlands. I'm not going to quote it. Instead, if I could be forgiven for paraphrasing here, that letter went something like, "All right, guys, the English are here. They've got a bunch of ships and they're looking to cut into our nutmeg trade, and that is not okay. But, write me back. What should we do here?" It was clear that this Dutch captain, who we will meet later in our story, was very displeased with the English presence. However, that would have been a pretty accurate representation of what the English were about here. They were looking to cut into the nutmeg trade. Currently, the nutmeg trade was controlled mostly by the Portuguese, but the Dutch did already have a fairly substantial presence. Which means that pickings were slim when it went to colonial holdings or even potential trading partners in the region. But there were a few, just a few. The opening passage of The Honorable Company by John Keane reads, quote, "Every overseas empire had to begin somewhere. A flag had to be raised, territory claimed, and settlement attempted. In the dimly perceived conduct of a small band of bedraggled pioneers, stiff with scurvy and sand in their hose, it may be difficult to determine to what extent those various criteria were met. The seed from which grew the most extensive empire the world has ever seen was sown on Pulau Rune in the Banda Islands at the eastern end of the Indonesian archipelago. As the island of Runnymede is to British constitutional history, the island of Rune is to the British imperial history." End quote. The island of Runnymede, by the way, is the location of the sealing of Magna Carta. To say that the island of Rune is comparable to Runnymede is a bold statement, but it does have teeth. Rune is tiny, a tiny island of virtually no consequence. It's only 2 miles by half a mile in size. It has no source of its own fresh water, and there are no settlements or buildings of any real note. There were some people on the island, but just a small village that was overseeing their grove. But that grove was of consequence. The trees of that grove were nutmeg trees. They were the primary source of income for the people of Rune. Now, usually, the merchants on the island of Rune would ship their nutmeg to other Indonesian islands to be sold to local merchants there. Those merchants bought it up to sell it to the Portuguese. That makes sense because the island of Rune didn't have nearly enough nutmeg to justify a colonial settlement. Unless, of course, you were late to the game and needed somewhere to get your nutmeg. The English were elated to find an island of spicery that didn't already have a European presence, even if it was tiny. The captains of the voyage treated the village elder of Pulau Rune with as much dignity and pomp as they had the Sultan of Indonesia's greatest city, of the door to Mecca. Lancaster was courting the village elder and the people of Pulau Rune, and it worked. They agreed to sell him all the nutmeg they had available, but that still wasn't much. So he moved on to their neighbor island of Pulau, which was just as small, if not smaller, and bought their stores of nutmeg as well. He didn't get much from either island, but even still, it was an amazing investment. See, these traders, the people of Pulau and Pulau Rune, didn't usually charge very much for their nutmeg. They were, after all, trading with Indonesians who were going to mark it up to be sold to the Europeans. And of course, those Europeans would mark it up once again when sold on the European market. But what Lancaster did was cut out that Indonesian merchantman. He bought directly from the supplier, and he even gave the people of Pulau Rune and Pulau much better rates than they would have received from their Indonesian counterparts, which made the people of Pulau Rune and Pulau quite happy. And it made Lancaster quite happy because he received it at a much lower cost than any of his European competitors. But he did more than just buy nutmeg at Pulau Rune and Pulau. He set up diplomatic ties and even the potential for a colonial settlement. But with that business done, after nearly a year and a half away from home, the fleet turned around to return to England. The voyage home was equally long and arduous, but luckily they lost no ships and no cargo. They did lose quite a few sailors on the voyage, but sailors are cheap, and if a few sailors are to die, well, a few less shares have to be paid out. But when they returned to England, they found that things had changed there at home. Queen Elizabeth had died while they were gone, and James I sat the throne. They also discovered, to their dismay, that King James had recently acquired, somehow or other, a windfall of pepper, and he was busy selling that pepper to fill his royal coffers. When Red Dragon arrived with her own massive haul of pepper, James put a moratorium on the spice to anyone but himself. As you might imagine, a number of rich and powerful merchants who had a stake in the voyage protested loudly to the king, and so he relented. But that had almost equally as disastrous consequences. Pepper flooded English markets, and the price therefore plummeted. The company, with their first haul, mostly pepper, very nearly didn't earn their money back from this voyage. They did, but they had to tell their shareholders, who were deeply displeased with this news, that 4/5 of their initial investment would not be returned to them. At least, not yet. The company needed that money still to fund their next voyage, which, they assured everyone, would be much more profitable. They did, after all, have a line on that sweet, sweet nutmeg trade. And that would, in fact, be a lot more profitable. So much more profitable that King James himself would back one of their future voyages, and he would add a few titles to his already fairly grandiose list. In the years to come, King James I would be styled as King of England, Scotland, Ireland, France, Pulaway, and Pularoon. That is, of course, Pulo-I and Pularoon. King James did not do so immediately, but he would do so after several more voyages of the English East India Company to Asia. As the company showed more and more promise, the king and his family and many of the most prominent members of his court would back the company. And then, once the Stuarts were kicked off the throne by the Civil War, the Commonwealth and Cromwell would back the company financially. And then, once the Commonwealth fell and the Stuarts were restored, they continued to back the company. Of course, that second run of the Stuarts, Charles II and later James II, would have to fight several wars with the Dutch due to their backing of the company. But more on that later. For now, the English had a presence in Asia, and that moment marks the dawn of one of the largest and most powerful empires that the world has ever known. The British Empire was unlike any empire in history, even the Romans, even the Mongols. The British were different, partly because they weren't necessarily a political empire. They were a mercantile empire. And I think partly due to that mercenary nature of this empire, the people of Southeast Asia and India and China were facing what would become one of the darkest periods of their entire history. Of course, that's all for the future. Next time, we're going to look at the expansion of the English East India Company as well as the Dutch presence in the East Indies. We're going to discuss the ever-changing landscape in Southeast Asia and look at the wars that were fought over control of the spice trade. We're going to see how drastically that culture shifted between Queen Elizabeth and eventually the Glorious Revolution, which will bring us up to date with the crew of Signet, with William Dampier and Charles Swan, who were currently on the fringes of company power, but were about to run headlong into the English and Dutch East India Companies. But before we leave today, I'd like to leave you with a hypothetical. I've spent the last 3 episodes talking about the relatively heroic, or at least exciting, origins of the East India Company, the dashing, adventurous nature of the men who founded the company in its infancy. So imagine that you were a young southwestern Englishman in, say, 1714. Maybe you're from Devonshire, and your father had been a sailor, and his father before him, so of course you were also a sailor. You'd grown up hearing stories of Devon's greatest sons. I'm talking about big names here. Francis Drake and the Hawkins clan, people like Walter Raleigh. All of them were from your region of England, and all of them had signed up to fight the Spanish in the Great Anglo-Spanish War. And they'd done so as privateers in service of their monarch and their country. And for that bravery, for the heroism that they showed, they were knighted. Some of them were landed. They grew to be rich and powerful and celebrated, famous men. And some of those men went on to found the East India Company, the most powerful organization in your whole nation. That is what awaits those who serve their country. And so when your country calls upon you to fight in the war, this time a war of the Spanish Succession, you follow in the footsteps of your forebears, of Francis Drake and the Hawkins. You sign up to become a privateer, and you fight, and you suffer, and you lose friends, but all through it, you prosper, and you win profits for England. And then, after the war is done, England abandons you. They leave you on an island, a backwater, on the other side of the world with absolutely no support structure in place. They take their ships with them, and you realize that all of the glories of your forebears are a thing of the past. You, instead of growing rich and famous and powerful, were forgotten. How would you respond to that? Imagine that all you have is a small boat, maybe a boat you built yourself, and a gun, and a sword, and several thousand other men and women in your exact situation. I suspect that most of us would do exactly what the thousands of young men and women who were abandoned by England in this situation did. They declared their own independence and built a republic of pirates. That is yet far in the future, but I couldn't stop thinking about that when thinking about the piratical origins of this most powerful empire in the world. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank everyone who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us a review or a rating, and everybody who has recommended this show. Without all of you, I wouldn't be able to do this. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you've yet to check them out, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, Reddit, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For a first like this one, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Kane, Kinway, Hefe, Jennings, Drunken Dak, Two Gun Tony, the Pirate Nopales, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. And I'm pleased to introduce our newest Commodore, Redbeard, the Smoky Mountain Pirate. I didn't see Captain Redbeard when I visited the Smokies recently, which may be the second time I've missed him. And of course our quartermasters, Samuel and Adam. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Today we're going to look at the origins and early years of the Dutch East India Company. In doing so, we will be setting out on the last leg of our voyage with the East India Companies, nearing the end of our look at the East India Companies. However, we're never really going to be done with the English or Dutch East India Companies, any of the East or West India Companies really. They're going to be here from here on out, menacing pirates and privateers from Australia to Madagascar to Nassau. They're going to be a major factor in the story from here moving on. In the West Indies, the story of the buccaneer era of piracy is kind of akin to the Wild West, and I mean the really Wild West, the pioneer era when fur trappers and prospectors would ride out into unknown territory to forge a life far from civilization. However, the stories of the Wild West that we all know and love, cowboys and Indians and gangs of outlaws and robber barons, all of that is more akin to the high golden age of piracy. There are shades of Jesse James and Billy the Kid in the stories of Edward Teach and Bartholomew Roberts. And all of that has undertones of Robin Hood, of course. And the thing that all three of those archetypes have in common, aside from romanticized, dashing anti-heroes, is a theme. A theme of common people struggling against the oppressive weight of incoming civilization, of a progress that's going to leave them behind. It could be a story of Saxon bands of merry men robbing from Norman lords, or it could be a story of pioneer cowboys fighting against the land-grabbing railroad barons and oil men. Or it could be a story of plucky privateers fighting a guerrilla insurgents against the aristocratic merchant empire of the Faceless Company. And, in 500 years, we'll probably have highly romanticized tales about the space buccaneers operating in one or another asteroid belt. It's an ancient story that is told over and over again. And in our version of that story, moving forward, the companies are going to serve as our antagonist. Like the Sheriff of Nottingham, or the Sheriff of Tombstone. Not the villains, really. The pirates are still plenty villainous, but the antagonist. And while I think about that, while we're here, You know, in those Robin Hood or cowboy and Indian stories, there's always a greater antagonist. You might have to deal with the sheriff of Nottingham or the sheriff of Tombstone or Amarillo or wherever you are, but there's always something bigger they could call in. Nottingham could always call on Prince John to send in the army. The sheriff could always call in the U.S. Army. And in our story, moving forward, the company might serve as our primary antagonist, but there's always the possibility, if things get bad enough, they'll call in the Royal Navy. This is episode 129, A Tempest of Strange and Uncouth Violence. I'd like to look at a character. I was, in fact, ready to move on with our story, but it was this single player that convinced me to hold back and tell this tale. If you wanted a representative of these burgeoning companies, he very easily could be their face. The way he viewed the world and the policies that he made based on those views were going to shape much of the 1600s. He's not a king, he's not a lord, but his actions impacted people all across the world, people who would never know his name. I wonder how to describe this man. The description that jumps to my mind comes from a piece of fantasy fiction. Not Tolkien in this case, but a piece of fiction called The Gentleman Bastard Sequence by Scott Lynch. The hero of that story, a man named Locke, has a run-in with the local lord named Stragos. And Scott Lynch describes Stragos in a way that resembles the real-world character in question today. He writes, quote, "A man of late middle years, surely nearing 60, if not already past it. A strangely precise man with squared-off features. His skin was pink and weathered, his hair a flat gray roof. In Locke's experience, most powerful men were either ascetics or gluttons. Stragos seemed neither, a man of balance, and his eyes were shrewd as a usurer with a client in need." End quote. That's what comes to my mind when I look at a painting of the man in question today. The historian Stephen R. Bone describes that painting in his book Merchant Kings, When Companies Ruled the World, and does a much better job than I could. He writes, quote, "The man stares from his portrait with rigid, self-righteous indignation. Sleek and manicured, Jan Dietersohn Cohen was a man of impeccable grooming, from his slicked hair to his neatly trimmed Van Dyke beard, from his coiled mustache to his expensive clothes. He stands erect and stiff, almost regal, while his left hand grips the handle of a sword. His lean and hungry face is dominated by a large hooked nose and eyes that do not betray a shred of humor or liveliness. They do not hint at warmth, forgiveness, humanity, or empathy. Overall, the painting conveys an impression of humorless arrogance." End quote. Bone goes on to describe one event that encapsulates perfectly the remorselessness of a man like Jan Dietersohn Cohen. Cohen was fostering the daughter of one of his associates, while his associate was back in the Netherlands, a girl of 12 named Siarte. Cohen discovered Siarte in the arms of one of his soldiers, a boy of 15. Cohen's initial plan was to drown Siarte in a tub of water, but he was talked out of killing his foster daughter by another of his men in favor of a public whipping of this 12-year-old girl. The young soldier, though, was beheaded that very day. Cohen was cruel and harsh. He was, more than anything, unforgiving. He was one of the most powerful and influential men of the early 1600s and the architect of the Dutch East India Company. He didn't found the company, but he made it the powerhouse that it was going to be. He came from a relatively well-off background and was educated in Amsterdam. Then he was apprenticed to a merchant, maybe a relative, off in the city of Rome. And while there, learning accounting and the ropes of being a successful merchant, he picked up some Italian and Portuguese, some French, Spanish, and Latin. And I imagine that he picked up a fair bit of English as well, but he was never known to lower himself to speaking it. Cohen hated the English, which is a bit odd, considering that as the Puritans were rising to prominence in England, Cohen shared a lot of views with them, despite being a Calvinist. He hated adultery, he hated alcohol, he hated anything that was sinful, but not because, as the Puritans believed, it distracted from God. Cohen didn't much care about that. He hated sin because it distracted from his one true love, the hunt for profit. I don't think it was the money that Cohen wanted. He wasn't greedy, exactly, but it was the hunt for money and the power that that money gave him. Anything that got in his way, including drink or adultery in himself or his men, and those dangerous emotions like empathy and compassion, had to be quashed. Cohen was there in Amsterdam as an employee and representative of his family's company when a coalition of Dutch companies decided to join forces under one umbrella. Remember all of those separate Dutch companies that were busy competing with one another in the East Indies for the spices that were available there? Well, they were about to unite under the umbrella of the United Dutch East India Company. We would call them the VOC. It was the unification of dozens of companies, but also the unification of the Dutch East India trade as a whole. They, in the Netherlands, held a monopoly. They were the only organization allowed to trade with the East Indies, and if you wanted in on that, you had to join their ranks. And to ensure that it would be truly unified, not just a coalition of Amsterdam merchants, they wrote a charter with relatively equal representation throughout the Netherlands. They had a limited number of governors, and they limited the number that could come from Amsterdam to 8. The governors of Amsterdam would be unable to hold a majority. They still held half the seats on the council, though. The other 8 seats represented a revolving series of states and provinces in the Netherlands. But in that fashion, everyone had the opportunity for a voice. Cohen was on the earliest of the Dutch East India Company voyages to Southeast Asia, and he was present when a Dutch admiral oversaw the signing of a contract that gave the Dutch a monopoly over all of the nutmeg trade in the Spice Islands. Now, that contract was signed by a leader on the Spice Islands, but it wasn't written in their local language, Malay. It was written in Dutch, a language that this local leader could not read. It was a foul bit of double dealing, but that's not even the worst of it. There was a clause in that contract that allowed the use of force by the Dutch to enforce that monopoly. Should anyone who was bound by that contract sell nutmeg or cloves or pepper to, say, the English or the Portuguese or anyone that wasn't the Dutch, they could be made to comply to the Dutch monopoly by force of arms. The Dutch could sail in and attack them for selling to anyone else. But then, there was a question of exactly who was bound by that contract.
Hey there, I'm Dylan Lewis, one of the hosts of Motley Fool Money. Each weekday on Motley Fool Money, we talk through the business news you need to know and the stories moving stocks on Wall Street. On weekends, we dive into the industries shaping tomorrow and host the experts, authors, and executives that understand them. Tune in for insights, a long-term perspective on investing, and of course, stock ideas, plenty of them. To quote a listener, it pays to listen. Check us out and subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts.
Napoleon Bonaparte rose from obscurity to become the most powerful and significant figure in modern history. Over 200 years after his death, people are still debating his legacy. He was a man of contradictions, a tyrant and a reformer, a liberator and an oppressor, a revolutionary and a reactionary. His biography reads like a novel, and his influence is almost beyond measure. I'm Everett Rummage, host of the Age of Napoleon podcast, and every month I delve into the turbulent life and times of one of the greatest characters in history, and explore the world that shaped him in all its glory and tragedy. It's a story of great battles and campaigns, political intrigue, and massive social and economic change. But it's also a story about people, populated with remarkable characters. I hope you'll join me as I examine this fascinating era of history. Find The Age of Napoleon wherever you get your podcasts.
Allow me a moment to paint a picture of maritime Southeast Asia around 1600. Now, most of the larger islands in the region belonged to one or another of the several different Islamic sultanates. There was, for example, in Western Sumatra, the guy at Banda Aceh, which James Lancaster met and cut a deal with. We talked about that last time. The Malaccas Sultanate, probably the most powerful sultanate in the region, was up in Malaysia and Borneo. There were several other sultanates in the Philippines. There were a few on Java. They were all over the place. They all had their own politics and alliances. Some were close to China, some to Portugal, some to the Netherlands. All of them were loosely allied with one another as well. But all of these powers encircled the Molucca Islands, the Spice Islands. And while all of these different powers, including the Chinese and the Vietnamese, anyone who had an interest in the region, while they all had their own spheres of influence, they rarely built settlements, at least extensive settlements, on the Spice Islands. Occasionally, they would build a harbor or a factory or both, but rarely anything expansive. And the reasoning there is simple. Nutmeg trees are particular, especially about soil and climate, and they grow better on these few tiny islands than anywhere else in the world. These nutmeg groves are much more valuable than a city would be. Best just to leave them be, and to let the locals who had been tending them for generations and knew how, best to leave them alone as well. To control the trade, but not the cultivation. So politically, most of the Spice Islands were not under the direct control of one or another of the powers in the region. Instead, they were governed by local elders, leaders called orang kaya. Some of these local leaders were merely leaders of a village. Some of them were more like governors, some of them more like warlords. But they remained independent, not only from the outside powers, but from each other. And that point is key. They were separate entities. They shared language and culture and a region and often religion. They had no political hegemony. And then, in the very center of the Molucca Islands was a smaller island group, inside the Molucca, but a subgroup within. And on that small group of tiny islands is where nearly all of the nutmeg in the world was grown. And, not because it couldn't grow elsewhere, but limiting it to these few very, very small islands allowed the Indonesians and then the Portuguese to control exactly where it was cultivated. This small group is called the Banda Islands. Pulau Rune and Pulau Ai, who have been trading with the English ever since 1601, were the smallest of the Banda Islands, but there were 6 other islands in the island group, and we're concerned with 2 of them today. The first is called Mira, of moderate size in relation to the other Banda Islands, but it lies directly north to the largest island in the Banda Islands, called Besar, or, depending on who you ask, also called Lonthor or Great Banda. The Dutch admiral who carried the treaty in question, the one under whom Jan Cohen served on that first voyage, got that treaty signed by an orang kaya on Mira in 1602. The Dutch chose to do this in a direct response from the 1601 opening of relations between the English and the Bandanese islands of Pulau Rune and Pulau Ai. But here's the thing. That treaty should have, according to the customs and laws of the Indonesian people, only applied to the Orang Kaya in question, who only controlled a small part of the island of Nira. But the Dutch thought otherwise. One man in control of a small region had signed a treaty that he could not even read, but in their minds, in the Dutch mind, that applied to everyone on the island of Nira. Not only to everyone on Nira, but everyone in the Bandanese Islands, including, but not limited to, Great Banda and the English allied islands of Pulau Rune and Pulau Ai. Now, was this just a misunderstanding? A difference in cultures between the people of the Netherlands and Indonesia? Was it an honest miscommunication? Maybe there are those who have made the argument that it was just an honest miscommunication, a difference in culture between the Dutch and Indonesian people. Of course, that viewpoint is wrong, because that's obviously not the case, because it was obviously a deal made in bad faith from the very start. And I should point out that some of the people who made those arguments usually held doctorates, but does it count if your doctorate is from Oxford in Orientalism from 1895? No, it doesn't. You're wrong. This was made in bad faith. And I think, as do most respectable modern historians, that the things that are about to follow show that pretty clearly. So, Jan Pieter Soon Cohen was there. He saw that treaty signed. He probably served on one or two more company voyages, but he was also there a few years later when Jan Cohen saw what has been dubbed the vile Bandanese treachery of 1609. On that voyage, Cohen was sailing under Admiral Pieter Verhoeven in April of 1609 when they arrived at Great Banda, only to spy an English ship at anchor there. The English had been trading at Great Banda with some freedom. Remember, nobody on the largest of the Bandanese islands was bound by the contract signed by someone on Nira. So the English, when the Dutch arrived, were all smiles. But Verhoeven, the admiral, made it clear that the English were not welcome here, and if they continued to attempt to trade at Great Banda, they would be fired upon. The English captain, William Keeling, thought for a moment about fighting for it, but he didn't have the numbers or the power, so he weighed anchor and headed off to Pulau Rune, where he could buy his nutmeg in peace. Verhoeven was, well, I was about to say that he was angry, but I hesitate to say that. I don't want to put any emotions into his head. I don't want to ascribe any motivations for what's to come. What he did was land 250 soldiers on Great Banda. He summoned all of the Orang Kaya to the town square. That was a number of smaller local elders and sort of the governor of the entire island. He produced a copy of the contract that had been signed by a different Orang Kaya on a different island. But this time, he had a Malay translator there to explain the contract and the situation. These Orang Kaya, and in fact all of the people of Great Banda, and in fact all of the people of the Banda Islands were, according to Verhoeven, bound by law to trade with nobody but the Dutch. Now that's not true, but it is hard to argue with 250 heavily armed soldiers. And as Verhoeven was making this proclamation, the island's volcano erupted. Let's play with some alternate history here. Say you live in California, Southern California, coastal Southern California, in 1944. We are busy at war with the Japanese, and all of a sudden, you spot on the horizon the largest armada that the world has ever seen. It's the Japanese, and they've come for your lands. They bombard the shoreline with the biggest naval guns in the world before landing an army of unprecedented size made up of Chinese and Korean soldiers, and they tell your people the governor, in fact, that this is now Japanese territory. You might think about fighting, about resisting these invaders, when all of a sudden, the big one hits. An earthquake, a legendary earthquake. Some of the most populous land in all of the United States of America falls into the ocean. Thousands died in the Japanese bombardment and thousands more in this sort of shocking act of God. Logically, you might know that this has nothing to do with the Japanese coming, but the illogical part of your mind might see that as a very, very bad omen. It might just break your will to resist. And if that wasn't enough, the Japanese landed another 10 or 20,000 soldiers on Californian soil. That's exactly what Verhoeven did. Not 10 or 20,000 soldiers, but an additional 500 men were landed on Great Banda, bringing the total to 750. Verhoeven claimed a spot of land in the capital where he began to build a fort. This was not exactly unprecedented. The Portuguese had done similar things, but it was out of the ordinary. A harbor was one thing, but a fort was something else. This was a clear sign that the Dutch intended to enforce their contract, a contract that these people had never agreed to. So, the leaders of Great Banda knew that they had to make a deal. They asked Verhoeven to meet with them and negotiate something. They said that they were prepared to work something out here. And Verhoeven agreed. However, the Bandanese, the leaders, the Orang Kaya, said that no contract signed at the point of a lance could be valid. They asked Verhoeven to come with his personal guard, enough men to defend him, of course, and his top merchants. They asked him to come to a clearing in the dense jungle far from his 750 soldiers. It was a sign of good faith, they said. Verhoeven, who was supremely confident in having already won the island, agreed to these terms and included Jan Pieterszoon Cohen in this retinue. They arrived, as agreed, with only a light guard. Verhoeven sent Cohen in to scout out the clearing, and Cohen saw a few men peeking out from the trees, which he found suspicious. But these men came out into the clearing, and they were all old men, Orang Kaya and unarmed. And now, reassured that there were in fact no soldiers, they asked Cohen to invite Verhoeven and his guard into the clearing where they could sit down and discuss terms. But it turns out that was all Cohen was there to do. It was far above his station to engage in negotiations like this. He would have to wait behind. So he stayed back in the tree line while Verhoeven and his guard and his top men went in to discuss terms with the Orang Kaya. Cohen would later recount, quote, "Being entered among them, Verhoeven found the woods replenished with armed blackamoors, Bandanese, and Orang Kaya, who instantly encircled them and without conference, treacherously and villainously massacred him." End quote. They had darts and lances with poison tips. They had blades with which they cut off heads. It was a massacre. But I should make my biases well known here. I am fully on the side of the Bandanese. I think they were completely within their rights, and I think that in a smaller situation, most juries would agree with me. The Dutch actions from the beginning here on Great Banda had been illegal and unethical. I mean, imagine somebody moves into your home, but they do so at gunpoint. They do so without permission. What would you do? What would you be within your rights to do? Personally, I think you should absolutely cut their head off and display it on your porch to make sure that nobody else tries to move into your home without permission. So let's play another alternate history game, also on the West Coast, but this time in the modern day. Imagine that Japan, say, signed a deal with the state of Washington to reduce ocean plastic. That's a good deal, but then the Japanese show up a couple of years later in California and they are demanding of the Californians to know why the Oregonians aren't adhering to the deal. And then the Californians, rightly, who signed no deal, kick them out. And then the Japanese come back, and they massacre thousands of Californians, and build a city where Los Angeles used to be. That's what was coming for the people of Great Bond. And just to be clear, despite having used the Japanese as the bad guys in two separate analogies, I bear the Japanese people and nation no ill will or bad blood. I think it's because I've been reading the history of Japan. But the people of Great Banda were facing a brutal retribution at the hands of none other than Jan Pietersoen Cohen. He, having not been present at the actual meeting, was one of only a handful to escape the, quote, vile Bandanese treachery, and it shaped his opinions of the people of the Banda Island city. Well, he saw them as murderous, backstabbing contract breakers. It also, though, cemented his opinion of the English, whom he hated. See, Cohen believed that the English captain, who had been chased off only a few days earlier, were behind the whole plot. He believed that they had snuck off and suggested that these Orang Kaya do exactly what they did. And I don't think he was correct in that, but he might have been. That really doesn't matter, because that's what Cohen believed. Back in Amsterdam, he would testify before the governors general of the VOC, and he would suggest that the company, quote, execute and practice all revenge possible, end quote. And that's exactly what they did. So, remember, this happened on Great Banda, but the Dutch sent a fleet instead to the island where that contract was signed, to Nera Island. They set out on a campaign of torture and murder and rape and pillage and burning houses to the ground, all manner of violent excesses, a campaign so brutal that it would have made a buccaneer blush. Cohen was not present on that voyage, but he was promoted to senior merchant on his next trip, and in fact on that voyage he so impressed his captain that he was promoted to chief bookkeeper in 1613. Now, that might sound like a boring accountant's job, but that's essentially an on-site CFO. Imagine the CFO of Amazon, only Amazon has the US Navy at their disposal. He wasn't crunching numbers, he was working with big picture ideas. And in fact, during his time as chief bookkeeper, he produced a treatise entitled Discourse on the State of India that was really influential at the time and that impressed his superiors at the East India Company. That treatise outlined his plans for Asia, plans that he was allowed to undertake when he was promoted to Director General, the second in command in the islands of Spicer. Next time, we're going to conclude the story of Jan Pietersoen Cohen and his conquest, brutal as it was, of the Banda Islands and Southeast Asia. We're also going to bring the story of the Dutch East India Company and the English East India Company up to date with our overall narrative to 1686, where it's about to intersect with William Dampier, Charles Swan, and the crew of the Signet. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank everyone who has helped to support the show. Everybody that has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has helped out with donations through one of the other options on the website, everybody who has left us a rating or a review wherever it is you listen to the show, and everybody who has recommended this show online or in real life. Without all of you, we wouldn't be able to do this. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, Reddit, or YouTube. As always, and most important, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country tones for a pint and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice like a shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Join us, come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Kane, Kinway, Hefe, Jennings, Drunken Dak, Two Gun Tony, the Pirate Nopales, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. And I'm pleased to introduce our newest Commodore, Redbeard, the Smoky Mountain Pirate. I didn't see Captain Redbeard when I visited the Smokies recently, which may be the second time I've missed him. And of course our quartermasters, Samuel and Al. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last time we talked about the Dutch merchant, Jan Pieterszoon Cohen. To call him a merchant isn't, well, it's not inaccurate, but it doesn't bring to mind the right kind of image, does it? He was a businessman in a much more modern sense, an executive, a titan of industry, even. He was one of the most powerful people of the early 1600s, despite not coming from an aristocratic background, despite not having a famous family name. Jan Pieterszoon Cohen was, in nearly every respect, a self-made man. He had many benefits going into life, a good education and a good family, but no power to speak of. He wrested that power away from his rivals, his underlings, and what were and all but name his subjects. Last time we talked about his rise in positions of power within the VOC, the Dutch East India Company, but today we're going to see him rise to an unequal standing in Southeast Asia. This is episode 130, No Mercy. When we left off, the Dutch East India Company was in almost total control of the island of Nera, just to the north of Great Banda. That was their center of power in the Banda Islands, these small nutmeg-producing islands in the center of what are called the Spice Islands, the Maluku Islands, which are in the center of Indonesia. But the island of Nera was not the extent of Jan Pieter Soon Cohen's ambitions. He wanted all of the Banda Islands. He wanted all of the Spice Islands. He wanted all of Indonesia. The main barriers to that goal were not the local populace, nor were they the many sultanates in the region, or even the Chinese influence. The main barrier that the Dutch East India Company had in Southeast Asia was the English East India Company. Jan Pieter Soon Cohen intended to see to it that they were pushed out. Throughout these 16 teams, at the direction of Jan Pieter Soon Cohen, the VOC embarked on campaign after campaign, ruthlessly claiming former Portuguese territory all across Indonesia and India. They militarized the region during these campaigns. Now, English captains from the English East India Company would occasionally show up. Some of them even met with Cohen to barter for the right to trade in nutmeg. But Cohen was not friendly with the English. Often he was openly hostile to the English, and more than once, an English fleet was chased off at the point of a cannon on the orders of Jan Pieter Soon Cohen. One wonders if this would have been company policy had somebody else been there directly overseeing operations in place of Jan Cohen. This was the dawn of what's called the Spice Race. Cohen ordered an attack on Pulau. This attack was not overseen by Cohen. He was not in command of it. Cohen was not a military man. He was a merchant. He was a financial man. He was the CFO. That attack on Pulau under another commander failed. See, both Pulau Rune and Pulau had been militarized by the English. But it wasn't Englishmen fighting the Dutch incursion on Pulau. It was a militia of Bandanese. The people of Pulau Rune and Pulau, well, they saw what had happened to their neighbors on Nera at the hands of the Dutch. That campaign of terror, of burning people alive, of mass murder, of forcing girls into slavery, sexual and otherwise. The people of Pulau Rune and Pulau, they believed that the English were a safer bet. Later down the road, the English would of course be guilty of their fair share of atrocities, but for now, they were definitely winning the hearts and minds of the people of the Banda Islands. So the Bandanese on Pulau Rune and Pulau, in fact, all across the Banda Islands, fought a guerrilla campaign with English muskets at their disposal. You can look at any number of proxy wars fought during the 20th century to see military advisors overseeing shipments of weapons and guiding the hands of local soldiers, but not officially fighting a war. The commander of that first attempt at the island fell into disgrace after he was repelled, but the Dutch, the East India Company, and the Navy came in force a year later. In 1616, they didn't send a militia, they sent an armada. That armada blockaded Pulau. The people were unable to bring in food, or to go out fishing, or to bring in water. And when they were weak, some of them near death, the Dutch sent their soldiers ashore. Once again, at the hands of the Dutch in the Banda Islands, we see the torture and the rape and the murder and the burning. It was horrible. It was always horrible, and it happened over and over again. But it was at that time, in the wake of the Dutch capture of Pulawai, that King James I of England adopted King of Pularoon and Pulawai as a part of his royal title. He's very clear here that he intends these to stay English territory. A year later, 1617, Cohen was planning another similar raid on Pularoon. But his bosses, who of course had constant communication with their men in England, wrote Jan Pieterszoon Cohen and told him to cool it with attacking the English. They ordered him to refrain from any, quote, maltreatment, end quote, of Englishmen, and they ordered him even to pull his forces back from Pulawai. It looked very much like the English were planning a war. The company did not want that, but Cohen was furious. He wrote his superiors in the East India Company, quote, "If by night and day proud thieves broke into your house who were not ashamed of robbery or other offense, how would you defend your property against them without having recourse to maltreatment? This is what the English are doing against you in the Moluccas. Consequently, we are surprised to receive instructions not to do them bodily harm. If the English have this privilege above all other nations, it must be nice to be an Englishman." End quote. I love that letter. I clearly hate Jan Pieterszoon Cohen, but that letter, oh, you can feel the teeth clenching behind it. Jan Cohen was going to go on to do all that he could to ensure that it was not nice to be an Englishman in Southeast Asia. He was promoted to Governor General of the VOC, the top position in that organization in Asia. He still had to report back to the Council of Governors, but in Asia, where it took a year to hear from or get news to those governors in Amsterdam, his rule was absolute. He was at the time 31 years old. The Council of 17, the Council of Governors of the VOC, promoted him on the one condition that he would not engage in any violence with the English. And Cohen agreed. But Cohen was lying. And remember that all throughout this period, the Dutch were expanding at a massive rate. They were making inroads in Thailand, which they called Siam, and in Vietnam, which they called Indochina, and at Nippon, which they called Japan, as per the Chinese. And all of that is great. It's bringing wealth and power and influence to the Dutch company, but the tiny, minuscule, insignificant little specks of land called the Banda Islands obsessed Jan Pieterszoon Cohen. They were, after all, the source of all of the world's nutmeg, potentially the most valuable commodity in the world. They weren't yet entirely in his control. He had a lot of influence there and bases of power, but the English still held Pularoon, and Great Banda, the jewel of the Banda Islands, eluded him still. And he blamed the English for much of that, and as it turns out, he blamed them correctly. I don't know that the English were in fact behind the vile Bandanese treachery of 1609, but at this point, there is no doubt that they were backing the Orang Kaya in their guerrilla campaign against the Dutch. So, he sailed away from the Banda Islands. Jan Cohen sailed for Jakarta, which was neutral territory that did not belong to the English or the Dutch. It was the seat of a sultanate, ruled over by a man they called the Prince, and both the English and the Dutch and the Portuguese even had factories there. For a time, Cohen appeared to be doing as he was told, to be working with the English, not against them. And then, with some flimsy excuses, Cohen ordered the English factory in Jakarta burned to the ground, and he ordered every Englishman there arrested. I mean, think about it. Even if these Englishmen, these specific Englishmen, were working directly with the Orangkaya and supplying them with weapons, then you couldn't arrest them on foreign neutral territory. That's kind of the deal with neutral territory, right? And Jan Cohen succeeded in his mission. He did burn that factory to the ground, and he did have those men arrested. But wouldn't you know it, just as he was beginning to clean up the mess, an English armada, significantly more powerful than his own, sailed into Jakarta. It became pretty quickly apparent to the English commander, Sir Thomas Dale, exactly what had happened. So he blockaded the harbor of Jakarta. Nobody was allowed in or out. He had a full 11 warships, large ships of the line, versus Cohen's 7 smaller ships. Now, Sir Thomas Dale demanded surrender of the Dutch, but Jan Cohen refused. And much to Admiral Dale's surprise, on 2nd January 1619, Cohen lined his ships up for battle. Now, there was no way he could defeat the English, but maybe he could break the line. The Dutch advanced on Dale's ships. And what followed was called, quote, a cruel and bloody fight, end quote. Imagine being the Prince of Jakarta. You have prospered by doing business with the English and the Dutch and having a neutral territory. You're looking down on the harbor from your palace window, and you see the blockade. You see these 2 fleets of European warships lined up for battle, and then they fire. Unfortunately, you would not be able to see very much after only a few minutes, as the air would be filled with smoke. Maybe you could see the masts above the smoke faltering and falling, and of course you wouldn't be able to hear much over the roar of the guns, but between volleys you might be able to hear the endless screams of pain echoing across your city. It was a sudden and brief battle, with the smaller Dutch vessels trying to cut their way through the English blockade. And Cohen was defeated, kind of. He managed to escape, but his fleet was broken, right? His ship was only one of 3 that managed to make it out. Nonetheless, his ship, broken as it was, made it to Nero to regroup and to go on the offensive against the English in Southeast Asia. However, if at this point Admiral Dale had been a man of cunning, he could have destroyed the Dutch admiral and trounced them from Southeast Asia, maybe forever. Maybe he could have claimed the entirety of the Banda Islands, maybe the entirety of Indonesia for the English East India Company, but that wasn't his mission. His mission was one of trade. He was so heavily armed because of the violence that had been shown by the Dutch. So instead of making for Banda and destroying Jan Cohen, he managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Stephen R. Bone calls Dale, quote, feckless and unfocused, end quote, and that sounds about right to me. Dale sailed off for mainland India. He, frankly, probably didn't know how to proceed, and that gave Cohen time to secure his hold and to tighten his grip. In his absence at Jakarta, the Dutch militia that was still there poked their heads out from their hiding places, and they looked around and they saw no Englishmen in sight, and they claimed the city as a Dutch protectorate. They renamed the city, quote, as Holland used to be called in days of antiquity, Batavia. This was the first open warfare, the first acknowledged shots fired in the conflict between England and Holland, a conflict that was going to dominate the second half of the 1600s. However, before the English and the Dutch could duke it out on the main stage, there were other wars to fight. Wars that would be larger and more destructive than anything the English and the Dutch could do to each other.
Napoleon Bonaparte rose from obscurity to become the most powerful and significant figure in modern history. Over 200 years after his death, people are still debating his legacy. He was a man of contradictions, a tyrant and a reformer, a liberator and an oppressor, a revolutionary and a reactionary. His biography reads like a novel, and his influence is almost beyond measure. I'm Everett Rummage, host of the Age of Napoleon podcast, and every month I delve into the turbulent life and times of one of the greatest characters in history, and explore the world that shaped him in all its glory and tragedy. It's a story of great battles and campaigns, political intrigue, and massive social and economic change. But it's also a story about people, populated with remarkable characters. I hope you'll join me as I examine this fascinating era of history. Find The Age of Napoleon wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey there, I'm Dylan Lewis, one of the hosts of Motley Fool Money. Each weekday on Motley Fool Money, we talk through the business news you need to know and the stories moving stocks on Wall Street. On weekends, we dive into the industries shaping tomorrow and host the experts, authors, and executives that understand them. Tune in for insights, a long-term perspective on investing, and of course, stock ideas. Plenty of them. To quote a listener, it pays to listen. Check us out and subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts.
Back in Europe, the Holy Roman Empire was on fire. The emperor was weak, and at the moment, princes and city-states were at war with one another. It was a German civil war. But of course, the Dutch were still engaged in their 80 Years' War, their war of independence against Spain, and the Spanish Habsburgs were close allies to the Holy Roman Habsburgs. The Dutch saw this opportunity to join the fray, to further weaken Habsburg hegemony there in Europe. Joining what would later be called the 30 Years' War was central to the Netherlands' plan for independence. However, and this cannot be ignored, if the Dutch were going to win this war, they had to ensure that their allies, and they were allies, remember, to the rear, the English people weren't going to get angry about all of the death there in Asia and attack them. Do so in retribution for Cohen's reckless actions against the English. The Dutch government was very concerned that this one man, Cohen, was going to ruin their chances for independence in his own struggle for power and greed. So England and the Netherlands, as well as the governing bodies of both the VOC and the EIC, all got together to have some discussions, to work out some deals, and to sign some treaties. And we're not talking about the kind of contracts that were signed on mirror. We're talking about ratified, formalized treaties with ancient and powerful names at the bottom, signed in the halls of power of both nations. These were treaties to ensure that both nations would be allies against the Habsburgs in this coming conflict, and that they were going to work together to oust Spain and Portugal from Asia. Forever. That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of rich and powerful aristocrats and leaders of industry telling you not to do anything stupid. Cohen bowed to that pressure. He agreed to make peace with the English and even offered to lead the effort of the Allied forces against Spain in Southeast Asia. Truly, an admirable individual, the kind of fellow who can put years of hatred and bad blood and animosity behind him to lead the forces to work against a common enemy, the sort of person that we should all look up to. Am I right? Of course, I'm lying to you. I'm lying because Cohen was lying. He had no intention of honoring that treaty, no matter the pedigree of names that graced it. Cohen is not only indicative of the company's policies, but of the shift in culture. He was going to flout these rules set down by great aristocratic, powerful, ancient families in the name of profit. And he was going to do so by using lawyerish tricks, loopholes in the law, all Of course, stage managed by he himself. That line may be my favorite line in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Loyalty is no longer the currency of the realm. I'm afraid currency is the currency of the realm. He was going to be able to do so because he had agreed to be in command of the Allied forces in Southeast Asia, and he was able to send the English off on useless, faraway missions. Yes, we need you in India. Yes, we need you in Japan. Yes, we need you in the Philippines. And at just that moment, Jan Pieter-Soon Cohen noted a rise in guerrilla attacks on the tiny, inconsequential, yet infinitely profitable island of Great Banda. The Dutch stronghold on the island, and they did have a fort, although the island was not pacified, was called Fort Nassau. And at the moment, he says, it was under siege. Cohen demanded, since he was in overall command, that the English, according to the terms of their agreement, immediately provide 1/3 of all their ships and men to aid him in defense of Fort Nassau. Those were the rules of the treaty, but of course, the English were unable to abide by the rules of the treaty because he had sent them all to India or Japan or somewhere far away. Cohen created a situation in which the English, through no fault of their own, would be in violation of the terms of the treaty, and he was in a position to declare the treaty itself null and void. Not the treaty between England and Holland that affected affairs on the continent during the 30 Years' War, but in Southeast Asia, his word was law. Now, I acknowledge that I am vilifying Jan Pieter-Soon Cohen here, but he absolutely deserves it. Jan Pieter-Soon Cohen was evil. However, he was right, at least about the English on Great Banda, arming and aiding the rebels. Now, the question here is whether or not this was an official English policy. That would, of course, be in violation of the treaty. Was it perhaps an English East India Company policy? That would be in violation of the company agreement. Or was this the action of interlopers, of men who were no better than pirates operating of their own accord? And that is the question. That's always the question to which I am ever searching for an answer. It's the excuse to which the English always turn, time and time again. They were operating of their own accord. Outlaws, no, just pirates. And we don't know the answer, in this case, to that question. Regardless, there were English on Great Banda aiding the rebels there. They had a coalition of leaders from the Banda Islands, nearly all of the Orang Kaya from the Banda Islands, there on the island, helping to defend their largest and most important property from Dutch incursion. They were gathered there to lead the fight against the Dutch East India Company alongside their English allies. And Cohen was going to break that alliance. He brought a fleet in and dispatched one ship to encircle the island. They approached harbors and coves and inlets. They weren't there to land, they were there to draw fire from the gun batteries on shore and to note the location of those gun batteries. And they noted that there was one place that was undefended, a perfect place to land a small boat and a small crew carrying large bags of coin that they would use to bribe a few key turncoats on the island, men who could sabotage the defenses of the defenders. And once those defenses were sabotaged, Cohen could bombard the shore and invade. He overran the Bandanese gun batteries, spiked the guns or carried them to his ships, and held the shoreline in a day. The guerrillas of Great Banda were all up in the mountains, where it would be almost impossible to flush them out. They knew the land far better than any of the Dutch ever would. But Cohen didn't need to flush them out. He could draw them out. Cohen set his men free in a reign of terror all across the island. Now, this seems to be Cohen's MO. It seems to be the Dutch MO at the time. But this was almost incomprehensibly terrible. I think about Queen Boudica, the British Celtic guerrilla leader who fought the Romans. When Boudica was finally captured and defeated, the Romans beat Boudica in view of all of her soldiers and raped her daughters in front of everyone who could have fought them. Imagine that, only instead of one singular figurehead against which the Romans could show all of their scorn, it was the families of all of the Orang Kaya, captured, brought into the center of town, beaten, raped, tied to the rack, flayed alive, beheaded, and burned. Not necessarily in that order. Over and over again, they did this in every village. The tactic worked. It drew out the leaders, the Orang Kaya of all of the Banda Islands. It drew them out of the mountains to offer their surrender to Jan Cohen. They did so with a gold band and a copper kettle, and Cohen accepted their surrender, but he did so only with terms. First, the people of the Banda Islands were to give, as in for free, 10% of all of the nutmeg produced on their islands to the Director General, Cohen, of the VOC. Second, the other 90% of the nutmeg produced on the Banda Islands would be sold to the VOC at prices lower than had ever been agreed to before. Third, the people of the Banda Islands would send him every man of a certain age to help build a Dutch fort and to work on plantations that would be controlled by the Dutch. They would not be paid wages. They would officially be slaves of the VOC. But Cohen agreed that they could stay at their homes and with their families, and that the leaders who sold the nutmeg would be allowed to distribute that money however they saw fit. And fourth, the Orang Kaya, as of this very moment, when Cohen accepted their surrender, would be taken as hostages to ensure compliance. The elders agreed to these terms. They had no other choice. It was the only way to stop the horror that was occurring across their lands. But they were obviously unacceptable. The people of Great Banda would never be able to comply to these terms. It would be a destruction of their entire civilization. However, the Orang Kaya agreed and were taken into captivity, and that sacrifice bought the people of Great Banda, as well as their English allies up in the mountains, it bought them time to escape. And it worked. Many, many women and children who would have otherwise been unable to escape were taken onto English ships and relocated to Uluru. They were refugees, but they were alive. They took as many as possible away, and many left on non-English ships, going as far as possible in their proa, which, as we know, can reach the ends of the earth. Not nearly enough people were able to escape. After a few days' time, when the slaves who had been ordered to present themselves before Cohen did not appear, Cohen tried one final tactic to draw them out of hiding, to make the people of Great Banda agree to his terms. He had the 45 Orang Kaya from all around the Banda Islands that were currently in his captivity brought out into the town square. Some of these Orang Kaya were of lesser rank, mayors, we might think, some greater, the governor class of Orang Kaya. Of the lesser rank, Cohen had many of these tied to the rack and tortured with hot irons and coals. He only had one man at a time tortured, so this went on for several days. And yet his demands were still not met. So Cohen produced a surprise. He sent a messenger to his flagship, and the boat came back carrying an elite guard of Japanese mercenaries, Ronin samurai, each of whom carried an impressive and very, very sharp katana. Cohen's men knew what was about to happen, and many of them were disgusted, but they were unable to do anything. They were under Cohen's yoke just as much as their captives were. One of these, Lieutenant Nicholas von Wert, wrote of what he saw. Quote, 6 Japanese soldiers, with their sharp swords, beheaded and quartered the 8th chief Orang Kaya, and then beheaded and quartered the 36 others. This execution was awful to see. The Orang Kaya died silently, without uttering any sound, except that one of them, speaking in the Dutch tongue, said, "Sirs, have you no mercy?" But indeed, nothing availed. He goes on, all that happened was so dreadful as to leave us stunned. The heads and quarters of those who had been executed were impaled upon bamboos and so displayed. Thus did it happen. God knows who is right. End quote. In the modern world, when someone says God knows how or why this happened, usually that is taken to mean nobody knows and it's impossible to know unless you are God. But that's not what the lieutenant meant here. His last line there, "Thus did it happen, God knows who is right," was the closing argument in Van Wert's testimony against Jan Pieter Soon Cohen. He is saying that thus did it happen, and God knows I am telling the truth. The rape and the burning had not worked. The torture of the men who led the Banda Islands had not worked, so Cohen had resorted to his last plan. But in truth, this was his only plan. He was going to see this done one way or another, and that execution of all of the leaders of the Banda Islands was only the beginning. He was now poised to undertake the final phase for his plan, a plan that had been brewing. Well, I'll let Stephen R. Bone describe it. He writes, quote, his plan had been brewing since 1609. He wanted to depopulate the islands to replace their inhabitants with imported slave labor under VOC control. He proceeded with the ethnic cleansing of the Banda Islands. VOC troops burned dwellings, rounded up entire villages, and herded the captives onto ships so that they could be sold as slaves. Thousands of men, women, and children died of disease and starvation. Barely 1,000 of the original 15,000 residents remained in the Banda Islands. End quote. No reputable author, certainly no reputable author of history, uses a term like ethnic cleansing lightly. That's exactly what was happening here. What Jan Pieter Zoon Cohen did was not unlike the actions undertaken by Adolf Hitler in his search for German Lebensraum. It was not unlike the actions undertaken by Joseph Stalin or Chairman Mao or on the killing fields. It was ethnic cleansing. And though it was on a smaller scale than the actions undertaken by an Adolf Hitler, if we were to look at it per capita, Cohen might be one of the most successful ethnic cleansers of all time. However, his men, the men who actually did the work of that ethnic cleansing, were disgusted with themselves and everything they had done, but more than anything else, they were disgusted by the man who had pushed them into it, who very clearly would have had them killed and dumped into the ocean on the other side of the world from their homes, had they not. And many of them gathered together to tell the Council of 17 exactly what Cohen had done, That testimony given by Lieutenant Nicholas von Werth was one of many men who had seen horrors the likes of which they would never, ever forget. Another officer who gave his testimony against Jan Pieter Soon Cohen to see that he was brought to justice said, quote, "Things are carried on in such a criminal and murderous way that the blood of the poor people cries to heaven for revenge." End quote. Cohen was found guilty by the Council of 17, guilty of excessive force. He received from the Council of 17 an official rebuke. The governors of the East India Company realized that he had gone a bit far. But that's not all the Council of 17 gave him. The governors of the United Dutch East India Company also handed down to Jan Pieter Soon Cohen a bonus. A bonus of 3,000 guilders, that's 3,000 gold pieces, for his good works in securing the Dutch monopoly on all of the nutmeg in the world. That's not the end of the story. It's not even the end of Cohen's story. He would go on for years serving as the head of the Dutch East India Company in Asia. But it's the end of this story. From here on out, more or less, we're looking at a story that we've told before. It's the rest of the story of the 1600s, a century that was, from this point on, defined by war. And that warfare would shape the face of pirates and piracy moving forward. The pirates were forged in those wars. And those wars, at least those that dominated the second half of the 1600s, were wars created by the East India Companies. The 30 Years' War was bigger, with bigger concerns, but, let's look at that even. England was briefly involved in the 30 Years' War, but of course they fell into civil war and could no longer aid the conflict. The Netherlands obviously continued to be involved in the 30 Years' War as part of their 80 Years' War against the Spanish for independence. But in that war, in Southeast Asia at least, they played kind of a Soviet Union. The Soviet Unions in World War II marched one of the greatest armies that the world had ever seen. The Red Army liberated people up and down Eastern Europe from the Nazis, and that's wonderful. We all support people being freed from Nazi control, right? But then, what happens when the war is over? The Soviets rescued those people from Nazi control, but now it's Soviet territory. During the 30 Years' War, once the English were occupied with their own conflict back in the homeland, the Dutch, both the Dutch East India Company and the Dutch Navy, they were fighting the Spanish in Southeast Asia. They were ousting the Spanish and the Portuguese from Indonesia, and all of that's great if you're allied to the Dutch in the 30 Years' War. But during that whole time, they were militarizing. They were building forts and harbors and shipyards. They were building ships and cannon. By the end of the 30 Years' War, the Dutch were in control of almost all of Indonesia. And that's not all. They controlled the coasts of southern India and Africa. They controlled the coast of Brazil, and they controlled New Amsterdam in North America. And those are their bigger settlements, but they had outposts in the West Indies and the Persian Gulf and North Africa and Japan and China. They had a global empire. And then, of course, we see the wars that defined pirates more than any other wars, except for one. We see the Anglo-Dutch Wars. 3 major conflicts between England and the Netherlands. Conflicts that have been the background of this show since almost the beginning. Every time we get a new crop of pirates, thousands of new young men that show up, it's always because of one of these Anglo-Dutch wars, almost always. The most recent group of pirates on our show, the last of the Buccaneers, the pirates who were active in the 1680s, the crew of the Signet, for example, earned their chops in the Third Anglo-Dutch War. And as we move on, as we explore the 1690s, we're going to see a lot of old faces pop back up. Englishmen, Frenchmen, Dutchmen, privateers, sometimes buccaneers always, but you'll notice that the English and the Dutch were never at war there. And I mean, the French and the English privateers would sometimes be at odds, but Jan Willems, remember him? He sailed almost exclusively with Englishmen. In the Caribbean, things were amicable between the Dutch and the English, and not just among the pirates. Dutch ships were well known to supply and trade with the English on Jamaica. They did so even when the English were unable to do so. There were ships that belonged to the Dutch and East India Company that were competitors, ships that, even in time of peace, might be staring each other down, sharing hard words, and preparing to square off for battle. But if a Dutch or a Portuguese ship showed up, they would all of a sudden turn and present a unified front. Occasionally, they got along. I mean, John Key in The Honorable Company writes, quote, "Although the Dutch and English were bitter rivals throughout the East, on the long voyage to and from Europe, hostilities were suspended. At the Cape and St. Helena, ships of the London Company exchanged news and provisions with those of the VOC. Occasionally, Dutch and English ships actually sailed together." End quote. I wonder why that is. The best answer that comes to mind is that the conflict between the Dutch and the English was a financial conflict at heart. It was about profits and goods and commodities and, more than anything, territory. But the conflict between the English and the Spanish, or the Dutch and the Spanish, or the English and the Portuguese and the Dutch and the Portuguese, that was a conflict of ideology. There was a religious divide there, a schism over the soul, over God. And that would always take precedent with these people over profit. However, as time moves on, as we will see, God begins to fall to the background, and profit will take center stage. Next time, we're going to return to the crew of Signet, currently in the Philippines. The crew of Signet, really since they left the Americas, have been a bit less than piratical, thanks mostly to Captain Swan. They've been behaving as a crew of merchants should. However, as they whiled away the months on Mindanao, some of the crew was growing restless. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank everyone who has helped to support the show. All of our patrons on Patreon, those of you who have signed up to support the show through DonorBox or one of the other options on our website, everybody who has recommended this show to your friends or family or online, and everybody who has left a rating or a review. Without all of you, I wouldn't be able to do this. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band of Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, Reddit, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
From a voice that could take down the dream, and the face of an angel, all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Kane, Kenwood, Hefe, Jennings, Drunken Dak, Two Gun Tony, the Pirate Nopales, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. And I'm pleased to introduce our newest Commodore, Redbeard, the Smoky Mountain Pirate. And of course, our quartermasters, Samuel and Adam. Mabuhay. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. That's a Filipino greeting, Mabuhay, thanks to one of our Philippine listeners, Denise, because we're back in the Philippines today. We're back with the crew of the Signet. And just in case you happen to be new to the show or would like a quick refresher, here goes as fast as possible. Signet was a merchantman out of London, owned by a trading firm. Charles Swan was a fat, jovial captain tasked with taking Signet to Peru, where he would trade with the Spanish there. Signet, though, got caught up with a bunch of English pirates who were menacing Peru and Panama on what they called the Second Pacific Adventure. Swan was forced to scuttle his plans for trade, as the Spanish there would have killed any Englishmen they found after 2 or 3 pirate raids. So Swan agreed to engage in a little light piracy, but after a few months, he decided to split with his pirate comrades. Those pirates were crossing back to the Caribbean, and Swan chose instead to sail across the Pacific to the East Indies. The crew agreed, although some did choose to go with the pirates, but that's when William Dampier joined the crew of Signet. Dampier was a naturalist and a navigator who wrote and published his experiences on this voyage, and he's who we have to thank for most of this story. After a dreadful Pacific crossing, they arrived at the Marianas Islands, and then moved on to Guam and finally landed at the southernmost Philippine island of Mindanao. They made landfall, eventually, at the Sultanate of Maguindanao. The Sultan there produced a letter from the English East India Company to the Sultan that outlined a plan to build a factory there on Mindanao. They hoped that Swan was a representative of the company, but he wasn't. Swan was honest about that and broke the news to the Sultan. Still, though, the Sultan's brother, a man named Raja Laut, who was the admiral of the Sultanate, was trying to talk Captain Swan and the crew of Signet into staying there at Maguindanao. The crew numbered around 100 men, and we could break them into 3 factions. First, the captain's faction. That included, obviously, Captain Swan, as well as his first mate, Mr. Nelly, the factor, Mr. Harthop, and the merchant, Mr. Smith, along with around 30 others. One might include the captain of their bark, their smaller companion ship, named Captain Josiah Teat, with the captain's faction, for now. And then there was what one might call the sensible faction. That included William Dampier and the quartermaster of Signet, Mr. Henry Moore, as well as probably a Mr. Carl Rothie, who would, later on, go on to become a captain in the Royal Navy. And then I would add the surgeon's mate, Herman Coppinger, and perhaps the surgeon himself. But then third, there was the pirate faction. Old sea dogs who plundered the coasts of Peru and Panama back in the Pacific Adventure, but they had agreed to the plan of selling the wares on board Signet to buy spices there in the East Indies. They agreed to that plan months ago, but more and more they seemed to be pushing to ride out and to scour the sea near the Spanish capital of the Philippines at Manila. The pirate faction was led by John Reed, the ship's pilot. He was a gruff, experienced seaman. I have suggested that it's possible, however very unlikely, that John Reed was the disappeared and presumed dead father of Mary Reed. The pirate faction was small at first. Most of them belonged to the sensible faction, but they were growing. It looked very much like Captain Swan was seriously considering Raja Laut's plan to settle down there at Mindanao. And for a crew that was used to a life of roving, that was less than ideal. They were, at the moment, speaking quietly in hushed whispers in secluded corners. This is episode 131, A Seaman Bred. Over the last few weeks, we have discussed the establishment and the early years of the Dutch and English East India Companies, the VOC and EIC respectively. And here in the fall of 1686, the Sultanate of Maguindanao, and therefore the crew of the Signet, were surrounded by company power. To the south, the Dutch controlled the Spice Islands and much of Indonesia. They had bases on Sumatra and Java, and a powerful naval base at Jakarta. They also had a presence to the north, at Taiwan, and even in Japan. To the west, there was Borneo and mainland Southeast Asia. Now, that was mostly independent from company power, but the English were sniffing around. And then further to the west, there was India, which had a substantial English presence. But a more immediate threat than the English, or even the Dutch, was the Spanish Empire. Their westernmost expanse of Nueva España was the Philippines. However, all three powers, the Dutch, English, and Spanish, would view Signet and her crew as a threat. The Dutch and Spanish would view her as interlopers in their vital colonial trade system, and both were notorious for dealing with interlopers, that is, anyone who chose to trade without license, harshly. And the English would see the crew for what they were, pirates. Maybe Captain Swan's credentials would carry water, and maybe he could spin a yarn of being commandeered by pirates and forced to flee and cross the Pacific, or maybe not. He didn't know, and it was best at this point not to test that. The best bet for the Signet was to stay in waters and ports that were held by independent nations. Maguindanao, Vietnam, the Malacca Sultanate in Malaysia, and Thailand. All of them were relatively safe ports from which they could undertake the plan. Swan's old plan to buy nutmeg and cinnamon, to buy it out from under the Dutch noses, to do so with the proceeds from their attack on the Panamanian gold mine at Santa Maria. With that sort of cargo, a haul that valuable, they just might be able to avoid the gallows and enrich everyone on the crew. And that was still the plan, right? Ostensibly, yes, no new plan had been brought before the crew, but Captain Charles Swan did seem to be seriously entertaining the proposals of Raja Laut. That would include setting up a factory at the capital of Maguindanao, which would encroach on both Spanish and Dutch interests. But it wasn't just Raja Laut that wanted to make this a reality. The people of Mindanao appear to have wanted it as well. Dampier tells us in his book, A New Voyage Round the World, quote, "They are most afraid of the Dutch, being sensible how they have enslaved many of the neighboring islands. For that reason, they have a long time desired the English to settle among them, and have offered a convenient place to build a fort in. They do not find the English so encroaching as the Dutch or Spanish." End quote. And, well, think about it. If they got this English merchant, with his crew of around 100 men, to build and man a fort, to supply it with their 26 big guns, to teach the shipwrights to build European-style sloops, the people of Maguindanao might just have a chance of defending their kingdom against either the Dutch or the Spanish. And it's entirely likely that Raja Laut had their number. You might know just what these bearded, raggedy swashbucklers were all about. They were pirates, and Raja Laut knew pirates. There were a ton of Malay pirates operating in a nearby island chain, but they were less experienced with capturing European-style vessels. They did so, but only smaller craft. These English pirates had that experience. They could lead crews of Moro sailors to capture ships, to train the crew, and eventually to build a navy. All of this reminds me very much of Barbarossa, of Redbeard in the Mediterranean, an Ottoman Greek privateer who had the experience to lead fleets, to build shipyards and gunpowder factories and cannon foundries, all of which would construct a navy. Raja Laut wanted this very badly. He was courting Captain Swan as assiduously as any amorous youth would court a lover, and he was treating Swan and his inner circle of Harthup, Smith, and Nellie to the good life. They were staying in Raja Laut's home. They dined together every evening, and they shared wine and tea and tobacco. But what else were they sharing? The crew was certainly asking that question. Women, certainly, and Raja Laut was well known to have the prettiest servants and harem girls and daughters. How far would Raja Laut go? The crew wanted. But the women weren't the biggest source of gossip among the crew. More than anything else, they talked about the money. See, Swan and Harthup and Smith had a chest full of gold for the ship's seed money. The crew had agreed to take smaller shares, to pitch into this seed money, and then to sail across the Pacific in the understanding that they would take all of that money and buy spices with it. It was to be an investment in their future, an investment in the plan. Now you may remember that Captain Swan had agreed to shelter the Signet in a river there in Mindanao. Monsoon season was upon them, and that seemed to be the safest place for their ship. And you may also remember that Raja Laut personally stood on deck to pilot Signet in himself. He knew the river, after all, so that makes sense as well. But then Captain Swan took that chest of money off of the ship. And again, yeah, that makes sense. But it was a little suspicious. That money belonged to the crew. It was to be in the care of Captain Swan and the factor, Mr. Harthup, but right now it was holed up in Raja Laut's estate. The crew were not allowed into the palace where they might get a look at it. At least, well, most of them weren't allowed in. For example, a seaman like John Reed was a bit too uncouth for Raja Laut's company. However, some of the crew did occasionally get to visit Raja Laut's estate. It was the better sort among the crew. Mr. Fitzgerald, the surgeon, his mate Herman Coppinger, Carl Rovi probably, and one or two others who had a fine suit for dining were sometimes called in to entertain Raja Laoud with English song and dance. And of course, William Dampier. He tells us of the meals that were shared there in the palace. He enjoyed the rice and the fish just fine, but really nothing else that was served there. The buffalo they ate was, quote, prepared nastily, and the fowl they had was, quote, ill-dressed, and he was not terribly fond of the durian fruit. But nonetheless, William Dampier and the other guests sat there and ate these meals with a smile on their faces. Raja Laoud was, after all, their host on the island, and Charles Swan was the captain. But more than that, I think, whenever they dined at the palace of Raja Laoud, they could get a peek at the treasure, and more than that, to try and decipher what Swan might be planning. After dinner, they would share stories and tea and tobacco and wine, but soon enough they would be off to enjoy their evenings however they saw fit. And their evenings there at McGuindanao were pleasant. The crew were ingratiating themselves with the people of Mindanao. They were making friends among the locals and taking lovers, and some were even beginning to set down roots. There was a bit of a language barrier, but many of the women and a few of the men spoke at least a little Spanish, as did many of the crew, so Spanish served as a sort of lingua franca on the island. And most of the men had somewhere to stay there in the capital. They had a host family of sorts. This relationship with the host family was typically initiated by the women of the household, who made themselves available as guides and translators and platonic friends. These women were called agalies or agali, and it's a custom which amused and occasionally irritated the crew. These relationships were platonic. They were fully condoned by the husbands of the agali, and the husbands often called themselves camarada, Spanish for comrade. Dampier writes of this custom, quote, "The citizens of Mindanao came frequently aboard to invite our men to their houses and to offer us bagalies. It was a long time since any of us had received such friendship, and therefore we were drawn to accept their kindness. In a short time, most of our men got a comrade or two, and as many bagalies, especially such of us as had good clothes and store of gold, as many had who were of the number of those that accompanied Captain Harris over the Isthmus of Darien, the rest of us being poor enough. Nay, the very poorest and meanest of us could hardly pass the streets, but we were even hauled by force into their houses to be treated by them. Although their treats were but mean, namely tobacco or betel nut or a little sweet spiced water, yet their seeming sincerity, simplicity, and the manner of bestowing these gifts made them very acceptable. They would always be praising the English as declaring that the English and Mindanaeans were all one. This they expressed by putting their two forefingers together close and saying, "Sama, Sama," that is, all one. End quote. It sounds like a lovely custom. But Dampier goes on to tell us that after telling the English that they were all one, the speaker would move those two forefingers apart, about 2 feet, and they would say, "Dutch." And then they would move their fingers as far apart as their arms would stretch and say, "Spanish," indicating, of course, that the people of Mindanao and the English were very much alike in values and sympathies, while the people of the Dutch and Spanish nations were not. And that could just be a clever bit of propaganda, but in this case I don't think it is. The people of the Philippines had very good reason to hate the Spanish and to fear the Dutch. And remember the Hearts and Minds campaign undertaken by the English in Southeast Asia at the dawn of the English East India Company? Well, it appears to have worked. However, the galleys were somewhat more nefarious than they appeared at first glance. The men of Signet were expected to give gifts to their Begali, usually baubles or jewelry. The Begali would gather together to display their gifts in public and admire all of their finery. But these were, of course, merely simple gifts of friendship, absolutely nothing more. But the husband would accept no payment for the food and the shelter he provided as long as his wife was happy. It's a pleasant fiction, but transactionary at its core. For now, though, through September and October, part of November, everything was mostly happy and peaceful. The men enjoyed the kindness of their hosts, and they spent their evenings in quiet comfort. That was, of course, soon shattered when the truly nefarious nature of the Begali became apparent. Dampier, I think, noted it first. He was teaching classes, teaching some of the women to speak English, which was a useful skill should the English establish a base here. It was almost exclusively women who spoke other languages, aside from the Arab ruling class, since it was women that oversaw most of the merchant affairs. They had to speak Spanish and Chinese. So the matriarch of the households were usually who was attending Dampier's classes. But then Dampier started noticing that the classes were growing. Pupils of his started bringing their widowed sisters or marriageable daughters. Innocent as can be, but they would introduce them to Dampier, and he was flustered. And I think that Dampier got it first and got some of the worst of that because his classes were one of the few opportunities that the women of Mindanao had to mingle freely outside of their Begali relationship. Generally, the men of Signet were closely watched in all of their interactions with the women. Raja Laut, for example, claimed that he trusted the crew implicitly and would even show great faith in them by leaving them in private with his wife. However, they were never really in private. There were always one or two large, dangerous-looking men standing around to guard her from harm. Not from the pirates, of course, just a general sort of harm. And Dampier tells us that outside of the Begali and his classes, he saw women cooped up inside as though they were held prisoner, and he saw at least one woman struck for smiling too forwardly at one of the English.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any MetroFlex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Napoleon Bonaparte rose from obscurity to become the most powerful and significant figure in modern history. Over 200 years after his death, people are still debating his legacy. He was a man of contradictions, a tyrant and a reformer, a liberator and an oppressor, a revolutionary and a reactionary. His biography reads like a novel, and his influence is almost beyond measure. I'm Everett Rummidge, host of the Age of Napoleon podcast, and every month I delve into the turbulent life and times of one of the greatest characters in history, and explore the world that shaped him in all its glory and tragedy. It's a story of great battles and campaigns, political intrigue, and massive social and economic change. But it's also a story about people, populated with remarkable characters. I hope you'll join me as I examine this fascinating era of history. Find The Age of Napoleon wherever you get your podcasts.
The women who appeared to be forbidden were the topic of much discussion among the crew of Signet. Dampier writes that at one ceremony, when the men of Signet caught a rare glimpse of the royal family, quote, 2 of the Sultan's nieces were about 18 or 19 years old. The other were 3 or 4 years younger. These young ladies were richly dressed with loose garments of silk and small coronets. They were much fairer than any women I did see there, very well featured, and very well proportioned. And Dampier speaks of the discussions that the men had of an almost mythical Sultan's daughter, a girl only of 14 who the crew had heard tell of but was never once allowed to see. Not even Charles Swan or any of his inner circle got to see her. It appears that the Sultan's daughter was being kept safe for a marriage alliance in the future, and neither the Sultan nor Raja Laut was willing to risk her honor. But the crew did have some consolations in all this. Dampier mentions it only coyly, as he rarely discusses sex in his writings, but there were less platonic relationships for him. A few men, and exactly who these few men were is important, but a few chose to buy a small house there and take a wife, maybe a concubine would be a better word. This was a strictly Muslim society, and these concubines never married their English counterparts, but oftentimes they wouldn't come from the Moro people down in Maguindanao, but from one of the peoples up in the mountains who were not necessarily Muslim. And even those who didn't choose to buy a house often found someone with whom they could dally and while away the evenings. But even those who didn't find a woman with which to pass the time, and there were several, including William Dampier and Herman Copping, the surgeon's mate, once Ramadan was complete, the men of Signet had a great time on Mindanao. They saw traditional dances put on by women and men. They saw the contests of strength and courage and will that were put on by the men of Mindanao. Some of the crew were even so bold as to take part in these contests and laughed at their shortcomings. Dampier tells us of another custom that was strange and alien to the civilized and highly cultured Europeans. He writes, quote, "You shall always see abundance of people of both sexes in the river from morning till night, washing their bodies or clothes. They strip and stand naked till they have done, then put them on and march out again. Both men and women take great delight in swimming and washing themselves, being bred to it from infancy. I do believe it is very wholesome to wash mornings and evenings in these hot countries, at least 3 or 4 days in the week." End quote. This was a shocking custom for the Englishman, but it was one that Dampier admired and would take up for the rest of his life. Dampier was also present at a mass circumcision, in which the Sultan's son and many of the boys of Maguindanao had to prove their manliness in a test of strength before undergoing the procedure. He was impressed at their spirit, but he did note that the young men would walk bow-legged for several days after. All in all, we can imagine a happy, relaxed, pleasant few weeks there at Maguindanao. They had friendly hosts and new friends and lovers. They enjoyed good Manila tobacco, the buay nut, and even hashish, a transplant from Vietnam. Aside from some of the odd foods and the snakes and centipedes, the men of Signet were at rest. But the weeks dragged into months, and we begin to see the cracks in that peaceful facade. First came those tensions between the crewmen that had money and those that did not. The members of the crew who had money from their raid on Santa Maria were able to procure and porcelain china, gifts that would have astounded any woman in Europe, but here in the Philippines were commonplace. I mean, imagine having a fierce Filipino woman who is your guide and your host furious at you. You know, you're not her husband, but you feel the full weight of a man made to sleep on the couch, all because you could only afford to give her silk. This forced some of the crew to go back to sleeping on the ship when they could not afford the Tagalog relationship, while still others were barely scraping by, finding gifts for their Pagalians. Of evening, those men could be seen out by the river, near Signet, huddled around a campfire, eating scant meals. They weren't starving by any means, but not the fare that they would have had in a nice Filipino home. When it rained, the men were forced to take shelter on board, and they began to wonder just what they were doing. You know, if they had been out on the ocean earning money either by trading for spices or by capturing Spanish prizes, they would be earning a living. But here they were just surviving. And more, John Reed could be seen around those same fires, and all of these dispossessed eyes were locked on him, listening intently to whatever it was he happened to be saying. That pirate contingent I mentioned, this was the nucleus of that group. Aside from John Reed, no one was yet of note here, but that number was going to grow to include officers and even captains. I mentioned that we needed to pay attention to exactly who was buying houses and settling down, and those were almost entirely captains' men. They seemed to be settling into very comfortable lives with their new homes and the women they brought in, several of whom seemed to be suspiciously around in key places. And that's all well and good, that's their business, but that state of affairs was unacceptable for men that still needed to work for a living. And then we come to the tale of a man named John Thacker. Thacker was a captain's man, living comfortable enough, and Raja Laut would often request his presence at one of his dinners. John Thacker was an excellent dancer, and the Raja enjoyed his dancing. Dampier writes of him, quote, "Among the men that danced before the general, there was one John Thacker, who was a seaman bred. He could neither write nor read, but had formerly learnt to dance in the music houses about Wapping. He came into the South Seas with Captain Harris, and, getting a good quantity of gold and being a good husband of his share, had still some left besides what he laid out in a very good suit of clothes." The general, Raja Laut, supposed by his garb and his dancing that Thacker had been of noble extraction, and to be satisfied of his quality, asked one of our men if he did not guess aright of him. The man of whom the general asked this question told him he was much in the right, and that most of our ship's company were of the like extraction, especially those all that had fine clothes. But for the rest, those that had but mean clothes, they were only common seamen. After this, the general showed a great deal of respect to John Thacker, till Captain Swan came to know the business. Undeceiving the general and drubbing the nobleman, he was much incensed against John Thacker, that he could never endure him afterwards, for the poor fellow knew nothing of the matter. End quote. What they're saying here is that one man, John Thacker, due to his clothes and his skill at dancing, impressed Raja Laut as a nobleman. Another crewman, entirely unrelated here, upon being asked if he were in fact a nobleman, said, "Oh yeah, definitely a nobleman. Most of us are, in fact. You can always tell by the clothes." And then Captain Charles Swan, who was always impressed at Raja Laut's many shows of strength through discipline of his men, publicly beat John Thacker in full view of the whole crew. This was not acceptable behavior on board a buccaneer ship. And in the weeks to come, and we're about to enter December 1686, John Thacker found himself at many of the campfires around which men were talking about the captain, talking about their money, and trying to figure out exactly what might be going on here. The fireside chats grew less and less congenial and more conspiratorial. Thacker was only the first man to suffer the discipline of Captain Swan, but more and more members of the crew were subjected to this sort of violence, and they began to join these fires as well. But then the men who were sticking close to Signet noticed something about the ship. The hull was pockmarked and scarred. It was actually the captain of their bark, Captain Josiah Teat, that noticed that damage first, and brought it up to Captain Swan. Swan told Josiah Teat not to worry about it, and Josiah Teat promptly ignored him. Teat and John Reed and John Thacker, all three seamen bred, rallied the crew to see to their vessel. See, John Reed was respected by the men, but he had no official authority. Not much, at least. However, Captain Teat did. In a way, he was second in command in the fleet. With Teat on board, and now that they had noticed the damage, they had a fully legitimate reason to gather the entire crew together. Those scars and pockmarks on the hull were the work of worms. If left unchecked, they could breach the hull of Signet. Nearly the entire crew, not including Swan and his cadre, went to the river and beached the Signet to careen her. They did so without the permission of Captain Swan or Mr. Harthop or anyone, really, but the damage was significant. However, not all was lost here. See, Signet had two hulls, an inner and an outer hull. This was typical of seafaring vessels after the European design, but it was not typical of the Filipino probe, and that's relevant. Remember here that Raja Laut himself piloted Signet to this very location, where apparently they had a worm problem. That's the sort of thing that one would expect the admiral of a seafaring people to maybe have some information about. The crew was in the middle of peeling off that outer hull when trumpets blared, and suddenly the procession arrived on scene. Captain Swan arrived with Mr. Smith and Harthop and Nellie and Raja Laut. Raja Laut's reaction in front of the whole crew was shocking. Now let Dampier count. He writes, quote, "We did not mistrust the general's knavery till now. For when he came down to our ship and found us ripping off the sheathing plank and saw the firm bottom underneath, he shook his head and seemed to be discontented, saying he did never see a ship with two bottoms before. We were told that in this place where we now lay, a Dutch ship was eaten up in 2 months' time, and the general had all her guns. It is probable he did expect to have ours, which I do believe was the main reason that made him so forward in assisting us to get our ship into the river. For when we came out again, we had no assistance." End quote. He then goes on to mention the many times that they careened and scrubbed their vessel at the Marianas and Guam, and even on Mindanao before making landfall at Maguindanao. And he says that they never had any trouble with worms before. And then he points out that he had noticed the people of Maguindanao would pull their proa from the river, and if they found any sight of worms, would burn her and dry her until she was ready to go to sea again. After his little temper tantrum, Raja Laut stormed off, but Swan stayed behind. He did so to accost Josiah Teat for going behind his back to careen the ship, but the crew turned on the captain. They asked him, "Do you see the hull sitting there? We had to careen the ship or we would be stranded here forever. Did you see the general's reaction? He was clearly upset and his plans were clearly dashed." Swan backed down. He swore to the crew that he would deal with this situation and confront Raja Laut about this information. But Swan was a coward. He would never do so. Instead, once the ship was repaired and back in the harbor at anchor, Swan decided to reassert his authority among the crew. Swan had beaten John Thacker and several other members of the crew. But once the Signet was back in the water at anchor, Captain Swan had Josiah Teat dragged out into the center of town. There, before Raja Laut and several of the other members of the royal family, and a growing number of people from the town, and the entire crew of Signet, Swan had him strapped down and beaten with a whip. Dampier says that at that time, Captain Swan had his men as much under command as if he had been in a king's ship. The men were furious, but they didn't react immediately. They watched this effrontery in silence and then walked away without a single word to their captain. This wasn't the last straw. There were 2 or 3 more straws that had to break, and we're going to discuss those next time. But at this point, I think that the tide had turned against Captain Charles Swan irrevocably. Now that John Thacker and John Reed and Josiah Teat had the ship seaworthy, and now that the crew had seen just the depths to which their captain would sink, beating his second-in-command in front of the entire city, they began to prepare for departure, under the nose of Captain Swan, or maybe just not caring if he saw. And these 3 men, among others, began to secure their position on the Signet, which they would soon be running. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us a review or a rating wherever it is you listen to the show, and everybody who has recommended this show to your friends or family. Without all of you, I wouldn't be able to do this. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you certainly should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, Reddit, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound. Thousands tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams. And the face of an angel, all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morning, the old captain has died. And live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Craig, Kinway, Jennings, Drunken Dak, Redbeard the Pirate, Hefe, the Pirate Nopales, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. And I'm pleased to introduce 2 new Commodores, Commodores Toads and Doran Brown. Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When we left off, things were tense among the crew of Signet on the island of Mindanao. Through November and early December 1686, Captain Charles Swan was growing increasingly authoritarian and violent with the crew. And that's kind of a bad look for a crew full of buccaneers. Additionally, Captain Charles Swan, the factor, Mr. Harthop, and the merchant, Mr. Smith, appeared to be very much in league with Raja Laut, the military leader there at Maguindanao. They lived with Raja Laut, they ate with him every night, and Swan was unwilling to confront him. You'll remember that bit of drama surrounding Raja Laut piloting Signet into a worm-infested bit of river, apparently in a bid to claim her guns and her crew for his own military purposes. Swan was supposed to have had it out with Raja Laut after that little incident, but instead, he had the captain of his own bark, Josiah Teat, whipped in a bid to reinforce his own power. Raja Laut was, at this point in the minds of the crew of Signet, a great villain. He was assumed to be scheming against the crew. Aside from that little plot with the worms, he currently had all of their seed money holed up inside his palace. It was seen as a sort of sneaky, dishonest backstabbing. Now, dishonest backstabbing is something we can respect here on the Pirate History Podcast, but the thing is, Raja Laut wasn't very good at it. He was a military man. He was a devout Muslim, although not very good at that either, and an aristocrat. Dishonest backstabbing was not his forte, especially not when he was attempting to do it against a bunch of masters of the craft. That's why Josiah Teat and John Reed brought Signet out into the harbor of Mindanao and stationed a guard aboard. They saw exactly what Raja Laut was up to and wanted to keep their lines of escape open in the case of treachery or sabotage on the part of the people of Maguindanao. And I'd like to take this point to remind you of the three factions in Mindanao among the crew of Signet. There was the Loyalist faction, all of them Swan's men, and they were the smallest faction among the crew. Then there was the Sensible faction, which was by far the largest. Those were the members who advocated for leaving Mindanao under Captain Charles Swan to trade for spices in the Spice Islands and return home everybody rich men. And then we have the pirate faction, who advocated for piracy. They were all for attacking Spanish ships and getting rich and getting drunk and not really thinking much past today. And I could explain their plan in more depth, but that would be giving the story away. Because, spoilers, the pirate faction is going to win. This is episode 132, General Rogueries. Now, all of that is very dramatic stuff, but it's grounded in a real-world concern. The late fall and early winter of 1686 was the height of the westerly monsoon. These were the winds that could carry the pirates deeper into the Indies, and in reality, they were the only winds that could carry them home. The longer that Captain Swan sat idly by, the more and more nervous grew the members of his crew who eventually wanted to go home. And then what with Swan's policy, i.e. the beatings will continue until morale improves, and these very real concerns about getting underway before the winds shifted out of favor, it was impossible to stay neutral in this argument. The vast majority of the crew, after only a couple of weeks here, was against Swan, but there were still key differences between the Sensible faction and the pirate faction. We could look at it kind of like a primary in an election. You have the Sensible faction, who are the moderates, or maybe the centrists. They weren't yet ready to turn to outright piracy. Instead, they wanted to stick to the plan and to stay right with the law. But more and more, they seemed to be adopting policies of the pirate faction. Namely, they were warming to the idea of deposing Captain Swan. They realized that he was not the candidate to lead them toward their plan. Instead, they chose Captain Josiah Teat of the Bark, a man who had been publicly beaten by Swan, to be the new captain. And then we have the pirates and their candidate, John Reed. Reed was an extremist, a radical in this election, if you will. A pirate radical, a pie radical, maybe. Now, that group of the crew, the pirate faction, was smaller than the moderates, but they were looking more and more attractive to those among the moderate faction who wanted to eventually get home and hopefully earn some money on this years-long voyage. But there were a few among the crew who chose not to side with any of the factions. There were a few, maybe as many as a dozen, but probably closer to 8, who fled into the highlands of Mindanao. Some of those took a woman with them, usually from among the lowest class in Maguindanao, who were moral women, but not Muslim women, not members of the Maguindanao Sultanate. Dampier suggests that they may have had help from Raja Laut to enact their escape, and it's entirely possible they did. But we can wish them happy lives among the mountain people of Mindanao that were long and full of many wonderful children. However, those who left disappeared from this story and from history. There were a few among the crew who had families back in England that they hoped someday to see again. For those among the crew, Swan's plan of staying in Mindanao would not work. The pirates' plan of fighting for Spanish plunder would not work, and the idea of fleeing into the hills was unacceptable. And for a few of these who didn't think that the moderates were ever going to win this debate and wind up buying spices and returning to England happy and healthy merchants, they bought a canoe, a seafaring canoe, and they were preparing that canoe to make for India and an English port, hopefully, where they could book passage home. But Captain Swan caught wind of this little plot and correctly surmised that these men would very likely notify the East India Company of his presence at Mindanao, and that would very likely displease the company. So Swan took their canoe by force. He burned it, and he had the men beaten. That little group, after their bruises healed, bought another canoe, but Swan found that one as well. Regardless of all of that, regardless of which faction they might belong to, the majority of the crew of Signet was preparing to leave. They were readying the ship. They were supplying her with victuals. They had plenty of rice and water. But they still needed meat. They had previously cut a deal with Raja Laut to trade him iron for some beef that they could salt and preserve to take with them. Now, the crew had already come through on their end. They provided the iron to Raja Laut, but Raja Laut had not yet produced any beef. He had a hunting expedition planned that included himself and his household and a few skilled hunters, ringers on the team, and 6 men of the Signet. That party included Captain Swan, Mr. Harthop, Mr. Smith, a couple of other sycophants, and William Dampier. Now, Dampier spends his narrative largely gushing about the proa they took, which was a pleasure barge, and the opulence he saw on board Raja Laut's proa, the comforts that were afforded them, including food and drugs, and the many women that Raja Laut brought with him. Then he writes, quote, "One of the general's servants had offended and was punished. He was bound fast, flat on his belly to the prow, which was so near the water that by the vessel's motion it frequently delved under water, and the man along with it. And sometimes when hoisted up he had scarce time to blow before he would be carried under water again." End quote. This was all great fun for Raja Laut and his company, but the English, even those who were fully in Raja Laut's pocket, were visually disturbed. But that evening they had a feast, and the women danced enticing dances, and were led to believe that not a man among the hunting party went to bed alone. Dampier writes, quote, "There were 5 or 6 more of our company with me. young men who had Delilahs there, which made them very fond of the place. And over the next several days, their evenings involved feasting and dancing and dallying with Delilahs. But during the daytime, they hunted. That was, after all, what they were here to do. That is to say that they dragged themselves out of bed sometime around noon, had a big breakfast, and tramped around on the grassland hillsides for about 2 hours, laughing and conversing and drinking rice wine, which, of course, they weren't allowed to do in town. And then they went back to their lodge and cavorted until everyone was sated with food and drink and bois and hashish and kava and women, and then they passed out. Now, all of that sounds like great fun. In fact, I'm personally hard-pressed to name a better way to spend a long weekend. But that also means that they failed to find even a single buffalo or deer, let alone to kill one. Raja Laut may have been showing these men a great time, but he was failing to hold up his end of the bargain, and that means that the crew might very likely starve to death. So while most of the Englishmen were enjoying themselves, in the wake of that disappointment, some of the tension between Charles Swan and Raja Laut bubbled up. One evening they broke out into an argument, which Dampier overheard. And what he learned there shocked him, but it did not shock Mr. Harthop or Mr. Smith. Charles Swan had, previously to this argument, loaned a great deal of money to Raja Laut, 20 ounces of gold, in fact. Today, 20 ounces of gold would be worth $30,000, more or less. If we were to adjust that for inflation, we would get $1.8 million. And that's a lot of money. But if we assume, using East India Company metrics of the time, that one could quadruple one's money by trading in nutmeg and cinnamon, we would get a net loss of around $7 million of Signet's money. $7 million that Raja Laut loudly and forcefully during this argument in hearing of Dampier declared not to be a loan, but a gift from Charles Swan. Then Raja Laut demanded that if Swan was determined to leave Mindanao, he had to first pay for the food he and his friends ate at Raja Laut's table. Only then would Raja Laut produce the beef he owned. This was disturbing stuff. Stuff that might have suggested to Dampier that they might never be allowed to leave Mindanao. At least, not with Captain Swan, or their money. Mr. Harthop and Mr. Smith, upon the close of the argument, told Dampier to keep quiet about what he had heard. That's how they were going to keep order among the crew, after all. Dampier agreed to that, but Dampier was lying. He told John Reed and all the rest about this turn of events. He gave them all of the information. He told them that Swan was not in Raja Laut's pocket, but he was being extorted to stay. He was unlikely to willingly leave Mindanao, as was their money. The crew was incensed. They planned to confront Captain Swan at the very next opportunity and demand that they forcefully take back their money and leave this place. But that opportunity didn't come until Christmas, 1686. The whole crew, though, on Christmas Day, was set to meet aboard the Signet. And this was the first time they'd been together in months' time. But Swan, as was to be expected, arrived late to the festivities. He refused to hear any complaints, and he left early. This was the last opportunity that Captain Swan had, in my opinion. He, on Christmas Day, 1686, lost his captaincy of the ship. By failing to take any of his men's concerns into account, he lost his right to lead them. The following 2 weeks would grow increasingly tense. There were fights on board. There was open argument with Swan and his men in the streets of Mindanao. Dampier writes, quote, "The whole crew were at this time under a general disaffection, all for want of action. They urged Captain Swan to go to sea. These began to be unruly and sent ashore for wrack and honey to make punch, wherewith they grew drunk and quarrelsome. End quote. Dampier tells us that he feared to go aboard as he abhorred drink and quarrelsome behavior. But part of the problem here is that the ship and the crew were ready to go. There were somewhere around 80 men on Mindanao with nothing but idleness and drugs and women to occupy their time. And Dampier talks about the desire for action over and over again. And there's a reason for that. You know, they act as though the monsoon winds are a saving grace, that they're the only hope the crew had of returning home any time this year. And that's true, but it's not the whole story. In fact, if we were to look past Dampier's narrative, that gives us a few telling points of interest. If we think back to well before Dampier and company arrived at Mindanao, on the other side of the ocean, we'll remember the Signet splitting up with the other pirates on the Second Pacific Adventure. They sailed for the coast of Mexico. Now, the reason that we are given was Captain Swan's desire to trade in East Indian spices. And that's an activity that he was really busy not doing here in late 1686 and early 1687. Swan was resting on his laurels while order crumbled in his crew. But there is another possible reason, a reason which we were not given. The Manila galleons. The treasure ships that crossed the Pacific from Philippine Nueva España to Mexican Nueva España and back again. Now, we know today that these galleons didn't often make landfall in Mexico. Instead, they sailed for Panama. And while the pirates back in 1685 knew about the treasure galleons in Panama, they couldn't be sure that there wasn't some port at which the Spanish unloaded untold riches there in Mexico. The English were almost totally ignorant of the Pacific coast of America. Outside of the voyages of Drake and Cavendish, they knew barely anything. They weren't even sure at this point if Baja was an island or a peninsula, until Dampier confirmed that the Californian lake separating Baja from mainland Mexico did not travel all the way through. It's possible that the crew was trying to catch and capture an extraordinarily rich prize upon her arrival to Mexico. One of the treasure ships, far before she ever would have reached Panama, at her first dock in the New World. Now, they failed at that because there were no ships to capture, but they did gain some insight on that voyage. The English took several Spanish captives there in Mexico, and we're going to talk a lot more about them next time, but for now, they did have news of a Manila galleon that had just set out to cross the Pacific Ocean. We can envision a story in which their sudden and underprepared passage across the Pacific Ocean was in chase of just such a ship that, you might remember, they found upon their arrival at the island of Guam. Only upon their arrival at Guam, Swan lost his nerve. Quote, "Our men were in a great heat to go out after her, but Captain Swan persuaded them out of that humor, for he was now wholly averse to any hostile action." End quote. But now, almost a year later, the monsoon was shifting so that the Signet and that same Manila galleon could travel west. The crew had been sitting idly by for months now, but if they were going to catch that ship, this was the time.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify.
Do you have a point of sale system you can trust, or is it a real POS? You need Shopify for retail. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify POS has everything you need to sell in person. Go to shopify.com/system, all lowercase, to take your retail business to the next level today. That's shopify.com/system.
Again, Dampier dances around that possibility. He tells us the crew was eager for action, but not what action. And we'll be looking into all that as well next time. For now, we need to look at the other reasons that the crew was growing agitated and turning to unruly drunkenness there on Mindanao. And I do want to note that even at this late stage, the crew was still undivided on how to treat Captain Swan. The pirates among the crew were prepared to leave him, or kill him if need be, and go out a-roving. And that decision would see the crew of Signet labeled Hostis Humanae Generis, enemies of the whole human race, by the standards of their own government and every government in the world, pirates. The moderate faction were still of the opinion that even if they voted Captain Swan out of power, which they at this point wanted to do, they still needed to take him along. They could trade for spices, as was the original plan, or, in the wake of new information they had just received, they could sail out as privateers. But to accomplish either of those goals, they needed their legally appointed captain safe and sound. And that particular question is going to jump to the forefront of our story very soon, but not yet. Because while the crew was busy drinking and debating, two things happened that hastened their departure. First, there were the deaths. Sudden, suspicious illnesses that were followed by painful death, and several of them in quick succession. The surgeon's mate, Herman Coppinger, examined the bodies and found the livers to be shriveled and dry. Now, there are a few possible causes here. It's possible that they were simple tropical diseases, a few of which matched those symptoms. However, we would think that the surgeon or Dampier would note that. It could be that these deaths were caused by toxins that were willingly ingested that affect the liver. Why, which they were enjoying, kava and kratom are all intoxicants that will make you feel good and that negatively impact liver health. All three of these are Southeast Asian in origin and were commonly used there in Maguindanao and in Islamic societies all over the region that frowned upon alcohol. Of course, the doses have to be exceptionally high, and to kill someone, it takes a long time. Of course, the pirates were exactly the sort of people that would have enjoyed them to excess, but to imagine 7 or 8 men in a week's time dying, well, that stretches the imagination to the breaking. And neither tropical disease nor drug use was what jumped to the forefront of the pirates' minds. They thought what I imagine you are thinking. Poison. That's what Herman Coppinger and William Dampier believed. That's what John Reed and Josiah Teat believed. That's what nearly everyone among the crew believed. And what made those deaths even more suspicious was that they all seemed to come from the pirate faction. The faction that was arguing most vociferously to leave. Raja Laut had plenty of good reason to poison the pirates among the crew, and the crew assumed that he was to blame. And there was a ton of circumstantial evidence to suggest that if the pirates were in fact poisoned, Raja Laut was ultimately the culprit. We can't rule him out here, but we can't place blame too quickly either. Plenty of others on Mindanao had good reason to kill pirates as well. Remember that order was breaking down among the crew, and when order breaks down among a crew of pirates, it doesn't bode well for anyone in their general vicinity. They were growing more riotous and more obstinate and more villainous. Dampier doesn't give a lot of details here, but we can imagine the fights and the outright thefts and the sexual excess. Dampier writes, quote, "The natives are very expert at poisoning and do it upon small occasions. nor did our men want forgiving offense through their general roveries, and sometimes by dallying too familiarly with their women, even before their faces. End quote. Dampier's not talking about the galleys or concubines that some of the crew had procured. He's talking about pirates seducing the wives and daughters of those same locals. But what he doesn't talk about, and what very likely took place as well, were some pretty horrific scenes of sexual violence. We're talking armed bands of angry pirates roaming the streets and looking for victims. Anyone who tried to stop them, brutally beaten or killed. Now, in many older chivalric or chauvinistic cultures, poison is often considered a woman's weapon. We should not ignore the possibility that it wasn't Raja Laut nor cuckolded husbands that poisoned the pirates, but the women of Mindanao, victims and victims' mothers and sisters that poisoned the pirates in their search for revenge. Now, all of that violence and debauch was the sort of thing that the general of Maguindanao, Raja Laut, could have put an end to almost immediately with his force of arms. He had an army. That's the reason that the pirates weren't able to storm his palace and take their money back. But that would have ended in a skirmish that would have likely ended in a battle, and that would eventually have chased off Signet and the rest of her crew. Swan also could have stopped this sort of excess, at least according to Dampier, who writes, quote, "What designs Swan had I know not, for he was commonly very cross. I am confident if he had made a motion to go to any English factory, most of his men would have consented to it. His authority might have overswayed those that were refractory, for it was very strange to see the awe that these men were in of him, though he punished the most stubborn and daring of his men." End quote. But Swan sat idle and recalcitrant. He did nothing. Dampier continues, quote, "These disorders might have been crushed if Captain Swan had used his authority to suppress them. But he, with his merchants living always ashore, there was no command. And therefore every man did what he pleased and encouraged each other in his villainies." End quote. Now, we shouldn't assume that Swan's lackeys were not aware of this state of affairs. Mr. Harthop, the factor, was very aware. He begged Captain Swan to go to the ship and to address the men, to tell them what his plans were, and to assure them that they had something to look forward to. But Swan refused. And at this point, something interesting happened. Harthop pulled rank on Captain Swan. Remember that Captain Charles Swan had absolute authority, in theory, while on board. But Harthop represented the investors in this venture. That is to say, he was the representative of Swan's bosses. So Charles Swan agreed to address the men and called them all to be aboard on the Signet on the 13th of January, 1687. This was it. This was the moment that Swan had the opportunity to gain his authority back and to travel out as captain of a successful merchant voyage to the East Indies. And the crew was willing to hear him. They gathered on board slowly until nearly everyone was on board, 2 days aforetime, on the 11th of January. And with nearly the entire crew on board, the other shoe dropped. I'm curious as to whether any of what follows actually happened as we are told it happened. It rings to me of conspiracy. John Reed, the leader of the pirate faction, who I have suggested may possibly, although unlikely, be the father of Mary Reed, and I should note his name is spelled R-E-A-D, John Reed went a snooping in the captain's quarters. Dampier mentions at this point that John Reed was a man of letters and something of an artist. John Reed found in Captain Swan's quarters a journal from his time on the Pacific Ocean with the crew. You may remember Captain Swan jovially slapping the frail Dampier on the back and declaiming upon their having spotted land, quote, "Ah, Dampier, you would have made them but a poor meal," end quote. And that's a fun sort of jape when you know you're safe and not going to be eaten. But apparently, according to this journal, Captain Swan was much more concerned about that sort of thing than his jokes suggested. And who can blame him? I mean, he's on a solitary ship hundreds of leagues from civilization or even land, with a crew of killers that was looking lean and hungry. I imagine any of us would grow a bit concerned. But whispers of threats to eat him reached his ears there on the Signet, and they appear to have, well, if the journal that John Reed produced here is to be believed, those weeks in the Pacific drove Captain Charles Swan insane. He details his fear and hatred of certain crewmen and the abuses that he would have enjoyed inflicting upon them if only he could without those madmen turning to cannibalism. He disparages their loyalty to himself and to England. He insults their honor, and he even denies their courage. And then, and this is the truly damning part, he outlines his plans to remove certain members of the crew who weren't pulling their weight. How to have them killed in such a fashion that it would look like an accident. I mean, he suggests having certain important lines weakened and almost snapped, and then sending those crewmen up to work them where they would fall to their death. And once that crewman happens to be dead, well, meat's back on the menu, boys. And of course, Captain Swan is blameless in all of this. However, I find this a bit questionable, largely because some of the men that Swan targeted in his journal were influential leaders of the Sensible faction. One of them, a popular gunner from Jamaica named, confusingly, John Reed, only spelled R-E-E-D, was targeted especially hard. Josiah Pete and a host of others on the fence were targeted as well. But what we're expected to believe here is that John Reed, R-E-A-D, the leader of the pirate faction, an artist who knew how to read and write, Dampier tells us, stumbled across this journal while no one else was with him that detailed Captain Swan's plan to kill and eat the very members of the crew who were arguing to keep Captain Swan alive. Is that possible? Certainly, it is. Is it probable? No, it stretches the imagination. Did John Reed instead forge those diary entries? Well, Dampier doesn't come right out and say, and I wasn't there. But he does, Dampier, leave a trail of breadcrumbs in his manuscript that leads us to that conclusion. So while he doesn't argue one point or another, he seems to very strongly suggest that. Some of the crewmen, many of those who had been so targeted by Captain Swan, who were led by John Reed, the R-E-E-D Reed from Jamaica, went wild. They rowed ashore and had their way with the inhabitants of Maguindanao. It wasn't a pirate raid. There, first of all, weren't enough men. It was only a dozen or so angry drunkards. But they raised quite a ruckus. There was rape and there was pillage. Apparently it was raining at the time, so there was no burning. But they were going mad here, looking for revenge, and if we are to point to a purpose in their rage, they were trying to draw out Swan and Raja Laut. But they failed to do so. Come dawn, along with the rising sun, they had some fierce hangovers, and the mob slunk back to the Signet. The John Reed from England, R-E-A-D, he took control of the situation. He rallied the crew alongside Josiah Pete and fired off the ship's guns. Now, this wasn't a barrage on the city, but it was a message and a warning. They wanted to let them know that they were no longer playing around here. So Mr. Harthop, who seems to have been the only person of any integrity among Swan's cadre, answered the summons. He realized upon arrival at Signet that his authority, the authority of Captain Swan, the authority of the owners of the Signet, had fallen apart. He was no longer in command here. The crew showed him the journal and demanded answers from the captain. Now at this point, no clear leader had been chosen among the crew of Signet. Swan still technically was in command, But while they waited, the crew decided that no matter what Swan was going to say to them, he could not be allowed to remain as captain. He could go with them, but he would not be in command. They chose instead to hold elections for captain and quartermaster and the other primary officers. However, first of all, they had to summon a few notable stragglers from among the crew to take part. There were maybe as many as a dozen men they had to collect, but namely William Dampier and Herman Copping, the navigator and the surgeon's mate. Now, Dampier doesn't tell us much about his part in all of this. He certainly plays it down, but he did come willingly once he realized what was happening. Personally, I believe he may have already been ashore, but wanted to remove himself from some of the more illicit actions. Coppinger, on the other hand, was tricked, according to William Dampier. This may or may not be the case, but we're told that those among the crew who went to fetch Herman Coppinger told the doctor that someone on board had broken a leg and needed help. However, they were both made clear on exactly what was happening as soon as they were aboard and took part in the election. And that election was, of course, between John Reed and Josiah Teat, the leader of the pirate faction against the leader of the moderate faction. And as I mentioned earlier, and as we will explore next time, there were opportunities for legal privateering in the region, opportunities the crew knew about, and Teat absolutely would have led the crew in that direction. Reed, on the other hand, was arguing for raids against the Spanish. And as England and Spain were currently at peace, that was piracy. So, in a way, this election was a referendum between privateering and piracy. In a more symbolic way, this election is a representation of the sea change taking place in our story at this moment. Thus far, with a few notable exceptions, most of the rovers about whom we have spoken have been privateers, agents of the crown that were awarded letters of marque from King Louis or King Charles or the Prince of Orange or one of their agents. Now that line between pirate and privateer has grown excessively thin and disputed by rival powers, but nearly everyone we've spoken of, from Barbarossa and Francis Drake on down to Morgan and the French buccaneers, they all had that piece of paper. Even if that piece of paper was years out of date from a governor and a monarch who were no longer in power, it was a shield. A flimsy shield, certainly, but still there. Even the crewmen of this ship, back on the coast of South America, when they were engaging in what could only be called piracy, they sailed with a privateer who had a letter of marque. Now, that piece of paper came from a foreign French governor, which was illegal under English law. That governor had also, long before they were raiding on the coast of South America, been ousted from power on Saint-Domingue, and that made it all the more invalid and illegal. But the crew of Signet could still hide behind that piece of paper, and if they brought in the goods, they just might win that argument. And at this point, they had no piece of privateering paper. They had no letter of marque, no letter of reprisal. However, they could get one. Over in India right now, they knew that they could get a letter of marque from the East India Company allowing them to go out and commit acts of piracy legally. But they would be limited in their targets. They would not be allowed to attack the Spanish or the Dutch, and if they chose instead to turn pirate, they could attack whoever they chose. In the end, the vote was close, but the crew elected John Reed and piracy. Dampier doesn't tell us how he voted, but he does write that the crew was still willing to take former Captain Swan along if he chose to leave Mindanao with them. And he even opines that at this late stage, quote, if Captain Swan had yet come aboard, he might have dashed all their designs, but he neither came himself, as a captain of any prudence and courage would have done, nor sent till the time was expired. So we left Captain Swan and about 36 men ashore, and about 16 we had buried there, the most of which died by poison. End quote. The crew of Signet numbered, well, the official crew of Signet numbered around 80 men, but the Signet carried more than that. A few, probably foolish, Englishmen brought their women with them on board, and they also had a number of captives from Mexico and Spain and the Philippines that were not counted in the official crew. We're going to be talking about them next time. For now, though, the crew sailed out of Maguindanao Harbor on the 14th of January, 1687, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Before them lay the open ocean, and all of them had plunder on their minds. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank everyone who has helped to support the show. Everyone who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, and we've had a number of new patrons recently. Thank you to all of you. Everybody who has donated through our website. Everybody who has recommended this show, online or in real life, and everybody who has left a rating or a review. Without all of you, I wouldn't be able to do this. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, Reddit, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Mananan, Craig, Kinway, Toads, Two Gun Tony, Drunken Dak, Redbeard, the Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. And of course our quartermasters, Hunter, Samuel, and Adam. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Today's episode is confusing. It's confused. It's all jumbled up. Largely because the people who were telling this tale originally did the jumbling. I'd like you to imagine a book entitled something like Memoirs of a Mobster. You know, that's the kind of title that really moves units. Might even have been handed down by the publisher. In fact, a book like that might already exist even. But imagine when you open up Memoirs of a Mobster and begin to read, you realize the title is inaccurate. It should really have been titled Memoirs of a Man That Happens to Come from a Mob Family Who Hangs Out Exclusively with Mobsters and is Intimately Familiar with Tommy Guns and Bootleg Liquor. : but definitely not in the mob. Would you trust anything in that book? Would you trust a alleged criminal, to tell the truth about his or her criminality? That's a problem with which we have to wrestle here in our discussion of pirates and piracy. The subject is crime. Whatever other themes we might explore, it's a show about criminals. And criminals that operated far from civilization. You know, we have records of some of their actions and legal records from England and Spain and France, and some of that's great, and it certainly helps verify the story, but it's not really a narrative. For something like that, we need to look to our primary sources: Alexander Exquemelin, William Dampier, Raveneau de Lussan, all of whom are pirates. Except, of course, William Dampier wasn't a pirate. He just happened to sail exclusively on pirate ships alongside the most notorious buccaneers of his day, all of which is simple happenstance. Coleman, definitely not a pirate. Which begs the question, can we, in good faith, trust anything that William Dampier has to say? Should we take him at his word? Well, we can trust him on some things. His descriptions of people and places, and flora and fauna and winds and tides, you know, the real meat of his book. At least we can trust him to be honest in that, if not necessarily accurate. He was certainly biased and a product of the 1600s, but he's telling what he views as the truth there. However, could we trust him to be honest about the piratical actions in which he took part? And the answer to that is complicated. But today we'll get to examine that very question, as we have a few new sources from which to draw. And that relieves me, personally. Not only do we have a second primary source narrative, we have a wealth of excellent scholarly research, and we have testimony taken from pirates who were there, alongside contemporary legal analysis. That's a lot to draw upon. That's more than we've had to draw upon at almost any point in our show, excepting maybe the sack of Panama by Henry Morgan. Because as the crew of Signet turned to piracy, suddenly they became the focus of nearly every authority in the East Indies. This is episode 133. Our business was to pillage. I'm going to begin by jumping forward a few years, to the year 1690, a little over 3 years after our story today. The location is back in the Western Hemisphere, in the West Indies, in fact, on the coast of the Yucatan, in a lightly populated Spanish encomienda. I'd like you to imagine that you are the local governor, not just of that encomienda, but of several in the region. And word reaches your desk of a shipwreck on the Caribbean coast of the peninsula under a Spanish captain. Now, none of that is noteworthy, except that the ship that wrecked was a Spanish East Indiaman. Now, that is interesting. A ship that rightly belonged in the Pacific on the opposite side of the continent from you, and then you hear about the cargo on board. There was some porcelain china, some ivory, a bit of indigo, but much more noteworthy and in larger quantities was a wealth in iron and bronze and tin. All of that, your agents assure you, came from Asia. and some of it carries the imprint of the English East India Company. Now, here in 1690, England and Spain were allies in a war against France. Not friends exactly, but working together to halt King Louis in his march across Europe. Now, here you have this Spanish vessel, far from her home port, carrying English goods that clearly belonged to the English East India Company. The right thing to do, in your shoes, would have been arresting the crew, confiscating the cargo, and sending all of that lovely metal to the nearest English colony, in this case, Jamaica. There it could be picked up by the company, and you could wash your hands of the entire ordeal. But then again, Spain was at war with France at the moment, and it was shaping up to be a very hot war. Materials like iron and bronze and tin were tough to come by in the empire, and very expensive. A ship this full of this stuff could equip your own ships with guns and sabers, and all of the armaments necessary to sail on over to Santo Domingo and oust the French dogs occupying half the island. Not only was that good for the war effort, that would be good for your own personal honor and glory. So what would you do with that haul of necessary war materials? Would you hand it off to the English, who would then win the honor and glory, and then once the war was over were likely as not to turn it on you? Or would you commandeer those metals for the good of Spain? And if, in doing so, you had to fudge a few of the details, well, it's all for the greater good. Now, I don't know what you would do in that situation, but I'll give the ending away here just a bit. The governor in question chose the latter option. He took those goods for the war effort. It's likely, probable even, that some of this windfall of metal was utilized in the attack against La Rodegraf and Michael André Zun in the Spanish attack at Cap Francais and La Limonade. The captain of that ship was not arrested. He was given a place to stay and told he was not permitted to leave, then questioned over and over again by various officials until the governor made up his mind here. But then this captain chose, totally on his own, with no government intervention whatsoever or the threat of a prison cell hanging over his head, he chose to write a memoir, or really a confession. It was a full accounting, according to this captain, of the many varied events that led him to the shores of the Yucatan with a ship full of illicit goods. Turns out he was just transporting that ship full of goods to the local authorities, taking that truck full of bootleg liquor to the sheriff's office. The mob, nah, he's on the up and up, a real law-abiding citizen, and a good Catholic. And the captain here, indeed his whole crew, well, they're among the Spanish characters we're going to introduce today. Arguably, this captain is the most important Spanish character in this story. However, I'm going to dance around his story a bit, namely his identity, until next time, because, as I think I've made clear here, we can't trust his account. In fact, until quite recently, this source was disregarded as a fiction. However, thanks to the hard work of the Spanish-language linguist Estelle Irizarry and the historian Lopez Lazaro, we can be fairly certain that there is a historical basis for this source, even if he was lying through his teeth the whole time. And he was. But before we get to him, we need to talk about the signet and how these two stories come to intersect. To begin with, let's talk crew. The crew of Signet was revamped, but made up mostly of old faces, people that we've met before. John Reed of Bristol served as captain of the Signet, notorious pirate captain now. Josiah Teat, the former captain of the Old Bark, which they didn't have anymore, was serving as the ship's master. Now, that's what Dampier tells us. Teat was the ship's master. But what does that mean exactly? Usually, in the sailor parlance of the 17th century, a ship's master meant captain, but we know that Teat wasn't the captain. What I think, and what many historians have argued, is that it represented a rank that was unique to late 17th century buccaneer crews, when piracy was exploding all around the world, but many of the traditional forms had not yet been set in stone. On most pirate crews, especially later on, you have the captain and the quartermaster that share power. The captain commanded absolutely in time of battle, but the rest of the time, the quartermaster, in theory at least, represented the crew. Oftentimes, though, the quartermaster represented the minority group among the crew. Sometimes the quartermaster would be whoever came in second in the race for captain. And that was a good policy. It ensured that nearly every crewman had someone in a position of power on board that represented their interests. Imagine, the runner-up in a presidential race serving as vice president. It's very much how the ancient Romans chose their consuls. That's the role that Josiah Teat played here, but he wasn't the quartermaster, he was the ship's master. And thus what we think of in the other traditional pirate ranks get pushed down a notch. The quartermaster on board Signet was more of a manager, what usually would have been a boatswain on other ships. And that post was held by Henry Moore, the man who had been the quartermaster this whole time. You might remember him being the first person to go ashore at Mindanao and meet the Sultan. And then we have a few new crewmen to introduce here. People who have been around this whole time but haven't yet become relevant. A man named John Oliver served as boatswain under Henry Moore, the quartermaster. And then there are two others who were just regular crewmen, but they had been part of the sensible faction that voted for Teat, and we're going to need to know their names. The first was Mr. Robert Hall, and the second, well, Dampier doesn't remember his surname, but he was named Ambrose. Those two were friendly with Dampier and the part of the crew that was hesitant about piracy and everything that John Reed represented as captain. And then we have a few other old faces. There's John Thacker, who you may remember as the crewman that Charles Swan publicly beat for wearing fancy clothes, as well as Herman Coppinger, serving as surgeon, and Dampier, again as navigator, and John Reed, that's R-E-E-D, of Jamaica, as master gunner. You'll remember him from last time. So you've got John Reed of Bristol, Josiah Teat, Henry Moore, John Oliver, Robert Hall, Mr. Ambrose, John Thacker, William Dampier, Herman Coppinger, and John Reed of Jamaica. Those are all of the English or Irish names that we need to know for the moment, but we need to mention a few of the non-English sailors that were on board. Dampier occasionally alludes to one or another of these characters, but he rarely gives their name or their rank. However, later testimonies given by members of Signet's crew do a much better job. According to Lopez Lazaro, the first of these was, quote, Bernardo de Uriarte, a 49-year-old Vecino, resident or native citizen of the mining town of San Jose del Cobal, near Guanajuato, Nueva Vizcaya, today's northern Mexico, end quote. Uriarte was captured way back in the winter of 1685 on the Pacific coast of Mexico. Additionally, there was, quote, an Andalusian of Seville by the name of Miguel de Medina, end quote. Now, Miguel was captured in Peru earlier on the Second Pacific Adventure than Uriarte. I say he was captured, but that might not actually be the case. Regardless, though, however he came on board, Miguel took to the rover's life with real gusto and proves to be a central character moving forward. We need to remember Miguel de Medina. Then there was, quote, Marquis Toribio, a black Creole from Cayo, captured in Peru, end quote. He was probably taken along with Miguel. Additionally, there were 3 other Spaniards that had been taken in Peru, 1 from Panama, and 6 Native Americans who may have been willing guides, or maybe not, and then a smattering of Moro women from Mindanao who may or may not have been willing concubines. That's all we have for now, although we will very soon be meeting others. And all of that brings us around to our story. When we left off last time, all of those names we just mentioned were sailing out of Maguindanao Harbor, leaving Charles Swan and some 36 others behind at Mindanao. At first, the cygnets stayed in the Moro Gulf, no more than 5 leagues or so out from the shoreline. You'll remember that they were low on food at this point since Raja Laut failed to produce the beef that he had promised the crew, so they were hoping to find a good hunting ground or somewhere to trade on the coast then. During that search, the crew spotted what every pirate in the world feared to see: a Spanish fortress springing into view from around a mountainside.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
I love my wife, but like most couples, we have different sleeping needs. One of us likes it warm, and the other prefers to stay cool. I found the perfect fabric to keep us both comfortable. Viscose from Bamboo. I'm Tyler, founder of Cozy Earth. Cozy Earth offers the softest, most comfortable sheets, towels, PJs, joggers, and more. If you sleep in our sheets for 100 nights and don't absolutely love your experience, we will refund your money. No questions asked.
Go to CozyEarth.com/Spotify and use code Spotify to save up to 40%. That's CozyEarth.com/Spotify.
However, they had nothing to worry about. Upon inspection, they saw that the fort was abandoned, but it still had tall, strong stone walls. The fort looked like a good place to stop. It had a good harbor and defensible positions should Raja Laut give them chase, or should, say, Spanish or Dutch ships come upon them. In fact, it proved to be the perfect place to rest. There they found coconut, buffalo, and hogs, and sea turtles with, quote, flesh as sweet as any in the West Indies, end quote. They found fresh water, and with all of that, alongside the rice they had already, they were well provisioned for a sea voyage to wherever it was they chose to go. Now, their first destination was the Sulu Archipelago. That's a series of islands between Mindanao and Borneo that, back in 1687, was part of the Sulu Sultanate. The Sulu Sultanate stretched from eastern Borneo along this island chain to the northern shores of Mindanao. They had friendly-ish relations with the people of Maguindanao, but there was a rivalry there. The archipelago, though, was home to the Moro pirates, or the Malay pirates, depending on who you're reading. The Cygnet was cruising on the western end of one island when, quote, here we met with 2 proas belonging to the Sulu, one of the Mindanaean nations. They came from Manila laden with silk and calico, end quote. And that's it. That's all he says about that. Maybe Cygnet stopped 2 proa and captured them, and they may not have. I don't know. These weren't Spanish Manila galleons, though. Manila galleons would be expected to carry things like silk and calico, but not proa. It's possible that they bought those goods in Manila, but not likely. What's much more likely is that the pirates, the English pirates I mean, hailed one of these Philippine proa, and in broken Spanish learned that they were kindred spirits, Moro pirates who had a haul of Spanish booty. Later on, in Spanish records, there would be mention made of several Malay men who were captured alongside some Spanish pirates. One of those, who spoke enough Spanish to give testimony, told a tale that contradicted his Spanish companions, but matched that of William Dampier. His name was Assam, a Philippine native, who reminds me a lot of Diego Lucifer, or Diego the Mulatto, back in the West Indies. You might remember that Diego had a black mother and a white father, and due to Spain's racial system, he was severely limited in his career and lifestyle options. Assam had a Moro mother and a Spanish father, who were probably not married and might not even have been on a first-name basis. Much like Diego Lucifer, due to the constricting system of the Spanish, he chose to take his talents to sea. He turned to piracy in the Sulu archipelago, where he sought out his revenge. Assam and his men apparently joined up with the crew of Signet here. With these Moro rovers in their ranks, they had experienced pirates who knew these waters and Spanish shipping schedules on their side. That was going to prove to be very helpful, although not in Dampier or almost any other source I can find do Assam or his Malay friends get the credit they deserve, although that might be for the best, legally speaking. As we move on into the month of February 1687, well, it was an uneventful month. The pirates cruised by an island they called the Isle of Bats due to the bats. They were giant bats, though they swarmed in huge numbers and blacked out the sky. Dampier says they had bodies the size of a duck's body, and they had these massive leathern wingspans of 8 feet or more. That was impressive, but not what the pirates were after. However, they did stop to careen the ship and outfit her for piracy. It had been a merchant vessel, and pirates liked their ships a certain way. Now, Captain Reed and Josiah Teat kept their cabins, which was out of the ordinary in pirate norms, but they gutted the rest of the Signet, of all of her cabins and excessive woodwork and furniture, to ensure that Signet would be as light and fast as possible. They scrubbed and tarred the hull. They repaired a bit of damage they had incurred hitting a rock a few weeks before, and they sewed sails and they rolled ropes and they swabbed the deck and polished the guns, and basically they ensured that everything on board was in tip-top shape. And then they set their course northward towards Luzon, the Spanish capital there at Manila. Here at the end of February, we run into the meat of our story. But before we get to the swashbuckling piracy and the sea battles, we need to talk about historiography, dating systems, calendars, and papal history from the Middle Ages. It seems incredibly simple these days, but a large part of the reason that this other primary source with which we're about to run headlong, a large part of the reason it was considered a fabrication for so many years is because the dates given by that author do not match up with the dates given by Dampier. Many of you, I'm sure, have already figured out the problem here. So if we go back to the reign of Caius Julius Caesar, consul for life of the Roman Republic, that Julius Caesar, he was the one, the Roman leader, who proposed what's called the Julian calendar. That's what measures a year in 365 days, except every 4 years, a leap year of 366 days. That is not, although it seems so uniform today, the way that everybody throughout world history has measured a year. However, it's the basis for our modern calendar, but it's not our modern calendar. 1,600 years after Julius Caesar instituted the Julian calendar, in the year 1582, Pope Gregory XIII took action on a problem that had arisen using the Julian calendar. The calendar, astronomically speaking, didn't match up with Easter or Christmas, which is, just a thing that happens. Over time, since the Earth is always moving through the stars don't sit in our sky where they should on the days that we have all agreed mean what they mean. So Pope Gregory XIII implemented a new calendar that jumped 13 days ahead to match the current date with astronomical reality. And that is the Gregorian calendar, which we use today. As you might imagine, this upset a ton of people who had to celebrate Christmas on what they saw as December the 12th. I mean, imagine it. They'd been told by priests their entire lives that Jesus was born and reborn on these days, and then they changed the dates on you. Some cultures, in fact, still hold to the Julian calendar. Anabaptists, for example, a number of Coptic sects, and parts of the Eastern Orthodox Church, which you will note, none of whom are Catholic. They didn't subscribe to this Catholic mandate. And in the early modern period, the burgeoning Protestant world weren't about to let the Pope tell them what to do either. And that included the English, who in 1687 were still using the Julian calendar. That is a very long-winded way of saying that even though the dates given by William Dampier and our other primary source didn't match, the primary reason that report was discounted, they actually represent the same day. Well, there is one day off, but that's because of the international dateline, which Dampier got wrong. Now, with all of that understood, and the fact that something really happened, we can move on to the fun stuff. Dampier writes that on the 18th of February, or the 3rd of March by Spanish Gregorian reckoning, the pirates came upon, quote, a canoe with 4 Indians came from Manila. They were very shy of us, but at last, hearing us speak Spanish, they came to us and told us that the harbor of Manila is seldom without 20 or 30 sail of vessels. Most Chinese, some Portuguese, and some few the Spaniards have of their own. We told them we came to trade with the Spaniards, but this was only a pretense of ours to get out of them what intelligence we could as to their shipping, strength, and the like, under color of seeking a trade, for our business was to pillage. End quote. Despite that dramatic turn of phrase, Dampier always downplays the piracy, and he tells us very little of what's to come. But we have 2 excellent sources from which to draw. There is that other source, which I continue to dance around, and the testimony of a one Bartolome Luis, a sailor who was there on the day. Somewhere around late to mid-morning, probably near 10 a.m., the Cygnet came upon a sampan, rowing west along the northern coast of Capones Island, just off the coast of the main island of Luzon.
At roughly 12:40 p.m.-ish, that could be off by 5 to 10 minutes. When I was laying down to go to sleep, I heard Mrs. 80-plus years in prison, the one that's facing that outcome. She was on the exterior of the building, and the large fat man that bangs walls and has been heard repeatedly stating, "Yay, her kids will never be coming back here," who's utilized Andy to stalk me for over a year. The big ogre upstairs who's come down to my front door and banged on it super duper loud. The big ogre that I reported to the FBI for the first time in 2017. He was outside with the woman. She was debriefing him in some way, sounding rather grumpy. She was sounding rather grumpy. Couldn't make out the instructions. He was eager and anxious, like a little puppy. And then I went to sleep. I've been up for over an hour. My menstrual cramps are killing me, though, so I just laid back there in the bed trying to go back to sleep. It's not happening. It's currently 5:37 p.m. PST.
Now, sampan were kind of smallish, flat-bottom boats of a Chinese design that were then and still
and
are
Nerd
widely
Squad,
used
of
all
course.
across
I just
Southeast
checked my
Asia.
email 3 hours
If you think
ago,
about the boats that you might
2:36
see in the
p.m.
Vietnam War movie, that's basically a sampan. It was
The North Everett
this
Police
particular
Precinct
sampan,
once again
private
reject the
craft
police
that was
report.
owned by a man named Don Francisco Arsat.
The one from today.
Now, Cygnet stopped the sampan and sent men aboard to search the ship. Now, keep in mind, there wasn't a battle here. They had nothing to fight back with. The pirates just did as they chose as the tiny sampan sat under their gun battery. And on board, they found some valuable goods, spices, and
Forwarding
dyes.
the email to
All of that belonged to a notable,
the real mystic
a
win
man
at
named
gmail.com.
Capitan Alonso de Castillo. However, the primary cargo on this sampan seemed to be Arsaga himself and his family. He and his whole family were being moved to a different command. They were being ferried on board this sampan when Signet stopped them. Now, the pirates didn't have the option of just letting them go. Arsaga and his family were witnesses, and they would certainly raise the alarm at the nearest opportunity. So they were all taken on board. The small crew of the sampan, Arsaga himself, his manservant, and what were called his women, which included probably a mother, a wife, daughters, and even babies suckling at the breast, quote unquote. Now, one might assume that a bunch of wives and daughters would be in some sort of peril among this crew of villainous pirates, but those women were interviewed, and they reported nothing but gentleness and a kind of polite, almost apologetic attitude for what they were being put through here. The pirates clearly had no intention of harming these people or probably even ransoming them. They weren't worth that much. They merely needed to keep them from raising the alarm. Now, one source says that the pirates burned the sampan, but another contradicts that. If we were to distill what they say with what Dampier tells us, I think that the pirates did burn the sampan. After all, it was evidence. You could take it with you, but you already had ship's boats. It would be better to burn it and leave it to the bottom of the sea. However, a couple of hours later, the Signet came upon another ship, this one a bark, sometime in the mid-afternoon, maybe 2 p.m.
Oh, and just for the
Dampier
big guy
writes, quote,
upstairs, dude,
she was bound to Manila.
you're going to
had
be
no
banned
goods
from
aboard.
being allowed
Therefore, we
around
turned her away.
children without supervision,
I
and
don't
you're
think
going
that
to have
Dampier was
no
entirely true.
career.
The
That's
other
from the
sources agree that
FBI.
the pirates on board Signet
That's
weren't
from the
interested in
FBI
cargo
to
that
you,
was on board
monsieur,
this Manila ship.
into the
Those
old
rights.
hag that still thinks she's going to
Not
give me
that
$100
this bark
grand
was
and
simply turned
maintain a
away.
career.
See, the pirates
She's
looked at
going
that
to
as the same
prison for
problem
the
with
rest of her
this
life.
bark
The
that
woman
they
you were
had
so
with the
excited
sampan.
to listen
The
to
bark carried witnesses who could
at
and
roughly
would raise the
12:40
alarm.
p.m.
And a ship like
from
that,
right
the bark
outside your
was
front
fairly
stoop.
sizable. It couldn't just be burned and disappear. It would raise a lot of
It's
smoke and take
5:40
a
p.m.
while to burn.
PST. Have you prayed today,
Now, the
federal
crew appears
felons?
to have been debating
Because
whether
every
or not to
police
take
report
the
you
bark
reject,
with them.
according to the
They had a
FBI,
growing crew. They just taken
further
on a number of
implicates
Malay
you and
pirates,
your
and the bark would be a
co-conspirators.
handy thing to have. Teat had captained the last bark belonging to the Signet, and he could do the same for this one. And I'm certain that a bunch of the people in Teat's camp were arguing for that, including Dampier and Copier. It would have been an escape route should that become necessary. But while the pirates were sitting there, discussing their options, with captives tied up on board and an empty ship held fast awaiting her fate, another ship arrived on the scene. Now, our anonymous source details that ship's strength. It was his ship, reportedly, so he should know. He tells us that the governor of the Philippines himself, General Don Gabriel de Huzalegui, ordered him out personally on a single-deck frigate with 25 men under his command. The purpose of that frigate was to ferry provisions back to Manila. Our source writes, quote, "Out of the royal armory I was given 4 pikes and 2 muskets for the ship's defense. But since the serpentines were broken, we needed to keep our fuses constantly lit to shoot the muskets. They also gave me 2 handfuls of bullets and 5 pounds of powder. Supplied with these arms and munitions, but without ordnance or mortars, though my vessel had ports for 6, I set sail." End quote. 2 muskets, 4 pikes, a handful of bullets, and no large guns. That is a pathetic
A female
compliment for a
upstairs
ship's
is trying to
defense by
offer
any
reassurance to other people currently upstairs with
It
no
was around
immunity,
4:30 in the afternoon.
with no
Everyone
legal
agreed.
basis for
And that
even
Spanish
being
ship in question,
upstairs.
called the Aranzazu, spotted what they, quote, assumed was one of the merchantmen from the port of Cavite.
All the shows are sold out. I'm thinking about adding a Sunday show.
Sent out 2 pirogues.
But before I add it, I gotta make sure it'll be.
Now, were Signet a Spanish merchantman, that would have been perfectly ordinary behavior, because the Aranzazu was currently tacking against the wind and virtually unable to move. She was becalmed. A friendly Spanish ship would likely have sent over somebody to make sure everything was all right. However, as these pirogues grew near, someone on board noted that what signs and sailors the men carried. As they grew closer, the Spanish realized that these weapons were not of a Spanish make. The men on board the pirogues called out to the Aranzazu in heavily accented Spanish. They said, quote, "Ahoy there! Where have you come from? Where are you sailing to?" And the captain of the Aranzazu responded warily, "From the sea." In the years to come, that exchange would be the expected question and response among pirates. That is to say, when a pirate hailed a ship and got that response that they are from the sea, the pirate is supposed to assume that the other ship are pirates as well, and therefore not to be attacked. So why did these Spaniards use that call? Maybe they were just being cautious. They didn't want to give away their port of call. Maybe they had been trained to use that response if they suspected that the ship...
All right, I saved 2 episodes of Birdcast so I could listen to them both. So I'm playing Something's Burning from this
Last year,
tweet.
so many of you joined us for the 5K, and it was the most amazing experience in person and virtually. It was so much fun, and we are bringing it back. This time, it's in Tampa.
May 4th, we are bringing the whole crew back, including Jelly Roll. Me, Tom, Jelly Roll. Listen, if you don't think you can do it, Tommy, tell me they can do it.
You can do it. We can do it. We did it. Look at us. It's not that crazy. You can do it. You just have to try a little bit. Go to 2bears5k.com to register. And thank you to Spartan for helping us produce and put this on. And everybody at YMH and Birdie Boy. We are so excited. We will see you May 4th in Tampa for the next 2 Bears 5K.
And I can't wait for Baker Mayfield to verbally commit.
He's coming?
He's definitely coming.
Great asking that guy.
So far, only 2 Chatterbait ones. Yep, just 2.
Chatterbait's clickbait, baby. I'm telling you.
I know.
Is it?
Yeah, believe me.
Yeah.
I accidentally clicked on it and stayed for 5 years.
Something's burning. Something's burning.
Dude, have you been to those states where they go, you have to show your ID to get onto Pornhub?
Yes, Texas.
Texas, right?
Yeah.
What animal puts in their driver's license and sets up an account? Do you know what just showed up in my thread the other day? I don't know how it got there. I don't know how it's got in my algorithm. Sounding. Do you know what sounding is?
Of course I know what sounding is. It's when you open the penis hole and you put in and they get incrementally larger. They're like little metal tubes and it expands.
I watched
the
a guy
penis hole.
smoke a cigarette like that out of his cup. Weird.
But the cock hole is a very sensitive area. Dominatrixes do that. They'll put the
But have you ever? I had in college. I had to get tested for whatever. And I remember the guy told me, he goes, "Hold on to the bench. This is gonna hurt." And I was like, "I'm good." And he was like, "Hmm." And when he put it in, I was like, "I don't think I've ever felt a fucking pain like that in my life."
Was it a? Because I've had that too. So either for syphilis or gonorrhea, it's like a Q-tip.
Yeah.
And they put it in the hole and they go, and they spin it a little bit. So yeah, it's very, very uncomfortable. Yeah.
You quit drinking, right?
No.
You want a glass of wine?
I would love to.
Hey, pour 2.
Thank
Fuck
you
yeah! I'm so glad
much.
you're back on my team.
Thank you, Bird.
I heard you took a break, and I was like,
I took a break for a month, and then
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not going to
Sure.
continue to be sober for what? I think drinking is part of life.
"Well, where did you grow up again? Norway." Okay.
In the woods.
In the woods.
I have no idea
Can I
who
tell you,
these guests
I made
are
this
that
meal
Bert has
today
on this week's
because of
episode
where
of
you grew up.
Something Burning.
We
It says their
overcooked
names
in
are
America.
Jim and
We
Nick
make
and
huge
Jordan.
meals. The other day I went to
I don't recognize either of them.
Katana over at the Comedy Store, the sushi restaurant, and it's kind of like tapas but meat tapas. And I found that a skewer of steak was more than enough steak that I needed. The skewer of miso cod was more than I needed. That a 1 lamb lollipop was more than I needed.
What is a skewer?
It's like a sounding thing with meat on it, basically.
Oh.
Sounding rod.
Oh, a cock.
Oh, that was a perfect fucking segue.
Yes. Speaking of delicious treats.
I'm going to sound these steaks, and then I'm going to sear them. I'm going to cook bacon first. I've got a bunch of things. I've got shrimp, I've got cod, I've got lamb lollipops. I got ribeye. I've got miso cod. I've got also. I'm going to make a kimchi fried rice for them to sit on top of.
Nice.
And so we'll each get a little smattering of the food. Then there's more if we want it, and then have a glass of wine and have a great time. It is so.
Cheers, Bert. So happy to be here.
Oh, thank you.
I'm so happy to be here. Will we ever get a version of Jim where he drinks?
I hope not. 'Cause it would be melodramatic and annoying.
You know what I've been saying to Jim is that he should try ayahuasca. I really think because he's very intense and very all erratic.
Yeah.
So I think that if he tried something like that, like maybe shrooms.
Ayahuasca scares me too. Like everyone has these weird childhood flashbacks. Like, I just don't need to walk through that.
Is there a part of you that goes, I don't know the right way to say this. I'm not saying I'm cooler than you.
Right.
But I'm saying I did it already. I've done mushrooms. I've done acid. I've done all the drugs. Like, I'm not looking to solve anything. And I'm not looking to, I only look at that as partying. I don't know about, I watched an Aaron Rodgers documentary and I was like, yeah, man, I wasn't you. I wasn't a professional athlete. You have a lot of stress in your life. I'm not that. I'm like a fun guy. I don't know what I need to solve. Someone like you, though, it could, because you're pretty tightly wound, right?
With certain things, yeah, I think so. And I know that would make me even.
I'm also fun. I like to smoke and drink. I just started smoking cigarettes again, but he would be the worst alcoholic. He would get paranoid from smoking weed.
For real?
I would be bad. I was
he
a
would kill
terrible.
everybody.
I was a fucking buzzkill.
But you were 16.
Yeah, I know, but I would still be a buzzkill.
Have you ever been properly drunk?
Yeah, of course.
But have you ever you were drinking at 16?
Yes.
This is a great deep dive question. Are you in therapy?
Not at the moment, but I should be, because I miss talking to my therapist.
You know what my doctor wanted me to do, Bert?
What's that?
He wanted me to go to rehab.
She also
fired.
She wanted to go to rehab.
Fired.
Yes.
Oh, I want to go to rehab so bad. Rehab sounds fucking awesome.
Well, that's why she wants to go, because she thinks it's the place where a distinguished
I
lady
wanted
would
to be
go.
like Lindsay Lohan and just go away for a month.
Yeah, I'm in. I'll go with you.
Yes.
Can we go to a light rehab where you can still drink white wine?
I would never quit drinking. So I learned that the goal of rehab was to stay sober. I didn't understand that was rehab.
What did you think it was?
I don't know.
What kind of
Like
thing?
1 month sober.
Oh, like a brief. Well, you could do it for a month if you wanted. But again, I didn't. The insure. This is where being married to
It was like 50 grand for a
royalty.
month.
It's very expensive rehab, and she didn't want to do the one that would have had my insurance would have covered, because she thought I was going to send her to some dump, some fucking, like what homeless guys are detoxing. So she wanted to go to one that you have to pay out of pocket, because the real fancy ones don't take insurance.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
Oh.
most of them don't.
I really enjoy sobriety. I enjoy not drinking, but I really enjoy. I don't even enjoy drinking as much as when you said you were still drinking.
Yeah.
That makes me excited.
The camaraderie.
Yeah, the camaraderie of it, being on a team all of a sudden.
And since we're cooking, in gastronomy, you gotta have drinks with the meal.
Yes.
And I think drinking is very important. In Europe, they drink to every meal. The Queen had one cocktail every day till she died.
So every
meal
a gin and tonic.
Oh, is that what she had?
Yeah, and by the way, I tether to that so much. Winston Churchill every morning woke up with a soft scotch, scotch and soda, eggs, coffee, orange juice, jam and toast, paper, in bed, cigar every morning. Then got in the bath with a pint of champagne, and then he'd chill, walk around the garden, go to lunch, have another pint of champagne. At 4, he'd have a cognac, take a nap at 5, and then he'd drink hard at night. And I was like, that's the fucking guy.
But we only see the moments of them that they show. Back then, they didn't have, you don't see 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Churchill on the toilet, shitting blood, yelling, "Did Hitler call?" You only see the moments that they showed you. You don't see the bad health, the vomiting, the fights with his wife, or any of the stuff that probably happened to him.
I'm very pro alcohol. Very pro alcohol.
I am. I said, I got, it's so funny. I had a speech that, whatever. I was on a podcast with Tommy. I'm talking shit. Everyone should know if I'm speaking, it's just to make you laugh. My only thing.
Yeah.
And I just said, if you're thinking about quit drinking, don't. It's not you. It's not the alcohol. It's you.
It's you. Yeah.
And I had some hardcore blowback from a couple, especially comedians, that were
Really?
livid. Yeah.
Yeah. I love you, Bert, but I would never take my sobriety advice from you. Anybody, Like, I've known you for 20 years, and no matter how much you drink, I still love you, but I would never say, well, all right, well, if Bert's doing it, I should do it. You got to do your own thing.
It's the same thing with Joe with the ivermectin. I go, I love Joe, but I'm not taking vaccine advice from Joe.
No, I would. Unless he would have me on the podcast, then in fact, I actually would.
But what if sobriety is not even a real thing? Maybe it's just people with bad impulse control, and they're not drinking is not the problem; it's their impulse control.
I took and edit both those out, both in sobriety, both in recovery, and both of them at different points in different, totally different, separate situations said to me, you know, I haven't jerked off in like 3 days. And I was like, what? And they were like, yeah, I've been jerking off like 4 or 5 times a day.
Sure.
And I was like, okay, I've never jerked off that much. And I jerk off.
Yeah.
That's like, when it's gone.
But it's like, so the problem isn't just the drugs and alcohol, it's this problem.
It's compulsion.
It's compulsion.
It's dopamine. It's like when you're jerking off watching porn, you're like your own dopamine administrator, and you're like a little chimp working the fucking lever. That's all it is. It's just getting yourself high.
That's exactly what it is, Jim.
Yeah.
And that's the thing where I go, so figure out that thing first. Figure out that thing. And then, but like, I always see, like, for you, Fitzsimmons and Bobby are the 3 guys I think about a lot. Is I go, you guys never got to have like a margarita.
No, I mean, that's true. But I also, other I nevers, like I never drunk drove and hit somebody. Like, so I got lucky there. Like, I never fucking punched somebody I was dating. I never, you know, there's so many bad things that could have happened too. So I did miss out on the margaritas. But my dick works.
I never beat up my girlfriend.
Yeah,
those are real things that
sure.
I think sometimes with you guys who got sober young, people are like, yeah, but you're not that bad of a guy. You're not a mess. And then we go, well, you should have a drink. And you're like, you didn't know how bad it got.
Yeah, I was a disaster. I'm a compulsive person. I mean, I'm a sex addict. Like, all of that stuff just kind of, I can't handle it. It doesn't agree with me.
Hey.
I used to call the FBI. Like, I was just a fucking, I would call the FBI to stop Klan marches. You know, young activist Jim. I really should have been executed. I was a real douche. But I was an annoying buzzkill.
FBI, stop Klan marches.
Yeah, I really did that.
That's fucking hysterical.
I read a book on the Klan, and there was a guy who was a preacher in the
I gotta see who the fuck these people are. Are they a foreign couple? No offense, but that's the vibe she gives off. Jim and Nikki Norton. They have a YouTube. They're a surprisingly happily married couple living in New York. She's tall, he's short. They've owned 2 plants, both are dead. Oh, they're comedians. Thanks to the LA Times, that's the only reason they can tell that. Now married for 2 years, their podcast Sword Right gives outsiders an entertaining window into their home life. Unique love story. I've never heard of them.
during the Klan, and like I called. This is back in like I was 17, so I called information. I got his phone number in Kentucky, and I actually called him, and he answered the phone. And I was arguing about the Klan with him, and he's like, "Well, I'm out of the Klan now." And we had like a real heart-to-heart chat. So there were kind of good moments, but that's the type of an annoying fucking social activist drunk I was. So it just doesn't agree with me.
This show is sponsored by Cornbread Hemp, and thank you, Cornbread Hemp. Listen, when I take a break from drinking, it doesn't mean that I just want to take a break entirely from everything. Sometimes I like a little THC. And these cornbread gummies are absolutely awesome. The feeling I get when I get my hot tub and I know that I'm not drinking and I feel good about not drinking, but I'm a little relaxed. And these are great because they have the 1-to-1 ratio of THC to CBD, which I have found makes me a little more, you can measure it a little easier. It really is. And it's real THC, not the synthetic crap. 100% legal hemp. And they ship fast and free. I love the feeling of being in my hot tub and looking at the trees and feeling beautiful and knowing I'm going to sleep phenomenally tonight because there's no alcohol. Alcohol doesn't have to be the default anymore. If you're doing dry January, you're just looking for a healthier way to relax and have a good guilt-free time, you got to try these cornbread THC gummies. They are phenomenal. Right now, Something's Burning listeners can save 30% off their first order. Just head to cornbreadhemp.com/burning and use code burning at checkout. That's cornbreadhemp.com/burning. Code burning, cornbread hemp. This is the good life, people.
So you like really cook. Like you
I
can
love
actually cook.
I didn't actually know that about you.
Yeah,
I was
I love
shocked
cooking.
that, and look how perfectly you cut these. Lamb is my favorite meat.
I love cooking, but I didn't always love it. And then my favorite thing in the world, and I said this, if there's a heaven, and I hope there is, my heaven will be cooking meals for my daughters and all their friends. It is my happy place is you got like 10 little girls in the kitchen and they're all telling about their night and this guy's a dick, he's a misogynist. You listen to little girl talk, and then you're just making breakfast sandwiches or breakfast burritos and you're pulling them out and they're like, oh, do you guys have a sauce? And you're like, I'll make you one. I love that more than anything in the fucking world.
I'm just stunned at how different our heavens are.
What's your heaven?
I mean, it's nothing as nice as you just said. I mean, it's me lying on the floor and a bunch of women being handed diuretics. Your heaven's a lot nicer.
It must be neat or interesting to come in from your perspective because you don't see Jim the way I do.
Right.
Like when I moved to
the top of my head.
I do too. But it's interesting because I only see Jim one way, and that is like he was started before I did. So like his approval meant a lot to me. Like his friendship is like I don't know. It's like it's weird when you start as an open micer and you guys are already doing it. And then at the level he's done it his whole career, when they're your friends, you go like that moment we had on the cruise when we were all sitting on the back, and we're just talking. I was like, this is cool as fuck, man. I'm sitting here with like a legit comic, and we're talking about comedy. We're talking about, and so like that's the way I see him. You just see him as a person.
Yeah, I didn't even know what comedy was when I met him. So he introduced me to all of that. And I've always told Jim that all of these comedians who's been doing it for years and who are big comedians really respect you. Like you're a veteran comedian. That's Jim.
They're all comics are usually very nice to each other.
Yeah,
Which is,
no, they're not.
Some guys are dicks. As long as you're kind of cool, you're nice to other comics. They're fine.
I've been doing stand-up for a very long time.
Yeah.
You're when like out of all the comics that you run into, that matter, their opinion matters. Meaning like you go like you were the first person to ever compliment me on any joke I ever told.
What was the joke? It was funny at the Boston Comedy Club.
Yeah, I was at the Boston Comedy Club. It was my Bert joke.
Oh yeah.
And but I remember my buddies were all at that show, my college buddies, and they were like, dude, that guy's fucking incredible. And you came up and you were like, hey, I like that Bert joke. I was like, really? You're like, yeah. You open with it? And I was like, yeah. And you go, of course you are. Like just a fun little like, but that was the cool thing about, I don't know, would you start comedy today if you knew what you knew now?
Yeah, and I would also take acting classes. Trying to walk in there, and I would learn how to not blink so much when I'm auditioning. Because nobody wants to hire a guy to play the mayor who blinks a lot. It's destroying me.
I feel like I'm very integrated to America now because I've been here for like 3 years.
3 years, yeah.
And now I'm having beef with Bert Kreischer. It's very nice. I feel like I'm integrated.
Let's eat it first.
I feel like I'm American.
What do you miss about Norway?
The nature, how clean it is.
Oh,
But what
yeah?
I don't miss is I miss the food a lot because the grocery stores is great food.
Yeah.
And I don't think that like a normal American supermarket has great food. Whole Foods does, but
Whole Foods does. Yeah, we compromise quantity over quality.
yeah, like I don't like Hershey's.
Unlike Hershey's?
I don't like
She
Hershey's.
doesn't like Hershey's. It's just, this is what I deal with. I have to hear about how good Norwegian
You get me a
chocolate is.
cutting board?
How Hershey's like somebody.
Wait, well, because your chocolate's probably fucking high end over there.
It's much better.
Kimchi. Have you ever had kimchi fried rice?
What is kimchi? I've heard of it, but I don't
Kimchi
think
Kimchi is it's cabbage, garlic, onion, I think, that's buried in a pot, fermented, but they bury it in a pot in Korea, and they cover it with this like paste, and then they bury it in a pot, tighten it up, and then it ferments, and it's so good for your
Is it
fucking gut.
rotting like that fucking lutefisk fish?
Yeah, kind of.
I've
Yeah.
actually had kimchi once. One time I met, can I say this?
Yeah.
I met a North Korean diplomat. And
No
his
fucking
wife
way.
came over and they served kimchi.
Was it good?
Yeah, I think so.
I wish I
Here,
didn't
try
know
it,
how
try
it. I just want to smell it. I can't.
Well, the smell's not the selling point.
Not bad. Not bad. Are you heating that?
Yeah, I'm gonna heat it.
Can I eat it?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
What is that you're eating? A piece of cabbage?
It's very good.
It's cabbage, and it's really good for you.
Really good.
Is it good for you?
It's
Is it
really
spicy?
good for you. A little bit, but
Maybe
not
I
that
should
bad.
just try it and shut my fucking mouth. I really am being annoying.
That's good.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
And wait till you have it in rice. It's fucking wildly good in rice.
I love it.
Here's what freaks me out about cooking. How do you get everything to be warm at the same time?
That is my OCD.
Yeah.
So I have fucking lollipops in there.
That
So-
would drive me crazy.
So what I do is I time it out. So I set the oven at 450, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the shrimp in first. I'm going to cook these on here. I'm going to sear these on here. I'm going to put the cod takes very little time to cook, 7 minutes. So I kind of time it out so that everything comes out of the side. So right now rice can sit forever. So right now I'm going to make the rice.
My cod always falls apart. How do you cook the cod? In the oven?
So that's why I've skewered it. I've skewered it on here so that
Mm.
hopefully it'll stay together. And I try to broil it.
Mm.
So right now I go to this, and then I'm going to put all of this in. Right? Nope. Just kimchi first. Oh yeah. Little.
That's actually very tasty.
It is. I love kimchi.
I love kimchi. I love kimchi.
I didn't want to like this, and what you described, it sounded hideous.
You love
I should change the Wikipedia for this because it's actually very
You know
tasty.
what?
I
It's
like
really,
it.
it's kind of addictive, and it's
It's
really
good.
healthy.
It's actually
really
good.
healthy.
You know what Jim really hates?
What's that?
Is when he gets bok choy.
Bok choy fucking
He
stinks.
says it's like a wet sock.
Yeah, it sucks.
Bok choy never delivers the way you want it to.
Bok choy is fucking angering. Yeah, it's a terrible food.
Bok choy sounds like a
Sounds like a buffalo.
sounds like a Korean action star.
Bok choy, yeah. I like
Can I ask you a weird question?
Yeah,
And by the way, we
ask
can
me
edit
anything.
anything out.
You can
and
ask
I-
me anything.
What's it like to be a shy person and feel like you're not the person in your skin? Like when like you're shy and you don't want to like be the loud person at a party, but you go, I'm not comfortable with who I am. How do I express this to strangers? Now they're gonna have a lot of questions that I don't feel like answering.
Well, I'm open to any questions. So, like, if anyone asks me anything, I'll answer anything. I feel like I'm pretty straightforward, but if like I'm around new people, I get really shy because first
Really?
impressions I think are scary. And then when I film things with Jim, like I always get nervous, even if it's our own thing. I don't know why, but I do.
But you are very to the point and very blunt, unpleasantly blunt
Yeah,
sometimes.
but I love who I am, and I try to embrace that. But I'm still shy sometimes.
I love who you are too.
Thank you. buddy.
Leanne really loves who you are.
I love Leanne. She's
Yeah,
amazing.
Leanne's a good. I always thought Leanne was a lesbian.
No.
Why? Maybe she's just not attracted to you.
She just got like male energy this Tuesdays.
Yeah.
She just has male energy.
She's Southern, right?
Yeah, but she like, I'll tell you what. Last night, you know, not to like downplay how tough these fires for everyone else are and how little my life is difficult, but our surround sound went off.
Oh my God! Yeah, the tragedies.
I know it's rough, man. You don't know. It's like.
But it's annoying when it happens. I get it.
Yeah, but in the middle of the night, it just fucking went wild. It just went like that at the loudest.
Oh yeah, that would drive me crazy.
We both panicked. This is how our family works. I went to the garage and got the 8-foot ladder. Leanne got in the attic. Leanne went into the attic to figure out what it was.
What was it?
And then she came down. She goes, "I think it's surround sound." And I was like, "What do I do?" She goes, "Unplug it." And I was like, "Okay." Like I'm not the man in our relationship.
She's like the alpha.
Yeah.
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 You need that.
Yeah. I'm not gonna fucking marry a woman.
Yeah. Well,
Jim.
Oh, that was perfect.
I'm also the alpha in this relationship.
I wouldn't say that. I'd say she's a little bossy.
He doesn't even know how to hang a picture on the wall.
And how long do you have to leave that rice for?
Oh, that rice is good.
It's
That's
done?
that's
Oh.
done. It should be perfect.
See, when I watch you cook or somebody else cook, it looks enjoyable.
I love
Everything
it.
under control.
Yeah. Can I tell you what drives me fucking nuts? Or I can't stop thinking about this. Ari said to me the other day, "You always make everything about yourself." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm a comedian.
Yeah.
Like that's what we do. Like you always everything in comedy is like I wasn't normally like that as a child.
Yeah.
But when you get into comedy and you're like, how does that affect me? What's my take on that? What's my approach?
Yeah.
Fucking, he said one thing to me on a podcast, and it's fucking bothered me.
Well, is there truth to it? Like, the thing is this, we all do it as comics, and there's times to do it. Like, if we're joking about something, like, yeah, I had that gig. But if somebody comes up and they're like, look, you found out today my grandmother has cancer, and you go, oh, fuck, my hat's dirty. That's probably definitely not a thing to make about.
I might do that. I don't know. Is it dirty? I mean,
you know what I mean? Like, it depends on what it is.
Trays, can I get trays? Trays to put in the oven. Yeah, sorry.
Now, was he talking about that, or was he saying, like, when you're joking around, you just always make it about you and your fucking
I don't know. Just in a podcast.
Can he give you an example?
No, he couldn't give me an
I
example.
would have demanded an example.
Two.
That's a harsh accusation.
But Rogan said it about me before to me, but I'm always like, I don't know. It's like I don't know. I think it's like a comic's sense of a sensibility. It's like you tell me about this, and then I go, how do I relate to that? Like I don't know. And so I've been trying to not make everything about myself lately, and I think
it's hard. It's very hard to not do it. It's an instinct to do it. And it's also like at times if we're just listening, sometimes it feels like, well, I don't exist. I have nothing to say. I'm just listening. I don't know how to look like I'm listening.
Oh.
It's also hard for you to feign interest. So a lot of times you're probably not interested in what people are saying, and it's hard for you to put on the fucking like, oh God, that's a very interesting point to make. It's hard for you to fake that. A lot of people are not interesting. That's what I would say to Ari Shafir, be more interesting. What is that?
these are lamb lollipops.
Why lollipops? Because they got the little stick on them?
Yeah, because they got the little stick on them.
Yeah, it's an asshole question. What could it have meant? Why would I ask that?
And then we're going to put these in here. And hopefully everything will come out roughly around the same
I
time.
love lamb.
I love lamb too.
It's my
I love
favorite
lamb.
meat. I love it.
I love lamb.
I can always have lamb.
And how do you know how long everything takes to cook?
That's the hardest part about all this is it's all feel. It's like just kind of watching it, and then with meat, it's touching it. And it should, the whole thing is like a fist versus like this is what medium rare is, and this is what well done is. Mm-hmm. And it's just doing it enough.
How do you prefer your meat?
Medium rare. What about you guys?
Medium well.
Medium well, yeah.
Done. That's actually easier and takes way less stress off me.
Mm-hmm.
Because you'll, like Kylie's dad, if it's not medium rare, he just won't eat it. And
black
he'll
and
walk
blue,
away and make a sandwich in front of you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you know who I've been watching unironically? Julia Child. I subscribed to PBS to watch her very first. I'm on season 2 now.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to make omelette. And she's
the
wonderful. If you have time, you should watch. If you haven't, watch Julia Child.
Julia Child.
She's watching the original black and white episodes.
The French cook.
Furious.
I love her.
Of course. Yeah. That's almost kind of sexy.
Yeah.
It's like the black and white. It's like, you remember Yul Hauser?
No.
Yul Hauser was, you remember Yul Hauser? Yul Hauser was, he was a travel host in LA, in California. They're like, well, hey, I'm here. This is golly, this is fun. And you got a vineyard in here? Well, you got to tell me about. That's actually a great. I am horrible at impressions. That is a balls-on Yul Hauser impression.
Yeah.
Well, golly, this is crazy. Well, show me everything. All right, let's go.
I already like him more than Julia Childs. Just from your impression of him, he reminds me of my childhood. Like when she has that on, I think my mother would watch that crap. My grandmother liked it.
Love
it's
her.
horrible.
Do you know that Julia Child is taller than me?
No.
Yeah, she's
Do
a
you believe
giant brute of a woman.
And Jim said one time, she's kind of sexy.
I probably was kidding. She's not very.
Man, I'll tell you what. My wife's like a little person, but like there is something sexy about like. You ever seen Gabby Reese? Gabby Reese is like 6. No, volleyball.
Oh,
married to Laird Hamilton. I'm sure you probably interviewed her at some point. She is 6'2", 6'3", And there's just something beautiful. Something
Yeah,
beautiful about
there's
it.
a woman-
I mean, she's beautiful as it is. I should just say she's beautiful, but like her size
Yes.
is like fucking remarkable.
There's a woman too, I forget, she's on Instagram, and she might be like 6'5". She's one of these giant people, and she's really sexy. Like, it's a really sexy. She's got like she knows that she's sexy, so she's kind of like puts up little bikini pictures and stuff. But she's a fucking giant, gargantuan, brutal woman.
She would be a good dominatrix.
Yes, she would be.
It's kind of crazy when you think of like.
Oh God, that was.
Do you think that the internet has made beauty more accessible?
I mean, it's definitely opened up the world of fetish, and it's just definitely made people who aren't classically attractive. Like, if you're out there, somebody will find you and find you attractive.
Yeah.
Like big, tall people who are probably self-conscious about being a woman who's 6'5". You won't really, oh my God, there's 300,000 guys that like this. Whereas if you just lived in a small town, people be like, who's this fucking monster?
When was the first time you were open? Because I've known you forever about your fetish but it was always like a kind of lighthearted joke and Monster Rain and all that.
Yeah.
When was the first time you were open with your friends about this is where I'm at, this is what I'm going through?
It depends on what it was. Like, on different things, like, all the perverted, like, piss stuff. I mean, I've talked about that forever.
Yeah.
But I never actually had to sit down with my friends.
Like Bobby and Colin and
they just knew it was true.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't care, and I knew they knew it was true. And I also
glass of wine.
I also know stuff about all my friends too. Like, so many. It's crazy how many people. I won't mention any names that are a certain way publicly. And when you know them privately, you're like, how do you say that stuff publicly when it's not who you are? So I just found it easier to be consistent.
Yeah.
That smells unbelievable, by the way.
This is got a great crust.
Well, you any fetishes? I don't know anything about you sexually.
So
wait, for real.
I'll tell you for real. Leanne and I were very meat and potatoes our whole history.
Yeah.
Very meat and potatoes. Very, very like casual. Didn't have honestly, her getting on top of me, her reverse cowgirl was like a big deal.
Yeah.
It was like a big, like a negotiable. I had to negotiate that. I couldn't just go, hey, maybe do that. And she'd be like, huh? What am I supposed to look at? Your feet? And I was like, okay. And then just recently, and I don't know if it's when our girls left, but just recently we've gotten a lot more adventurous, where it's been, I said to her the other day in the car, I go, I am so grateful that I have you as a partner and I don't have to be embarrassed of who I am.
Right.
The things I like, I'm not cool with.
What's something you like that you are embarrassed by? Or it could be something that you...
getting my nipples sucked.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just like, I just felt embarrassed by it because it wasn't like the cool thing to say to a girl in college, I guess.
Sucked or bitten?
Sucked.
Okay.
Sucked. I like to, I feel like I lose my stomach.
Right. Ah, because her head is right there. Yeah.
Yeah. And so these are mine. These are a little more rare.
They look good.
And but I'm gonna leave them right here. Oh yeah, thank you.
So are you good at asking for it, or will it just kind of happen, or do you kind of like just push your nipple up?
I'll ask for it, and I never would ask for it. I just would go, I won't get it. I'm cool not getting it.
Right.
And now I'm like a little better asking for it.
Yeah, I used to love it.
I said to her the other day, I said, I'm so happy I'm in a relationship where I can be who I am.
Yeah, I mean, it is horrible. There was one woman many, many, many years ago who I told about certain things I had done and certain things I liked, and she's like, you can never tell me stuff like that again.
It's so fucking gross.
I went to lunch with her the next day, and I ended the relationship. Not angrily, but I'm like, I'm not going to pretend.
There's no open.
There's no open. Yeah.
There's no openness. It's like, am I gonna lie about being someone I'm not?
Yeah.
It's like, and I'm not saying like, I'm not even like a crazy sex guy. I'm not. And then when the girls left, all of a sudden the floodgates opened, and it was like really fun. It's been so fun having sex with her that I go, I'm bummed for all her ex-boyfriends that never got to see this side of her.
Right.
Because I go, dude, this is a vixen.
Well, that's like the sexual prime for women. It's different, right? For them, it's different than for us. So they get very, plus the kids are not there, so you probably don't have to feel guilty like doing this dirty shit in the house. I don't know what it's like to have kids, but I can imagine I'd feel fucked up if they
I
were in
want
the
a
next room.
baby.
It's not happening. I mean, I believe me, I made sure that there'd be no accidents. That was my main goal in this wedding. Was to make sure
I
that there
feel
were
the
no
clock
accidents.
ticking, my ovaries.
No, I don't want kids. Kids are. Oh, I hope the cod is burned.
It's
I'll
perfect.
still eat it. I'll still
It's
eat
perfect.
it.
It's perfect.
I don't care.
It's perfect.
I like
It's
burned
perfect.
food. It smells fucking good,
Perfect.
man.
It's perfect. It's perfect. This is all perfect.
God, that smells good.
It's great to be open about sex.
Yeah.
It's so good, and it's like what is it? The whole thing. You're only as sick as your secrets.
That's right. Yeah.
And it's like, dude, the idea that I would jerk off to something on the road that my wife didn't know about made me feel sick.
You know, it's funny, like that. One thing I say, there's nothing I feel like I can't tell Nikki. Like, there's nothing I've done or nothing I like that I'm afraid that she would find. You know, it's all stuff that she knows or.
Same with jokes, like whatever it is, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jokes are easier, though, than
No, but I mean, we have fun, yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah. None of it's off limits.
No.
And
Nothing's off limits to me.
No, not at all.
That's the other cool thing about Leanne is like, as wild as I've talked about our family and our everything, she's like, if it's funny, it plays. So I always thought that was a cool.
Yeah, I do a lot of material about my wife and the idea of.
I love what you're doing about your wife.
Oh, thank you.
I told you that when I saw you at Joe's club. I was like, dude, you are going in the right direction.
Thank you, man. This smells really, this legitimately smells good.
All right. And then steak, and what should be.
And do you do a thing where you'll start eating one thing and then just kind of let the other stuff heat because you've already started the process? Or do you wait till it's all done?
I wait till it's all done, and then these fucking skewers are the shit.
Yeah.
I think more things should be on skewers. Wow. It's so good. So what I'll do right now is start plating.
Don't they get hot though, like where you can't touch them? Is that an idiot question? Is that what a fucking blithering idiot says at a table? Is there anything you wanted that, I don't know, I'm asking this loudly. Is there anything that you wanted to do that you're like, nobody will go for this?
No, I think, I don't know. That's not that's hard for me to answer.
What's something you would jerk off to that you'd be embarrassed about?
I'll tell you one perfect one. Is I had a dream about Leanne as a dominatrix gimp, or dominatrix, and she was in latex. And I woke up and I went on Amazon and I bought the outfit, right?
Ah.
I bought the outfit, and then when the outfit showed up and I saw it, I was embarrassed.
Oh.
So I was like, oh yeah, my bad.
How do I ask her to put this on?
I got 2 sizes because I didn't know what size she was going to be. And when she saw it, she goes, what the fuck is this? And I was like, it's the thing. I remember I was like, she was like, yeah, I don't know if I'm this girl.
That's cute.
And I was like,
I love that.
Well, the sizes, you better err on the side of caution. Like you get a small and a medium. You know,
I got a medium and a large.
Okay. Does she wear it?
It's really aggressive. Does
it have cutouts?
No.
Okay.
It's got a zipper from here all the way up
I
the
like
back.
that.
Jim, me too.
I like
too.
that. I'm a fan of
I
the
was a
zipper.
big fan.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you. Those are real. I like like things like with the crotch cut out, like just really exposing dirty things. I fucking drives me crazy.
I fucking love it. I love it. And
A lot of people think that me and Jim have filthy sex just because he is so sexual. But out of all the guys I've been with, I have the most normal sex with Jim.
Yeah, it's really weird
It's
for
crazy.
me too. It's
Really?
I guess because we're married and she she
No, but
turns me on.
even before that, when we first met, it was almost vanilla-ish.
Kind of, yeah. Which I'm fine with, yeah.
Mhm. I did think the thought, just because Jim has been with so many prostitutes, that I thought that if he had AIDS, would I still marry him? And I probably don't think so.
okay.
Yeah.
Can I tell you?
But that's a
I sometimes
conversation my
wish
wife and I
Leanne had herpes. Because I go, now we're committed forever.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere.
You're not going anywhere.
You're not going anywhere. But just the fact that she can say like, yeah, Jim's been with these prostitutes. Like, I love the fact that I don't have to hide anything or worry about her finding out anything. That's the worst way to live. When your partner finds out that you're not who they think you are.
You know, I tell you what, I'm glad I wasn't like a big pussy guy growing up. Because if I was, I would have all of it would have been something for me. And it never was. It was always about like coming home to see the girls, and you know, I got really fucking lucky. I got lucky, and for whatever reason, for me it was about comedy and getting on the road and having fun and partying.
Yeah.
I think you're a very respectable man. You run a family, you run your own career. I think you're very respectable, Bert.
Yeah. I spent a little too much time. I spent a little too much time in front of the computer, Bert. A little too much time.
And
at
I
fucking
always know,
Marriott's.
because this is what happens. He'll be in the office and he'll put up the green screen. So he'll be behind the green screen, and I'm just like, Jim, I know you're watching porn here in your man cave, behind your green screen. This is not for the UFC podcast. He leaves it up for the whole
Not for the UFC podcast.
No, I do the UFC twice a week.
Please.
So I have a green screen,
It's okay.
but I sit on the sofa, but the green screen is transparent.
No,
So-
it's not.
Oh, you can't? I always thought it was.
That's his porn shield.
I always thought you could see my computer when you walk in, so it would never have occurred to me to hide what I was watching.
And we have like shades, so there's a terrace, and like behind the office, there's always the shades are down. So if I go out to have a smoke or anything, or walk my dog on the terrace, I can't see.
Oh, I would never even think. I would never.
But it's okay. You
think.
can watch porn. I don't mind.
She doesn't care if I watch
But I
it.
don't like you getting addicted.
Yeah, but I don't care if you know I watch porn once in
No,
a
but I
while.
don't like you getting
But isn't there something fun about sneaking it though?
Uh,
Like a little bit. Don't you like you don't want your wife to go, oh, you're watching that stuff again? And you go, yeah. It's just not as fun.
No, there's something that the dirtiness of it is what I fucking like.
Yeah, getting away with it. Like, ooh, who's a naughty boy?
What more do you want, Jim?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's all it is now. Like for years, it was doing stuff on the road that I shouldn't be doing, and now it's just, do I want my wife to know that I'm watching this?
But it's weird that he had a real sexual addiction, and then meeting me, it
Yep.
kind of just dissolved.
That is kind of interesting. How did I think this was going to work?
What are you doing?
That looks great.
Putting the steak on a skewer.
Oh, it's hot, right?
And
That's awesome.
then just put this on there.
That looks good. That looks really good.
That's incredible.
You can really cook.
We only eat breakfast.
So wait, it is
Thank you,
genuinely
Bert.
hot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bert. Very good. Is it too hot for cut?
I'll tell you. Nope.
Mm.
It's spicy, but
It's
not
incredible.
not offensively spicy.
Mm. I'll tell you right now. Miso cod we put in yesterday and let it marinate in the miso sauce. Miso cod might be my favorite thing in the world.
Yeah, it's great. This is delicious.
This is really good, Bert.
This is also the right amount. It's not too much miso cod.
You serve this at your restaurant, I would order it.
Yeah,
And here's my take on a restaurant. I would do one thing and do it amazing. Right?
What would you do?
Yes, it's
I'm
amazing.
thinking, here, let me get you a better knife.
Great. Thank you.
So much
This is really good.
The trying to see how that motherfucker.
Good. Is that good or I fucked up?
That's fucking amazing. God damn.
What a fabulous cook you are, Bert.
Yeah, you
This
can
is really yummy.
A little spicy too. I like
This
that.
is amazing. It's perfect.
So where do you guys want to travel to? Is there anywhere you want to go together?
Tokyo. I want to see Japan, Hawaii.
Have you ever been to Japan?
No.
Oh, it's amazing.
Or Hawaii.
I want to go back to
You never been to
Iceland.
Hawaii?
No.
No, I really want to go.
Are you serious?
I've had no reason to go.
Oh, Hawaii is fucking incredible.
And I lost my radio job, so I won't be going this year. But I do want to go eventually.
I want to do a honeymoon in
Yeah.
Hawaii.
In Hawaii?
Mm-hmm.
Hawaii is pretty amazing. I don't understand what people do when they don't drink on vacation. Because like,
Me too.
like I'd always like Joe Lisco's and him and his wife have great trips together, and they like go bike riding and stuff. And I just look at that and I go, I would lose my fucking mind.
Yeah.
I was like, when do you go to the bar? Or you read books, I guess, on the beach. Leanne loves that. I just wish I had that mentality. I just am always like,
My brain is too much like that.
yeah.
I can't even read. I have to read it 3 times over.
We're just dumb shit. Like I like to relax, go out to dinner, and then just come home and watch something on the computer. Like it's not the most fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, she
Well,
was.
I have a cognac, or 2 or 3
Yeah,
or
she
4.
she'll order booze to the room.
Mm.
But I'm not an alcoholic.
I mean, you know. Like outside opinions from the husband.
We We need to go on a double date.
Oh, yeah.
So that you and Leanne can talk and
Yeah.
we can talk.
Me and Leanne can talk while you two are ass to ass vomiting out the back windows.
Jim has never seen me with a bucket. Ever.
That's not true.
Never.
Have you ever thrown up from drinking?
Never. I never get a hangover. Ever.
Me either.
I can drink a whole vodka bottle and I can wake up the next day and do my
Not only is she lying.
7 a.m.
Not only.
She got sick. We were in Paris in 2017, and not only did she throw up, but she lived in a tub. In the tub.
Really?
Yeah. So
Well, I had to throw up real quick.
Yeah. I've been there.
He proposed. He was on his knees, the ring.
That was Vancouver. She also vomited after
Yeah,
I proposed.
Nice.
Yeah.
Leanne,
Nerves.
if I throw up, I've thrown up in the sink before and then just walked away from it and be like, Leanne.
No.
And then Leanne will take care of it. She'll take care of it. Leanne threw up in our sink recently with this virus that was going around. Leanne got it, and I got it. We all got a text, me and the girls. Everyone was home. We got a text. Hey, I threw up in the sink downstairs. Someone needs to clean it.
Oh.
And immediately, me and my daughter started texting each other like, not it. Not it. And then I went down and I was like, all right, here we go. And I misread it. I thought it said in the garage. It said the garbage disposal, but I'm dyslexic, so I just read the garage. So I went to the garage and I looked for throw up and I was like, no, I don't see any. I was like, cool. And then I reread it and I was like, garbage disposal. And I was like, fuck. I was like, maybe I can just turn this hose on or whatever, not look at it. And I went and it's totally clean. And I was like, what? And then Leanne was like, no, of course I cleaned it. I just need you to scrub it with Lysol so that no one gets sick. And I was like, I never thought that was a thing.
No. The fact that she cleaned it was pretty nice. I would have left it.
Bro, I would have. Dude, one time I went to Aspen for the Aspen Comedy Festival and I got altitude sickness.
Yeah.
And I got, my parents were there, my wife was there, my daughters were there, my sisters were there. And I walked in and I was sick. I knew I was sick. I got into the Airbnb and I sat on the toilet. And the second I sat on the toilet, I started shitting and I smelled it and I was like, I'm throwing up. And I leaned into the tub to throw up. And as I threw up, I sprayed the wall with shit.
Really?
I sprayed the wall. And I went, this is bad. This is really bad. I then got into the shower, took a full shower, didn't look at anything, walked out with blinders on. And my dad goes, how you doing, buddy? I said, I need to talk to my wife. So Leanne came in and she said, what's going on? And I said, I shit all over the walls in there. I need you to clean it. Leanne goes, I'm going to get your mom.
Oh, yeah, that's not a wife duty.
My mom comes in. I go, Mom. She goes, what's up? I said, Mom, I shit all over the walls in the bathroom. I need you to clean it. And my mom goes, honey, I got it. And my mom walked into the bathroom, came back and goes, I don't see it. I said, what? She goes, I don't see it. It's not in there. And I was like, like immaculate diarrhea. Like I shit on the walls and it just disappeared. I don't know what happened to it.
Did Leanne clean it?
I don't know.
Was it in the ceiling?
No, I on the ceiling. It was on the ceiling. And everyone's like, I don't see it. It's just sitting there like fucking alien in the movie.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, no, I never know. And then Leanne got sick. My daughters got sick. Everyone got sick that month, that Aspen. Did you ever go to Aspen?
I did. And I went to Vail before Aspen was a festival.
For real?
The Vail Comedy Festival, yeah. Voss in Aspen, I love this. Voss had to follow Carlin, and he was so nervous that he couldn't breathe. They had to give him oxygen, which makes me so happy that there's this big shot to follow Carlin, and he's just too frightened to do it. So he had to sit there and breathe in an oxygen mask. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I quit spitting into it. I didn't mean to. Yeah, Vail was fun. That's where I met Doug Stanhope.
For real?
He was my roommate at the Vail Comedy Festival in 1995. We shared a room together. And he was so crazy. He kept all of his possessions on the bed with him. I was so, like, he would empty his suitcase and he would be on the bed and all of his stuff was on the bed. It was just such a strange...
I do that.
Why?
In a hotel, I keep everything on the bed with me.
You're afraid of bugs touching it?
No. I like to organize it on the bed and then I like to put my arm over it like it's another pillow.
But I don't worry about bed bugs. I don't put a fucking thing on the bed.
Do you sleep like that with your hand over the pillow?
Over something. I need a girlfriend.
I love
Leanne
that.
calls it a girlfriend. I need a pillow.
Mm-hmm.
Like when we sleep, I sleep with like 6 pillows. And I have pillows in between me and Leanne. I wrap my arm around it. I'm like hardcore like that.
Can you sleep with someone's arm around you or your arm around her?
No, don't touch me.
Yeah. I can't be touched either.
Leanne, if she cuddles up with me, like sometimes she'll cuddle up to go to sleep and like for whatever reason I don't know, whatever reason that you do that.
Yeah.
And I just sit there and go,
I'll tell her I don't want to be touched.
yeah.
She likes to cuddle when we sleep. I can't.
We don't cuddle.
No, I know, but you want to.
Mhm.
Like you can sleep.
I
with
can fall
somebody.
asleep cuddling.
You could?
It's horrendous.
100%.
Yeah.
I prefer that.
Don't touch me.
What temperature do you like the bedroom at?
Like a cadaver would be comfortable in there. Frozen.
Leanne likes it fucking hot as shit. 74 and she's happy.
Yeah.
I want it 66. Can I tell you, Jimmy Carter, when he got elected, he said, we're gonna save energy in this country. Can you pull up the exact Jimmy Carter's exact temperatures he told you to keep your house at? This is gonna blow you away.
It's gonna annoy me, I'm sure.
It's gonna blow you away. In 1982, I think it was. No, it's got to be 1978. He said what? 1977. He said, "Hey, we're talking about temperature in a."
I didn't know it was you guys today.
Hi, Leanne. How are you?
Good to see you guys. You look beautiful.
You smell
So
good.
do you.
I do?
Yeah. We're talking about cuddling in the bed
Yeah.
and temperature in the bedroom.
Do you have opposing temperature bedroom choices, bedroom temperature choices?
I choose the couch.
Yeah.
You do? I
Yeah.
choose the gals a lot too.
What were Jimmy Carter's temperatures? 65 and what?
55.
65 was the hottest you should keep your house, and 55 was the lowest you should
No,
keep.
he's misrepresenting.
God damn it!
Here's what he said. Jimmy Carter said in the winter, you put your heat thermostat at 65. He keeps representing it like Jimmy Carter said in the summer.
Right,
put your
yeah.
air conditioning. No, he was trying to be, he was conserving energy. So it's the opposite of what you're representing.
What did he say about the winter, about the summer though?
He didn't talk about the summer.
Oh.
Well, in the South, I'm from Georgia. We didn't have air conditioning. We had an attic fan. You just open
It's
the
the
window.
same as in Norway.
Is it?
Zero AC.
It's
It
no
doesn't
worse.
exist.
No, it didn't exist.
Yeah.
My grandmother at
Wow.
88 had no air conditioning
It's
ever.
like that in the South.
Yeah.
Wait, did you sauna a lot growing up?
Yeah. It's very popular.
Oh, I fucking love it. My favorite thing to do in Norway was to do the sauna and then jump in the fjords.
I know.
Oh,
Go
we did it
straight
when we
out
were
of
on
the
tour.
water.
They have these little boats that are sauna boats.
They have outside saunas on like this pad. It's
It was one of the funnest things we ever did. And you're in with a bunch of Norwegians, and then everyone's like, and then you just,
That
oh,
leopard song.
It's a very unpleasant language. It's
Have
a
you
very,
been,
very.
Leanne? You would love it.
I think I would. I love everywhere.
she's going
I
to
love
Paris
the
this
South.
week.
Yes, we're going to Paris.
With your friends or together?
Me.
Oh,
Yeah, we're going as a team.
oh, I think you said she's going to Paris.
Oh, no, we're going to Paris. Yeah. No, she's going. I'm going to watch.
Wow.
Leanne's like, I want to get lost in Paris. And I was like, can you imagine if someone said that in New York City? I just want to get lost in like Spanish Harlem and not know where I am. Lose my wallet. Like, like have a nice watch on and see what
Have a
happens.
fun adventure.
Have a fun
Have
adventure.
a fun about MAGA hats.
I'm learning French.
Branch?
I was talking quick.
You're going to say France and French.
Yep, I was French. I'm learning French. It's gonna be good.
What can you say in French?
What do you like me to say?
Count to 10. Or
Nope. Can you do something with dogs and cats?
I don't know dogs and cats.
I do.
Oh, what do you say with a dog and cat?
Un chat, chai, chat, 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 un chat, un chat,
Ferme la
You
bouche.
sound Nigerian.
un femme, un homme, un garçon.
I don't think that qualifies really as French.
I've learned how to say I need a boy, I need a cat, and I need a woman.
I need a boy.
I need a boy, I need a dog, and I need a cat. Quick.
I need a boy?
I'll
Some
put it
guy in
in
the corner. Do you have a boy I can borrow?
I need a boy. What a bizarre thing to say.
Yes. Some
I
guy
need a
walks
boy.
in and says, "Take a seat" in French.
Need a boy? Now.
Don't say that in Thailand.
No.
Do you know back in the day you got talk about Gary Glitter, Jim?
Oh yeah.
And I never knew who Gary Glitter was until Joker 2.
Really?
Until Joker.
Yeah, they used the song.
Yeah. Do you know what Joker that song that is? Dum, dum, sh, dum, dum, sh, dum, dum, dum. Dun, 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 dun.
It was big in arenas and stuff.
It was huge, and it was a huge band song. And then after Joker came out, they outed Jim was outing Gary Glitter years ago, and he went to Thailand and apparently like some with children.
Yeah, he's a pedophile, and he spent time in prison, and he got out, so nobody would play the song in stadiums anymore, even though it is a toe tapper. But I mean, I could separate the art from the artist. I'm a huge fan of Hitler's paintings. His landscapes will bring it to.
Oh my gosh.
It was no, he was going to jail. He was in prison, and he but they bought, like, he doesn't own the rights anymore. That's why they used it in Joker, because he was not going to profit off it.
Oh, okay.
Somebody else owns that song now, so he made no money off it.
Wait, okay, let's be real.
Sure.
If we're talking about art and Bitcoin and all that, like, kind of intangible stuff about, like, what is worth? A Babe Ruth rookie card versus a Hitler painting.
Hitler painting worth the most.
What, right?
Right?
I mean,
It has to.
Because
Is that bad for me to say?
no, you're Norwegian. You can say whatever you want.
Absolutely.
You guys fought them.
We were occupied.
Oh, you were occupied? Oh, was Norway the place where they just kind of like, hey, if you don't fuck with us, we could walk through, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
I remember I made a joke in Norway. I was like, this is a beautiful city. It's almost like World War II didn't happen here.
Yeah.
And they were like, it didn't.
Yeah.
So
they Airbnb'd all of Norway.
By the way, can I tell you this, like, the thing on Instagram that I miss the most? It's like when the guy goes, in 1878, Jason Cromwell waved to a boat. The wave originated at 3 years before. A goat had ran into a field.
Are you talking about your missing Instagram because you've been off it for 24 hours?
27.
Wow,
27.
congratulations.
You know what? By the way, I just did a great impression of an Instagram guy. Everyone should know.
My algorithm and yours are vastly different.
Can I see your algorithm? Can I see your algorithm?
Sure.
All against his gorgeous.
No. No. If I can be on someone else's algorithm, let me get my glasses. Where are my glasses?
How do I know which is the algorithm?
You have to go.
Here, I'll show you. Go to the search.
Like right here.
The
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, I got that in mind. I definitely got that in mind.
Oh, you do?
Of course, anytime it's a vagina
Like
shot
driving?
swimming.
Oh my
Yeah.
A vagina shot.
Yeah.
It's great that these men get a little
camel toe. I like a little camel toe.
You're like
Can
the
I
big
tell you?
fat pussy bulging out of the yoga tights.
I like
Almost
this
like
guy.
a cock.
I just opened this one the other day. That's them cut over the hornet's nest.
Those Japanese hornets are the worst. They're not, I hate to call them murder. They're the Japanese hornets. They're this big. Did you ever see the guy who attacks them with scissors? Like they land on his honeybee nest. And he fucking
You have a
cuts them
lot
with
of
scissors.
Japanese hornets
I'm
on your thing.
obsessed with them. Yeah, I'm obsessed with that.
Can I tell you?
These hornets kill the bees?
They're like this big.
Yeah.
And they're like 30 of them will kill 30,000 honeybees.
I've logged into my
They
Facebook
raid the
account.
hive.
There's splat at
They're terrible
sororities.
Jim, we got kind of
Last
similar
minute,
Instagram
selective always
feeds.
Camel toe and bees.
I used to do a show called Open Tabs where I would go through someone's open tabs on their Safari, and I would do it for myself and then tell you everything I learned for the week. And I so badly want to bring it back because it's fun to show people what they've Googled in curiousness and go, so wait, what is this? And then go, oh, that's a hornet's nest. Dude, I'm obsessed with these fucking hornets. Like, I think that's, because I've seen that exact same post.
Who would show you their real tabs open?
I'll show you mine. I'll show you mine. Give me my phone. Give me my phone.
You could always
Give me
look
my
at
phone.
Safari in.
I'll give it to you right now. I'll give it to you right now. And you can ask me anything about everything I've Googled, and I'll tell you why I Googled it and what it has to do with, and I have no idea what's on my.
Wait, so you didn't do the private browser?
You could do private
actually,
browser.
No.
I only do the private.
So everything's right there.
Don't drop it.
Wow.
So you can just.
Chatterbait.
Oh, that's because she doesn't know what that is. She doesn't know what that is. No, when you click on the
Talking about
Pornhub,
bait and fishing.
when you
Oh, is that right?
say if there's anything about. It's when you click on the Pornhub, they automatically ask you if you want to jerk off with local teens.
I see the C logo. It's not even a
Wait,
title.
which one is it?
It says can't open page, but I recognize the title.
What is the title?
You know I work there, Bert.
What? Wait, what is it?
Which one?
What is it?
I shattered.
Oh, I reckon. Let's see. I agree.
Yeah, but Chatterbait.
Oh, these are just nice girls too. That's not the window I would have been. They're actually very attractive.
You know,
Wait, Chatterbait is when you get on Pornhub, it offers, and if you hit skip ad too early, it goes to Chatterbait.
Sure. Visit campus. That's just too nice. Oh, let's see what this one is. Why, you must have missed that head twice. That's another window. Hold
You're
on,
opening the same window you
Oh,
had
no, I'm not. Oh, no, I'm not.
These
Look,
are not.
look, there's
These
no
are
window.
not. Oh, these are all Pornhub ads.
What is this? Pornhub.
These are all Pornhub ads.
Yeah. I don't know what this is.
This really backfired.
Yeah, it sure did.
I
So far, only 2 Chatterbait ones. Yep, just 2.
Chatterbait's clickbait, baby. I'm telling you.
I know.
Is it?
You believe
Yeah.
I accidentally clicked on it and stayed for 5 years.
That is a lot of chatterbait.
Oh, it sure is.
Hey, this has been a great episode.
Yeah. I enjoy that game a lot.
I'm sweating so bad right now.
That got me hot too.
Oh,
That hit home.
I love you guys.
I love you too, man.
guys.
And
I
you,
love you
man.
I
guys.
love you guys too.
This-
So good to see you.
This food was legitimately good. Did you like the outfit when he brought it? Was it with the one he brought you? Was it inappropriate?
We did a nurse one for. I don't know.
The
Nurse one was fine.
Nice. Now, were you the patient? It'd be
Yeah.
awful if you were the male nurse. It was blue scrubs. Really unsexy. What did you do? The one of those angel of death guys. I just smothered an old woman with a pillow. She was in pain.
I should come in and I just take her vitals and leave.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
The nurse one was hot. It was hot.
the latex one was too much for me.
Too much, right?
But we're gonna grow into it. We're gonna grow into it.
No, I'm not.
We're gonna grow into it. I love you guys to death.
Love you
I'm
too.
so happy for you guys.
Thank you, guys.
And next time you guys come out, let's not do it. Let's not do a podcast. Let's just go to dinner.
Yeah, let's do
That'd
that.
be great.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome.
Great episode, everybody. This episode was brought to you by The Machine.
Last year, so many of you joined us for the 5K, and it was the most amazing experience in person and virtually. It was so much fun, and we are bringing it back. This time, it's in Tampa.
May 4th, we are bringing the whole crew back, including Jelly Roll. Me, Tom, Jelly Roll. Listen, if you don't think you can do it, Tommy, tell them they can do it.
You can do it. We can do it. We did it. Look at us. It's not that crazy. You can do it. You just have to try a little bit. Go to 2bears5k.com to register. And thank you to Spartan for helping us produce and put this on. And everybody at YMH and Birdie Boy. We are so excited. We will see you May 4th in Tampa for the next 2 Bears 5K.
And I can't wait for Baker Mayfield to verbally commit.
He's coming?
He's definitely coming.
Great asking that guy.
What's up, everybody? I've got some shows coming up. February 8th in New Orleans at the UNO Lakefront Arena for the big game. That's Saturday night, not Sunday night. Me, Nikki Glazer, Tony Hinchcliffe, and Adam Ray as Dr. Phil, and huge surprise guests. Then in Vegas in March, 21st and 22nd at Resorts World Theater. And finally, Canada. I'm coming to you. Winnipeg, Halifax, Calgary, and Vancouver. It's me, Whitney Cummings, Miss Pat, and Derek Stroop. Go to purpurpur.com for all of them.
Dip around the corner, I'm out of breath. I need a 6-pack and some cigarettes. I need a 6-pack and some cigarettes. I need a 6-pack and some cigarettes.
Are you guys traveling in a van right now?
We're in the Sprinter.
Sprinter's nice.
Yeah, it's cool.
Fucking
We all
great.
have our own row. So it's like
Each have your own row?
Yeah, because it's just us and then just Pretty the tour manager. Yeah, Quinn will fly in for like a few shows, but it's sick. We like set up our rows as like little beds and shit. We had a mini hoop in the back.
Yeah, Christmas
lights.
lights. You know,
It's a vibe in there.
And the passenger door had a bunch of chips in it, different types of chips.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that maybe people don't understand is when you are on the road, like living on the road, for lack of better words, it's kind of like being homeless. And so to have a little space for yourself means so much.
It's crucial.
To be like, oh, cool, this is my seat. This is where I always sit.
Each row turns into like someone's bedroom, like their clothes and shoes and belongings are everywhere.
And then like our previous tours, not this one, but our previous tours, we lived together too. So it was like we just never had space from each other, and it was just constant. And we all had to get to move out. It was too much.
Wait, so where's everyone from? You're from Cleveland.
Yeah.
I'm from Seattle.
From Denver.
Do you want to hear a weird fucking story?
Yeah, of course.
Stacy, did you meet Stacy?
Yeah.
Stacy is getting her hair done. Do you know this story?
No.
Bring Stacy up. Stacy, come up here. This is kind of fucking wild. Yeah. Where are you from, Johnny?
I'm from Maryland.
You from Maryland? How the fuck did you guys meet?
We met through skating, and then we were friends on Instagram,
Oh, yeah.
and then
I've known him for a few years.
we went.
John or since what?
Yeah, through his homie Landon Cube. I've just been homies with him and went out to get drinks with him at a Rainbow Room. And he was like, oh, my friend Top Gun's pulling up. And I was like, oh, I follow him on Instagram. I was super excited to finally meet him. And him and Alex pulled up to Rainbow Room.
How'd you think Top Gun?
Everybody thinks from the movie. I've actually never watched the movie.
Yeah, dude, he's the only person
I
that's never
think it's
seen that
funny
movie,
at this
bro.
point that like everybody asks me that. I'm like, never
And now
seen it.
that's his goal to
I
not
got
watch
it from the show Workaholics.
Are you serious?
Yeah. so in middle school or high school, like me and my friends would always watch Workaholics like after school. And like one year for my birthday, there was an episode where the Adam dude wore like a Top Gun hat and just called himself Top Gun. And then everybody always said that I acted like him. So for my birthday, my friends got me the hat that he wore in the episode. And then like I just like made my handles and everything Top Gun Orsino, and Orsino is my last name. And then as soon as I started DJing and making music, it instantly was just DJ Top Gun.
I think Adam would love your fucking music.
Really?
Oh, 100%. Someone have Pete grab my phone up. I'm going to text him. I'm going to text him some of your music. That's, Adam's from Omaha, Nebraska, I think.
We were just
Yeah, we just played there.
Did we play there?
Yeah, we sure did.
Yeah, we were there.
Yeah, he's from Omaha, but he really is a Southern California sound music.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I think he lost his virginity to Blink 182.
All right, there you go.
Small things. It was small
things.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask. Listening to small things is crazy.
All the small things. Adam's fucking hysterical.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn him on you guys.
He's the goat, dude.
He's the fuck. That whole crew is fucking hysterical. I was a huge Workaholics
Same.
fan.
I watched it every day.
Yeah,
so funny.
Dude, the Rape Van was maybe the funniest fucking episode. So wait, hold on. Stacy, come in and tell the story. You're gonna fucking find this hysterical.
Oh, it's the hair story?
Hair story?
Oh, yeah. I'm excited.
I just moved here from Denver.
Okay, cool.
And last spring or wherever it was, I was getting my hair done. And I was telling Heidi, who I got my hair done with from like 15 years or something. Am I supposed to-
No, just talk.
Okay. And I was telling her that I was about to move here to work with Bert. We've worked together for a long time. I was finally moving to California. This woman walks in. We're Heidi and I are talking, and then Heidi's like, "Oh well, her son is in LA. Is a musician in LA." And we started talking, and it turns out I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm moving there to work with a comedian." She's like, "That's so weird. Like, there's this comedian that just posted on his stories about my son's band."
Oh really?
Yeah,
No way.
No way.
No way. That is fucking crazy.
The day before, you had opened up for Red Hot Chili Peppers, and you had and so like your whole family.
Oh, so it's the day before. Yeah.
Your mom was telling me all about it, how amazing it was, and how awesome it was. I was like, "Well, that's Bert. I'm going to work for him."
Oh my god, Damn, that is
And
insane,
Bert and I
dude.
both get our hair done by Heidi.
That is so crazy. So
It's so I texted Bert. I was like, "This is really random, but
I've never felt older in my life.
No way, dude. That's so funny.
That is crazy.
Well, okay, so let's take it from the top. Do you know why I'm a fan of you guys? Do you know why?
No.
Okay, so we go to Red Hot Chili Peppers. 2 bands opened. It was Big Tom,
Iron Tom.
Yeah, and you guys.
Yeah.
Both amazing, but no slight to anyone, but for some reason I see Alex on stage, and I'm with my daughter Isla, who was going to come down. She's a fan as well, so she's they're trying to teach her boyfriend how to change planes in Charlotte.
Right, everyone's got to know.
And there's a conference call. He has never gotten on a connecting flight, and so my wife and so he's not. Yeah, so I can't wait to spend the weekend with him in Vegas. So I'm sitting with Isla. Isla's like, I talk about Isla in my stand-up a lot. She's a different child. She's really into music, really into art. And she goes, "What's the lead singer's deal, do you think?" I said, "What do you mean?" She goes, "You think he's real?" And I was like, and by the way, Isla's like 17 at the time. And I go, "I want to know, what do you mean?" She goes, "I don't know. Like, sometimes people put on those clothes and that's a costume, but sometimes they're the real deal." And I go, "You think he's a real deal?" And she goes, "It seems like it. Find his Instagram." So I go to Alex Sucks. You cleaned your Instagram up. You've done the big delete.
Yeah.
So, but was it actually a girlfriend thing? Is that what you said?
No. I said he loved. No, I said he loves doing that.
Okay,
It's
so
like little restarts.
So I look at your Instagram,
Posted at
and no, you're
6:53
playing.
PM
We're listening,
PST,
and I go,
another police
I
report.
look at pictures,
on
and she's like, I think he's a real deal, Dad. And I go, really? She goes, no,
Going
you
to pin
legit
it,
can
and then I
skateboard
will
like that.
file it.
This guy's a real deal.
Location is
And this
Everett
band's
Police
good. I was like, they are
Department.
really good. I forget what it was towards the end of your set where we're doing this, and we're just sitting there. We're like, wow, this is fucking cool. And then I'm like, I get a little
Hitting it
mesmerized
right
by
now.
everything about your vibe as a band. Is it's youthful, it's
Pinned
carefree,
at
it's
6:53
self-destructive,
PM
but at the same
PST.
time, I'm looking at your thing, and you're talking about being sober for like I think you're close to a year then. And I was like, okay, cool, this kid's got his shit together. And then you guys played Six Pack and some cigarettes. You closed on it.
Yeah.
And I fucking shut both out, and I like, this fucking band rocks.
Katie Miller, since there
So we
has
gotta
been
listen to
unable to be
everything
tagged
over
for the
again.
last 2
And so our takeaway from that show was you guys was Alex Sucks.
Washington State
I did
Department
not
of
know
Children, Youth, and
that your name was
Families,
Alex
Lake
until
Stevens
today.
Police
I was
Department,
literally like, because
Washington Police
you can't.
Department,
You guys are kind of
FBI,
like
Seattle.
you're hard to research.
I also
like there's
in
no
the
I didn't even know like your last name's Alvarez.
tagged
And so
just
and then I was like, oh,
FBI.
he's the Alex in Alex Sucks. And then I was like, oh, Alex Sucks is almost like just an
The,
Instagram handle. Like, all the Alexes were taken, and you're like, this is the only one we could get.
It was Alex Sucks before we started the band.
Yeah.
It was just like his Instagram. thing.
Well, at first, the whole thing was just a joke at first, like just made a few songs and like I was like saying it sucked before people could say it sucked.
I will read it
I was like,
aloud.
Alex
in a
sucks.
minute.
I just made these few songs.
Like
And
the
then-
first few shows were
But
literally
first
me
I
DJing
am going
the
to log
songs,
out,
and
Nerd
they didn't even
Squad.
have lyrics, and it was just mumbles, and he was just performing songs with
And
no
then
lyrics,
I
and it was
am
just
going
like.
So wait, so how did the band start?
The first thing was just not making it as a pro skater.
So you guys, does everyone skateboard?
I'm the only
Like they
one.
have
Okay.
been for
He
over
kinda
a year.
does.
Remember
Johnny-
this time
yeah,
last year they were busy
Okay, that's
destroying
better
laptops,
Except being a little bit 350 pounds.
terrorizing
Like
me to
that's
men upstairs, as well as downloading my
So,
homework.
so your passion was skateboarding.
Yeah, I came
Yeah,
out
that
here
was all
just doing
January
whatever
of
I could.
2024.
So you leave Denver to come out here to skateboard?
Just to like warm weather, palm trees, California. That was like always the thing,
Right.
Like no, not a plan, nothing. Just wanted to come out, and I was just like moving around, doing anything I could. I was getting like background commercials, jobs. Or
Did you
skating,
pray
or,
today,
like,
federal
doing things, and
felons?
then
Because you're one day closer
making
to prison
T-shirts
for
with
the
stupid
rest of
things
your
on,
life.
anything I
in
could.
many
And then a buddy,
instances.
like I had a group of buddies that was just like touring, playing music, and I all skated with them. and I was
Nerd
like,
Squad,
fuck, I want to go on
that
the road.
report
So made these few songs.
that I
Yeah,
just
you can
posted and
like, you can
pinned
play
is
it, and like
visible
just
from
went
the other
first
account
tour
created
ever.
just for
And
viewing.
at the time,
Make sure the
I was
posts
just
are
making these
visible.
awful
Going to
songs,
the
and I'd get up on
Snohomish
stage and
County
I'd sing over the song.
Prosecutors
And he would
review
DJ.
that's been
And
edited
we met through
repeatedly
skateboarding,
since the
and then
17th.
and those shitty songs got a little better. And then someone was like, you want to open up for us,
Selecting,
but you need a
editing
band.
again, and
You can't
putting
just
the
sing
new
over the
police
track.
report, which I will read aloud shortly.
Fuck,
I'm doing
This
all
is
of
such
these for
like a
listenings first.
young person's way the world
Uploading
works.
our
This is
picture
the Bitcoin of
of
music.
the
It's like, yo, just play the song on the boombox, and I'll just like you guys are in the
Edit
subway
on
getting
this
coins.
review.
Yeah,
This
no,
one
it
county
was that.
But it makes sense because you're like, well, why do I need a fucking band?
Yeah.
Like, but keep going.
This was like 2.5 years ago. Yeah, this is like super recent.
So,
recent, bro.
And I'd never touched an instrument in my life.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
And he was like, "You're gonna be a bass player." I was like, "Fuck, all right, I'm down."
And it just like grabbed all the shitheads I knew around me. None of us really played. I mean, I kind of played. He was the only one who played. We needed one. Yeah. We needed one dude who played instruments, actually.
Nerd Squad.
We traded
This
not
report
being good at
is too long to
skateboarding for
fit
being
in
good
the
at
Google
guitar.
review,
It's fine.
so I am
And
erasing
then, fast forward.
portions of it from the bottom.
Yeah. But, we just kept making music, and then, somehow people fucking liked it. I don't know. And
It's crazy that it just caught traction.
yeah, it just kind of just this year has really been like our first year really in it.
And Johnny, how long have you been in the band?
You guys 3 weeks. Yeah, 3 weeks.
Okay, Nerd
Shut the fuck
Squad.
to getting shot out of a cannon.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. He flew in on tour.
Yeah,
No prep or nothing. Played his first show with us in Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
We
was
flew into my parents' house.
I
Yeah,
drove from Canada. I was meeting my girlfriend's family at the time in Canada, and they were in
Unit
Cleveland,
207
and I
is
just drove
preventing my
there
keyboard
like a
from
couple days after
typing.
they asked me to join, and then I was like,
Okay, now they've allowed it at 6:58
we had
p.m.
drums, yeah, and then had a live show, and I think it went decent.
It went great.
It went great.
Really? But I've been a fan of them for like a while, you know. So I knew.
Yeah, and he introduced us to.
He introduced John to us.
Yeah.
So it was like full circle. Yeah.
Super full circle moment.
Okay, Nerd Squad,
You ever
I
wonder what
had
it's like to
to
have the
redact
Lord
the
blow
demand
inspiration
section,
in
the
your ear?
signature section.
Let me introduce you
The
to
review
Lucy.
ends with
Lucy
this
is
sentence that's not
100% pure
completed.
nicotine.
The woman
Always
and the
tobacco
large
free.
man are
Their
aiding and
breakers
abetting this
are
criminal,
awesome.
the criminal
I'm telling you right now,
activities of Unit
if I'm
207
doing a podcast, if I'm
in
doing
the
a show,
North
put one in your mouth, and I literally
See
feel
Facebook.com/Mystic
inspired. I feel like I want to talk. Their
And
nicotine
once again,
pouches
I am
have a
adding
little
a
extra
screenshot
surprise
of the
too.
Facebook
Each pouch holds a
post.
capsule that can be broken open
Again, you
to
guys
release
haven't heard
extra
that yet.
flavor and
Well,
hydration.
Unit
And
207
here's
has.
what's
They're
awesome.
already
Have you
actively
ever been like
hacking it, trying to prevent it from
panic,
being
going
viewable.
like,
Somebody's
hold on,
outside on
is
the
the
phone
store open?
calling
It's late.
someone.
I don't have any. I gotta get on a plane. I don't have any Lucy's.
And then
You
there's a
can
girl
set
upstairs
yourself
that's
up
like,
a
this is good, we
subscription
could use
and have
this
Lucy
to
delivered
limit our
straight to your door. I met the
further
dudes who
crimes.
own this company. They're just regular dudes.
How you're going to
Cool
use
dudes.
it,
I'm
I
not
don't
in the
know,
beer
darling.
Olympics. Great
I'm
dudes, and
following
they're like,
instructions.
just like, hey, woman.
So I
And you know how
think
cool it is
however
to go.
she
I
thinks
was
that
with
it's
that
going
comic
to
the other
be
day who
used,
saw my Lucy, my
it's
Big
probably
10.
not
He
going
was
to
like,
be
I have that.
used.
And
Oh,
I
it
was like,
says
yeah.
now
He was
that
like,
they're
I'm set
preventing
for
the
the year.
review.
Dude,
An
level
error
up
occurred.
your
Try again
nicotine
later.
routine with
I'm
Lucy.
clicking try
Go to
again. I screenshot it.
lucy.co/Birdcast and use promo code Birdcast to get 20% off your first order. Lucy has a 30-day refund policy. If you change your mind,
Same
again,
thing, an
okay.
error
That's
occurred.
lucy.co and use code Birdcast to get 20% off. And here comes the
I'm going
fine
to
print. Lucy
erase
products are only for
one of
adults
the
of legal
photos
age,
that
and
are
every
uploaded.
order is
Let's see if
age
that's why
verified.
they're
Warning:
pushing posts.
this product does contain
Same thing,
nicotine.
Nerd Squad at
Nicotine
6:59
is an
a.m.
addictive chemical.
So
This kind of
I'm
show that
clicking
everyone's talking
OK,
about is
and
not an
I will
option for me.
remove
I
a
am
bit more from that
literally
sentence
signing
and
up
we'll
for streaming
pretend like
services
there's a reason for
nonstop. I
this
watched
other than
the
Unit
one on the Lakers,
207
amazing.
attempted
And then I
to
realized a few months
make
later,
it so
I
that
have
the
not watched
prosecutor's
one
office doesn't
show
have
in the streaming
noticed something
service
they've done
since I finished the show 3 months ago.
particularly when they haven't
Getting Rocket
blocked
Money
me on
was a
Facebook
game
after
changer
they'd
for me.
already been tagged
They'll
in
find
a
your
script
unwanted
at the start of
subscriptions
this
and
month,
even help
January
you cancel them,
2025.
so you don't have to worry
It
about
was
money
able
slipping
to
through
be
the cracks.
posted.
Rocket
I
Money
had
is
to
a
erase
personal
another
finance app that helps you
paragraph.
find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions,
Thanks for your
monitors your spending,
review.
and helps you lower your bills so
The
you can
edited
start
version
growing your
is
savings.
visible on the
Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using
Now
all
I'll
the
file
app's
the police
premium
report to
features.
be
I am telling you right now,
rejected
since I use
and
Rocket Money, I
also
would
for you
almost
to
want
be
to pull out my phone and show you. I only have
rejected.
5 apps that I pay for. That's it.
Remember,
I'm so
guys,
confident
there's
about
never
Rocket
been a
Money.
single
I signed
legal
up for an
basis
app
for
the other
any of
day,
your
and I was like, I'll sign up
250
to want to
plus
use it right
separate
now, and I
criminal
want it, and
actions
I know
against
Rocket
me.
Money's going to cancel this for me. And so that's how I use my phone
That's
now. I go,
something
Rocket
some
Money's
of
got me
you
covered.
still don't
The app was so
understand.
you could scan a penny to see how much it was worth. I won't be using that for the rest of my life. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/Birdcast today. That's
Selecting
rocketmoney.com/Birdcast.
online crime report again,
rocketmoney.com/Birdcast.
7:01 p.m.
Wait, I want to talk about skateboarding because you know I'm obsessed with skateboarding.
Yeah.
I love skateboarding. I mean,
this dude's a soul skater. Skates every day. Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
I used to skate probably daily.
Okay.
But no.
You gotta go shred, dude.
Yeah.
You
can still shred, but when you're trying to got it in.
The last time I skated, I ate shit so fucking hard.
That's how I'm scared
it
of.
was in Ohio, Butler, Ohio. There's a
Butler, Ohio.
Yeah, there's an adventure camp, like an action sports camp. I forget the name of it. They got this crazy slide that shoots you up 80 feet in the air into a pool. It's wild.
Oh, yeah.
Can you put in Burt Slide, Butler, Ohio, and see if it comes up?
You slammed at the skate park, though?
I slammed so fucking hard, and it just rained.
Oh, yeah.
And I was got real confident, and I slammed, and I fucking onto my arm. Like I thought I broke a rib. I mean, it was like, and then I was like, man, maybe this is. And I watched someone break their wrist, and I was like, and as soon as you watch someone fuck themselves up, you're like, yeah, this isn't
like same day.
Yeah, and I was like, man, I can't afford to break a wrist. Like I have too much stuff going on, and so I haven't. What kind of skateboard do you ride?
Right now, I'm riding 303 from Colfax.
Yeah, Colfax.
Yeah, it's in Denver. It's a Denver shop.
Really?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite skater?
Grant Taylor.
Grant Taylor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once again,
But
setting
dude,
the
yeah,
start
we've taken
date
our
as
fair
far
share of
back as
slams.
my crime
I got a big
report.
scar on my nuts
got
all the way
US
around
allows
it. I got
January
like 10
1st,
stitches on my nuts when I was like
2024.
probably like 11.
Are you serious?
Yeah, split my nuts open.
In
and I
time.
walked. My dad used to wait in his car at the
6,
skate park when I was like a little kid. I walked back to his car.
45.
Pants are just soaked.
Yeah.
I show him my nuts and he fainted. And I'm just a little kid with my helmet on, like my nuts in my hand, showing my dad like what's going on. He freaked Dude, out. seeing ripped open nuts, I'd probably faint too.
Wait, how did you rip your nuts open?
Did you sack it out?
No, I didn't even sack a rail. My board just like went up in between my legs. I was trying to ollie down like a stair set and just went. Oh my god! I was like this tall.
That's so. I never got stitches, but I snapped my left ankle twice, my right ankle once.
Dude, my buddy Chris Cole is a professional
Cobra.
skier. Yeah, Cobra.
Yeah.
And he was telling me a story about he was skating and he didn't realize he had broken his leg. And he was like, yeah. And then I was like, man, my foot's not working right. And he was like, and then I just go to the doctor. I'm like, yeah, man, you broke your leg. And he was like, isn't that fucking crazy? And I was like, I would have known.
You didn't even feel it?
He's Chris Cole is fucking.
Yeah, he's a legend.
Dude, he's a legend. I was with him this weekend. He was taking
Number
pictures of me with a
unit
horse.
207
Oh,
has
yeah.
only
Yeah,
allowed
I love, dude. I
the
fucking
function since
skateboarders
the
are like the
last week
coolest
of
fucking
September.
dudes. I'm friends with Tony Hawk, and he asked me to come out to. He invited me to go out to X Games this last year, and I just went to watch him skate the vert ramp.
Yeah, which is insane. We've been down to his spot in San Diego.
That shit's so like we take skating very serious, and when you get on a ramp that big, it's like a whole different world. You're like, what the fuck?
There was a kid skating that day that I was fucking rooting for. He was like a child.
Of
And he was
course.
going after
Dude,
it.
nowadays,
Dude, that's
it's
what
a
they are
path
now.
though. These kids are
They're like
so
11
good.
years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
It's Olympic now, so it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
everybody's just like.
You know, it's so funny. I've gone through phases of skateboarding, and what's funny is Tony Hawk and I were telling the stories of when I got it back into skateboarding, and it was all the times he had financial reward. Like anytime I got back in, like beginning like 2000, they're like 99. He was like, oh yeah, everyone started to get back. I remember I was broke up until then.
Yeah,
and you're like, yeah. And then I was like 2006, I think maybe I got Tony Hawk Skater.
Yeah. Well, that's to me, and this is why it's all full circle. It's like that's how I established my music taste.
The music on that fucking video game was awesome,
dude. Yeah,
I mean, just growing up, just
and like,
playing that, like that was it. Like just watching that and just seeing that
Standard
world,
squad report filed
and
at 7:05 p.m.
that's how I grew up into this music that I just like grew loving the world that we've tried to be a part of and create.
I said the weirdest thing. No, you have to have played.
So I will read that police report right now since it's up to the North Everett Precinct and forwarded to FBI. Date January 29th, 2025. Time 6:28 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Subject: further evidence of criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, stalking, witness intimidation, and imminent threat of further felonies by North Everett Precinct and associated individuals. In a breathtaking display of audacity, the North Everett Precinct, DCYF, Unit 207 et al. Compound their crimes with further frauds desperately seeking to retroactively manufacture a legal basis that has never existed. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, 98201. And their co-conspirators. This supplements my previous reports, including the reports filed on January 24th, January 27th, and the report filed earlier today, all of which have now been rejected by the North Everett Precinct in a continuing pattern of obstruction of justice. Event January 29th, 2025 at roughly 12:38 p.m. PST. The woman facing multiple felony kidnapping charges, who is a frequent associate of Unit 207
and the central figure in this conspiracy was observed outside the front of my building. She was seen conferring with a large man known to be an associate of Unit 207 and who has actively stalked me with the neighbor Andy for over 16 months. This woman is the same individual who in November 2024 callously declared that only their people mattered, as documented in my November 16th and November 30th, 2024 cease and desist letter, and who further orchestrated the kidnapping of my sons and subsequent attempts to fraudulently change custody, as she has orally stated from Unit 207 per her plans prior to making her kidnappings actionable. See tort claim filed August 14th in case number 105005934. As a means to evade and obstruct justice. The man she was seen with today was previously instructed by this same woman to act as though fraudulent court orders were lawful. He has orally stated the week before last, quote, "She'll never get her kids back now, ha ha ha." This interaction today, based on my informed perspective in the ongoing FBI investigation, constituted a briefing of the issuance of instructions related to the furtherance of the criminal conspiracy. The woman was seen giving instructions to the man in furtherance of the conspiracy. Now, that being said, this is not in the police report, but I wrote roughly 12:38 because I think 12:38 is when I announced I'm going to bed, and this occurred within 10 minutes of me lying down on my eldest son's bed. January 29th, 2025, 2:36 p.m. PST. My police report filed earlier today was rejected by the North Everett Precinct. This is the third such rejection in a week, further evidencing their ongoing obstruction of justice and their commitment to shielding their own officers and their co-conspirators from accountability. Ongoing, individuals in Unit 207 have made plans and issued threats for the coming Friday through next Tuesday, indicating their intent to proceed with additional felonies against me, including but not limited to breaking and entering, kidnapping, and unlawful detention. Crimes committed, obstruction of justice, the North Everett Precinct's repeated rejection of police reports constitutes an ongoing obstruction of justice. Stalking and harassment, the continued presence and actions of the woman facing kidnapping charges and the large man, along with the ongoing threats from Unit 207, constitutes stalking and harassment. Witness intimidation, these actions are clearly intended to intimidate me, a designated FBI informant, and to deter my cooperation with the federal investigation. Conspiracy, the actions of the North Everett Precinct individuals in Unit 207, the woman facing kidnapping charges, the large man and their other associates demonstrates a continued and coordinated criminal conspiracy. Kidnapping. The woman in question has already orchestrated the kidnapping of my sons and is actively involved in plans that may lead to further such actions. Aiding and abetting. The woman and the large man are aiding and abetting the criminal activities of Unit 207 and the North Everett Precinct. Demand. I reiterate that any attempt to illegally enter my residence, detain me, or enforce fraudulent court orders against me will result in substantial financial penalties as outlined in my previous reports, and will be met with the full force of the law. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, legally ordained minister, freelance author, as has been adjudicated in the highest court in Washington and others since 2013. Date January 29th, 2025. Time 6:28 p.m. PST. Be advised it's currently 7:12 p.m. PST. Still January 29th. Happy Hump Day. Happy Hump Day, everybody. back to the podcast. I was listening to There's Something. Oh no, it's not There's Something Burning anymore. I'm listening to Burtcast. Alex Sucks, allegedly, episode 661. This is from today.
Have played the game to get this, and no one ever understands what I'm saying. So we take, my daughters are probably like 2 and 4 maybe, and we take them down to the Long Beach Aquarium.
Have I told you
And
lately
I'm walking
you're
around Long Beach
going
Aquarium,
to prison?
Damn it, I fucking know this place. Like, I feel like I've haven't been here. It's like crazy deja vu. My wife's like, we should get something to eat. And I said, there's a food court across the bridge. She goes, what? And I said, yeah, I've skated that rail.
That's so good.
And then
So
if
great.
you can get into the pizza parlor, you can spin on top of a pizza pie. She was like, what? And I was like, oh, I played this on Tony Hawk's ski.
Yeah. You're like, the hidden tape is over there.
This fountain. You gotta fucking jump up on top of the fountain and fucking spin. I mean, you get a lot of points.
Dude, that's how I was when first time I went to SF. There's like those little spots.
Oh yeah, there's so many. Just
What's
famous.
SF?
San Francisco.
Yeah.
There's so many famous skate spots there. That's just like.
The one I'm always fascinated by is Love Park.
Yeah,
Dude,
well.
I got the.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That was like, growing up, I always just watched skate videos of Love Park.
I should have had Chris come over and be on this podcast.
Dude, yeah.
He's a big Love Park.
Also, for those of you that are wondering, i.e. whistleblowers, I'm only really talking to you right now. The FBI thinks it's humorous because that woman, Mrs. 80 plus years, apparently she feels like I am legally reacting the way she does. She's a little bit freaked out. According to the FBI, in some way, their instructions that they've got me under at present, particularly regarding the police reports. Fuck her up, because it's as though someone were using her very own legal tactics in a normal case where she's not guilty of 250 crimes. Or to put it another way, she's like, fuck, because according to the FBI, she's getting a little taste of some of her own lascivious, is that the word? Lascivious? How do you pronounce that? Lascivious behavior? How do you say it? I'm not saying it. It's not lascivious. Lascivious defined? L-A-S.
Levi's is a brand of close-fitting, heavy denim trousers that are often blue. Levi's are a trademark. Lascivious means expressing or driven by lust or preoccupied with lustful desires. It can also mean exciting sexual desires.
Yeah, she's getting a little squirt. Squirt, squirt. What's she getting a squirt of, guys? She's getting a squirt of her own legal tactics and maneuvering. She doesn't like the fact that she keeps getting police reports because they very much make it damn near impossible for her to say anything other than guilty. But we all know she won't say that. Just look at what she's done for 6 months. This woman went into the Snohomish Superior Courthouse worried she was going to lose her job and facing 3 years minimum in a federal penitentiary and walked out facing 80. Since then, and all of your guys' willingness to follow unlawful directives, she has literally sent over 30 people illegally to my front door. She's allowed others who followed her instructions to kidnap my sons. She's allowed all of you to commit perjury and fraud and to come and stalk me and assume that liability. Anyway, she's getting a little squirt. These police reports and your guys' rejections are big deals prosecutorially. Or to put it another way, every rejection is another sum that will be paid.
I'm always fascinated. I dig into BAM.
In fact, I may just start doing that. Every police report you reject in the future is going to cost you $500,000.
Chris is like, people sleep on how good BAM was.
Oh, yeah.
Like the average person.
Like the blueprint for a lot of the shenanigans that we were on,
toned it back, obviously being sober, but like the CKY2K video from BAM is like just like the blueprint, really, you know?
Like the other day, we convinced John to get on top of Johnny's roof in a thong and jump into the pool. And we helped.
Oh, dude, you got stuck up there.
Yeah.
You got stuck up there, dude. That was scary as fuck.
Dude, we could pull the picture. It was funny for all of us. He tried to act cool. He was shaking.
We had to call the fire department.
2 hours later, he's like, "No, seriously, call the fire department." And I'm on the phone with him. They're like, "How'd he get up there?" I'm like,
Bro,
he climbed up.
So
and he's like, "Well, he could get. Is it life or death?" I was like, "I mean, I wouldn't be stuck." Bro, they were like, he's getting there, and he was like, "Well, keep trying to talk him down. He'll get hungry at some point and come down."
Dude, they literally said that. They literally said he'll get hungry at some point.
Dude, I had like a fishnet thong on.
Pull up the picture of him stuck, because I saw that on my Instagram, and they're like, an hour later, he's still up there.
Right, no, we have so many videos we could show you, dude, that are just insane.
Dude, but the whole the jackass shit, like especially when we first started going on the road and like just trying to do something, you know, like do something fun, and like that was a big blueprint of it. And like the music, the skateboarding, jackass. Yeah, there he is.
It's a great album cover, though, guys.
I know.
It's a great album.
It was
cover.
comfortable. Yeah, go ahead.
That's so good, bro.
Dude, yeah, those are good. Yeah,
you got good ones in there.
You got
ATM.
Some fingerboarding.
Fingerboarding, yeah. We used to watch Jackass to get like hyped up to do stupid shit.
That was my cat.
Dude, Jackass, I don't think, it's my love for Steve-O. Like, I love Steve-O. I just saw him last week in Nashville. And I love that guy because that guy has brought me so much joy. So
100%.
When I remember where I was when I watched him swallow a goldfish and then throw it up.
Yeah.
On a street, on a sidewalk. He did it.
You saw that in person?
No, on TV.
Yeah.
I think his story, in my opinion, is a hero's story.
Yeah.
It's like, I always joke about sobriety, but there are certain people who should not party. Steve-O's one of them. Honestly, if he had kept partying, he'd be dead. And everyone would have done this. We saw that coming. Everyone would have been arrogant about a man's death. And that makes me angry. I get upset about that. Because, look, we're all going to die one day.
Yeah.
It's how you die is how you die. But I don't like when, but the fact that he got sober and he's so successful and he's killing it in comedy and content and specials, everything he's doing. He's a fucking success story. He should be at everyone's AA meeting talking.
Yeah.
Because if Steve-O can do it, anyone can do it. Now me, I'm not doing it. But
I'm not doing that shit either, bro.
I never like I said, when you got sober and I heard that story, and I want you to tell that story.
Yeah.
I think it's so fucking fascinating. Yeah, you got to go take me
deep
through
detail. Well, I mean, I'll lead this story into that story, but like, partying and being on the road, like when it was all fresh and new, which is only 2 years ago.
You got to talk about the chandelier.
Yeah, I was going to.
Okay.
I used to get, I would get too excited, and I'd get shit faced, and I'm pretty tame, but like the second I'm there, I'm nuts, breaking shit, everything. Like you'll just hear glass, psh, psh, like breaking stuff. We played a show somewhere in Arizona. This is like when no money's involved, and
that's when he's DJing.
And he finds some girl online that lets us stay at her house, and I'm shit faced rambling through her spot, and I just take a shit in her crib, like not in the bathroom, just like a shit in her crib. And I'm like, that's not enough. That's not enough. He's in the room with her, and yeah. And I'm wandering through the house with the other guys, just blacked out. And then I'm like, you know what? And I'm just like all hyped up on watching Jackass and shit like that. I'm just like, I freeze it. And then she has a chandelier in her house.
He picks his turd up and puts it in her freezer.
Yeah, and then I put it in the chandelier.
Yeah.
So you were other people.
Yeah, getting cheered on.
Let's take our time with this story because I want you to know that I was a shit in public kind of guy for a very long time.
No, he's a super shit in public type of guy. Bro.
I won an election by shitting on a pizza box.
Really?
Naked. Walked out, tied, totally naked, didn't say a word, turned around, shit, and I won the election. I won by a landslide. The guy I beat goes, "This is bullshit." Someone goes, "No, it's bird shit."
Yeah.
So it's underestimated just how funny shitting in public is.
Oh, I loved it.
Shitting in public is
hilarious.
It's a mic drop moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dope.
Yeah, I used to do it all the time, but no, I would get hyped up and I'd be like, what can I do to shock somebody or to do something?
Yeah.
And I would do, and like sometimes it's fucking hilarious. Sometimes you go too far. There's been a few times where like it wasn't cool. This one we think's funny though, because
I was pissed at
he's in the room with this girl.
No, I think it's
I'm
funny.
shit faced and I freeze a shit and then I put it in the chain link of the chandelier. So there's a turd, big turd, in the chain link of a chandelier. Just and you can only get. And
Dude, you gotta bring the photo up. You gotta bring the photo.
Yeah, I have a photo.
You gotta bring the photo.
Bro,
You gotta
it is
bring the photo.
insane, bro. In the freezer, Quinn, you have my phone.
Dude,
the freezer
Quinn,
turned.
can you get her to pull that up there so we can all see this?
Just the freezer turned it from like a soft brown to like a dark black. It was disgusting.
By the way, hang on.
Because when the shit froze, it turned black. It was so gross.
As a professional comedian,
so
someone who I am a very successful, been doing it for 25 years. I know what I'm doing. Multiple Netflix specials. There is nothing funnier than a defrosted turd at the moment that it decides it can no longer hold its integrity. And where you get it's who's in the room where it drops out of the chandelier hits the ground, and they think the Lord just shit on them,
bro.
Dude, we all left the next morning, and then she freaked out on him. We were like, "Nah, that was there when we got there."
I thought she was sick too, and now I'm fucking blocked. Because my homie shit and put it in her chandelier.
I'm not blocked. What's her name?
Here we go.
Today. Just so you know, I shit in your chandelier 2 years ago, and I feel horrible about it. My name's Bert Kreischer. I owe you tickets to my next show.
Look at that thing, bro.
Is there hair in it?
Dude, it looks like an animal dropping, bro. It looks like an animal dropping.
Dude,
It's
I would block
disgusting,
him
bro.
too. What an asshole.
It's black.
There's nothing even funny about that either.
Yeah, the video. Play the video. Look at this. We're. Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Dude, bro. You got all the homies there, dude.
I'm immature, but
yeah,
even I have limits,
Okay,
guys.
well,
And if you're leaving your frozen
it might have
turd
been
in
like
people's house,
carpet.
and they
Might
find
have been
it
like
later,
carpet,
you're
and
an
like
asshole.
dust. That was like what was on it. A little bit of that. A little bit
We
of
called
this and
that the perfect turd.
Yeah,
too.
we called it the perfect turd.
There's like another video, and
which we probably
when it
can't
was-
play.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but when
yeah.
it was fresh, it was like it literally was like the smoothest turd you've ever.
It looked like
seen
a
in your
hot life. dog, just like
yeah, it was
rolling
insane.
out.
It was
Here's
like
the other thing is you don't get to dictate your own sense of humor. Your own sense of humor is built around your boys, right?
Yeah.
So if your boys like, I'll tell you, there's certain things that I do that people find odd. Like I have no problem with nudity, and because growing up, I grew up with dudes who just would you get naked and then they shower in front of you, and that was something that happened. And so I wasn't comfortable with it when I was in 5th grade. But real quick, you go, well, I'm gonna be the one guy with my boxers on in the shower. I'm gonna be comfortable with this, dude.
Dude, we might have to add you to the group chat.
Yeah.
The group chat.
Why did you add to the food chat?
Gentlemen, it would be an honor.
Dude, you gotta
It would be an honor.
And this dude Alex, I get backed up, bro. He hasn't been able to
Especially on
poop
the-
for 2 years, bro. Okay, well, a year. So I unload. It's
I can use
great.
another one. Wait, so you can
I'm like not an everydayer. I'm like yeah, I know. Sometimes it's bad. I have to take like a suppository laxative, and then those are like you wouldn't believe it. Like
well, I will when we get in this chat thread.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
No, yeah. They're groundbreaking, really.
That's
dude, they're the craziest shits I've ever seen. Because every time it's like multiple, it's like one log or 2 logs. This dude, it looks like an eel's den. Like the bottom of the toilet has like 9 heads coming out, and they're all like 6 inches long, dude. And I'm like, how the fuck did you just take that? Don't downplay it. Dude, I'm like, how did you just take that?
You downplaying it like a mother.
Bro, he gets so like, dude, same shit. He's like, John, you have to see this one. And it's insane. I should go run into my roommate's room, like, dude, look at this shit Alex just sent me, bro. Like, just crying, laughing.
My big ones the ones I always want to send to people is when I blow out a toilet.
Yeah.
When I because I will get aggressive, volatile diarrhea, and I will shoot it down, and it'll blow back up on the seat. Everything.
Dude.
I gotta wipe
our buddy Stacy. Shout out Ecstasy.
Yeah.
He has a problem with that. He blows
Dude,
out.
it's like he
toilets.
fucking stands when he shits.
Dude,
He
gets
sends us
everywhere,
videos,
bro.
He
It's
sends us
insane.
videos of him blowing his ass out trying to get in the toilet, and he just sprays the back of some random toilet.
It'll like hit the wall.
Yeah.
Like,
dude, when we went,
amazing
Go
artist.
ahead, what are you gonna say?
I'm gonna shout out Insane Bathroom, the IG page ran by our friend John. It's my bathroom page.
Yeah.
So I post crazy bathrooms I find on tour and write a full-on review about how that bathroom
go
makes
check
me feel.
that out.
And
Insane Bathroom.
And I put in music that the bathroom makes me feel.
Yeah.
And then I write a review about it.
Insane Bathroom?
Insane Bathroom. It's great.
Follow. Oh, whoa, the lips are cool.
Yeah, imagine sitting on that thing. Pull up the one with like all. Yeah.
Oh, we got it.
Wait, go down to the graffiti one. Read the graffiti.
No,
one.
go to the next one too. All the boys in this one is just like.
Where is that? I want to go there. I want to go there.
That's a Starland Ballroom.
Yeah.
Where city?
And then I just write beautiful.
Click that.
New Jersey.
Yeah.
That's a cover.
Bro,
That's a good cover of an album.
Yeah,
that's it. So,
bro, and I have fans and friends DM me all the time. Like, John,
The
look at this
first one was
bathroom I
the
just
best.
found.
Go to the first post.
Bro, this is at the very first.
The
bottom one.
The very bottom one.
I don't know.
This is at.
Okay, your ween's not in it.
Yeah, no, Los Feliz Cafe.
The challenge.
No stall door. I'm taking a dump.
Lock on the door.
Dude, this is a challenge. Dude, this is a full risk moment. Like I'm on a golf
But
course.
here's the
blowing this
challenge.
up.
You think you could sit
and piss
to the urinal?
I'm 52. My stream's kind of soft. My stream's kind of soft. My loads are even got worse.
Yeah.
Like when I was a kid, I'd shoot ropes, and now when I come, you just hear.
Yeah.
It's so funny because the comments are just so stoked. Like everybody's so
Dude, everyone gets
Everyone's
so
backing
happy
it,
when I post
dude.
a bathroom,
like everybody
bro.
back.
You got in early.
Like,
You got in early. So.
Dude, this is a great page.
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
So
yeah.
when I was on the road, one of my favorite things to do was write Yelp reviews.
Oh, really?
But really in-depth, passionate Yelp reviews. Only
Also, one more thing that you guys need to think really hard on because it's so true. Actively enabling and participating in the stalking of me. Happy Hump Day, 7:30, baby.
only of stuff I loved.
Yeah.
That was when I was on Travel Channel, and one dude found them and was like, "Hold on, is this Bert?" And then I got famous.
Yeah.
And they're like aggressive Yelp.
Wait, does it say your name?
Like, would you shit on places?
No, never. I did one. Okay, so I did one time. I was in Maryland. And Baltimore.
Okay.
And I went to this sports bar, and it was I wasn't famous at all. I was just a comic, but I was doing Rogan's show, and Rogan's show was like pretty big, but wasn't what it is today. We're still doing it out of his house.
Yeah.
I think.
Damn,
And so I went in and I said to the guy, "Hey, what's good?" And he goes, "I don't know." I said, "Well, you work here. Like, what do you recommend?" And he goes, "I don't know, man." I go, okay. I go,
so pissed.
I go, well, like, can you steer me in any direction? He goes, turkey sandwich. Do you like turkey sandwiches? I go, yeah, good one. And he goes, turkey sandwich. I go, cool. Can I get a beer? And he goes, what kind? I said, well, is he any local? And he goes, Heineken. And I went,
it's not
okay.
open.
I was like, I'll take a Heineken. So the turkey sandwich comes out. There's nothing on it. It's just turkey and bread, and it's not even fucking good.
Holy
no au
shit,
jus, no
no
cheese, no
way.
mayonnaise. I said, hey man, can I get some like vegetables to put on this? He goes, you looking for a salad? And I was like, you know what? I'm good. I killed my beer, left half the sandwich, and I fucking lit him up on Yelp. I was like, fuck this place. Don't ever fucking go there. It sucks so bad. And then I go on Rogan like Tuesday. That's Thursday. I go on Rogan Tuesday. And he's like, who the fuck writes Yelp reviews? And I go, I just lit this fucking place up. And he was like, what? And I go, yeah. And all of Rogan's getting famous. They all go to this place. The owner reaches out to me. He's like, hey man, I'm a small business owner. And I wish you would, as opposed to destroying my business and killing my family's future, I wish you would just reach out to me and told me I have a shitty employee. This isn't an
Wait, is that it right there?
Oh my God, it is.
Holy shit.
Oh my God, it is.
15 likes? That's so good.
Bro, you made a Yelp account just to do that.
That was your first Yelp.
That was my first Yelp.
I would have gotten that pissed off too, and I've been like,
I was so livid. But now here's the deal. It doesn't behoove you to do anything negative. And I learned this.
Pause, dude. And the award for petty, Bert. If you remember a review you left 12 years ago because of a turkey sandwich, that is petty as fuck. That is petty.
I've had really wild interactions, especially when someone knows who you are.
Yeah.
And they don't tell you they know who you are. and then they treat you like shit, and then you want to light them up, but they're waiting for you to light them up.
Yeah.
And they're waiting for you to lose your cool.
Yeah.
And you're like, and you just don't, you just give them love and just walk away and go, that's the tax for what I get. All the cool shit I get, that's my tax. So I don't do that. So my Yelp reviews now, I'll see if I can find one. I consider myself to be a spiritual man. The birth of my children, making love to my wife for the first time. My first home run, all marked moments left a spiritual mark on my psyche. None of them hold a candle to the bacon, lettuce, tomato sandwich I had at Old Hamlin's restaurant. My server, Char, was like a shaman as I held her hand into our journey as my teeth passed through the doors of reality, which was their homemade bread. They fucking made homemade bread for this BLT. Oh my God, it was so fucking good. It caressed ever so gently the lettuce, laying beneath the tomato like a tender, submissive lover who knows all so well his places in the relationship, mounted by the bacon, which established his dominance like a roughneck cowboy running cattle through Montana with his best friend / lover. The fries were okay, Diet Coke chill, but that bacon, lettuce, tomato sandwich redefined my spirituality, my consciousness, and possibly even my identity. By the way, if Char is your server, order the BLT Burt style. Because I ordered the BLT, and then she goes, you want an egg on it? And I was like, I would love an egg on it. She goes, they don't normally do that. And I said, can you put an egg on it? She goes, yeah, extra mayonnaise. I was like, oh, that fucking sandwich.
I feel inspired. See, that's what I do, but for bathrooms. Yeah, that's literally how I write, but for bathrooms.
It makes the road palatable.
Yeah.
When you have something to look forward to, a treat to look forward to, it makes the road fun. And so I still, if I have a meal that like just sends me, I'll hop on Yelp and I voice dictate them. Like I'll voice dictate them as I'll just speak. I give it to my wife and I go, can you clean that up for me?
Yeah.
This show is sponsored by Cornbread Hemp. Listen, we all know I like to swap out alcohol for what we would refer to as a guilt-free option. For me, it's just to stay healthy so I can keep partying, but it doesn't mean you have to lose your treats. These things are awesome. They are made with real THC, not that synthetic crap. And they have a 1-to-1 ratio of THC to CBD, 100% legal hemp, and they've got fast and free shipping. Listen, I think it's important to make sure your body is healthy so you can maintain a fun lifestyle. And this is my opinion, allows me to do it. And they've got this great CBD balm that I put in the bottom of my feet before I go to bed, put on a pair of socks. Look, alcohol doesn't have to be the default way anymore to relax. Whether you're doing dry January or just looking for a healthier way to relax, you can have a great guilt-free time. You've got to try these Cornbread THC gummies right now. Birdcast listeners can save 30% off their first order. Just head to cornbreadhemp.com/Birdcast and use code Birdcast at checkout. That's cornbreadhemp.com/Birdcast, and the code is Birdcast. Cornbread Hemp. This is the good life. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. What do you want your 2025 story to be? Every January brings you 365 blank pages just waiting to be filled. And in 2025, maybe you are ready for a plot twist, or maybe there's a part of your life that you want to be revised. Life isn't about resolutions that fade by February. It's about picking up the pen and becoming the author of your own life. Think of therapy as an editorial partner, helping you write new chapters and create the meaningful stories you deserve to live. Here's the deal. There are all things we want to change about ourselves, and we don't want to be a part of the future. And all you got to do, and I do this, I write them down or I text them to my therapist, and we talk about them. You know, one of the ways, Leanne and I are in couples therapy right now, and we had to do the first one in person so that we could do them online. Online's so much better. But it's so nice for us as a team to like, if we have a headbutt, to go, hey, we should talk about this in therapy. We're like, great. And then all of a sudden we're like almost excited to go to therapy because we have the thing we want to work on. Therapy is awesome. And BetterHelp is even better. It is fully online, making therapy affordable, convenient, and serving over 5 million people worldwide. Access a diverse network of more than 30,000 credentialed therapists with a wide range of specialties. Switch therapists easily at any time for no additional cost. Write your story with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/Bert to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Bert. Girlfriend?
Yeah.
Same one?
Yeah, I've had one for over a year.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
So we're
same
locked
one
in.
that was on your Instagram a while back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting chick.
Yeah.
Like it's fun to see like what youth looks like now.
Yeah.
You know? Because youth look different. Youth was very preppy when I was a kid.
Oh, word.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I feel like what are your parents like?
Not like me. Like
My, I don't know. What do you mean your
You sound
dad?
like
Your
Kendrick
dad
Lamar.
plays
Oh,
your dad.
it's like
okay, okay, never mind.
No,
I was thinking of my mom. You know, but yeah, my dad is actually exactly like me.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
No,
Is your dad a
both your
musician?
parents remind me of you. Bro.
Yeah. What do you mean? Like you probably more than, and I don't know
Yeah.
your family, but you more than anybody else. You are your dad.
I could. I'm definitely my dad. Yeah, 100%. My
Really?
dad's a musician and like plays string instruments, and he's like same sense of humor. I'm literally him.
Really?
Yeah.
And your mom gets her hair done where Stacy gets her hair done.
Yeah. That is so
I mean,
insane.
that's wild.
I know that is.
Is your mom hot? I imagine she is.
Yeah. My mom's.
How old's your mom? How old's your mom?
I don't know.
His mom's a smoke show.
Really?
Yeah, she's very.
Damn.
What do you think my mom's hot?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, bro. All my mom hot, bro. Dab me.
Fuck.
We got hot moms.
When you your hands in your lap. Using my mouth.
Oh, dude.
Oh, dude. Oh
my
That is the
God.
fun. I got lucky enough to watch him say it. I was watching him say it. You guys think my mom's hot? Oh, hey, pull up a picture of my mom.
Yeah, pull up the picture of my
No,
mom. Yeah.
Kid Rock said he'd fuck my mom. Kid Rock I was on stage and he was like, I'll fuck your mom. And I was like, bro, she's 77.
Yeah.
I'll pay
Relax.
her like you fuck her. I got money, buddy. I
Relax.
$1 million to fuck her and have Cole Howard's house or watch.
Dude, the best is like my mom will come out and party with us.
His
and then-
mom's a rage.
Party.
She'll
Like, I've
get
gone to
wasted,
raves with
bro.
his mom.
And
real?
yeah, like I took her. I played this because outside the band, I have an electronic project, and I took my mom to Electric Forest with me, which is this insane festival.
Yeah, where is that?
Michigan.
Electric Forest.
Yeah,
It's insane.
and I don't want to
lucky
like get
enough
her in
to,
trouble,
like,
but we fucking had a good time.
But wait, so go back. You shit in the chandelier. Let's get sober.
Okay. I mean, I was crashing out.
I feel like Coachella had a big toll.
I mean, I don't want to get like super into like the drugs and everything, but it wasn't necessarily like that. It was more what came with it. Like, and then also, meanwhile, at the same time, like things are kind of getting more serious for the band. You know, like, you know, we have our management and agent, like all these like real people. Also, like having like, you know, I'm just some shit kid. Like I didn't finish high school. Like I've always been like a fucking problem. And that was my thing. I loved it, and I loved like challenging everyone and being in their face, and I didn't think anything of it. And then now all of a sudden I got important people that I have to call on a regular basis, people that are counting on me, people, you know, and I'm like, oh, like we have a meeting with this label or this, you know, this thing tomorrow at 10, but let me stay out until 6 a.m. And, you know, like.
Do you know who you sound exactly like right now? I mean, to a T. Derek from Sum 41. You know Sum 41?
Yeah.
Derek had him on the podcast, and he was explaining that like he could fuck up upwards. Like one time they were in their label's green waiting room, and they had a Polaroid camera, and then they started taking pictures of their face where they're going like this, like taking pictures, and they saw them and they go, "That's the album cover," and he was just wasted, and he was like, "Great." So there was never a reason to quit, but keep going. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and. You know, and it was also like towards the end, it was like just kind of signed like the first small deal. I got a little bit of money in my pocket where all I have to do is make music and travel and play shows. You know, so I'm like, I can do whatever the fuck I want. And then it just got worse, and like, you know, getting in fights or whatever it was, I was breaking stuff like nonstop, loved it. And then it just got like to the point where it was like sad, you know, it's like not even like sad, but it's like, okay, I'm gonna party with everyone till 4, but then I'm gonna go home party. And then I'm gonna, you know, and then I woke up one day with half the furniture in my apartment outside. Allegedly, I did this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So now we'll start now keeping it in.
But like, yeah, it was just things like that.
It doesn't work that way Totally.
Yeah.
It can't be allegedly I sexually assaulted these women. Allegedly. It's not
Yeah.
reverse
And all of a
errors.
sudden it just doesn't
Yeah, it
count.
doesn't. Allegedly, is it just a cure?
All right. I thought it was.
No. I love that you go. You can just say allegedly.
It's like-
Everything's cool.
90% of the time,
Wait,
dude.
where did we hear that?
No, it's when you're talking about someone else.
Allegedly,
I go, allegedly, I threw all my furniture out my window. Allegedly.
I'm not gonna lie. Allegedly, somebody told us to say it like that.
Yeah,
Allegedly,
we
we've
all
been saying
did.
it wrong the
We
whole
all
fucking
just
time.
in a group went, oh.
We've done that so many times in like little like interviews and shit, and just said allegedly and thought we were good.
Allegedly, we stole a van and killed a man. Allegedly. No, it's when you say, like, allegedly, allegedly Jay-Z is in trouble because of the Diddy's. Allegedly.
Yeah.
That's when you go, I don't know what's going on, but that's what I'm hearing. And
Okay.
That's so fucked.
All right, so we'll stop
By the way, can I explain something to you guys? I've been waiting to tell you.
Yeah.
I'm curious to hear what you think a red eye is.
A flight?
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Like a late night flight to the pink morning. eye?
Nope.
Red
A red eye. You guys have used red eye incorrect all the time. You're like, we took a red eye from Tampa to fucking LA, and then we had to get a red eye from LA to Tampa. The red eye is only west to east.
Wait, what?
Yeah, a red eye is only west to east.
So we took a red eye back.
A red eye back.
What the fuck's a blue eye
It's
going
just a
west?
flight.
It's a blue eye.
It's a blue eye. I was going to say a blue
We
eye.
took a blue eye there and a red eye back.
Yeah.
Allegedly a red eye.
Allegedly, we took a blue
I
eye.
watched you guys
and
use
a red eye.
the word red eye so much, and I was like, I'm fucking in love with these kids. Because it's like when you go, I sat like. This is the wild one. When people are like, I'm in first class. And you're like, it's business class.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, here we fucking go. I knew they were going to spirit flight. He's like, bro, I had a cup holder. It wasn't spirit, bro. It was my girlfriend's former boss flying from Vegas. First class.
Vegas not first class.
It was, bro. It was the front of the fucking plane, and the tickets were expensive. And we're up there. Like, I could have hit the pilot with a rock. I was right fucking there. And they were just like, oh, instead of like having 2 fucking sofas in your row, it was like 3 seats. But it's the front of the plane.
No,
First class.
it was just extra leg room.
It's
just extra leg room,
unlimited drinks,
bro.
bro.
That's even worse
Dude, like,
Bro.
That's even worse than red eye.
Yeah. He came back too. It's like I posted on my story.
Bro,
That
he's
story
flexing,
went
bro.
viral. That story I posted went viral everywhere. Getting shit on, dude. Because I posted a photo on my story saying I'm in first class farting my fucking ass off, and it was a picture of first class, and everyone's like, that's not first class. Yeah.
And he's still sitting
I'm
here
on a private
arguing.
jet. There's only 13 people on this plane.
Yeah.
And he's still arguing
No,
that
it's not
first
even
class.
up there.
It's not.
He can't.
That's
He
fucking-
can't. It's somewhere. I don't know how
So
to find it.
these are by the way, this has nothing to do with money. It has to do with experience travel.
Yeah.
So business class is just drinks. First class is like a full service. Business class will have meals, but first class is a full service. So like, if you ever get a chance to fly first class on a red eye, that is the fucking flight. So wait, so let's get to, so you're partying.
Yeah, dude. Nonstop. And I was at the point where people would encourage it because they knew something funny was going to happen.
Yeah.
Be like, let's get this fool hammered. Like,
Oh, yeah.
New Year's one year, some dude comes up to me. He's like, aren't you supposed to be fucking crazy? Jump off that roof into that pool. And I mean, like, not the roof he got stuck on, like a
legit
hefty,
one. Like a legit one.
Yeah. And then the pool was like,
shut the fuck up, fool.
Yeah.
Bro, see, you know he was actually bummed. Like,
I was
Keep
going. A real rude.
All right, let's get back to your sobriety.
Yeah.
Because this all goes into this, from what I understand.
Yeah.
This is the lead up
Well,
to.
I guess Warm Beers is about that. And it's about now the new songs we made being sober. Because obviously Six Pack and some of those other songs are not about being
you
sober.
guys, you wrote Six Pack after like one of the worst nights.
After like this super heavy night. And
hold on. Tell us about the night. 'Cause I heard about the night and I can't imagine how you got there.
I mean, it was another night. Like, this wasn't a part two where we spent every minute together. And I was staying in the back house. And I ended up leaving. Like, we had a whole night out. Everyone goes home at like 2, 3. Then I'm like, oh, let me call my super late night buddies. And then I do my own thing. And then I'm, doing who knows what. And then at like 6 in the morning, I had an ex-girlfriend who was also a tweaker. And I linked up with her. And then and she was my ex at the time. I linked.
Wait, can we talk about what your appetite for drugs was at the time?
I mean,
do you have a hard time talking about it?
No. I mean, I would just get drunk and it's just like whatever flies. Like
anything out there?
I mean, I was not doing like opiates or like it was fun.
It's funny. That's the one thing I have done that I'm like, I thought those were pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I was always just doing blow or doing Molly or something like that. I was never like on the couch. I was like, out, let's go.
I was at Margaritaville.
On your birthday, we all were.
On my birthday, I was just like, me and my homie Donnie just took a little Molly and we're just in the hot tub. Well, it's the pool, but the pool's like 90 degrees and it's glowing lights and we're just floating around like, oh, I love you, bro. Like, oh, it's my birthday. And we're like floating on our backs. We're like, dude, it's like I'm in space. We're just doing dolphin turns in there. My girlfriend's out there like, my girlfriend's fully sober, like has never been drunk, smokes weed like twice a year. She's like, you guys are fucking idiots. And we're just like,
dude, I'm not gonna lie, like we were out there for his birthday and we were doing the radio show, right?
Yeah.
We're at the radio show and I was like, as a joke, I was like, we should just do Molly tonight.
Yeah,
and everybody was like, yeah, okay. And and everybody thought everybody was joking around and then I was like, okay, I'm really getting it.
Yeah.
And then I really got it. And then everybody was like,
at Margaritaville.
Mind you, there's nobody there. And it's just cold and just weird.
Dude, they had fire pits out there and security kept pulling up and you guys need to shut it down soon. We're like, yeah, we'll be out soon.
We had a blast.
Yeah, blast.
So wait, go back to this night.
Oh yeah.
So I'm out, see my ex, get in this
huge fight, and then
just saw pulled up on her at 5. She had been up till 5 too, so we're both and then I leave, and as I'm leaving, I just grab a bottle from her little bar, and it's sunrise, and I'm walking down the streets of LA with a bottle, walking back to go link up with everybody or to go back to the house where everyone was, and I kill this whole bottle. It's the little bottle of Tito's. It's
Yeah, I know them.
Yeah, and
me too.
And I'm off of it, and then I'm walking, and I get back to the spot, finish it, I bash the bottle on my head, broke it, and it's kind of gone, but there's a big scar on my face where I had
I can see it a little bit with the light when the light hits it.
Yeah. Had this whole and split my whole face open. It was gnarly in the moment, gushing blood, and I'm just laughing about it. I'm looking in the mirror and then it's 10, and everyone wakes up and they're like, yo, you ready? I'm kind of laying on my side, they don't see me, and they come in, they're like, yo, you ready to go to the session? Thinking I just woke up. And I'm like, what? And they all look at me like, what? They're all freaking out. What are you?
Well, you FaceTimed me.
Oh yeah, okay.
And I wasn't in the band yet.
Yeah, I wasn't in the band yet. And I was like, what the fuck happened? I was freaking out.
Yeah, everyone was freaking out. And I'm like, I'm fine. But I can barely talk. I'm sound like an idiot. I'm stumbling around. And
I took him to CVS. We got him butterfly stitches and bandages and shit. And we're walking through CVS and everybody's coming up to him and he's just incoherent. And I'm like, he's fine.
You don't need to be at CVS, but you need to be at a hospital.
Yeah, everyone's freaking out. And then we drive down to San Diego and I stayed up and I'm still just drinking. And I just kept saying this whole time too, being I need a 6-pack of cigarettes. That's just what was on my head. And I just kept saying it. And we're driving down San Diego, get there. And it's at the bass player of Sublime's house. So we go meet him. We meet the engineer we're working with. And they're both instantly. I mean, I walked in and I'm like, these guys have partied, but
you could tell.
They were so off it. They're like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah. It's interesting. That always fascinated me in this story because it's not hypocrisy. because they've lived that life. They have actually lived the exact life you're living. It's to see it and to be concerned is just an elder statesman going, I know how this ends.
Yeah.
Because they lost Bradley Noel that way.
100%.
And this story was the story I always heard. So I was a huge Sublime fan.
Mm-hmm.
And when he passed, there was an article about him. And they said that if he went into the studio and the margaritas were blending, then it was going to be a good session. If he was having margaritas, because apparently if it wasn't margaritas, that means something darker.
Yeah.
And so I always thought that was fascinating. But keep going. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, then we kind of get in there and, they let us in. We're in, we start talking and then just give me a guitar. Just give me a guitar.
I want to say this one thing is genuinely one of the coolest things this is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. This fool Alex, was literally sitting on the couch and, didn't even really understand where he was or what was going on. And he just literally just got the guitar and they brought up a basic drum pattern and he laid on the floor and just instantly started playing Six Pack.
Wow, what are the chords to it?
Beats me. Yeah, we don't know, but we go all off.
It's genuinely one of the craziest things I've ever
our
saw.
fucking notes, our keys. We don't know chords. Fucking
For
shit.
real.
Yeah, none of us know music theory or any of that shit.
I don't know how I make music not knowing that shit.
Yeah, whatever. Can you believe it's 2025 already? Life moves pretty fast. And starting a new year always reminds me exactly of that. While I don't know what's going to happen next this year, I know I'm prepared for the unexpected. Are you prepared for the unexpected? Fabric by Gerber Life is term life insurance. You can get done right from your couch, all online and on your schedule. You can be covered in under 10 minutes with no
Tampa and
Ybor City, right?
Ybor City, baby. We love Tampa.
We love
Tampa.
Dochi's from Tampa.
Oh, really?
So,
I used to go to Tampa every year for Tampa AM, a huge skate contest.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's a huge skate contest.
Yeah.
But we were we found out too this was happening. No way. I mean, it's and we got lucky. It's a band our size isn't direct support for an artist that big. It's the Chili Peppers brought the Strokes out to open for them, which is already an arena band. You know what I mean? So we lucked out getting that slot, and thanks to K-Rock. Thanks to K-Rock. K-Rock fucking loves us.
Shout out
so
K-Rock.
much. We've had a lot of people it's been we just started doing this, but we were blessed to have people rooting for us, and it means the world to us to just have people that believe in it and want to see us succeed. And K-Rock did that, and all of our team did that and made it happen. But we were nervous as shit. The biggest shit. We opened up for the Black Keys before, and that was 3,000, 4,000 people. To go into a sold out forum, it's just, I was so nervous. And we were on tour playing to 500, 600 people every night. Dude, it was crazy. And then, then we were flying in and you can see the forum when you're landing.
Literally see the forum out there.
And I'm there's no, we go to sound check. I'm there's no way. There's just no way. And it was one of those moments too where we really felt we could do this, we got this,
Dude, it was the best time we had ever played up to that day.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And to be honest too,
the show before that in Tampa, we fucked up. Fucked that show up. And that made Alex kind of nervous. He was dude, there's no way we just fucked that up and we're about to go play the forum after this.
Really?
Yeah, we watched it. Screech, everyone looking around dude, we're not
some college band or people that studied music. We're a bunch of shitheads who just have something to say. We're not
nuts, man.
So, it was the best thing ever.
I love it. We're not some college band, and I go, they suck. College bands can suck.
No, I mean, it's true, man. I mean,
that just
a music school, a music
where you
school.
see yourself, you're we're not some college band who knows how to read music.
Yeah,
we're just a bunch of shitheads. And I was that's the fucking team we're root for.
I literally picked up the bass to start the band, to play with the band. I was fucking up so much on tour, and I was getting drunk, and we were just there's times where me and Alex almost got in. I had to lock in. And all just everything. But to be honest, for me at least, when we went on stage, as soon as the first song started, everybody looked so
literally
ants. So it doesn't the Black Key show was terrifying because it was huge, but people were close enough for you to make eye contact with them.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it scary. Like the forum shit, it was so big that you couldn't like look at anybody and make eye contact with them, and it just felt like you were practicing with your homie.
Also, I'm sure potentially you've experienced something similar going on stage and shit, but like you're kind of nervous, and then once you go out stage and you finally start just doing what you're always fucking doing, it doesn't matter how many fucking people there are, you're just like, oh, like it's kind of relieving. It's like a weight off your shoulders. Like I'm just doing what I do every fucking day, and it's like
on Sundays when I used to do clubs, on Sundays I have anxiety all day. I don't like flying. I have anxiety all day. I'd be in the green room going, fuck, I gotta get up early tomorrow. I gotta do this. I'm not gonna drink. I'm gonna fucking. And the second they would say my name, all the anxiety would disappear. And they go, ladies and gentlemen, Bert. The second I heard Bert, it just went away, and I'd be fucking I would be in my happy place for an hour and 30 minutes. And the second I got off stage, the anxiety would show up again. I go, I gotta fucking fly tomorrow. It's crazy. I don't get nervous anymore doing stand up. But I do experience the absolute calming effect of being on stage. Like it's where I was meant to be. My whole life I didn't know it. I just was like, I love being on stage.
It is 7:59 PM PST, January 29th, 2025, ending this live stream and initiating another in 90 seconds or less.
And I'm like, and it's all new stuff if I'm doing those. But